Another millennium has passed, and I find myself still wandering through this endless cycle of dimensions. Indeed, as the founding emperor of the Dark Empire, I am once again reduced to ashes amidst the world's animosity and curses. Welcoming the 29th cycle of 1,000 years, Chapter 1. An Unexpected Birth, the Demon King. You have lost. You have finally lost. I shall turn you to dust. Indeed, the world is your greatest ally, but it shall also become your most formidable shackle. The world-renowned god of light, Halakidi, bellowed with a grotesque sneer, his once pure and radiant visage now stained with dark blood. The armor that had once radiated divine light now appeared dull and lifeless, tainted by the black ichor, while his long sword, now fractured and drenched in dark blood, seemed to narrate the ferocity and peril of the preceding battle. Yes, I have lost, but what of it? The gates of hell have been sealed by me, and you shall never enter the gates of the Dark Empire in your lifetime. And how long can you keep me sealed? 1,000 years? 10,000? You know well, my old friend, that as long as it is not eternal, for us, it is but a fleeting moment. Moreover, as the price of your sealing, you cannot interfere with this world. Meanwhile, with each passing millennium, a portion of my power shall return. One day, I shall return. As the owner of the blood-soaked ground, the founding emperor of the Dark Empire, the first to successfully govern the demon realm and rise as the foremost of the 4 demon kings, as well as the only one to have forged a guardian pact with the will of the world. Brian Ezrian began life as an exceedingly ordinary boy born to a rural family. Little did anyone know that centuries later, he would attain such unexpected heights. At this moment, Brian lay in a pool of blood, gazing at the dark sky, which threatened rain, and smiled, his expression one of utter tranquility and joy. Perhaps it would be a splendid thing to escape this endless vortex, for even in the final moment before his eyes closed, turning to ash, the smile upon his lips remained radiant. In blinding as for what had transpired, all had long been buried in the depths of the river of time. Reflecting on the conversation with his old adversary before his demise, that sense of ease and comfort made Brian wish to slap himself. He had thought he had witnessed cruelty and endured profound suffering, believing nothing could challenge him further, yet the world had ruthlessly slapped him time and again. After living as a woeful mortal devoid of strength and luck for millennia, he finally grasped the impermanence of life and the consequences of excessive confidence. This relentless humiliation persisted until the recent millennium, when he finally gained some strength to resist the capricious nature of existence, realizing how delightful it was to confront an unpredictable life. Yet the wretchedness of his life over the millennia had become, in the long river of time, the best remedy, aside from his hatred for that accursed hypocritical god of light. After all, witnessing those laughable lives ultimately fade away was a source of great pleasure. With yet another cycle of smoke dissipating, Brian's soul was once again randomly hurled into a dimensional world through the tumultuous time-space tunnel. Blood from 10 different dragons. This cost a fortune. I hope it proves useful. Let me think. In this, the Eye of a Vision demon, mandrake juice, crow, feathers, these materials should suffice. I wonder what marvelous existence I will summon this time. An elderly man with a slicked-back hairstyle, reflecting light, tossed the final magical ingredient into the cauldron inscribed with peculiar runes. The viscous black liquid within the cauldron bubbled and churned like gritty sand. As the old man waved his wand and uttered incomprehensible incantations, the runes upon the cauldron began to react, glowing with a searing red light, as if scorched by intense heat. The moment the last note of the incantation concluded, a resounding explosion erupted, and the entire cauldron was engulfed in a plume of black smoke shimmering with green and blue light, scattering debris everywhere. The black smoke gradually stabilized and began to contract. Meanwhile, the surrounding grass and trees decayed at a visibly rapid pace, reduced to mere soil. Yet in the old man's eyes, instead of fear, there was only delight and curiosity, clearly captivated by the swirling black smoke, which seemed to hold something far more intriguing than his terror of the unknown. The allure of a demon's soul proved to be remarkably potent. This tumultuous reaction persisted for approximately 3 minutes before condensing into a small mass. Following a burst of radiant light, when the old wizard reopened his eyes, he found only a wailing infant where the black smoke had once been. This infant was none other than Brian, who had miraculously traversed the time-space tunnel. Oh, look what I have summoned. An infant, a healthy baby with boundless potential. What a marvelous surprise from the god of magic this year. If this little one had horns or something else, I might be even happier. However, since it is a gift from the god of magic, I shall take good care of him. Ha ha ha. The Ezrian family finally has a child. I, old Peter, have a son. Ha ha ha. Gazing at the infant before him, the old wizard Peter Ezrian, the last living member of the Ezrian family, was so overjoyed that he forgot he was a man in his 70s, bouncing About with glee as for Brian. Being a seasoned traveler in the realm of mortals, he naturally refrained from any peculiar antics. Until he understood the situation, he would play the part of a mere infant, especially in the presence of an evidently eccentric old wizard. Brian could not guarantee whether this old wizard would suddenly decide to dissect him for research. Furthermore, given that he would be unable to wield his magical powers until the age of 10, it was best to remain inconspicuous for the time being. Meanwhile, in a world shrouded in darkness, a wall composed purely of gears began to operate grandly, set into motion by the rotation of an inconspicuous cog. Everything commenced with this unexpected birth. Chapter 2. Always so unexpected. The cauldron bubbled with a scarlet potion, and as it churned, a fragrant scent of roses filled the entire room. This aromatic concoction should be quite splendid. It reminds me of the unbearable stench of medieval toilets and kitchens. That odor was indeed intolerable. As he spoke, Brian, standing on a stool to reach the experimental table, jumped down and approached the cauldron. He picked up a crystal rod and stirred the mixture. At that moment, the already rich floral aroma intensified, enveloping the space in the essence of roses. The once moldy and decayed scent of the ancient wooden cabin, which had been permeating for nearly a week of incessant rain, was now completely replaced by the enchanting fragrance of roses. Master, lunchtime has arrived. Tor has prepared your favorite black forest cake and Syrah wine. Just as Brian began to extract the viscous, rose-hued liquid from the cauldron using a pre-prepared semi-sealed jar, a house elf with bat-like ears and tennis balls eyes. Protruding blue eyes opened the laboratory door. With a deep bow, his elongated nose nearly touched the floor. This house elf, clad in what appeared to be a garment fashioned from a coarse sack, was the only other member of the Ezrian family besides Brian. His name was Thor, a moniker bestowed by Brian, who discovered the elf's remarkable aptitude for manipulating lightning, a skill not commonly found among his kind. Hence, the name inspired by Norse mythology seemed a fitting choice. Point one could only wonder how the Thunder God would react upon learning that his name had been assigned to an oddly unattractive and lowly house elf, perhaps summoning a bolt of lightning to smite Brian. Indeed, you have done well, Tor. Now, please assist me by transferring the aromatic substance from the cauldron into those containers I prepared and tidy up the entire laboratory. Do ensure that you do not discard any of the magical materials that remain. I trust you know which ones are still usable. As he spoke, Brian removed his leather laboratory gloves, straightened his appearance, and proceeded towards the dining hall. Of course, my esteemed master Tor shall execute your commands diligently, he replied, bowing once more. Navigating through the corridor, Brian entered the dining hall, where the sight of the black forest cake was utterly tantalizing. It must be said, the culinary skills of house elves are quite exceptional. By the way, today marks my 11th birthday, and I should soon receive the acceptance letter from school. It is rather fortuitous, as today also marks the 3rd anniversary of old Peter's passing. What a day of rich significance. Sitting at the table, he savored the black forest cake with a spoon that featured a fork function, reflecting on the leisurely yet unpredictable nature of life. 3 years prior, on the very day of Brian's 8th birthday, old Peter had celebrated in his customary manner, surrounded by warmth and joy. During those years, Brian had truly felt the warmth of home, a serene interlude amidst the tumult of millennia. Alas, fate played a cruel trick once more. 3 burly muggles, led by a young wizard, invaded the abode of old Peter and Brian. Their pretext for this intrusion was the lack of funds as Christmas approached, a thinly veiled guise for what was, in reality, a murderous intent harbored by enemies. Inevitably, old Peter met his demise, struck down by the infamous unforgivable curse of Ada Kevra. As for those who dared to disrupt his blissful existence, Brian had always been devoid of mercy, particularly towards those who had slain his dearest guardian, the venerable old Peter. Overwhelmed by a tempest of rage and sorrow, Brian's emotions shattered the divine seals imposed upon him. In a fleeting span of mere seconds, the 4 formidable adults were transformed into lifeless corpses amidst a swirling tempest of darkness. When Brian awakened, a day had elapsed. Fortunately, it was winter, or the stench of decay would have permeated the house. With the assistance of Tor, the house elf, Brian laid the kind old wizard to rest. It was on that day that Brian vowed to obliterate the Death Eaters and the arrogant individual known as Voldemort, the so-called Dark Lord. It has now been 3 years since that fateful day. Time indeed flies swiftly. If only all of this had transpired this year, perhaps the outcome would have been different, he mused, as a swirling mass of black, indeterminate liquid energy coalesced in his hand, causing the ambient temperature to plummet and forming a thin layer of ice atop his wine glass. With a firm grip, calm was restored, warmth returned, and only the crackling of the fire punctuated the heavy silence. A short while later, Brian wiped his mouth with a napkin, ensuring no remnants of food lingered at the corners. Such an oversight was unbecoming, especially for one of noble birth. At that moment, The house elf Tor presented a letter sealed with red wax before Brian. Master, here's your correspondence. Tor has completed the tasks in the laboratory. Well done. Now, place one of those containers in each room, and particularly ensure there are 2 in the bathroom. Should you have further duties, I will summon you, Brian instructed, as he broke the seal adorned with the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry emblem. Indeed, it was the acceptance letter that symbolized honor. Being selected as a wizard was a privilege, whether one hailed from the ranks of muggles or pure-blood aristocracy. However, upon scrutinizing the beautifully embossed envelope, Brian felt a flush of indignation. What on earth? Why have they appointed me as a professor for Muggle studies? Wasn't this supposed to be an acceptance letter for admission? Does no one recognize that I am merely 11 years old? I can hardly recall how long I have existed. But can anyone provide a rational explanation as to why Hogwarts would seek out a mere 11-year-old child to teach Muggle studies? Brian grumbled, incensed by the whimsical words of Headmaster Dumbledore that adorned the letter. Wasn't he meant to be accepted into school at 11? Why, then, was he being thrust into the role of a professor? What folly it was to have 7th-year students and adults surrounding an 11-year-old. They wouldn't feel awkward, but he certainly did truly. It was a day of unexpected slip-in-the-face revelations. Why must things always unfold in such unforeseen manners? Chapter 3. Fragments of Hope and Gringotts Wizarding Bank. For the time being, I shall set aside my inquiries into Dumbledore, whether I am to teach or to study. It seems the hour has come for me to venture into Diagon Alley, for there are numerous items I must procure, and thankfully, textbooks are not among them. I tucked the letters into the pocket of my coat, then made my way to my room, retrieving the Gringotts key hidden beneath my bed, as well as the family emblem, a pure silver ring adorned with a magnificent blue diamond, inherited from old Peter. This exquisite ring, known as the Fragment of Hope, originally belonged to the Earl of a family named Vendome Hugh in England, after its last owner mysteriously vanished. It was bestowed by Her Majesty the Queen upon Duke Razak Ezrian as a birthday gift, and the cursed ring subsequently became a symbol of leadership for the Ezrian family. It is indeed peculiar that a duke's emblem should derive from an earl's lineage. One could argue it is a slight. However, if one considers that this earl family represented Her Majesty and wielded significant influence over the entirety of the British Empire, it becomes a matter of considerable weight. Reports indicate that this noble, referred to as the Queen's Hound, was a favored figure of the time, possessing unique privileges that even the royal family regarded with caution. Thus, following the mysterious disappearance of the last patriarch of the Vendome Hugh family, receiving this ring from the Queen signified the inheritance of the rights once held by the Vendome Hugh lineage, a distinction of unparalleled honor for the Ezrian family, which had long since lost its actual power, yet retained vast territories. Yet, akin to many who bore this ring, Razak Ezrian too met an untimely demise at around 35, tragically falling victim to an assassination attempt. Fortunately, he left behind 2 daughters and 3 sons, a total of 5 children. Alas, due to the curse associated with the ring, each successive patriarch of the Ezrian family faced a short life, and many offspring often perished prematurely. Ultimately, under the decision to either offend the Queen or seal away the ring, Peter Ezrian, the last direct descendant of the Ezrian line, managed to survive into his 80s. But regrettably, he left no progeny, as all 3 of his wives succumbed to illness within a year of their marriage. Yet, fortune smiled upon him. During a reckless alchemical experiment, a reaction resulted in the birth of a child, none other than young Brian. In truth, the ring bore no curse. Rather, it was the relentless animosity stemming from its historical monopolization of Britain's greatest interests that incited a series of vendettas. Subsequently, it was only through Peter's emergence as a formidable wizard that he was able to endure, and the murders in his later years stand as testament to this. As for Brian, following the incident surrounding Peter's death, when it became known that an 8-year-old had vanquished several imposing foes and a wizard, few dared to challenge him thereafter. Moreover, as the most renowned young prodigy in Britain, he garnered close protection from the royal family, Hogwarts, and the Ministry of Magic alike. At the tender age of 6, Brian, under the guardianship of old Peter, crafted a remarkably effective fragrant potion and produced his first highly acclaimed soap. These creations, revolutionary in both the Muggle and magical realms, were particularly groundbreaking for the scientifically stagnant magical community. Consequently, he became the youngest recipient of the prestigious Merlin Medal in history. It is noteworthy that one of the greatest achievements of the esteemed Professor Dumbledore was the discovery of 12 uses for dragon's blood. In addition, Brian surpassed many brilliant scholars in fields such as potion-making, dark magic research, Muggle culture, and ancient magical runes, to the extent that it would not be an exaggeration to assert that he outshone numerous experts in certain domains. He speculated that this exceptional prowess might be the reason behind Dumbledore's invitation for him to teach, leading him to regret his outstanding performance for a brief 3 minutes. Utilizing apparition, Brian swiftly arrived at the Leaky Cauldron, the magical world's most renowned commercial hub concealed within the pub's courtyard. The entire establishment was protected by a muggle-repelling charm to prevent any unwitting muggles from stumbling into the magical realm. Stepping into the seemingly chaotic and filthy Leaky Cauldron, he circumnavigated the bar and found himself in a courtyard comprised of merely a few walls and a trash bin. At that moment, Brian raised his wand, counted 3 bricks up and 2 bricks across from the wall above the trash bin, and gently tapped the wall thrice with his wand. The bricks began to tremble violently, forming a small opening that ultimately transformed into an archway leading to the bustling Diagon Alley. First, I must retrieve some money, as there will surely be numerous expenses to attend to, he declared, leaning on his wand as he made his way towards Gringotts. Gringotts Wizarding Bank, a towering edifice of gleaming white, always instilled a sense of discomfort in Brian, a sufferer of obsessive-compulsive tendencies due to its peculiar twisted architecture. Nevertheless, the establishment, regarded as the safest place in a magical world aside from Hogwarts, provided a reassuring sense of security, ensuring that one's funds were indeed safe within its confines. As he approached the grand, shimmering bronze doors, a goblin clad in a scarlet and gold uniform bowed respectfully to him, and Brian reciprocated the gesture with a polite nod. The second silver door, which opened inward, bore engravings warning thieves against their nefarious intentions. Upon passing through the silver door, he entered a spacious marble hall where approximately 100 goblins diligently maintained records behind a long counter, some weighing coins on scales, while others inspected gems using magnifying glasses. Reaching the innermost grand counter, designated for the opening of vaults for esteemed clients, Brian, the current prodigious head of the Isrian family, was recognized as a notable VIP within Gringotts. I require access to my vault, he stated, presenting his blue ring and the key belonging to his vault. This way. Esteemed sir, the goblin said courteously, confirming the key and its bearer before leading Brian onto a roller coaster-like cart that promised an exhilarating ride. He opened his own vault number 666, revealing a dazzling array of jewels and a substantial collection of gleaming gold galleons. Remarkably, this was merely a fraction of his wealth, as the Isrian family's estate was currently the largest in the entire magical realm. Chapter 4. The Obsidian Wand. After withdrawing a full 1,000 galleons from Gringotts, Brian exited the bank and made his way to the renowned Ollivander's wand shop. He found himself pondering the nature of his wand, hoping it would resonate with his aesthetic and penchant for collecting. Regardless, the anticipation was palpable, akin to a child eagerly awaiting Christmas gifts. It is often said that age can influence one's perspective, though Brian was consciously adjusting his mindset in this moment. Ollivander's wand shop is steeped in history, which is perhaps its sole redeeming quality. The establishment is notoriously cramped, narrow, and dilapidated. A single wand was displayed on a faded purple cushion by the window, while inside, towering shelves reached the ceiling, crammed with countless wands from around the globe, each housed in elongated boxes. The proprietor, Mr. Ollivander, meticulously selects the wand that best suits each customer. According to tradition, customers purchasing a wand must first have their arm length, forearm length, and height measured, using these dimensions to determine the appropriate wand. Many consider these measurements to be insignificant, merely a quirk of Mr. Ollivander's, but Brian, having once held the promising title of Dark Lord, understood the relevance of these parameters. The transmission and capacity of magical energy are deeply intertwined with such data. Indeed, even the same wand can yield entirely different effects depending on an individual's unique mannerisms and habits. Is anyone here? Brian called as he pushed the door open and lingered inside, wandering about. Yet, the shopkeeper, Ollivander, seemed to have vanished into some corner. At that moment, another figure entered, the illustrious Harry Potter, a boy of similar age to Brian. How did Brian recognize him? As a seasoned traveler of dimensions, he had encountered the legendary tales surrounding this young man long ago, both on television and in novels. Upon realizing he had been born into this world, Brian was elated. However, he later felt a tinge of dismay upon discovering he would be a classmate of Harry's rather than a mentor. Yet, fate had its own surprises. He was unexpectedly invited to teach a Muggle Studies course, thereby becoming a professor to the same 11-year-old Harry Potter. Hello, Harry. I am Brian, and it's a pleasure to meet you in person, Brian said, removing his gloves and extending a courteous handshake to Harry Potter. Greetings, Brian. Are you here to purchase a wand as well? As an exuberant 11-year-old, I find it quite effortless to bond with peers, even those I have just met. Indeed, I aspire to acquire a remarkable wand, for For this instrument may accompany one throughout a lifetime, Brian stated with a serious tone. By the way, are you also attending Hogwarts? This question seemed rather naive, and the inner voice of the Gryffindor lion could not help but scoff. Naturally, Brian would not voice such thoughts. Well, I suppose one could say that, considering it is a veritable ocean of knowledge. As contemporaries, Brian and Harry quickly engaged in conversation, though out of his own mischievous inclination. Brian decided it best to withhold his aspirations of becoming a teacher for the moment. Just then, a disheveled elderly gentleman appeared before them, descending from a ladder, Mr. Ollivander. I was just pondering when I might encounter you, Mr. Potter, he remarked as he climbed down. Meanwhile, Brian, who had been observing, found himself conveniently overlooked. Nevertheless, he continued his exploration, recalling that Harry's wand selection had once stirred quite a commotion. After several minutes, Harry finally discovered his wand and was promptly called outside by Hagrid. Before departing, he politely bid farewell to Brian, who could not help but find the young boy endearingly charming. Thanks to Harry's farewell, Mr. Ollivander finally noticed Brian, who was engrossed in studying the thick layer of dust in the corner. Mr. Brian, I scarcely noticed your presence. Have you employed some sort of magic? Upon hearing this, Brian rolled his eyes in exasperation, thinking that in the presence of the illustrious Harry Potter, anyone might seem insignificant. Enough of the pleasantries, Mr. Ollivander. I wish to purchase a wand, but I would prefer to select it myself. Without waiting for a response from Ollivander, Brian waved his right hand, causing all the boxes in the shop to tremble and sending dust swirling through the air. Moments later, a singular white bone box, nestled in the corner of the western wall, soared forth, containing the wand that resonated with Brian Isrian's dark powers. Within the bone-crafted box lay a black crystal wand, emanating an orange-red glow. It was astonishing that amidst a plethora of wooden and paper boxes, a bone box would stand out, and even more so to discover a wand fashioned from black crystal. The wand shimmered with an otherworldly light, as if it housed a spirit within, its form irregular, yet radiating a natural beauty. Oh, Mr. Brian, this wand is fashioned from volcanic obsidian, and the core appears to be a complete essence of fire element. This should be the finest treasure in my shop. However, as it was gifted to me by another, I only discovered the existence of this masterpiece today. A fervent obsession radiated from Ollivander's eyes, a gaze so intense that it made Brian wish to transcend all thoughts. Subsequently, Brian infused his magic into it, and soon, thick black smoke began to emanate from the corners of the clothing and the floor, enveloping Brian entirely and forming the shape of a colossal demonic head, with bluish-green light flickering within. The head then opened its gaping maw, which felt like an endless black hole, had Brian not promptly severed the flow of magic. The entire Ollivander wand shop might have met its doom. Chapter 5, Journey to Hogwarts. After purchasing the wand for 10 galleons, Mr. Ollivander, intrigued and delighted by the extraordinary magical phenomenon surrounding Brian and this wand, graciously offered a lifetime free maintenance package, likely influenced by the formidable power of the Esrian family. Upon exiting Ollivander's wand shop, Brian first visited Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to collect several black robes he had ordered the previous day, then proceeded to the Twilfit and Tadding's clothing store to retrieve the garments he had ordered a week prior. This was originally Thor's responsibility. However, since he was already en route, he decided to conclude these errands in one go, especially with Hogwarts looming on the morrow. Although he possessed the ability to apparate, he preferred to leisurely admire the scenic views along the train journey rather than hastily bypass the experience. Moreover, enhancing his presence in front of several prominent figures was undoubtedly an amusing endeavor. Of course, Brian would never admit to his fondness for Hermione. As for a pet or messenger, Brian saw no need to procure one, for his familiar was far superior to any sentient earthly creature. Naturally, as a professor, he also need not visit Flourish and Blots to purchase textbooks, as he had already dispatched a screeching letter and a list of required books to Dumbledore via his raven familiar, Kelt. Many of the necessary texts were currently quite difficult to obtain, allowing him the excuse of incomplete materials to avoid teaching if needed. The next day, he arrived at King's Cross Station and located the concealed platform 9 3/4, boarding the train bound for Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The weather was splendid, and everything felt exhilarating. As Brian sat in his seat, gazing out at the rushing scenery while lost in his thoughts, a boy with black hair and round black-framed glasses, struggling with a heavy suitcase, entered the compartment. This boy was none other than Harry Potter, whom he had encountered the day before. "Hello, Harry. Let me assist you with that." What a coincidence. As he spoke, Brian effortlessly lifted his suitcase with one hand, placing the hefty bag onto the luggage rack of the train compartment. The strength he displayed was astonishing, entirely incongruous with his 11 years of age and slender figure. A fact evidenced by Harry's wide-eyed astonishment. "Thank you, Brian. It's delightful to see you in a compartment. By the way, how did you manage that? You seem remarkably strong." Harry's surprise was palpable. "Haha, no need for thanks. It was merely a trivial effort. I'm equally pleased to see you, Harry. As for that feat, it's actually a magical effect. This particular spell can grant a frail individual the strength of an elephant in an instant. However, I did encounter quite a few mishaps when I first used it. If you wish to learn, I can teach you," Brian said lightly, stroking the sapphire ring on his finger, though inside a tempest of emotions brewed. "Really? That sounds fantastic." Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement, revealing how captivating he found the prospect. "It's quite simple, really, but the spell is rather challenging to master, differing significantly from what is taught in school. It requires considerable time to grasp." Brian couldn't help but smile at Harry's innocent curiosity. It was a delightful opportunity to impress the savior and earn his admiration. "Excuse me, may I sit here? The other compartments are full." At that moment, a boy with a tuft of grayish-orange hair peeked in, addressing Brian and Harry. "Of course, Ron." A glance at the newcomer immediately identified him as Ron Weasley, one of the trio destined to be known as the Golden Trio. "Hi, are you the genius, Brian? I never expected to see you here. But how do you know who I am?" Upon noticing that this boy had directly called out his name and greeted him, Ron's eyes lit up with excitement. "Haha, it's a pleasure to meet you too. Your father often speaks of you. Moreover, your family's distinctive hair color makes it easy to recognize you." Brian continued, "Oh, and this is your idol, Harry Potter, sitting across from me. I believe you two will become great friends." He gestured towards Harry, who was seated opposite him. Thus, the three of them engaged in lively conversation, discussing various topics. Especially as Harry's eyes gleamed with admiration upon learning of Brian's accomplishments, which greatly satisfied Brian's vanity. "By the way, Ron, you have something on your nose, and Harry, let me fix your glasses." As he spoke, it was time for Brian to showcase his talents once more. He produced his uniquely crafted wand, waving it slightly before the two. In an instant, Harry's old glasses, previously held together with tape, were restored to pristine condition, and Ron's clothing transformed as well. As for the stain that had troubled the obsessive-compulsive Brian for quite some time, it too had vanished in a thin air. At that moment, a young girl clad in Hogwarts robes pushed open the compartment door, witnessing this serene display of magic. This extraordinary maiden was none other than Hermione, a presence that Brian had always admired. Thus, this calculated display of prowess filled Brian with immense joy. The ability to simultaneously cast spells for restoration and purification was truly astonishing. "Oh, you're Brian, the youngest Duke and the inventor of fragrances and novel soaps. Indeed, you are a genius. My goodness, you are Harry Potter. I am Hermione Granger, pleased to meet you. May I ask who you are?" "I am Ron Weasley, but you can call me Ron." Ron, captivated by the enchanting girl who had entered, found himself somewhat smitten. However, for an 11-year-old lad, this fleeting feeling was easily overshadowed by a multitude of other distractions. "You all should quickly change into your robes. We are almost there," Hermione remarked before exiting the compartment, disappearing from the trio's sight. "Hey, why aren't you changing? Didn't you hear her say, 'We're almost there'? Oh, you mean that? I am somewhat special and different from you, and I will be parting ways with you shortly. But I trust we will meet again during the sorting ceremony and dinner." With that, Brian, leaning on his wand, departed the compartment amidst Ron and Harry's bewildered expressions. Chapter 6. Pleasantly Surprised. The train gradually slowed down until it came to a complete stop. Passengers surged towards the doors, disembarking onto a small station, nestled in the desolate wilderness of the Middle Ages, casting an ominous shadow as the sun dipped below the horizon. This darkness enveloped Brian, evoking a sense of familiarity and comfort. Upon stepping off the train, he spotted Hagrid, a towering figure reminiscent of a small mountain. As familiar acquaintances, Brian and Hagrid exchanged casual greetings. Subsequently, Brian bypassed Hagrid and made his way towards Hogwarts, while Hagrid dutifully fulfilled his role of ushering the new students towards the majestic castle. Brian utilized apparition to reach Dumbledore's office. Although traversing the pitch-black surface of a lake felt impressively cool and would undoubtedly amplify his presence, time was of the essence. Less than half an hour remained until the sorting ceremony and welcome dinner. Rather than indulging in ostentatious displays for the sake of attention, it would be more prudent to report to Dumbledore, as there were numerous matters to discuss. "Albus, I hope you can provide me with a reasonable explanation. You must understand how embarrassing it was for me, who had been eagerly anticipating 7 years of schooling, to receive your letter. Just a moment ago, I was having my house elf, Thor, fetch my uniform and textbooks from Diagon Alley. The black silk robe billowed gracefully with each step, its exquisite fabric emanating a soft luster under the moonlight and candlelight, coupled with Brian's slender frame, which exuded a refined elegance characteristic of nobility. He appeared remarkably dashing. This attire was donned during a moment of ethereal transformation. Little Brian, I have long harbored doubts about your age. You see, your talents and the maturity with which you perceive life and the world around you are reminiscent of an elder's wisdom, remarked Dumbledore, turning with a smile to address the child's discontent while adjusting his attire before the mirror, unfazed by the familiarity with which Brian invoked his name. As for my circumstances, I can only express that I am compelled by necessity. As an alchemical being, I was raised solely by my father, who is now in his 70s. From the tender age of 4, he groomed me as the heir to our family legacy. One can only imagine the weight an aging man places on the continuation of his lineage. I do not find joy in the knowledge I have acquired at the cost of my childhood. Moreover, the pressures faced by one labeled a prodigy are immense. In contrast, your boundless vitality at such an advanced age seems nothing short of miraculous. While I am aware of your reasons for requesting me to teach rather than learn, I must insist that any actions I take, as long as they are not egregious, should not be obstructed or interfered with by the institution. As for your objectives, I shall endeavor to fulfill them as best as I can. Seated upon the sofa, Brian regarded the amiable yet slightly stern elder before him, unperturbed by the presence of Dumbledore, revered as the greatest wizard of the century. I am pleased by your understanding. I entrust you with matters concerning Harry. Now, let us embark on our collaboration. By the way, are you certain you do not wish for some sweets? After smoothing out the folds of his sleeves, Dumbledore took a seat opposite Brian, his expression warm. I possess little interest in your enhanced confections, at least for now. My focus lies more on the impending dinner. Let us prepare a surprise for Harry, Brian declared, rising with purpose. His silk robe, protected by a spell of eternal cleanliness and restoration, remained immaculate, free from damage, wrinkles, or even a speck of dust. It is you, not us. I believe he will appreciate this surprise. Now let us welcome those delightful children, Brian said, and it was evident that Dumbledore recognized the enchantments on the robe, intrigued by their nature. In the realm of magic, it is well understood that no matter how potent or enduring a spell may be, time will eventually erode its effectiveness, unless it pertains to inherently special artifacts or magical materials. The grand hall was enchanted, its ceiling resembling a beautiful sky illuminated by a radiant moon. In midair, countless candles, along with some magical enhancements, bathed the entire hall in a warm glow. As Brian and Dumbledore made their entrance, whispers naturally ensued among the crowd, particularly when they noticed a child of perhaps 10 years old seated among the professors. Curious inquiries arose regarding the child's relation to the faculty present. Brian, positioned to the right of the perpetually brooding potions master Severus Snape, harbored a certain fondness for the stern professor, admiring both Snape's life story and his connection to Harry's mother, as well as their shared expertise in potions. However, recognizing that Snape's current thoughts were preoccupied with Harry Potter's arrival, Brian wisely refrained from intruding. Though the other professors were aware of Brian, the prodigious talent from the Ezrian family, they deemed it prudent to avoid engaging him, as the notion of conversing with a mere 11-year-old who was their colleague was inherently awkward. After nearly half a minute, Professor McGonagall entered the hall, accompanied by a group of first-year students. Their attention was clearly captivated by the floating candles and the enchanting ceiling. Harry and Ron, in particular, were initially fixated on Headmaster Dumbledore and the towering Hagrid. Yet, the sharp-eyed trio soon spotted Brian, who was fiddling with the gleaming silver cutlery at the professor's table, causing Ron to nearly exclaim in surprise. Indeed, Brian was the most astonishing sight they had encountered thus far. Chapter 7. The Room of Requirement. The sorting ceremony commenced shortly thereafter, prompting Brian to cease his playful antics, acutely aware that if Snape's gaze could kill, he would have perished numerous times over. The sorting ceremony unfolded as Brian remembered it, with both Hermione and Harry being sorted into Gryffindor. Initially, Brian contemplated intervening to alter this outcome, but after reflecting on the future, he decided it was best to allow events to unfold naturally. This would ultimately create a more suitable opportunity for him to insert himself into their lives. As Dumbledore announced the commencement of the feast, the once empty platters brimmed with an array of delectable dishes. However, the only downside was that the tables overflowed with meat-laden dishes, predominantly rich roasted chicken, which left something to be desired. Fortunately, Brian considered himself unpicky and found himself enjoying some of his favorite dishes, such as foie gras and borscht. The sumptuous food and lively atmosphere effectively alleviated many tensions, allowing Brian's presence to be forgotten by the majority. However, the professors were left with an unsettling chill due to Brian's unusually fervent demeanor. It is important to note that, as the current head of the Ezrian family, which controls the underground forces in Britain, Brian typically exudes an aura of coldness, akin to ice from the abyss, evoking a sense of darkness and ruthless detachment. The root of this demeanor can largely be traced back to the unfortunate passing of old Peter, with the remaining factors stemming from the oppressive nature of life itself. After all, one cannot expect a carefree child, who spends his days in laughter and leisure, to subdue an entire realm of criminality in Britain. In the years following old Peter's demise, despite knowing of Brian's magical prowess, there had been 6 assassination attempts, prompting Brian to relocate to a secluded old wooden cabin until his 10th birthday, when he re-emerged into the public eye. After approximately an hour, the grand welcome banquet began to draw to a close. At this point, Brian took his leave from the hall, which was filled with what muggles would humorously refer to as the aroma of human meat, compounded by the mingling scents of various wines from different eras and flavors at the professor's table. Upon exiting the hall, Brian began to meander through the historically rich and culturally vibrant castle, eventually making his way to the 8th floor. The ever-shifting staircases posed quite a challenge, causing him considerable frustration. Fortunately, the animated oil paintings along the way provided some distraction, preventing him from unleashing his ire upon the school's staircases. After spending over half an hour, Brian finally reached the 8th floor, home to Dumbledore's office, Professor Flitwick's chamber, and the dormitories of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw houses. His destination was the renowned Room of Requirement, the most unique space in all of Hogwarts, which was an indispensable treasure for Brian, an inveterate collector. To locate the room, one merely needs to know that it lies opposite a tapestry depicting the giant troll besting a hapless Barnabas. Then, like everyone else, one must silently declare, "I need a place to hide my things," while walking back and forth 3 times in front of the tapestry. Soon, a dilapidated black door materialized in what was once the wall. Not only did Brian wish to possess the Room of Requirement, but he also sought the famed Ravenclaw diadem. This Horcrux of Voldemort's not only satisfied his collecting obsession, but also served another significant purpose. As he pushed open the door, the musty scent of dust and decaying objects assaulted his senses, causing discomfort to Brian, who was accustomed to the company of fragrant potpourri. Clearly, this was a sizable storage room, yet everything lay haphazardly scattered within, and a layer of dust nearly an inch thick made it resemble a refuse heap. The assorted items cluttering this space are remnants deemed unnecessary or damaged by Hogwarts. Though rendered largely useless, they are regarded as precious artifacts of the institution, including many of significant sentimental value. Thus, they cannot be carelessly discarded. Consequently, the house elves have amassed these items here. Navigating the narrow paths that weave through the debris, one can observe dilapidated chairs and tables, books strewn about, and shattered potion vials. Disturbingly, one might even stumble upon the foul source of the specimen, a grotesque giant's corpse, which was pilfered by Brian, recognizing it as valuable material for research. At long last, he located the statue of the wizard from his memory. With a mere wave of his hand, he conjured a spell that restored the area to pristine condition. Generally, only adult wizards possess the ability to cast spells without the aid of a wand. However, as a former Dark Lord, Brian effortlessly accomplished this feat. The Ravenclaw diadem is a pure silver crown, reminiscent of a princess's tiara. Its design features an eagle, the emblematic creature of Ravenclaw House, and at its center lies a magnificent sapphire, aglow with a subtle magical radiance. With his keen eyes, Brian discerned a fragment of a tormented soul, writhing deep within the gem. This was a shard of Voldemort's fractured soul, once the sole heirloom of Ravenclaw's founder and a symbol of wisdom. It had now devolved into a sinister Horcrux. Upon leaving the cluttered room, Brian retraced his steps 3 times, which conjured a new door, one that would serve as his personal office and residence during his time at Hogwarts. However, before entering, he undertook a transformation, replacing the original smooth, mirror-like entrance with a black bronze door, intricately adorned with reliefs depicting scenes from hell, and homage to the infamous gates of hell. Naturally, until Brian fully shatters the divine seals, he could not wield complete control over this door, but he could still employ a fraction of its capabilities, yielding remarkable results nonetheless. Chapter 8, Breakfast Time. Before Brian, the previously cluttered room transformed into a spacious chamber, adorned with exquisite crystal chandeliers that danced in the silver-blue light of Hogwarts moon. The white marble walls exuded an enchanting beauty, blending opulence with a touch of natural essence. With a flick of his wrist, a cloud of dust enveloped the air, and in an instant, the once empty room was furnished with all manner of decor, including a wardrobe filled with garments and a bathtub filled with warm water. Subsequently, Brian arrived before a magnificent oil painting in the Room of Endless Wishes, behind which lay a secret passage leading to the Pig's Head Tavern. The proprietor of this establishment happened to be none other than Dumbledore's brother, a fact known to very few. It is rather astonishing to consider how similar Albus and his brother Aberforth are, and yet, over the years, scarcely anyone has pondered this connection. After indulging in a delightful milk bath, Brian comfortably reclined on his bed and soon drifted into a deep slumber. One cannot comprehend why European beds, so soft that they elicit a sensation of sinking, are remarkably comfortable, albeit detrimental to the development of the waist and spine with prolonged use. Nevertheless, in the face of comfort, all else seems trivial, at least for the present moment. The following morning, during breakfast, Brian, adorned in a splendid black robe adorned with intricate patterns, sat beside Severus Snape, savoring a delicate lemon meringue tart paired with Earl Grey tea. At that moment, a group of students ignited their gossip engines. Hey, do you think the one sitting next to Snape is his son? They truly resemble each other, both possessing such dark features and an expressionless demeanor. You mustn't tell anyone you know me. Even the so-called prodigy, Duke Brian is real, remains unknown to many. He is, after all, the youngest recipient of the first-class Merlin Medal in history. Upon hearing someone assert that he was Snape's son, Brian's previously joyous mood, inspired by the delightful breakfast, faltered for a moment, causing him to pause mid-bite. Glancing up, he discerned that the thoughtless speaker hailed from Slytherin, prompting him to resume his breakfast in silence. How grim must the flow of information be in the magical community? Or perhaps my fame is still insufficient. It is shocking that someone would not recognize me. Even in the Muggle world, my photographs and advertisements regularly grace the pages. It seems imperative to enhance the dissemination of information regarding future generations. Otherwise, the magical realm may face dire consequences. While internally lamenting this predicament, he began to contemplate how to conduct his lessons that day. The mere thought of standing before a classroom filled with students whose expressions resembled that of dreamers was quite a headache. Hermione, do you know why Brian is sitting there? Harry inquired, his gaze drifting toward Brian as he consumed his breakfast. I almost wish I had asked him directly yesterday. Could he possibly be one of the professors? Ron chimed in eagerly, his mouth still full of food. Brian was renowned as a genius. Years prior, he had invented an immensely popular luxury fragrance, followed by the independent development of a new type of soap. Consequently, he was awarded the first-class Merlin Medal, of which, to my knowledge, only Professor Dumbledore possesses a similar honor. If he, hailed as an unparalleled prodigy, were to take on a professorship, it would hardly be surprising. However, potions is taught by Professor Snape, leaving one to wonder which subject he might oversee. As far as I know, he remains the youngest Duke wielding significant power, managing the shadowy forces of England at an age comparable to ours. When Hermione eloquently recounted every detail about Brian, those within earshot were captivated, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Thanks to Hermione's enlightening discourse, the awkwardness that Brian encountered while instructing a group of students of his own age was somewhat alleviated. Meanwhile, after sipping the last drop of his tea, Brian's gaze swept across the Gryffindor table, landing on a group animatedly discussing him. Goodness, I fear he overheard us. Although Brian's expression appeared somewhat impassive, his eyes conveyed a curious appraisal, which felt unsettling, akin to a hunter toying with its prey. Could you refrain from making such a fuss? Your exaggerated reactions only draw attention, Hermione chided Ron. Yet she too felt the tension, having noticed Brian's gaze. Despite being of a similar age, the scrutiny from a renowned prodigy was undeniably daunting, especially with the unmistakable hint of admiration in his eyes. After casting a glance at the girl he admired, Brian began to observe the other three houses. Ravenclaw was particularly amiable, with upperclassmen showing great care for their juniors. In contrast, Slytherin exuded elegance, a trait inherent to its noble lineage, even though their forced demeanor betrayed their youthful inexperience. Lastly, Hufflepuff was the most relaxed, with students embodying a familial bond marked by harmony and closeness. Ultimately, Gryffindor stood out as the noisiest house, injecting a lively spirit into the entire school. The upcoming morning commenced with Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class, followed by Professor Snape's potions lesson. The latter was undoubtedly a harrowing experience for the first years. Originally, Brian was slated to teach Muggle studies as an elective, but due to his requests and unique status, it was designated as a mandatory 9th subject this semester. This shift was also in accordance with Dumbledore's intentions, as Brian was invited to educate and safeguard Harry Potter. Attending an elective that first years were not required to take would have contradicted the original plan. The compulsory courses include transfiguration, charms, potions, history of magic, defense against the dark arts, astronomy, and herbology, with flying lessons on broomsticks also being mandatory. Electives, such as Muggle studies and ancient runes, would only become available by the end of the second year, where students must select at least 2 from subjects like divination, Muggle studies, ancient charms, and care of magical creatures. Chapter 9. Lunchtime and the Chalice of Blood. At midday, after a busy morning arranging his classroom, Brian finally had a moment to breathe and head to the Great Hall for lunch. Just as he settled into his seat, ready to pick up his cutlery and savor a delightful meal, a sudden crash interrupted the moment. With a sudden sound, a wisp of blue smoke erupted from the Gryffindor table, evidently the result of a hapless soul attempting a spell he had recently learned, only to fail miserably. However, this minor incident paled in comparison to the delightful anticipation of Brian's lunch. His meal consisted of Russian cream-filled pudding paired with Darjeeling tea, a combination that undoubtedly delighted him. Desserts, in particular, were Brian's utmost favorite. As someone who engaged in considerable intellectual exertion and physical activity, he found such exquisite confections and fragrant, delicate teas far more suitable than the heavy fare of greasy meats. Due to the differing principles of magic, Brian exerted considerable physical energy. Nevertheless, when it came to both the potency and convenience of spells, communicating with the magical energies and elements through his own body was vastly superior. The most significant advantage was the elimination of the need to memorize cumbersome incantations, allowing for a more fluid and instinctive casting of spells. Professor Snape, how did you find today's lesson? After savoring his dessert, Brian turned to inquire of Professor Snape, who sat nearby. As dreadful as I initially anticipated, I am now even more convinced that one's abilities are in no way related to their lineage. Furthermore, have you prepared adequately for your own matters? I imagine you have little time or inclination to concern yourself with others, Mr. Brian. Though he greatly admired the boy's talent in potions, Snape's demeanor remained cold and brooding. Talent is of little consequence. It is one's determination and the energy one invests that truly matter. You must be aware of a girl named Hermione. She is of similar age to me. Perhaps she does not possess remarkable innate talent, yet through her relentless effort, her academic performance and erudition are exceptional. Moreover, talent is a multifaceted issue, complicated to articulate, much like the numerous matters I still have to attend to. However, I can certainly spare a moment to check on a colleague. Very well, I shall see you this evening, Professor Snape. Brian was unfazed by Snape's piercing gaze, having encountered far more discomforting looks over the millennia. The surrounding professors were in a state of heightened tension, aware that Snape alone was formidable enough, and the addition of an unpredictable figure akin to a crime lord only intensified the atmosphere. Yet, in contrast to Professor Flitwick, who gripped his wand tightly, Professor Dumbledore, seated at the center of the long table, appeared remarkably composed, seemingly indifferent to the commotion on his right. After finishing his tea, a flock of owls surged into the hall from both sides, one particular dark figure standing out vividly. Those familiar with Brian would recognize it as his messenger, Celtic. The messengers brought a plethora of letters, including various school supplies forgotten by students at home, newspapers and books ordered, as well as domestic mail. Ah, look there. Neville received a memory ball, resembling a child of darker complexion, possibly from India or Africa. I have encountered this in books. If the smoke inside turns red, it indicates that one has forgotten something. Hermione, ever the acknowledged scholar, immediately elucidated the function of the memory ball. The dilemma, however, was that I could not recall what I had forgotten. As for Neville, gazing at the now crimson memory ball, he felt utterly defeated. Meanwhile, Harry was entirely captivated by a news article in the Daily Prophet. It reported an intrusion at Gringotts by unidentified individuals, and Harry distinctly recognized that the vault in question was the very one Hagrid had previously taken him to, a memory etched vividly in his mind of extracting a small package from a heavily fortified vault. The cacophony of a thunderous sound, accompanied by the cawing of a raven, rendered the atmosphere one of sheer terror. For instance, Professor Trelawney was so startled that she tumbled from her chair. In response, Brian expressed his apologies, yet that was the extent of his concern, for he had never held a fondness for this divination professor. As a former Dark Lord, Brian harbored a deep disdain for those insufferable seers. Without their meddling, countless oblivious challengers would be deterred from provoking him each year. Furthermore, the act of predicting the future was inherently forbidden by the world itself, resulting in various levels of punishment for genuine diviners. Deafness and blindness were commonplace consequences. Upon unwrapping Brian's item, one could discern a cup fashioned from bone, engraved with ancient runes. The entire chalice emanated an aura of fury. This was the infamous demon blood holy grail from the magical realm. However, the one before him was merely a replica. The authentic version remained in hell. This cup had only been crafted a month prior, utilizing bone material sourced from the carcass of a deceased unicorn, which Brian had purchased at a high price from the black market a year ago. The skull and bones of the unicorn's limbs comprised this chalice. The flesh was combined with Brian's own blood through a demonic transformation ritual, creating an ancient black adhesive capable of degrading weapons and armor. Additionally, as a type of slime, it possessed an extraordinarily perverse regenerative ability, making it the quintessential countermeasure and meat shield. Ultimately, the unicorn's horn and vertebrae were fashioned into a piece of armor for Brian. The demon blood holy grail could transmute any liquid into demon blood, transforming any creature that ingested it into a demonic entity. Naturally, the potency of the resulting demon blood correlated with the strength of the liquid used. The more powerful the substance, the more formidable the demon blood produced. This demon blood also offered exceptional healing properties to all creatures of the magical realm, rivaling that of the finest healing potions. As for this replica, aside from its inability to serve as a conduit for summoning hellfire like the original, all other functions were perfectly replicated. Chapter 10. The beginning of the first lesson after having lunch and learning about the afternoon flying class arrangement. Harry felt a strong urge to complain about the school's frustrating schedule. Not only was he subjected to the seemingly apocalyptic potions class, but now he was also expected to share the flying lesson with that insufferable Slytherin, due to Draco Malfoy and Professor Snape. Both Harry and his friends Ron and Hermione held a deep-seated disdain for Slytherin. As for Brian, he was somewhat different, coming from a noble family himself. He did not entirely oppose the notion of pure-blood supremacy. However, since he selflessly upheld the status and power of the aristocracy, what grounds did he have to criticize others? Meanwhile, while Harry and his friends attended the flying class, Brian needed to take the opportunity to verify that the textbooks he had distributed were indeed accurate. He had invested considerable effort into compiling several handwritten history books, striving for perfection. For instance, he had chosen luxurious covers made from various gemstones and gold-embellished leather. As a wizard, he thought, dare you claim these textbooks are heavy? Watch as I extract your brain, restore it to its original state, and then tear apart the compendium of basic spells to stuff it inside. About half an hour later, upon hearing a sound akin to a firecracker, he knew that the unfortunate Neville had encountered yet another mishap. Why'd he say again? He recalled how Neville's toad had accidentally consumed 2 vials of potions that Snape had just concocted not long ago. At that moment, Snape had been so furious he could have had a house elf prepare a sautéed toad for dinner. This also explained Snape's foul mood during lunch, evidenced by his desire to use an axe instead of a knife while cutting his steak. For the poor Neville, Brian offered a moment of silence. Regarding Harry fortuitously becoming the seeker for the Quidditch team and impressively showcasing his skills in front of everyone, Brian couldn't help but mutter in frustration. If it weren't for Dumbledore, that role should have rightfully belonged to him. Now he could only sulk in the staff room, preparing for the afternoon Muggle Studies class. I bet the afternoon Muggle Studies class will definitely be taught by Brian. After Harry and Ron finished admiring the trophy cabinet, they began to discuss the upcoming Muggle Studies lesson. I think that's entirely unnecessary, Ron remarked. The schedule was distributed early this morning. Unless one is blind, it's clear that Muggle Studies is Brian's class. Hermione, who was already deeply interested in Muggle Studies, felt somewhat dissatisfied with the fact that the professor was essentially a peer. Yet her excitement was hard to conceal. However, she overlooked the possibility that 2 absent-minded individuals had simply neglected to check the schedule and were merely following the crowd. Good afternoon, students. My name is Brian Israel, and you may call me Professor Brian. Perhaps you may perceive me as no different from yourselves, merely a subject of jest and derision regarding this course. However, I suspect you will soon find yourselves regretting such sentiments. At this moment, Brian remains ensconced in the classroom, diligently preparing for the final lesson, when, with relentless fervor, Hermione forcefully swings open the classroom door. Naturally, the students of Gryffindor and Slytherin have heard Brian's plight. In light of the current awkwardness, Brian would gladly wish to vanish into the ground. Fortunately, a simple ancient spell of time reversal, of which Professor McGonagall had applied to the Ministry of Magic for Hermione's time turner, was crafted based on this ancient magic, supplemented with an elusive substance known as Sand of Time. This spell adeptly alleviated the present embarrassment. Yet, due to the limitations imposed by the ceiling, the spell could only be employed once within a month and could not reverse time by more than an hour at a time. Thus, when Hermione flung open the classroom door, a throng of children flooded inside. only to discover Brian standing behind the podium on a footstool fashioned from an assortment of unknown bones, intently observing them. Thankfully, the classroom, illuminated by large windows, appeared both bright and inviting, its cleanliness and novelty standing in stark contrast to the others. Consequently, the skeletal stool, paired with his flowing obsidian robes, rendered Brian far less intimidating than Severus Snape. Good afternoon, students. My name is Professor Gabriel Brian Ace Ryan, but you may address me simply as Professor Brian. Perhaps you believe that due to our similar ages, you may treat me lightly and regard this subject with disdain. I assure you, such thoughts will soon lead to regret. As Brian spoke in a measured tone, the previously bright sky outside transformed into a foreboding gray, while the braziers flanking the classroom erupted with flames of blue and green hues. The eerie flicker of the fire, combined with the darkened sky and the gusts of wind sweeping through the windows, made Brian's face, illuminated by the firelight, to appear pale and emanating a ghostly blue glow, all the more haunting. Not to mention, his shadow, centered around the skeletal stool, writhed along the ground like a tentacle. Now, let us commence our lesson. Before you lie the following texts: History and Culture of China, History of Japan, History of Great Britain, the Development of Rome, and the Development of France. Should anyone find themselves lacking any of these volumes, do not hesitate to inform me. However, I trust that none are missing. Additionally, these books are the result of a week's worth of meticulous compilation and organization on my part, so I urge you to cherish them. As he uttered the words, "All is well," the ominous sky, the howling wind, and the eerie flames dissipated into nothingness. The once fearsome visage of Brian now radiated a refreshing warmth. Yet, the dampness of his clothes, soaked with cold sweat, and the tremors in his legs starkly reminded everyone of the recent reality, a reality that was both terrifying and palpable. Upon witnessing the scattered dry leaves, the cold sweat began to beat anew. For these children, the amiable demeanor of Brian was far more daunting than that of Snape. Oh, a group of little rascals. Do you think I cannot maintain order? It was evident that Brian was quite pleased with the outcome of the current situation. To command the attention of children of similar age, one must establish a certain authority. Otherwise, it would be ineffective. Casting a glance around the classroom and observing that no one had informed him of a lack of textbooks, Brian continued with his performance. The term Muggle is likely familiar to everyone here, as well as related pejorative terms such as squib and mudblood, which are laden with discrimination. I suspect many of you have experienced the torment associated with such terms. I find this phenomenon exceedingly distasteful. I harbor a profound discontent towards the Ministry of Magic and the lenient attitude of Professor Dumbledore. Can anyone enlighten me about the foremost goal advocated by the wizarding world over the past century and the esteemed requirements for obtaining the Order of Merlin? Chapter 11. The Baptism of Demon Blood. Ah, lovely lady, I am delighted you wish to answer this inquiry. A swift glance revealed Hermione's hand raised first. While it seemed Slytherin was either inherently averse to such questions or still in a state of shock. Currently, the wizarding community ardently promotes peaceful coexistence between wizards and muggles, urging the abandonment of negative notions in pursuit of equality. The Order of Merlin, awarded based on the magnitude of contributions to the magical community, is categorized into 3 tiers: first, second, and third. Any wizard contributing to the magical realm is welcomed into the order, and the medal is conferred upon those who make significant strides toward harmonious relations with non-magical individuals. The Order of Merlin is one of the highest honors within the wizarding world, with fewer than 30 wizards worldwide having attained this distinction. Professor Brian, if I recall correctly, you have been awarded the highest honor, the first-class Merlin Medal. Indeed, quite impressive. As I have noted, Miss Hermione possesses not only exceptional beauty, but also remarkable intellect. I can reveal to you that the advocacy for a peaceful coexistence and the pursuit of equality was a suggestion I proposed to the Ministry of Magic. It was this seemingly inconspicuous suggestion that earned me the honor of a first-class medal, which I believe, when compared to others, carries a significant amount of embellishment. Now, without digressing further, I pose another question. Why do the vast majority of wizards look down upon muggles, even discriminating against those wizarding family members who cannot wield magic, referring to them derogatorily as muggles and squibs? Stepping down from the podium, Brian approached the front. In truth, while I understand the reasoning behind these terms, I find them increasingly inappropriate in our current context. In our view, muggles are seen as stubborn, ignorant, and frail. However, through my extensive interactions with them, I have discovered that this perception is misleading. Especially in regard to many of their research products, I find them to be remarkably advanced and efficient. For instance, the Motorola A device resembling a brick and categorized as a mobile phone vastly surpasses the traditional methods of communication, such as the owl post, which we are well acquainted with, as well as other information dissemination techniques. The reasons for my conviction will be elaborated in our next class, where I shall provide you with first-hand experience. Initially, like everyone else, I perceived Muggles as rather feeble. However, given the advancements in weaponry over the past century, I can foresee that in the coming decades, the weapons crafted by Muggles could eliminate us without our slightest awareness. A mere handful of their nuclear weapons could obliterate England entirely. In summary, as humans, our kind, whether magical or not, possesses boundless potential and possibilities. Should one remain short-sighted and complacent, the consequences will inevitably be dire, and by then, regret may come too late. This is my first class, and I appreciate your understanding regarding any queries you might have. Having concluded his lengthy discourse, Brian returned to his stool, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, sweeping over each student. I must also inform you that, beyond the regular curriculum, I offer a private course on ancient magic. The astonishing effects you witnessed earlier are but a glimpse of ancient magic, which can be wielded without a wand and boasts far greater efficacy than the spells you are familiar with. However, mastery of this art requires exceptional talent. Otherwise, you may struggle even to grasp the basics. As for the course schedule, it will take place after dinner each day on the 8th floor, where you will find my imposing black door. I shall be there regularly. Now, I have assigned you the task of reading the books before you meticulously, as the exam at the end of the term will be closely related to their contents. Additionally, I will introduce certain topics in due course. For instance, I shall bring the telephone to our lesson tomorrow. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. The rest of you may choose to read at this moment. With his finger tapping rhythmically on the lectern, Brian spoke gravely, yet with a hint of youthful naivety regarding the matters at hand. As for today's lesson, Brian felt somewhat dissatisfied, as he had failed to convey his true intentions effectively, resulting in a somewhat disorganized presentation. Nevertheless, for the astute, this was sufficient. For example, Hermione's regard for Brian had notably increased. Initially, although she did not harbor any animosity towards him as a member of the aristocracy, her sentiments were far from warm. She merely held a deep admiration for his genius in inventing fragrances and novel soaps. To Brian, the Muggle Studies class seemed a mere exercise in futility, as the ingrained ideologies of the wizarding world are notoriously challenging to rectify, let alone notions of equality that clash with one's own interests. A duke with immense power who renounces his status and privileges to advocate for fairness and equality is nothing short of absurd. Moreover, an unfair world is, in itself, a form of alternative fairness. The class duration at Hogwarts has always been brief, considerably shorter than the 45 minutes of a certain past incarnation. However, the ancient magic lessons are assuredly not of shorter duration. Aside from some indescribable purposes, it is also a matter of responsibility towards his students. Brian certainly does not wish to return to the magical realm one day to find that those he has taught are ridiculed for their weakness. After class, with some time remaining before dinner, Brian decided to retreat to his room of request to take a bath and relax. The day's exertions had indeed left him quite sweaty. In the bathtub, filled with a liquid as crimson as blood, lay the most rudimentary form of demon's blood, transformed from ordinary water. The moment Brian's foot made contact with the surface, the vibrant liquid enveloped him as if it were a living entity, swiftly converging around him as he immersed further. Soon, the entire room was suffused with a pungent scent of blood. Half an hour later, just 15 minutes before dinner commenced, the blood in the pool had been entirely consumed, revealing the replica of the demon's blood chalice embedded in the stone bottom. At this moment, infused with the demon's blood, Brian's body radiated an intense crimson hue, akin to lava, gradually cooling over time. Once it had completely solidified into a stony exterior, a series of cracking sounds ensued. Upon the final shard of stone falling away, a visibly more mature Brian emerged, as if he had grown a year or two in height and features. Chapter 12, The Sinister Scheme. Changing into a new robe and donning the necklace brought by the attendant, Brian departed the room of requests and made his way to the hall on the first floor. Shortly after his exit, the previous bath began to refill, and the demon's blood chalice commenced transforming the entire pool of water once more. "Oh, Brian, have you grown taller? You didn't seem this tall when I saw you at noon," exclaimed Professor Flitwick, astonished as he observed Brian gazing longingly at a slice of black forest cake. "Oh, that. This morning, I happened upon a growth potion that accelerates one's physical and aesthetic development. However, the side effects are significant. It appears that while one grows, their lifespan is proportionally shortened. Fortunately, I possess another elixir that can enhance vitality and longevity. By the way, Professor Flitwick, would you care for a dose? I assure you it will make you feel considerably younger. Brian held a favorable impression of the amiable Professor Flitwick, and perhaps due to old Peter's influence. He approached most elders with kindness. After all, honoring one's elders and cherishing the young is a traditional virtue. An elixir that extends life is truly a marvel. Your potion achievements will undoubtedly surpass all others. If possible, I would love to invite you to provide individual tutoring in potion making for the students in my department. But is that truly feasible? Could you provide me with a copy? For a potion deemed miraculous, even the immensely knowledgeable Flitwick would be left in awe. The prospect of extending one's life by 2 years and becoming more youthful is indeed something to eagerly anticipate. In truth, as long as one dares to dream and boldly engages in research, the creation of such a potion is ultimately attainable. However, I fear that if Professor Snape were to learn of my intention to offer additional tutoring in potion making to the Ravenclaw students, he would surely strangle me. Well, he has already overheard my musings. As for the potion, it is merely a minor detail. You must understand that as the second individual to consume such a concoction, your contributions to this research are undeniably significant. Casting a glance at Snape, who was equally exhilarated by the idea of a potion that could enhance longevity and youthfulness, Brian continued, "Did your potion utilize unicorn blood? To my knowledge, only unicorn blood possesses such properties. However, I need not remind you that it is a grave violation of nature and may lead to dire curses." After a moment of contemplation, Snape spoke with a tone filled with fervor, yet remained meticulous. "Indeed, I am well aware of that. Thus, I did not opt for unicorn blood, despite the fact that it would considerably expedite my research. Instead, I employed some gift from a Chinese friend, which included snow lotus from Tian Shan and a few ginseng roots over 500 years old from Changbai Mountain. As for the precise formula and methodology, that remains a secret I cannot divulge. Now, it is time for dinner, and I have matters to attend to," Brian declared, his stomach growling audibly from hunger. The result of being imbued with demon blood had significantly amplified his appetite, leading him to consume an entire turkey by himself in a rather exaggerated manner. After a satisfying belch, he leaned against the staircase, making his way to the 8th floor. He wondered who might be the first to seek him out. However, it was evident that, barring any surprises, it would only be Hermione today. A sense of excitement welled up within him, akin to the delightful intoxication of revelry, and a peculiar smile graced his lips. This unnerving demeanor only served to heighten the fear among the Slytherin and Gryffindor students, effectively extinguishing any lingering hopes they had. Yet, this led to yet another incident of embarrassment, as Brian found himself waiting until dawn without a single student arriving. Utilizing the surveillance capabilities of the Gates of Hell, he discovered only that Dumbledore had made 4 trips to the restroom during the night, and that Argus had passed by twice with his lantern and cat. Remarkably, not even a single mosquito had crossed his path. The discontent and frustration from the night made Brian, now bearing 2 dark circles under his eyes, appear even more menacing. Nevertheless, as a gentleman, former Dark Lord, and a benevolent, albeit wicked, individual, he managed to endure it all. After all, he had been humiliated more than once. Yet, the events of that morning left Brian with a countenance that resembled that of a corpse. Fortunately, as a person of integrity, I did not forget to bring the potion intended for Professor Flitwick. I am truly grateful. May I try it now? Professor Flitwick gazed at the bottle of crimson potion before him, his eyes betraying an unmistakable excitement. Indeed, witnessing the effects of this potion once more fills me with pride. Although I am not in the best of spirits, it is imperative, as a representative of nobility, to express courteous and kind words. As Professor Flitwick removed the specially designed stopper from the potion bottle, a rich aroma wafted through the air, accompanied by a faint metallic scent of blood. Not long after Professor Flitwick resolutely consumed the entire potion, I observed that his once pale beard and hair began to shift back to their rightful brown hue. Furthermore, the wrinkles on his face and his slightly withered skin gradually regained their fullness, making him appear as though he had reverted to a youthful state of over 20 years. Not only did his appearance transform, but the vitality of Professor Flitwick also seemed to rejuvenate. Within mere minutes, the professor appeared to have regained decades of youth. I cannot thank you enough, Brian. The effects of this potion are truly marvelous. I feel invigorated, akin to my state from 20 years ago. I could teach an entire day without succumbing to fatigue. I am profoundly grateful. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. My heavens, you are indeed a genius. It was evident that with his newfound youth, Professor Flitwick's chatter increased, and his voice grew notably louder. Consequently, this incident became widely known throughout the school, and the legend of Brian's extraordinary potion quickly spread across the entire magical community. Calm yourself, Professor Flivy. While I am delighted by the potion's efficacy, it is essential to address a critical caveat. This potion possesses a dangerous side effect. It is imperative that one never exceeds the recommended dosage. An overdose may revert one to their primal cellular state, a process that is irreversible. Even if one were to return to their original form, they would lose all prior memories. This concern may seem trivial. However, it is prudent to mention it to avoid any potential awkwardness. After all, considering that a mere vial, comparable in size to a perfume bottle, can restore youth by 2 decades, one could imagine the embarrassment if someone were to consume it recklessly as if it were mere water. Nonetheless, after today, Brian's name shall once again resonate throughout the magical realm. With this notoriety will come an influx of individuals eager to pilfer the formula and methods of creation or to purchase the potion itself. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone but Brian, this is merely another application of demonic blood. Once ingested, the potion gradually taints the consumer with demonic essence. Within 3 years, all who have partaken will become devoted servants of Brian, all while appearing perfectly normal on the surface. Chapter 13. Striving to alter the future. There is no way I shall sit idly by. Soon, just a little more, and that damn seal will reach its critical point. Once that moment arrives, I shall command my minions, concealed within the myriad dimensions of time and space, to obliterate the wedges that suppress me, thus allowing my early return. Furthermore, my power will ascend to unprecedented heights. From destruction comes rebirth. This is the lesson you have imparted to me. Ha ha ha. Witnessing my plans gradually unfold towards success. The dark figure within Brian's heart howls in madness, mocking all around. The purple crystal necklace glimmers with an eerie radiance under the sun. If one were to gaze closely, they would discern tiny black tendrils writhing within, signifying those transformed by demonic blood. For instance, Thor stands as the first being to undergo such transformation. However, there exists a substantial disparity between Thor and Professor Flivy. At present, Thor embodies a pure abyssal demon. Although a mere lowly fire imp, he is unequivocally a demon. Conversely, Professor Flivy merely harnesses the vitality bestowed by demonic blood, along with a corresponding mental disposition, subtly instilling a tinge of loyalty and obedience towards Brian within his subconscious. Nevertheless, Professor Flivy remains fundamentally the same, albeit rejuvenated, and is far more inclined to heed Brian's directives. Well, I am aware that you have just attended Professor Snape's potions class, yet I implore you to muster your spirits for mine. Harry, Ron, while I am familiar with you both, I still find it unacceptable to witness you completing assignments from other classes during mine. You may believe this subject to be of little utility. Hence, let us conduct a test, shall we? Should you manage to survive the examination, I will advocate to Dumbledore for this course to be reinstated as an elective. As I spoke, a dazzling light engulfed them, and they found themselves no longer in the classroom, but amidst towering skyscrapers, the iconic steel and concrete edifices of the Muggle world. Next, I shall temporarily implant all magical knowledge into your minds. Although the process may be somewhat uncomfortable, the outcome is quite promising. Additionally, I shall weave the experiences of great wizards into your subconscious. Your objective is to endure through my onslaught. Rest assured, I shall employ only Muggle weaponry. After an arduous 20 minutes, this testing game culminated in the explosion of a nuclear bomb. The results were as expected, complete annihilation, with only Hermione managing to last the full duration, ultimately succumbing to the cataclysmic force of a nuclear blast. Excellent. I trust the outcome of the test is clear to you. Bear in mind that my marksmanship and hunting skills are far superior to those of the elite among non-wizards. This implies that even the mightiest, such as your parents or Professor Snape, could easily forfeit their lives in a moment of carelessness. Even a powerful figure like Professor Dumbledore would find it exceedingly difficult to survive the onslaught of a nuclear explosion, as I doubt that the distance and speed of apparition could rival the rapidity of a nuclear detonation. Through this experimental endeavor, I wish to impart a significant lesson. Never underestimate any existence, particularly our fellow humans. What you have witnessed today is merely a manifestation of their crafted weaponry. Countless remarkable inventions serve exceptionally beneficial purposes, although spells can indeed be replicated. They pale in comparison to the efficiency and convenience of what we have long deemed the unassailable products of science. Now, if there are any questions, please feel free to raise your hand. Clearly, the effectiveness of this lesson has been commendable, especially as it has successfully acquainted these children with a device resembling a brick. The feedback following their experience has been, as anticipated, overwhelmingly positive. Subsequently, Brian intends to introduce them to products such as juicers. It was during a tea break after this lesson that Brian recalled why Hermione had not attended yesterday. She had unfortunately stumbled into a corridor on the 3rd floor, inadvertently encountering the offspring of a 3-headed hellhound alongside Ron and Potter. Naturally shaken, she opted to retreat to slumber. Reflecting on this incident, Brian's spirits lifted considerably. And given the circumstances of the class, he found himself increasingly assured of Hermione's remarkable capabilities. It must be emphasized that her disposition is exceedingly irksome. Accounting for her apparent lack of friends, Ron muttered irritably to Harry and the others as they walked. Unbeknownst to him, Hermione was right behind them. Upon hearing such hurtful remarks, Hermione felt both anger and profound sorrow, hastily departing from their sight, as if he had sensed her distress. Harry realized the gravity of the situation when he noticed Hermione's unusual behavior. Meanwhile, Brian felt elated by the unfolding scene below, for he recognized an opportunity had presented itself. He had been troubled by the prospect of disbanding the future Golden Trio, but now it appeared to be a fortuitous turn of events. It seemed that Hermione's exceptional abilities and her stellar performance in Professor Flitwick's class had incited envy and resentment among her peers, further isolating her. Excessive dedication often leaves others feeling as if they have a thorn in their throat, leading to the isolation of diligent scholars. I too experienced this during my tenure as class president and student council leader. Now, Hermione finds herself in a similar predicament, her superiority far surpassing that of her contemporaries. And as I was unable to join her as a fellow student as initially intended, the ill she faces becomes a challenge I cannot alleviate. Thus, Hermione, much like in her previous journey, faces isolation. However, there remains a remedy for this, and the impending encounter with the giant presents a pivotal moment. If history can be altered at this juncture, then all previous arrangements will possess their intended significance, and future plans and objectives can be realized as desired. Chapter 14. The Heart of a Young Girl. As the school term commenced and the academic schedule unfolded, the delightful occasion of Halloween was soon upon us, followed shortly by Christmas. During this period, most students would return home to celebrate the holidays, resulting in a temporary cessation of classes. Thus, this interlude provided Brian the opportunity to return and tackle the mountain of paperwork that had accumulated over time. The daily influx of import and export documents from across the nation could easily form several stacks. Fortunately, with the assistance of magic and the recent help from Thor, who had his familiar deliver some urgent documents for signature, the workload had become somewhat manageable. I recall when Brian had taken a half-month retreat to a rural farmhouse. Upon his return, he opened his study to find it entirely filled with paperwork, even with the aid of magic. It took him a solid 2 days and nights to resolve the chaos. Soon, dinner time approached. However, this evening, Brian merely made a token appearance before swiftly consuming an entire apple pie and leaving a monitoring magical eye in a corner of the hall before departing. His shadowy figure glided through the darkness and soon arrived at the entrance of the girls' restroom. The corridor, dim and silent due to everyone being at dinner, offered an eerie stillness. At the restroom door, if one listened closely, they could hear Hermione's sorrowful sobs. Should a fortunate student happen to pass by and witness Brian preparing to enter the girls' restroom, headlines in the next day's Daily Prophet would likely scream, "The first potion's genius is actually a pervert," although the Muggle underworld and aristocracy would not dare mock Brian. They would undoubtedly brand this nobleman with the label of a peculiar voyeur. Nevertheless, compared to winning a fair maiden's heart and altering the course of future history, such trivial matters were inconsequential. Still, some small preparations were in order, such as casting an invisibility charm and a phasing spell. For reasons unknown, Brian preferred employing ancient magic he had utilized for countless years over the more widely known expression of vanishing without a trace. After all, while such spells may be simple for beginners, mastering them remained a challenge. Yet for Brian, they had become as instinctive as eating and drinking. Upon entering the girls' restroom, Brian effortlessly located Hermione's stall. "Hermione, are you in there?" "Professor Brian, what are you doing here?" "This is the girls' restroom. I don't think this is something a noble gentleman should be doing." Clearly, Hermione was in a rather poor mood, and, as she herself pointed out, this was indeed an inappropriate situation. However, Brian had little choice. "I am fully aware of how improper this is, but I believe they will understand the mischievous behavior of an 11-year-old child," he jested. "Before being a noble, I remain your professor, and my foremost duty is to care for my students. Furthermore, I see a reflection of myself in you, and it pains me to think of you suffering due to such matters." As Brian's words gradually reached her, Hermione ceased her weeping, and her emotional state began to stabilize in response to his voice. I could perceive a deeper understanding. For instance, you are a diligent genius. And while others may envy and ostracize you for your talents, little do they comprehend the extent of your efforts. I remember, just the other day, you would never have guessed that my room is actually right next to yours. I still recall that night, when I was busy until 3 in the morning, believing I was the last to sleep, only to discover you, the only one, surprisingly more alert than I was, engrossed in your studies by the dim light. Hermione, however, seemed reluctant to express anything in response to Brian, which was inconsequential. Brian could distinctly sense Hermione's feelings from just a wall apart. After all, being a demon, it is essential to perceive others' emotions. When the Sorting Hat placed you in Gryffindor, I was taken aback, for Ravenclaw would have suited you far better. Brian acted as a confidant, dutifully fulfilling his role as a professor, albeit unable to shed his ulterior motives. After approximately 10 minutes, his magical I successfully transmitted all the information from the surroundings to Brian. For instance, Professor Quirrell's self-scripted performance of releasing the troll from the dungeons, followed by his feigned panic as he reported to the other professors, culminating in an utterly contrived fainting spell. A minute later, the troll arrived at the girls' bathroom door as anticipated. Indeed, everything unfolded as smoothly as initially predicted. If you do not exit soon, you shall miss the Halloween feast, unless you are prepared to study on an empty stomach. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron remained predictably foolish, ready to confront the troll directly instead of seeking assistance. Nonetheless, their presence or absence was inconsequential. As for Hermione, after once more composing herself and adjusting her attire, she stepped out of the bathroom. Yet, what met her eyes was not the expected sight of Brian, but a towering troll, 8 or 9 feet tall, exuding an awful stench with its green skin. The troll was seen pinching its nostrils with one hand while brandishing a massive club, fixating its gaze on Hermione below. Suddenly, a whoosh echoed through the air as the club narrowly missed her head, demolishing a nearby bathroom stall into ruins. Accompanied by Hermione's high-pitched scream of fear, fortunately, Brian swiftly moved her aside. Do not be afraid, stay calm. Use the levitation charm you learned today, and concentrate on the Trolls Club. It was evident that after more than half an hour of interaction, Hermione held a profound trust in Brian, a professor of her own stature, which even surprised her. With Brian's assistance, the club was wrested from the troll's grasp, and under the troll's vacant gaze, it came crashing down onto its own head, causing the so-called rookie killer to fall unconscious to the ground. By a stroke of sheer coincidence, at the very moment the stick fell, Ron and Harry fortuitously witnessed the scene. Clearly, they were in a state of semi-stupor, much like when they first encountered the troll. Consequently, no one noticed a faint silhouette glide past them behind Hermione. In the aftermath, Professor McGonagall delightedly awarded her students 10 points. Hermione, along with the 2 passive onlookers, Ron and Harry, also received commendations, albeit accompanied by a measure of moral instruction. As for Brian, no one could ascertain when he had a peer behind them. However, regarding the events of the day, all adopted an attitude of wishing to forget, as no one wished to receive a complaint letter from a student's home. Thus, Brian's predicament was scarcely contemplated. Chapter 15, The Pink Cartoon Pajamas. Had Brian chosen an alternate course of action today, directly allowing Harry Potter to perish at the hands of the troll, one could only speculate what the outcome might have been. However, upon careful reflection, Brian realized that at this moment, Harry Potter was not fated to die. Even if he were to perish, Harry would remain unscathed. For he was a Horcrux, the one that Voldemort at least anticipated. Before long, the remaining professors departed, and Professor McGonagall had already escorted the 3 young Gryffindors back to their common room, leaving the empty corridor to only Snape, Quirrell, and Brian. Snape, evidently disinterested in the filthy, foul-smelling troll, wore a disdainful expression and, with a flick of his robes, vanished down the corridor like a bat. As for Professor Quirrell, both he and the entity residing within him perceived Brian's presence as dangerously unsettling, yet oddly familiar. However, driven by instinctual wariness and the urging of the figure in the back of his mind, he made a hasty exit after a slight bow of farewell. Brian, satisfied with this outcome, found it rather enjoyable to test his strength against a living troll. As the barrier of steel unfolded, the corridor, now tinged with a brown hue, was left with Brian, clad in leather armor, and the troll, stirring from its stupor. Roar! The troll, evidently enraged by the presence of this human, seized the immense club beside it and swung it towards Brian. With a resounding thud, Brian grasped the club in his left hand, and despite the tremendous force, He was propelled sideways for 6 or 7 steps before he managed to halt his movement. One could scarcely imagine the sheer strength behind a blow from a creature standing 12 feet tall and weighing over a ton. Then, leveraging the weight of the club, Brian ascended and conjured a swirling mass of blue-green flames. With a decisive strike of his palm, he unleashed the flames upon the troll, swiftly enveloping the entire creature in a fierce inferno. However, it is evident that the searing flames merely singed the skin and outer flesh of the giant, who possessed formidable resistance to magic. Towering at approximately 12 feet, the giant's skin was tough and encrusted with mud, granting him substantial resistance to both physical and magical harm. Save for his head, the intense pain further provoked the beast's ferocity, as evidenced by his wild thrashing and the way he wielded his massive club, reducing the entire corridor to rubble. It was apparent that the previous flames had blinded him and ravaged his ears. At that moment, Brian drew forth his peculiar black crystal wand from his garments. Within the wand, a tormented soul writhed and shrieked. In prolonged proximity to this wand would likely drive one to madness due to its haunting resonance. However, had Chilo been present, he would have known that this wand contained a fragment of his very soul, specifically that which had been extracted from the diadem of Ravenclaw. The wand, pulsating with a crimson glow and emanating wisps of dark mist, began to elongate and transform. In mere seconds, what was once a 13¼ inch wand morphed into a sword of crystalline stone, measuring over 1 meter in length. At the cross-section, Voldemort's soul writhed and howled. Upon grasping the wand, Brian realized it was not a wand at all, but a sword, crafted entirely from dark soulstone, a mineral source from the depths of the magical realm, capable of ensnaring and siphoning the souls of those slain by its weapons, thereby augmenting the wielder's power. The sword he had once possessed, which was ultimately destroyed, was forged from both dark soulstone and the rarest obsidian. As wisps of dark mist emanated from the crystalline sword, Brian transformed into a shadowy wisp and charged at the giant. Following a series of strikes empowered by sharpened and piercing spells, the giant was dismembered, collapsing to the ground. With the extraction of its soul, the vast body disintegrated into a cloud of ash, which, after a gentle breeze passed, dissipated into the ether. With the barrier lifted, the corridor remained intact, concealing the recent battle from any observer. Before departing, Brian took a moment to repair the girls' restroom. Ah, how fulfilling life can be. It seemed no one would come by. Hermione was particularly frightened. Nevertheless, it was a relief, as it meant he could enjoy a sound slumber. He contemplated returning the following day, lest the Queen's letter be thrust into his face. Feeling exhausted after the turmoil, Brian lay alone in the vast, cold room, amplifying his sense of solitude. It seemed wise to find a companion to warm his bed, though he lamented his age of merely 11, with crushes equally youthful. A long journey lay ahead. 7 more years of solitude awaited him. Clutching a pillow, he felt akin to any ordinary child, throwing a silent tantrum. To understand the exhaustion behind that seemingly expressionless face, especially when confronted with amusing occurrences yet compelled to maintain an air of aloofness, is undoubtedly a form of torment. Just as Brian, clad in his pajamas and clutching an oversized pillow in preparation for slumber, faintly heard a series of intermittent knocks at the door. Who could it be? With bleary eyes, he trudged to the door, pillow in hand, only to find Hermione standing before him, her countenance a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Upon taking in his attire, Brian felt as though a stampede of 1,000 wild horses had surged through his mind. At that moment, he was adorned in a pair of pink pajamas embellished with charming cartoon designs, gifts from his fiancée, whom he had yet to meet, but who had been promised to him by old Peter long ago. It was evident that these had been sent over by Thor. Today had left him utterly fatigued. After all, casting the steel barrier twice was no trifling matter, not to mention the additional use of a mass experience infusion and the activation of the Dark Soulstone sword. Just a moment, let me change, he said, awkwardly scratching the back of his head before darting back into his room to change. Hermione, stifling a giggle, found amusement in Brian's current state. The night had begun with a sense of trepidation as she ascended to the 8th floor to seek his counsel, only to be met with the imposing door that now made her wish to retreat. However, the awkwardness of the moment dissipated the tension that had enveloped her. Chapter 16. The Gift of Ice Power. Please, let us keep what just happened between us. Otherwise, the credibility I worked so hard to establish will vanish, Brian said as he settled onto the sofa, preparing 2 cups of hot cocoa, one of which he handed to Hermione. I cannot make any promises. If I do not acquire the knowledge I seek from you, then I cannot assure you of my silence regarding your little escapade to the ladies' room, she teased, taking a sip of the sweet beverage that immediately warmed her. In that moment, Hermione found Brian's youthful demeanor genuinely delightful, realizing that, indeed, they were all just children at heart. You are quite the little devil, but I cannot guarantee how much I will learn from you. First, we must assess your aptitude. Just a moment, let me fetch the testing materials. I want to be long, she added, her mischievous gaze sending shivers down Brian's spine, leading him to contemplate the necessity of acquiring a time turner from the Ministry of Magic sooner rather than later. Why must the lamentable time reversal spell have such a lengthy cooldown? Brian lamented silently. After roughly a minute of rummaging, Brian retrieved a box crafted from black stone from a cabinet. He solemnly produced a crystal ball that emanated a faint magical aura. As for the base of the crystal ball, well, it was yet another manifestation of Brian's morbid sense of humor, crafted from what appeared to be a human skull. Brian, do you have a peculiar obsession with bones? Why must everything involve skulls? Is it not true that even this cup of yours is crafted from bone? The sight of that skull base sent a shiver down my spine, especially after I meticulously examined the cup and discovered that it too is fashioned from bones. I am left utterly speechless. Quality skeletal materials are undoubtedly remarkable. Whether from magical creatures or humans, bones serve as exceptional conduits and reservoirs of magical energy. This cup is ingeniously crafted from the leg bone of a lava giant, within which I have inscribed a magical rune for heating. With just a slight infusion of magical energy, it transforms into an exquisite vessel, suitable even for boiling water or brewing tea. Regarding my somewhat pronounced fascination with bones, Brian naturally found a splendid justification. As for the utility of skeletal remains, well, that is indeed true. Now, place your hand upon this orb, relax, and slowly infuse it with your magical energy, just as you would when casting spells with your wand. Yes, just like that. While guiding Hermione on how to utilize this elemental testing orb, Brian meticulously observed the transformations occurring within it. As Hermione began to channel her magic, the previously translucent orb shifted to a soft blue hue, and soon, a chilling aura emanated from its surface, enveloping the entire orb in a crystalline blue, ice-like form. Rapidly, the cold began to spread across the table, reaching the floor and surrounding area, encasing everything it touched in frost. Meanwhile, Brian found himself encircled by a ring of flames, the frost and chill dissipating upon contact. In just a few minutes, the majority of the wish fulfillment room was blanketed in ice. As for the 2 cups of cocoa, they had long since transformed into solid chocolate. The formidable power of frost had entirely obscured the runes inscribed on the cups. Awaken! At that moment, with Brian's commanding voice, Hermione paused and then came to her senses. Did I do all of this? Clearly, her heart was brimming with excitement and curiosity at the sight of the icy landscape before her. Congratulations, your power belongs to frost, ranking among the most esteemed of elements. And the quality of your frost magic is exceptionally high. Should you avoid mishaps, your future achievements will undoubtedly reach the level of a grand sorcerer. In other words, if you acquire complete knowledge of magic, your strength will surpass even that of Voldemort. Observing Hermione's exhilaration, Brian spoke with unflappable calm. After all, having encountered far superior talents as a former Dark Lord, he had seen warriors who challenged him, most of whom were masters of all elemental affinities. As for grand sorcerers, once one attains such heights, they are merely regarded as high-level fodder. To the eyes of many, grand sorcerers seem unattainable, yet in the eyes of gods and dark lords, they are insignificant. Without divine status, they are but ants. However, within this confined space, Hermione's talent shines brightly. Moreover, talent can evolve over time. When considering one's ultimate achievements, can one truly worry about success with a former champion as a mentor? Is this truly happening? I can scarcely believe that the mere categorization of magic by elemental types could upend all that I have come to understand about magical theory. Goodness, Brian, how did you come by this knowledge? And what are your qualifications? Upon hearing Brian's words, Hermione felt an exhilarating surge of excitement, and being the astute woman she is, she quickly pondered a more pressing question. Of course, I acquired this knowledge through diligent study and research from a long time ago. Otherwise, how do you think I managed to concoct that potion for Professor Flitwick? Additionally, as you may know, I often operate without a wand or incantations. This is due to the fact that my approach diverges significantly from what you have been taught. If it were otherwise, Dumbledore would have long since assigned me to teach defense against the dark arts, she remarked, her words flowing in a cascade of significance, though Brian seemed intent on evading inquiries regarding his innate talents. Consequently, Hermione inadvertently dismissed this inconsequential matter. Thus, the curriculum you are to study has been established. Starting tomorrow, I shall instruct you in the application of your frost powers, and I will also impart to you the vast majority of general magic that I am acquainted with. By the way, have you reflected on my previous suggestion? Clearly, Hermione's desire to succumb to sleep was overshadowed by the more pressing decision of whether to heed her own advice and transfer to Ravenclaw. In truth, I had contemplated this matter prior to my arrival. Perhaps Ravenclaw would indeed be a more fitting choice for me. However, I did not recall any historical instances of transfers and remain uncertain of its feasibility. Despite the tumult of excitement still swirling within her, she steadied her resolve and replied with a measured tone. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter. Professor Dumbledore and I share a long-standing rapport, and regarding Professor Flitwick, I previously provided him with a potion that restores youth and prolongs life, as I'm sure you are aware. Therefore, this should pose no issue, as long as you are certain of your decision. In Hermione's presence, Brian assumed the role of a wise elder, providing a sense of reassurance, even though he was merely 11 years old, a fact that always felt somewhat disconcerting. Chapter 17. The Tragic Conspiracy Behind the Betrothal. The following day, with no classes to attend, Brian enjoyed breakfast and exchanged greetings with Dumbledore before retreating to his room. After establishing the coordinates for the teleportation point, he prepared to return directly from Hogwarts to his castle. Meanwhile, Thor had already completed the setup of the teleportation point under his guidance and supervision. Brian had not forgotten to mention Hermione's situation, and while Dumbledore was initially reluctant, he ultimately acquiesced. As for Professor Flitwick, he was quite pleased to welcome such a diligent student as Hermione. The only one harboring discontent was Professor McGonagall, who took the time to lecture Ron, Harry, and their peers. With the successful establishment of the teleportation array, Brian was spared the arduous journey back by train. That had been the original plan. However, it was evident that Hermione, being the eager student she was, would not permit him to shirk his responsibilities. The teleportation array did not employ bones. Instead, it was constructed with 12 black stone tablets arranged in a circle. Each tablet was separated by 2 exquisite red gemstones, while the center was adorned with a plethora of inscribed runes. Ultimately, as flames erupted from the tops of the surrounding tablets, it signified that the teleportation array was successfully activated. After confirming through a long-distance communication device, Brian activated the array. The tablets rose from the ground and began to revolve rapidly around the central circle. At the pinnacle of this motion, a blinding flash of light enveloped him, and Brian found himself on the other side. The castle of the Esrian family was none other than the renowned Stirling Castle. This fortress was originally constructed by James IV, a monarch famed for his contributions to medicine and science in his relentless pursuit of immortality. Centuries ago, the castle was bestowed upon the current patriarch of the Esrian family by the Queen, in recognition of their illustrious military achievements and unwavering loyalty to the empire. The extensive lands surrounding it were likewise granted as a duchy. However, in the era of Old Peter, due to the shifting tides of politics, these lands were returned to the crown. Nevertheless, with the royal favor, the Esrian family gained even greater strength in managing and controlling the dark forces within the realm. It was for this reason that the royal family arranged a betrothal between Brian and the Esrian family when he was merely 3 years old. To this day, Brian harbored an inexplicable sense of being caught in a predicament regarding this engagement. After all, there is a saying that heroes often falter before the charms of a beauty. Brian had no desire to be ensnared by such matters. However, recalling that he had once bested even the Demon Queen filled him with a fleeting sense of confidence. Yet, as this confidence waned upon gazing at the collection of adorable pajamas in his wardrobe, it swiftly dissipated. Thor, I demand a reasonable explanation. Although I mentioned before leaving that I would accept gifts from Elizabeth and have them arranged, please tell me why my room has transformed to the point where I hardly recognize it. And what is the meaning of these oversized stuffed bears? Brian exclaimed. Moreover, how is it that I discovered even the furniture has been changed on my return? Faced with these incongruous elements that clashed with his aesthetic sensibilities, Brian was filled with indignation. Master, these are all gifts from the lady. As for the furniture, it was also at her behest. The lady is currently in the garden enjoying afternoon tea, and I believe she would be delighted to see you upon your return, Thor replied, stepping out from behind the door in response to Brian's evident fury. Very well, I cannot fault you for this. By the way, how long has Elizabeth been here? Brian inquired. Clearly, he held no objections to Thor's reference to Elizabeth, nor did he dare voice any significant dissent. For Elizabeth was his fiancée and a distant relative of Her Majesty, the Queen. Even a distant relation was still royal, and it was well known that the Queen herself had witnessed this engagement. My lord, the lady arrived just yesterday, and the preparations here were completed 2 days prior. On the very day of your departure, Brian's forgiveness is undoubtedly the greatest reassurance for Tor. although transformed into a fiery imp. The innate servitude of a house elf remains indelibly etched within. It is indeed perplexing. Now, please take me to meet her, as a master. It would be exceedingly rude not to greet a guest, and I certainly do not wish to be the subject of ridicule by those lowly insects. Brian harbors no fondness for most of the other nobles, rather a sense of disdain and disgust. It is difficult to foster admiration for an imbecile who believes he performs well, particularly when that imbecile wields a dagger larger than others behind the scenes. As I walked through, I observed a remarkable transformation, from the smallest vase to the grandest curtains and cabinets. The drapes have shifted from their original shades of purple and brown to hues of pink and soft pastel, while the once cherished blue and white porcelain gifted by my Asian smuggling associates has now morphed into colorful pottery adorned with youthful and whimsical designs. As for the cabinets, although they remain unchanged, Brian is curious about the ribbons and such adorning them. What on earth are those? It is hard to fathom that after merely a few days, this castle has been entirely claimed by another. Had this been anyone else, Brian would have surely drawn his enchanted sword, forcing that individual to kneel and sing of submission. However, upon considering the esteemed Elizabeth Mitterford, the Queen's most beloved distant relative, Brian finds himself at a loss for words. Having long been aware of her preferences, and as a familiar childhood companion, it is evident that, despite his anger, he has grown accustomed to the situation. Although he possesses formidable magical power, Brian is acutely aware of the forces surrounding the Queen. The remnants of the celestial corridor's angels are ever eager to eliminate him. Moreover, his authority and wealth are predominantly derived from the support and endowments of the royal family, not to mention the current state of the Ezrian family. Overshadowed by their own achievements and ostracized by various nobles, renders them vulnerable. Failing to secure the Queen's reassurance would be tantamount to facing an apocalyptic fate. Thankfully, the young lady is quite endearing. However, this engagement is far from a fortunate circumstance. It can be perceived as a royal conspiracy. Elizabeth's father, Prince Domifort, is the nation's most formidable admiral, commanding the majority of the navy, not to mention that several of his former subordinates hold dominion over half of the city Esgard. From another perspective, this alliance could serve as a powerful ally for the Ezrian family, given that they share a similar plight. As another noble with significant military control, Prince Domifort poses a threat to the Queen. Although the union of Elizabeth and himself may exacerbate this crisis, it also serves as a test of allegiances. In essence, this engagement is destined to yield no fruitful outcome. It is crucial to remember that had the engagement not been established, it would have resulted in the demise of old Peter and the entire Ezrian family. Conversely, fulfilling the engagement now would spell doom for Domifort. This serves as a trial for both parties. Chapter 18. The Beautiful Maiden. Stirling Castle, originally utilized by James IV as a palace for concocting the elixir of immortality, is steeped in historical significance. For centuries, England has been embroiled in warfare, yet this ancient fortress remains remarkably intact. A corridor adorned with wisteria connects to the garden, a pathway that was perhaps once home to different flora before the venerable Peter requested the planting of these enchanting blossoms. He had a profound affection for wisteria and, in his twilight years, developed an admiration for a plant known as Lycoris radiata, commonly referred to as the spider lily. The dying elder often reflected on the sordid political machinations entwined with Elizabeth's betrothal, a matter long known to Brian since the engagement was established years prior. Yet he still felt a sense of gratitude. It is difficult to fathom the depth of affection one might hold for an otherworldly alchemical being. As Brian traversed the wisteria-lined corridor, he was greeted by the magnificent garden, where various trees with intricately shaped canopies stood proudly. It is indeed remarkable that an open-air garden can retain its vibrant charm even in winter. Reflecting on the past few years, he lamented the carefree nature of his childhood, a period of unparalleled tranquility amidst countless worlds. Upon reaching the final corner of the tree-pruned corridor, he beheld a pavilion constructed of white marble, encircled by a gentle stream. Beneath its shelter sat a golden-haired girl in a pink dress, gazing blankly at the sky, her tea long since gone cold. Elizabeth Mitford, a companion from his youth, had been a cherished playmate, akin to childhood sweethearts. As he strolled into the pavilion, he wondered what had captured the girl's attention so completely, as she remained oblivious to his presence until he approached from behind. Shaking his head with a smile, Brian moved toward the other end. "Lydia, why didn't you write to me in advance? Are you finding your stay here comfortable?" Lydia was Elizabeth's diminutive name, and the castle named after her, Leeds Castle, was a gift from the later queen to the girl before him. "Oh, you're back, Brian. I wanted to surprise you." It's dreadfully dull here, especially with the furniture making this place feel like a mausoleum. And those curtains, all in shades of purple. Do you intend to cultivate mushrooms at home? By the way, what have you been up to lately? And what is that frightful creature you have at your house? Elizabeth was taken aback by Brian's sudden appearance, but her surprise quickly transformed into delight at his return. Well, you know, I seldom visit this castle. I usually reside in that quaint little wooden villa. A few days ago, I enlisted the help of Dobby, the peculiar-looking house elf, to transport all my belongings. Though his appearance may be rather odd, he is remarkably efficient, particularly in the culinary arts, where he excels. As for the furniture you mentioned, they are all exquisite works of art. By the way, where have you placed my collection of blue and white porcelain vases? These were gifts from my friends in Asia, each one quite valuable. Regarding the curtains, they have remained drawn due to the absence of company in the house. Otherwise, dust would accumulate excessively. Recently, I received an invitation from school to take on the role of professor. This evening, I must venture out for my classes. I have shared an abundance of information, nearly divulging everything aside from matters concerning Hermione. It is worth noting that deceiving a fiancé, especially one as astute as mine, is an exceedingly foolish endeavor. Ah, you have become a teacher. How astonishing. You are heading to the school tonight? Which institution do you represent? I would love to attend one of your lectures someday. The thought of you standing before the class makes me chuckle. How will you get there? I recall that the nearest school is quite far from here, and you would arrive well past midnight. Wait, shouldn't your invitation be for an honorary position, perhaps as a chancellor? Why are you merely a professor? If your so-called friends were to discover this, they might just set fire to the school. Moreover, why is there no news on television or in the newspapers? Are you implying that it is impossible? The institution that has invited me is a magical school, renowned throughout Europe, known as Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. As you know, I am not an ordinary individual, but such institutions cannot be publicly acknowledged, especially since governing bodies have regulations prohibiting the magical community from revealing itself to the non-magical world. As for my mode of transportation, I have prepared a teleportation spell, allowing me to arrive directly. However, I will return early tomorrow morning. Currently, there are few classes to attend, as we are busy preparing for Halloween and an upcoming competition. Thankfully, this has granted me the chance to visit, though I will not be here on the day of the competition, and I may be occupied during the subsequent Halloween festivities. By the way, Liz, how long do you intend to stay during your visit? A magical school. Do such institutions truly exist? I too yearn to attend. How might I gain entry to that esteemed academy? The mere thought of your enchanting magic fills me with excitement. Originally, I intended to spend time with you, planning to remain until after Halloween, but since you will be busy, I shall depart in a couple of days. It is clear that Liz harbors an immense fascination for magical schools and the wonders they hold. I sincerely apologize, Liz, for not being able to accompany you. However, around Christmas, the school will break for winter holidays, and I shall visit then. It has been quite some time since I last paid my respects to His Royal Highness. By the way, is there any particular gift you desire? I shall bring something special for you. Are there any delightful treasures in the magical realm? They must be charming and beautiful. As for charming items, I seem to have none, but there are plenty of intriguing treats, such as chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. The chocolate frog does indeed move like a real frog, while the Bertie Bott's every flavor beans seem purely a matter of luck, as this confectionery boasts over 700 flavors, including such delightful options as sock odor and booger. By the way, you could take these to a tea party for a bit of mischief. Oh, I just remembered something rather splendid, though acquiring it may prove somewhat challenging. Nevertheless, I shall bring it back, and I trust you will adore it. Gazing at the enchanting blonde maiden before him, Brian felt a deep-seated fondness. The booger-flavored candy was truly dreadful that day, yet amusing. Do indulge me in trying them all. The animated chocolate frog must surely be a source of great fun. By the way, did you not mention that ordinary people should not be privy to your secrets? Elizabeth appeared somewhat perplexed by Brian's words. I forgot to mention that the organization known as the Ministry of Magic actually falls under my jurisdiction. I have had dealings with them since I first encountered them at the age of 9. Taking a sip of tea, Brian spoke in a nonchalant manner. Oh, by the way, Brian, I must confess that I cherish any gift you bestow upon me. Giggling. As she spoke, Elizabeth revealed a radiant smile. The beauty of her smile was so enchanting that it never failed to uplift his spirits. Chapter 19. The magic class commences. It must be said that time spent with Elizabeth always seems to fly by. Soon it was lunchtime, and today's meal consisted of 4 exquisite dishes. Sirloin steak accompanied by a specially crafted black pepper sauce, a refreshing mint salad made from freshly delivered mint and an assortment of vegetables, a delicately made salmon sandwich, and finally, a delightful strawberry fruit cake. Additionally, due to Elizabeth's preferences, they opted for juice to accompany their meal rather than the usual wine. Observing a beautiful person savoring their food with such elegance is undoubtedly a pleasure. In the past, even when dining on the most mundane dishes, prepared by the most ordinary chefs, everything felt rather commonplace. The decor and ambience were equally unremarkable. Yet, this seemingly ordinary meal transformed into something extraordinary simply because the woman seated across from Brian was relishing it with such joy and satisfaction. This ordinary sense of contentment deeply affected Brian, making this meal feel even more delectable than those enjoyed in extravagant five-star establishments. At this moment, the phrase "a feast for the eyes" might indeed be an apt description. For Elizabeth, dining with someone she admired made the food all the more delicious. Moreover, Brian was a strikingly handsome young man, and his graceful mannerisms were equally captivating. The only downside was his perpetual choice of attire, always clad in black, with the occasional change to a dark navy hue at most. Moreover, due to the gentlemanly customs of England, it appears that both children and adults alike have an affinity for wielding a cane, which only serves to accentuate Brian's already somber and aged demeanor. At times, his icy composure and formidable aura instill a profound sense of dread, even in the heart of the most familiar companion, Elizabeth, evoking the image of a soulless corpse. Nevertheless, regardless of Brian's disposition, Elizabeth swore an unwavering allegiance to him, vowing to love and protect him eternally. How could Brian remain oblivious to the affections of the young maiden? Otherwise, he would have long ago committed unspeakable acts against those who dared to meddle with his affairs. Yet, before he embraced the mantle of a demon, Brian was still a man, and he could never summon ire against one who devotedly loved him. As night fell, after placing a gentle kiss upon Elizabeth's forehead to bid her farewell, Brian retreated to his study, activating the teleportation circle once more to return to Hogwarts. Alas, it seemed he had overindulged at dinner, for the teleportation now provoked a wave of nausea. It must be said that this method of transport does bear its own side effects. At this moment, it rendered the ever-elegant and gentlemanly Brian in a state of tragic disarray. Once he finally regained his composure, he found himself utterly drained, his complexion devoid of color. It appeared that he must hasten the cleansing of the demon's blood within him. Fortunately, he would soon have the opportunity to acquire fresh unicorn blood. As for curses and similar matters, they posed no challenge to the progenitors of the curse-bearers. However, the thought of personally slaughtering a unicorn was utterly inconceivable to Brian, a man who shared Hagrid's profound affection for creatures. For now, he would take a moment to rest, as Hermione was due to arrive shortly, and he also needed to prepare the items he would require. Sipping a cup of hot cocoa to warm his weakened stomach and soothe his throat, which had suffered from the turmoil of gastric distress, Brian began to arrange the necessary materials. Among them were 2 meditation cushions and 12 magical orbs imbued with ice elements. Along with the 2 tomes, he had spent an entire afternoon crafting in his study. One was titled Comprehensive Guide to Basic Universal Magic, and the other the Codex of Frost. The former was an essential text for every magic apprentice of Brian's era, detailing a variety of arcane spells and common enchantments, including the renowned Arcane Missile, Arcane Shock, and Arcane Silence, along with insights and warnings from esteemed archmages, as well as explanations pertinent to the magical arts. For instance, within the chapter on the transformation of sheep, it is stated that the enchantment can convert lesser sentient beings into higher forms of intelligence. Although the transformation rarely accompanies significant changes in cerebral function, such occurrences may sporadically arise. Under the influence of human intellect, creatures like snakes or wolves, known for their insatiable greed, may unleash their predatory instincts to their fullest extent, a result we would rather not witness. It is our duty to remind the mages not to forget the minor catastrophe designated as 12651B, a fully armed bear, a detail extracted by Brian from a tome entitled Foundations of Arcane Magic in Azeroth. He also appended all relevant timelines alongside documented events and cases from the local history of Azeroth. In the previous millennium, Brian was born on the continent of Azeroth, taking on the form of a shadow devoid of any offensive capability. However, it must be acknowledged that this world has preserved its ancient magical heritage remarkably well, with subsequent developments and extensions emerging far beyond their origins. Ultimately, Brian committed to memory all written knowledge of magic in this realm. As for another tome, the Codex of Frost, which emanates an aura akin to ice, this was gleaned from the arcane notes of liches and incorporated into his collection. Upon organizing these materials, Brian concealed the teleportation certificate and retrieved his wand, which had been immersed in demonic blood for an entire day. The anticipated knock on the door echoed through the room. Confirming that the visitor was indeed Hermione, Brian opened the door. At that moment, he had donned a new ensemble. A flowing black robe enveloped his form, adorned with countless intricate black runes concealed within its fabric. You might find yourself in a bit of danger shortly, though this pertains primarily to me. Hence, I have changed into this garment, which is imbued with a magical shell. Come Hermione. Understanding her curious gaze, Brian was aware of her unspoken questions. Oh, by the way, today's objective is to teach you how to communicate with magical energy. It is essential to recognize that we typically draw upon our own magical reserves to cast spells. But how do we replenish this power? The answer lies in absorbing energy from the air. Previously, we passively absorbed this energy, resulting in a chaotic amalgamation that transformed into attribute-less magical energy within us. Now, I will instruct you on actively drawing forth useful magical energy from the atmosphere to substitute for this attribute-less power. Due to the consumption of elements among each other, the disparity between attribute-less and attribute-laden magical energy of equivalent quantity is at least severalfold. Chapter 20, The Path of the Lich. Were these? How exquisite! Gazing at the ice blue orbs delicately arranged on silver trays and supported by small stands, Hermione's youthful heart was instantly stirred, for few can resist the allure of beautiful gems. I would advise against touching them just yet, or your hands may become frozen. These are elemental orbs prepared for you to directly experience the essence of the ice element, solidified from an extreme concentration and compression of elemental energy. At my current level, I can only produce 2 or 3 of these in a week. These are all creations from my past. Seeing Hermione's hand nearly resting on the orb, Brian hastily interjected. As Brian mentioned, a high concentration frost elemental orb, even just one, could transform the entirety of Hogwarts into a winter wonderland, with surface temperatures plummeting to -1 or 200 degrees. Why didn't you mention this sooner? By the way, is it all right for me to expend so many precious gems? As far as I know, such items should be quite costly. Well, I didn't anticipate you would reach for it so quickly. As for the gems, they will become increasingly easy to create as my magical prowess grows. Moreover, no matter how precious an item may be, it pales in comparison to the value of a person, especially a lady as enchanting as yourself. Wouldn't you agree? Feel free to use it. For now, just one will suffice for your needs for half a month. Not to mention that once you learn to replenish it on your own, opportunities to use them will be rare. Now, please sit on that cushion and adopt the most comfortable posture you can manage. Saying this, Brian shyly scratched his head, exchanged a few pleasantries, and gestured toward one of the 2 cushions surrounded by gems. The other cushion, of course, was meant for Brian. The 2 cushions were black and white, embodying the concept of yin and yang, as often spoken of by our Asian friends. This balance is essential even for demons. Though it is often said that anything taken to its extreme becomes the strongest, there's also the adage that extremes revert to their opposites. This is why, as the Dark Lord, Brian returns to study light magic. At this moment, Hermione was drawing upon the elements of heaven and earth for the first time, achieving an unprecedented level of efficiency, albeit with the greatest risk. Her entire body's neutral magical energy was being replaced and expelled by the icy magic, ultimately leaving only this singular form. During this process, even the slightest misstep could result in a chilling assault, freezing her entirely into an ice sculpture. To mitigate this risk, Brian sat opposite her, ready to channel his internal fire elemental magic into her body to correct and balance the energies, preventing such an occurrence. Additionally, the repeated convergence and clash of these opposing elemental magics would continuously refine the purity of her elemental energy. With time, this would significantly shorten the process of enhancing her power and subtly transform Hermione's innate qualities, thereby elevating her potential for achievement. However, there was another purpose behind this, which is why the yin-yang cycle was chosen. Within the magic circle, as Brian's power was repeatedly channeled, the bond between Hermione and Brian would grow increasingly intimate, allowing the stronger party to exert a greater influence over the weaker. However, this would not lead to any form of enslavement. It would merely enhance Hermione's closeness to Brian. He held no disdain for manipulating hearts through sheer ability, save for the exception of the incident with the succubus queen. Gradually relax, clear your senses, and use your consciousness to perceive everything around you. In the depths of darkness, feel and seek the strength you desire. The elemental force of ice will converge upon your call. Absorb and embrace it. Brian's voice resonated softly as he spoke, and gradually, Hermione began to attune herself to this ethereal state. Were these shimmering azure particles the essence of the ice element? How exquisite they were, those dazzling orbs of light, truly blinding. Surely, these were the precious gems Brian had prepared. This world is indeed so beautiful. As time progressed, 12 faint icy blue rays visibly drifted from the gems, gradually merging into Hermione's being. If one observed closely, tiny motes of ice blue light, akin to fine dust, also floated towards her. Subsequently, the temperature in the air distinctly plummeted, and frost began to form upon Hermione's skin. In response, Brian resolutely grasped her delicate hands, which were smaller than his own, their warmth meeting his palm. Then, an exceptionally pure red element surged into Hermione, directed towards her heart. Instantly, the temperature returned to its usual state, and the frost enveloping Hermione dissipated. Brian then ceased his magical output. In this moment, admiring and caressing the fair maiden's hands was undoubtedly a delightful reward. In truth, even ordinary individuals can perceive the wandering elements in the air, albeit without the ability to harness them. When one closes their eyes, they may discover a myriad of colors flickering and moving within the darkness, which are, in fact, the elements. A magician, depending on their innate qualities, can selectively sense and observe the magical elements they require. Under the influence of their will, these elements will converge into the magician's being. This process is first affected by the environment. For instance, one cannot seek the ice element at the edge of volcanic lava flow, just as one cannot practice fire magic in the Arctic tundra or a Great Lake. Even if it were possible, the dilution would render it nearly negligible, a barrier one would struggle to overcome even as a novice magician. Soon, within just a few minutes, the previous situation reemerged, prompting Brian to once again channel the power of fire to restore balance. As this process repeated, two subtly different energies within a magical array began to intertwine and merge. Those with keen perception would notice that, with each repetition, the connection between the two individuals grew ever more harmonious. To put it in the words of a perceptive Asian friend, upon closer inspection, it appeared that the two were increasingly resembling a married couple. As for Hermione's path, being one of the most adept in magic, she had long chosen the optimal route, the path of the Ice Lich. Of course, Brian was no fool. He had no desire to transform Hermione into an unsightly, skeletal lich. Instead, he sought to impart the knowledge and skills associated with lich magic to her, combining them with his own expertise to bestow upon Hermione all the advantages of a lich while eliminating all adverse effects. For instance, once Hermione's abilities reached a certain level, Brian prepared to teach her how to create her own Horcrux. As for that level, it required at least the prowess of a grand sorcerer. Chapter 21, The Cheat Mode. After spending a full 3 hours, the process of magical transformation finally came to an end. Compared to Hermione, who was utterly exhausted, Brian found himself the more fatigued of the two. Goodness, every bone in my body feels as though it has turned to jelly. My back aches and my legs cramp. Am I already approaching old age? Well, that's not possible. After murmuring to himself, Brian pushed against the ground with one hand and slowly rose to his feet. He then gallantly assisted Hermione to her feet and settled her onto the sofa. Phew, it's finally done. I hadn't anticipated your capacity to be so vast. You see, an ordinary person would be spent after merely an hour, yet this indicates that your talent far exceeds that of the average individual. Indeed, my earlier skepticism regarding someone's assessment of you has proven to be erroneous, affirming that my judgment was not misplaced. Sitting down on the opposite sofa, he felt as if he were completely paralyzed. However, the outcome made it all worthwhile. I feel incredibly well right now. Although drained of energy, I can distinctly sense the magical power within me, which is exponentially stronger than before. I cannot thank you enough, Brian. Clearly, Hermione was far more exhilarated by the results than he was. Oh, no need for thanks. By the way, it's getting late. Will you be staying here? Or shall you return home? If you prefer to stay, I could take the sofa. Brian felt rather helpless regarding Hermione's address to him. After all, in both name and theory, she ought to refer to him as Professor Brian or teacher. Yet, as friends, such formalities could be disregarded. I think I'll head back to sleep. Thank you once again, Brian. With that, Hermione stood and made her way toward the door. Unfortunately, the earlier ritual had left her utterly weakened, as if she were a mere shell of herself. If not for Brian's swift reflexes in catching her, she might have tumbled quite painfully, considering the absence of carpeting and the presence of marble flooring. One can only imagine the agony of falling upon it. Very well. I shall escort you. With a smile, Brian said, mustering his strength to lead Hermione to the Gryffindor common room, right before the fat lady. Goodbye, and rest well. Oh, by the way, here's the textbook I prepared for you. You may begin studying it. I believe there are many spells within that you could learn even without my guidance. And remember, do not direct these spells at others. I have a designated target in my room, which you can use tomorrow. I'll want to be around during the day, so you can simply enter. After this, Brian bid her a gentlemanly good night, and, dragging his weary, sore body, made his way back to his own quarters. Fortunately, the Gryffindor common room was not far from his room. Leaning against the wall, he arrived in no time. Upon entering the room, he cast himself onto the bed without even shedding his clothes, for it was only the soft, disheveled bed that could provide Brian with any semblance of comfort. A tranquil night ensued, and as a man with a well-regulated biological clock, Brian awoke promptly, as usual, before 5 o'clock. He then indulged in a bath within the pool imbued with the essence of demonic blood, followed by dressing and grooming himself, before utilizing a teleportation array to return to his castle. After all, having breakfast in front of a throng of onlookers, akin to an animal in a zoo, was far less delightful than sharing the meal with Elizabeth. Upon returning to his study, the sight of towering piles of documents caused Brian a pang of heartache. However, noting the early hour, after all, no noble would rise at such a time, he carefully navigated around the mountains of files and the recent reports, alongside various plans and financial documents from his enterprises. With a flourish of his hands, a sheet of paper began to descend from the top of the stack, hovering before him, with about 10 sheets in total. Then, astonishingly, Brian extracted an eyeball from his own eye socket. This was a remnant from old Peter's alchemical materials, an eye from a tentacled creature with a singular eye the size of its body. The eyeball then began to divide, transforming into 10 identical orbs. Thus, Brian was able to peruse the documents at an astonishing speed, reading 10 pages simultaneously. Each document averaged 5 or 6 sheets, filled with various languages and illustrations. Yet he managed to review batches of documents roughly every minute. As the second batch followed, he commenced signing the previous 10 documents, executing the task with an uncanny proficiency. Signing with both hands simultaneously, many documents required signatures on multiple pages, and adapting his signature to match the language of each document. In less than an hour, a stack of documents was processed. However, confronted with the remaining 4 or 5 stacks of similar magnitude, a burning desire to incinerate them surged within him. At that moment, Brian's keen hearing caught the sound of a delicate exclamation from the garden, unmistakably belonging to Elizabeth. It was only 6:30, and the vast majority of nobles were still ensconced in their dreams. Even the ordinary working class would not rise until around 7. Moreover, with Halloween approaching, many were on holiday. In light of this, Brian could only reflect. There are no naturally born geniuses. What is deemed genius is merely the result of tenfold effort where others cannot see. Both Hermione and the current Liz are embodiments of diligence and perseverance. As for so-called geniuses, they merely possess a heightened insight amidst their relentless toil. Even Brian, once invincible, had endured countless years of hardship and trials before attaining that moment, experiencing an ever-changing circle of companions, with pain and loneliness that few could truly understand. Forgetting the mountain of documents piled behind him, Brian waved his hand once more, and instantly, dozens of dark shadows surged forth from beneath his feet, transforming into replicas of Brian himself, each mimicking his previous actions. The efficiency was markedly enhanced, as if he had utterly activated a mode of extraordinary capabilities. Meanwhile, Brian retrieved a small glass vial from his coat pocket, containing a viscous azure liquid. The moment he uncorked it, the magical elements in the room became agitated. After a brief glance, Brian abruptly consumed the entire contents of the vial. This was the familiar potion known as the magic crystal elixir, a product formed by compressing and purifying excess magical energy. The blue variant was a universal type. Once he had ingested the potion, Brian vanished amidst the shadows, only to reappear in a secluded corner of the garden. Chapter 22. The Duel of Swords. The young woman before him danced like a sprite, her slender rapier wielded with remarkable grace, as if it were an extension of her own body. Every thrust and parry was executed with precision and elegance, revealing the extraordinary mastery of Elizabeth's swordsmanship. It was undeniable that her prowess was rooted in her family's noble lineage, for Brian knew that both Prince Dalmafort and his wife were skilled swordsmen. This distinguished them as one of the few nobles with genuine martial ability, unlike the others who merely engaged in theatrical dueling. Elizabeth, your swordsmanship is exceptional. I dare say no 10 noble signs could match your skill, Brian praised, clapping his hands in admiration as he stepped forward. Brian, what brings you back? I believe it is still before 7, isn't it? And I am far from being that remarkable. Many others, including my mother and father, surpass me in swordsmanship. Elizabeth hesitated to accept Brian's request, aware that as a magician, he could not possibly possess any sword skills. Losing to her in a duel would undoubtedly be a blow to his pride, so she preferred to avoid the contest altogether, vowing to always support and accompany Brian instead. Haha, you are too modest, Elizabeth. But would you indulge me in a match? I believe it would be quite beneficial. As a magician's greatest weakness lies in close combat, Brian persistently sought her agreement, employing various justifications. Very well, if you insist, let us proceed. By the way, where's your sword? Elizabeth clearly intended to use Brian's lack of a weapon as an excuse to delay or dissuade him from a duel. My sword? Is this not it? Brian replied, having anticipated her reasoning. With that, he drew a beautifully crafted rapier, glimmering with a brilliant silver light, from the verdant wall of entwined vines nearby. At this moment, Elizabeth could only express her astonishment in silence. Nonetheless, I find myself contemplating whether to ease up a little, as such an act might grant Brian some semblance of dignity. Liz, I am acutely aware of your exceptional prowess, so do not hold back. As a noble, losing is not a source of shame. What truly stings is to be bested by an opponent who has shown leniency. I would rather not win if it is at the cost of your full potential. In the heat of battle, our foes will not show mercy. Hence I implore you to give your utmost. Also, please have faith in my abilities as your fiancé. As for Elizabeth's underlying thoughts, they can be gleaned from the furrow of her brow, which momentarily relaxed upon hearing Brian's words, only to furrow again as she wished to protect Brian's pride. Subsequently, Brian shed his outer robe, revealing a loose shirt and a black vest beneath, colors that Elizabeth found rather unappealing, lacking any charm. The two grasped their swords with one hand, executing a graceful bow before adhering to the chivalrous principle of ladies first, allowing Elizabeth to strike first. After a silent 5-second countdown, a flash erupted as Elizabeth's sword darted towards Brian, mere inches from his eye, showcasing the astonishing speed despite the 6-meter distance between them. In that fleeting moment, Brian calmly deflected her blade with his own, executing the maneuver with ease and precision, before thrusting forward with his sword closely aligned to Elizabeth's. Reacting swiftly, Elizabeth pivoted on her toes, retreating rapidly while sweeping her sword to the right to disengage Brian's weapon. Brian, taking a bold step forward, struck like a cobra, his blade lunging once more. This time, Elizabeth parried from below, aiming to slice towards the side of Brian's face. In response, Brian extended a hand, pinching her sword between his fingers. He then drove his slender blade toward Elizabeth, but due to its flexibility and Elizabeth's deliberate maneuver, the tip curved with momentum, threatening Brian's head. In a deft motion, Brian tilted his head slightly, evading the strike while maintaining pressure with his own blade, which soon rested against Elizabeth's neck. This exhilarating exchange transpired within mere seconds, devoid of any destructive force, yet the dazzling flashes of steel and the acute reflexes displayed rendered it a thrilling spectacle. Elizabeth, undoubtedly the most astonished participant, was taken aback by Brian's ability to match her speed and even to gain the upper hand on 2 occasions. Such an outcome was astonishing, even alarming, for Elizabeth was acutely aware of her own capabilities. Few could evade her first thrust, not even her parents, who often found it challenging. In their final confrontation, one could deftly grasp their sword while evading subsequent dual assaults, simultaneously launching an attack towards themselves. Such speed and adaptability are not merely the products of diligent practice. They arise from the instinctive responses developed through countless battles. As for Brian, he too was astonished, for even when he deliberately suppressed his immense strength, his physical prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. It was evident how exceptional Elizabeth's physical abilities were to withstand his 2 fierce strikes. Moreover, in that initial move, he nearly faced defeat. Had it not been for Elizabeth's fleeting hesitation, he might well have faltered. The brief skirmish had been immensely draining, and soon both stood there, gasping for breath, only to realize their garments were slightly damp. How have you concealed such remarkable swordsmanship? If revealed, it would surely astonish many. Elizabeth exclaimed, wiping the sweat from her brow with a handkerchief after a moment's respite. This is in fact a hidden card. Should my enemies become aware of it, their astonishment would quickly turn into relief, for attempting to assassinate me would then prove quite perilous. After all, there are numerous individuals who harbor intentions against me, be they relatives or those beneath me, Brian replied with a wry smile. Chapter 23. The Earring and the Kiss. Hermione was decidedly discontented throughout the day, as an incident had transpired at school. For reasons unknown, the events concerning the troll had spread throughout the entire institution by the previous evening. This should have been a positive development, particularly for Hermione. However, early that morning, As she prepared to practice the spells inscribed in her book in Brian's room, she encountered news that sharply contradicted her understanding. It was reported that when the troll entered the girls' restroom, Hermione, upon seeing the creature, was so terrified that she scurried away, reduced to tears and screams. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron, concerned for Hermione's safety, sought her out. Upon encountering the troll and the already frightened Hermione, the brave duo engaged in a battle of wits and courage against the formidable beast. Harry even found himself perilously close to death beneath the troll's club. But in a moment of dire urgency, he managed to disarm the troll using a levitation spell, subsequently striking it on the head and ultimately vanquishing the creature, thereby rescuing the unfortunate Hermione. One could say the entire narrative had been overturned. Hermione recognized that the root of this calamity lay in Ron's indiscreet chatter. Enraged, she felt an overwhelming urge to cast an ice spike spell upon him. However, recalling Brian's earlier counsel, she regained her composure. Furthermore, she deemed it unnecessary to quarrel with such a person, especially since she was on the verge of transferring houses. As for Gryffindor, she had already felt isolated and ostracized, no longer willing to remain. Presently, her hopes rested solely on Professor Brian, her peer and now personal instructor, whose boundless knowledge and formidable magical prowess inspired profound belief within her. On the other hand, following the Morning S contest, Elizabeth and Brian have grown closer. For few young girls can resist the allure of strength. Brian epitomizes this very notion, showcasing not only his almost omnipotent magic, but also his extraordinary swordsmanship displayed today, both of which radiate sheer power. The initial resolve to safeguard Brian with her swordsmanship has now transformed into a fervent desire to enhance her own abilities, as her foremost objective has become not to hinder Brian's progress. Moreover, Elizabeth possesses an indomitable spirit akin to that of a great empress, a stubborn tenacity that refuses to succumb to weakness, a pride rooted in her identity that does not permit her to falter. She firmly believes that even her parents would not wish to see her merely sheltered under someone else's wings. Thus, after lunch, Elizabeth devoted the entire afternoon to inquiring about sword techniques from Brian and probing into various magical queries, including the awakening of magical talents that many children experience between the ages of 11 and 12. At that juncture, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry would dispatch owls bearing acceptance letters and supply lists. This news elated Elizabeth, for she would turn 11 next year, which meant she might be able to remain alongside Brian. Meanwhile, Hermione was practicing her newly learned spells on a target before her, the Transfiguration of Sheep and the Ice Spike spell. Remarkably, these two enchanting spells do not require a wand or convoluted incantations. They rely solely on the practitioner's imagination to conjure the closest magical effects. This implies that such magic can be effortlessly unleashed through a profound understanding of the magical essence combined with one's own magical energy. Presently, the two targets bore the names of Harry and Ron, indicating Hermione's considerable ire. As for the rumor, it was indeed an act orchestrated by Brian. Among the dark arts lies a spell known as Nightmare Infestation and another called Dark Whispers. These two spells, coupled with the propagation of dreams, can transmit desired messages and virtual memories into the minds of those affected, making them believe in their authenticity. Once, the god of nightmares sought to dominate or destroy the world through the ability to connect every individual's dreams in the realm of dreams. Yet both the magical realm and the divine realm ultimately united to prevent such a catastrophe. This unprecedented collaboration aimed to combat the formidable and enigmatic king of nightmares. When it comes to whom gods or demons fear most, it is not each other, but the king of nightmares. For all beings require sleep and dream. This battle was undeniably harrowing, and had the truth of dreams not been unveiled in the end, anyone could have been eternally ensnared in a ceaseless cycle of nightmares. I must take my leave now, Liz. There are numerous matters to attend to at school. Recently, the atmosphere has been quite turbulent, and I need to address a student-s transfer issue. Ah, indeed, this is a gift for you. I wonder if it will be to your liking. After placing a gentle kiss on Elizabeth's forehead, Brian produced a pair of earrings adorned with pink gemstones from his attire. These exquisite earrings were crafted from a mesmerizing gem known as Dreamscape and enchanted with a magical barrier of mithril. Should anyone dare to assault the wearer, the earrings would conjure a protective shield composed of intricate magical runes, simultaneously alerting Brian and transmitting the scene before him. Consequently, the aggressor would be subjected to an illusionary assault induced by the Dreamscape gemstones. It can be said that this ornament beautifully marries aesthetic charm with remarkable practicality. The earrings possess the capacity to activate twice, after which they would turn to ash. However, this ash serves as a final safeguard. How lovely. Thank you. Upon Brian adorning Elizabeth's ears with the earrings, she rose onto her toes and planted a kiss on his lips, before blushing furiously and dashing away. Touching his lips, still faintly scented with the fragrance of youth, Brian returned to his study, gazing at the neatly organized stack of documents, now sealed in envelopes. A sense of relief washed over him. After instructing Thor to deliver the documents later that evening, Brian activated the teleportation array once more. This time, he wisely opted to forego dinner, planning instead to enjoy his meal at the school while discussing the specifics of the transfer process with Professor Flitwick. Chapter 24. The Quidditch Match. Soon after Halloween, specifically following the conclusion of last night's feast, Harry Potter's Quidditch Cup for the first semester at Hogwarts commenced. Preparations for the venue had begun days prior, with maintenance undertaken to ensure the equipment remained in good condition despite the relentless elements. One cannot help but remark on how uncomfortable the damp British climate, coupled with the chilling air, can be. For instance, Brian found himself questioning whether he had aged, as he was now afflicted with the standard aches and pains, particularly in his neck, which throbbed incessantly, leaving his head in a fog. Today's match featured Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Indeed, a clash of rivals. The Battle of the Lion and the Serpent promised to be exhilarating. As he settled onto a row of spectator benches lined with fur cushions, Brian contemplated the impending Quidditch match. Professor Brian, do you enjoy Quidditch? It was Ron, seated beside him, munching on snacks, with a growing pile of wrappers accumulating on the other side. Of course I do. Quidditch is one of the most thrilling sports. It's a shame that professors aren't permitted to participate. What a pity. The thought of losing such a splendid opportunity to impress left Brian harboring a sense of resentment toward Dumbledore. Thanks to that rule, however, if you were to take the field, the match would likely be a foregone conclusion, as your presence would undoubtedly tip the scales in your favor. It is evident that the astute Hermione is well aware of the concealed meaning behind Brian's words. The frantic little hand twisting at Brian's waist is a clear indicator of this. Ouch! The unbearable pain of having one's waist twisted a full 360 degrees elicited a gasp from Brian himself, drawing the attention of those around him to both Brian and Hermione, who had swiftly withdrawn her hand. Hermione's face flushed crimson, reaching all the way to her neck, and she herself could not fathom the reason for her actions. At this moment, as the commentary began, the competitors from both houses commenced a lap around the field, eventually forming a circle in the sky. Soon after, as the quaffle and the golden snitch soared into the heavens, everyone's spirits heightened in anticipation. For the match was officially set to begin with Madame Hooch's toss of the quaffle into the air. However thrilling the event may be, Brian felt little excitement, as he was not a participant. Instead, he began to observe the entire viewing area, having already positioned himself strategically to catch a glimpse of Quirrell and Snape. As he surveyed the scene, it became evident just how solid the academic foundation of the private academy was. It was clear to see which students were swaddled in layers akin to dumplings. One need only note that those who were the most bundled up were likely those who could not even manage the basic warming charm that had long been taught. It was a pity that Professor Flitwick would undoubtedly feel disheartened upon witnessing such ignorance. On Brian's side, with a gentle tap of his wand, he conjured a small elemental barrier, creating a warm haven within, particularly highlighted by the cozy fur cushions that invited comfort. This semicircular, pale red dome was undoubtedly the most stylish feature in the entire arena. Moreover, it served the additional benefit of deterring any unwary individuals from attempting to show off in front of Brian, as those who dared to cross the elemental barrier would find their eyebrows and hair singed by the faint fire elements. For instance, the one who initially sought to perform a flashy maneuver now stood as a bald figure. As for Ron and Hermione's presence there, Ron was simply unable to find a seat amidst the crowded Gryffindor section, and Brian's enticing array of snacks drew him over. Admittedly, most of those treats had already found their way into Ron's stomach, leaving Brian to ponder whether he had brought enough provisions. As for Hermione, upon returning from home yesterday, she had barely settled into her seat for dinner when she heard whispers of events occurring at the school, which filled her with a sense of delight at the triumph of a conspiracy. Upon returning to his room, Brian was nearly startled by the sight before him. The two practice dummies, upon which he had cast the permanent stone skin and reinforced armor spells, had been utterly transformed, yet their names, Potter and Ron, remained visible. Brian found himself silently praying for the well-being of those two boys. Meanwhile, Hermione, thoroughly exhausted, lay sprawled on the sofa, asleep, with two books resting beside her. For the diligent and beautiful young lady, Brian gallantly relinquished his bed, and with a touch of magic, assisted Hermione in changing her attire through the covers. for the continuous casting of spells can indeed be quite taxing. As for Brian, he opted to make do with the sofa for the night. At the break of dawn, the slightest stir from Hermione roused Brian from his slumber, a habit ingrained in him over the years, for he would awaken at the faintest whisper of movement. He then took on the role of a confidant, offering comfort and guidance to young Hermione. Fortunately, the outcome was quite favorable, as Hermione dismissed her grievances against Ron and the illustrious Harry. To this, Brian could only remark, after all, they were merely children. It is worth noting that Ron, seated on the opposite side of Brian, held no objections to this arrangement. However, he could not suppress a slight distaste for Hermione's manner of eating. Meanwhile, as everyone else was engrossed in watching the Quidditch match, Brian found himself admiring the delicate hand he held in his own, while Hermione leaned against his shoulder. One must admit, this display of affection was utterly devoid of mercy. For instance, Ron was mentally grumbling about casting a circle to curse them or lamenting the rapid demise of lovebirds. His inner resentment was almost palpable. The meager snacks they had were swiftly vanishing, as both teams exchanged plays in a fiercely competitive match. Gradually, Gryffindor began to pull ahead in the score. Although Slytherin committed numerous unsportsmanlike acts, they did not incur any penalties, which only heightened the crowd's cheers in response to the thrilling spectacle. However, soon after, their captain was struck down by a bludger, a devastating blow that rendered him unconscious. Thankfully, the soft sand below the goalposts provided some cushioning, and a protective charm was cast. Yet, it was evident that Gryffindor, having lost their captain, was swiftly descending into a dire predicament. If it were not for Harry, who seemed to embody the spirit of a spectator, perhaps things would have been more manageable. After all, had they captured the golden snitch sooner, the match would have been won long ago. Brian was decidedly displeased with Slytherin's conduct. For a gentleman and a noble, such behavior was utterly disgraceful, tarnishing the dignity of the entire aristocracy. Chapter 25. Beyond beauty, all is transient. It was clear that Professor McGonagall was deeply concerned about the prevailing situation. Moreover, as Slytherin's audacious and contemptible actions unfolded, another Gryffindor player was eliminated from the field, further widening the gap in their disadvantage. Just then, the golden snitch appeared before Harry Potter. With determination, Harry mounted his Nimbus 2000 and began his pursuit. Alas, it was evident that some were intent on thwarting Harry's efforts, even wishing to eliminate him, as in the blink of an eye, he found himself unable to control his broomstick, careening wildly in all directions. In an instant, the unusual spectacle captivated the attention of many. Without a moment's hesitation, Brian surmised that it was Quirrell, the seemingly timid individual masquerading as an Indian, who was responsible. This situation could only be described as the consequence of a grand trinity of forces at play. The two opposing spells had effectively neutralized each other, and Harry, in his desire to control the broom, inadvertently transformed it into a contest of three. Had Brian intervened at that moment, the broom would undoubtedly have shattered into countless fragments. Fortunately, many present understood this principle and refrained from offering assistance. Meanwhile, Hermione, who had been observing the match through her telescope, soon spotted Professor Snape casting a spell, neglecting to notice that Professor Quirrell was also incanting behind him. Clearly, the young girl hastily concluded that Snape, who had consistently targeted Harry, was up to no good. "Look, it's Snape. He's casting a spell on the broom," Hermione exclaimed. "What should we do?" Ron was equally alarmed by the unfolding scene, especially after hearing Hermione's words, leaving him utterly flustered. Of course, Hermione's comments were primarily directed at Brian. "You are mistaken, Hermione. It is not Snape. Your judgment is too hasty. As for a solution, I certainly have one, albeit it may create quite a commotion. But leave it to me," Brian replied, feeling a surge of happiness that their friendship remained intact, which would greatly aid in the subsequent plans. After briefly calming the two panicking individuals, Brian raised his wand slightly and tapped the wooden platform twice. In that moment, an ear-splitting shriek, reminiscent of a banshee, echoed throughout the arena, accompanied by a wave of energy. Following that piercing cry, Harry's broom finally stabilized. "What did you just do? That noise nearly deafened me." Hermione clearly disapproved of the banshee-like scream. That was an area-wide spell known as the Banshee's Wail. Once this magic is employed, any spell cast through incantation or sound, except by the caster and those intentionally excluded, will become ineffective. Moreover, unless I choose to lift the spell, everyone affected will remain silent for 15 minutes. By silent, I mean they cannot cast any magic through incantation for that duration. It must be acknowledged that this is unequivocally one of the most formidable spells in the wizarding world, considering that very few spells currently exist that do not require incantation. Hermione and Ron, for instance, are only aware of a spell to move objects with thought, excluding the ancient magic Brian has taught. That's incredibly cool. Could you share how to do that? Surprisingly, it was Ron who first inquired, rather than Hermione. I had actually intended to teach you this earlier, but unfortunately, you were not particularly eager to learn. It would be better to let you be caught by the caretaker, Filch, during your nocturnal escapades than to have you come to my lessons at night, Brian remarked, unable to suppress a roll of his eyes, his expression one of disdain. Well, rather than being forced to take extra classes, I would prefer to face death. Clearly, Ron wholeheartedly agreed with Brian's brutally honest statement. Meanwhile, in the field, Harry was struggling to regain control of his broomstick before once again pursuing the elusive golden snitch. Simultaneously, the seeker from Slytherin had evidently also spotted the snitch. Thus, both began an exhilarating chase, drawing ever closer together, until the Slytherin seeker initiated a series of pushes against Harry. At that moment, the golden snitch dove towards the ground, compelling the Slytherin seeker to abandon the chase. As for Harry, true to his noble lineage, he adeptly pulled up his broom at the very last moment, soaring just above the ground in pursuit of the snitch. What followed was nothing short of astonishing. Harry stood upright on his broom, one hand reaching out towards a nearby snitch. However, as he took another step forward, his broom lost balance and tipped over, flinging Harry off, who tumbled across the ground for several rolls. Just when everyone thought he might be sick, to their astonishment, he emerged clutching the golden snitch. Harry Potter had caught the golden snitch. Gryffindor earned 150 points. As the commentator's voice rang out, Professor Rolanda Hooch blew her whistle, signaling the end of the match. Ultimately, with minimal peril, Gryffindor triumphed, just as recorded in history. As for whether Ron and Harry continued to harbor their paranoia regarding Snape, that was no longer Brian's concern. Hermione, on the other hand, was untroubled. She held a steadfast belief in Brian, her peer in age. However, while Harry basked in the accolades and cheers from the crowd, Brian's expression was far from pleasant. It was truly disheartening. Had it not been for him, the outcome of this match could have been far worse. The fickleness of fate, Brian inwardly lamented. At that moment, a small hand clasped his own, and upon glancing at the owner of that warm, beautiful hand, a genuine smile spread across Brian's face, dissipating all his discontent. After all, the purpose of pretense was to win the affection of a beautiful companion, and now that he had one by his side, the act of pretense seemed trivial. Moreover, in time, others would come to know that the enchanting scream of that captivating girl was indeed a product of his endeavor. Perhaps, alongside the title of Potion's genius, a new moniker of magical prodigy would also emerge. Subsequently, Brian concocted an excuse, leading Hermione to reluctantly join Ron in congratulating Harry. It appeared that today, as events were favorable for both Brian and Hermione. Particularly, the tension between Ron and Harry had lessened significantly. At least now, there was no inclination to hurl an ice spike in their direction. Chapter 26. The Case of the Missing Children. The Quidditch match concluded successfully, ushering in yet another busy period ahead. For instance, the Muggle Studies class has resumed its normal schedule. However, compared to the now well-established curriculum, it is evident that a personal letter from Her Majesty the Queen carries far graver implications. Within the envelope adorned with the royal wax seal, the Queen wrote, "Duke, how have you been faring in the school's academic life lately? With Christmas approaching, I wish you a joyous holiday in advance. I have been practicing my Christmas pudding, which has turned out rather well. Both Philip and Andrew have taken quite a liking to it. You must try it the next time you visit. Now, regarding the tickets enclosed with this letter, I wonder if you have heard about the traveling circus that is soon to perform in London. They are a troupe that tours various locations, yet it seems that during their stops, several cases of missing children have arisen. While the police are diligently searching, no substantial leads have been uncovered. The anguish of losing loved ones is profoundly unbearable. I hope those still missing will soon return safely to their families." As for the police's efficiency, Brian could only smirk derisively. Their capabilities pale in comparison to the efficiency of his own subordinates. Such matters weigh heavily on Brian's mind. Yet he finds solace in the fact that as long as the missing individuals remain human, they are difficult to counteract. Were it not for the potential uproar and ensuing public panic that might displease the Queen and the subsequent necessity of drafting a report, he would have simply commanded the national underworld to resolve the issue. In any case, to ensure everything unfolds favorably, it is best for him to take matters into his own hands. Thus, after assisting Hermione with all the necessary transfers, Brian sought a leave of absence from Dumbledore. Although theoretically disallowed, considering the subject matter and the fact that it was Brian requesting the leave, the old wizard granted it swiftly, largely influenced by Her Majesty's secret directives. Although the magical realm operates independently from the mundane world, It is well known that the Queen is aware of its existence during the war against wizards. The peace treaty was ultimately signed by the Ministry of Magic and the Order of Merlin, with the Queen representing the mundane world. This is one reason why Brian possesses the authority to oversee and advise on the internal affairs of the Ministry of Magic. Before departing, Brian assigned a mountain of homework to his students, promising to return and grade it. Any who failed to meet the standards or complete their assignments would face point deductions from their respective houses. Finally, prior to his departure, he provided a systematic explanation of the magic Hermione had learned and introduced the advanced magical directions she would need to pursue. It took an entire day for Brian to complete these tasks. Only by evening did he utilize the teleportation array to return to his castle. Thor, please send out the letters I have prepared. Also, I would like to have black forest cake for dinner. After issuing his instructions to Thor, Brian began contemplating how to implement his forthcoming plans. It is already certain that the issues stem from that circus. As for any other dark forces involved, they would be courting disaster. Due to Brian's explicit prohibition against child trafficking, drug dealing, and even the arms trade, which is permitted only in minimal quantities and must be reported in detail, any errors could result in unimaginable consequences for the gangs involved. Furthermore, the incentive for reporting breaches has led to a vigilant atmosphere where gangs monitor each other closely. Any sign of trouble is swiftly relayed to Brian. Thus, no gang would dare to act foolishly. It was once the case that someone defied this rule, and by the following morning, the entire gang had been annihilated. Anyone involved or complicit would face severe repercussions, with gang leaders at least suffering the loss of a limb. After several hours of contemplation, Brian resolved to infiltrate the circus personally to uncover the truth. By the time he finished dealing with the correspondence he had just received, it was already noon. After making several arrangements, he set out. A black carriage drawn by dark horses, accompanied by a coachman clad in a long black coat, emerged through a veil of mist. At night, apart from the lanterns on the carriage, it was as if the entire vehicle was shrouded in darkness. This was no ordinary carriage. Its body was constructed from dragon bones, and the horses were hellish steeds, while the coachman resembled a headless horseman. The head, visible, was merely a ruse. And with the existence of the muggle-repelling charm, few paid attention to the eerie carriage. Within the carriage, Brian's familiar carried a letter sealed in black. After perusing the contents of the dark card within the envelope, a faint smile graced Brian's lips, knowing his plans had come to fruition. At the sound of a knock, Brian understood they had arrived at their destination. In a swirl of black smoke, a 17 or 18-year-old Brian materialized, his visage now more handsome and enigmatic than ever. He then alighted from the carriage and strode towards the imposing circus, shaped like a vast yurt, while the carriage veered into a nearby alley. Leaning on his cane, he observed his surroundings with a discerning eye, utilizing the split vision he had previously acquired to scan the shadows around the circus. A diverse array of individuals populated the scene, women adorned with heavy makeup, muscular men inked with tattoos, and even lions and various venomous snakes. Inside what appeared to be a medical room, he discovered an assortment of prosthetic limbs, and even from a mere glance, he could sense a familiar scent emanating from them. Upon entering the tent, he looked up to see a blue canopy overhead, the interior exquisitely decorated and impeccably clean, devoid of any peculiar odors, much to Brian's satisfaction. At that moment, he had effectively inspected the entirety of the circus, even venturing into the changing room. It was during this detour that he encountered an intriguing individual. At the same time, one thing became clear. The principal performers of this entire circus bore various imperfections, which accounted for the prevalence of prosthetics among them. As for those prosthetics, they always evoked a sense of familiarity in Brian, yet he could not quite recall the reason why. Chapter 27. The Circus. As the lights gradually dimmed, an individual who appeared to be the ringmaster stepped forward. "Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, welcome to the Noah's Ark Circus," he proclaimed, tossing several balls into the air. Just as the audience anticipated him to catch them, he instead bowed, and the balls fell directly onto his head. This moment elicited laughter from the assembled crowd. Following this, the performances unfolded in a predictable sequence: fire breathing, aerial acrobatics, knife throwing, tightrope walking, and snake dancing, culminating in the grand finale of a wild animal show. It could be said that everything seemed rather ordinary, particularly considering that these individuals were all able-bodied. Our show has always aimed to involve the audience. Is there anyone who wishes to participate? The apparent ringmaster announced at the conclusion of the animal performance. At that moment, Brian stood up. As the sole volunteer, he was courteously invited onto the stage. However, just as Brian crossed the barrier of the stage, a tiger, which had been trembling for reasons unknown, lunged towards him. In the instant that everyone gasped in shock, the tiger's claws landed upon Brian. Yet, Contrary to the anticipated grim scene, Brian seemed to dissipate into a puddle on the ground, only to emerge from behind the stage moments later. The audience was left in stunned silence, which was soon replaced by thunderous applause and cheers. At that moment, the tiger charged at Brian once more, regardless of the beautiful trainer's futile attempts to wield her whip. Just as the tiger approached Brian, an iron barrier rose from the ground, blocking the tiger's path. Subsequently, 3 additional barriers rose to form a cage, enclosing the tiger within. This spectacle once again garnered exuberant applause. Indeed, the cheers for Brian alone nearly surpassed the collective applause for all the performances of the evening. Then, the ringmaster, albeit somewhat awkwardly, expressed gratitude for the audience's attendance before hastily concluding the show. Meanwhile, Brian exited alongside the crew from backstage. "Excuse me, are you the new magician?" the ringmaster inquired as he approached. "Yes, I am a magician introduced by Mr. Lee. I apologize for not announcing my arrival beforehand." "Not all. If it weren't for you today, that situation could have spelled disaster for the circus. Thank you for your assistance. Your magic is truly remarkable. I am eager to learn how you accomplished it." "Oh, that simply won't do. This is a matter of sustenance. As for magic, it is only intriguing when shrouded in mystery. Once the secrets are revealed, the allure dissipates. Personally, I have witnessed so many magic performances that I am nearly overwhelmed by them. By the way, my name is Brian. May I inquire about your esteemed name?" The man before Brian, adorned with a bright smile, evoked nothing but pity in him. "You may call me Jack. I am currently the manager of this circus and am responsible for the clowns." Jack continued, "By the way, Brian, do you require a partner for your magic? If so, I can assist you in finding a few individuals to choose from tomorrow. Once again, welcome to our circus. Now, Dor will escort you to your tent. Originally, as one of our core performers, you would have your own tent. However, since you were unaware of your arrival tonight, it has not been set up for you. The other tents are also occupied for various reasons, so for tonight, you'll have to share with Dor. If you need any props for tomorrow's performance, do not hesitate to inform me. I will do my utmost to assist you, as you appear to be a potential cornerstone of our troupe. Enjoy your time here." Without allowing Brian to express his gratitude, Jack departed, just as the beautiful tightrope walker approached. Now stripped of her makeup, the girl's light brown hair and freckles, alongside her remarkably flat chest and boyish voice, made it difficult to reconcile this unassuming youth with the porcelain beauty previously witnessed. It must be acknowledged that fine attire and adept makeup skills can indeed transform one's appearance. As Brian followed Dor into his tent, he had anticipated a private space, yet found it to be rather ordinary. To his dismay, the bed was exceedingly firm, reminiscent of the hard beds he had encountered during his travels in Huaxia. Thankfully, this tent was to be shared only with Dor. "Would you mind taking the lower bunk?" Dor inquired as he ascended to the upper bunk, prompting Brian to carry a box inside. "Of course, I prefer the lower bunk. It makes me feel more secure," Brian replied candidly, revealing his preference due to past experiences. "By the way, I heard you were introduced by Mr. Lee. What is your relationship?" Dor asked, exhibiting a lively demeanor akin to that of a boy, yet primarily seeking to gauge Brian's background. Brian thought to himself, "Youngster, you have much to learn before you can keep up with me. We are friends. I performed magic at his birthday party, and he was quite impressed, which led to my introduction here. So far, I find this place quite agreeable. The atmosphere is delightful. Oh, and I recall that the beautiful tightrope walker shares your name. Could it possibly be you?" Brian feigned surprise as he spoke. "How could that be? I am indeed a boy, and just look at my freckled face. It is impossible for anyone to mistake me otherwise. Besides, within the troupe, everyone possesses their own designated tent, so your assumptions are misplaced. By the way, would you care for some candy? I have oranges, apples, and chocolate-flavored ones. What would you prefer?" Clearly, Dole wished to bypass this topic. "Perhaps I am overthinking it, so I shall take an apple-flavored one then. Well, I hear tomorrow will be quite eventful. We should retire early." With that, Brian made his way to his bunk, changing out of his coat and shirt, revealing his finely toned physique. After donning his pajamas, he lay down to rest. Chapter 28. Everything progresses so smoothly. What an intriguing circus this is. I never imagined that after so many years, I would witness the art of human fusion once again. It is truly astonishing. The art of human fusion originally involved merging humans with various magical beasts and animals, ultimately creating grotesque monsters devoid of humanity. Later, an alchemist developed a method to fuse human forms with clay, creating exquisite dolls. However, due to the inherent brutality and bloodshed of this art, the resulting dolls were all cursed. Over time, they transformed into terrifying, vengeful spirits, agile and devoid of fear or pain, embodying true horror. Yet, these creations are as fragile as the materials they are made from. A single forceful blow could shatter them into countless fragments. Having meticulously examined those prosthetics, Brian could preliminarily conclude that the majority of the missing children had likely met with foul play and had become these very limbs or dolls. As night fully descended, Brian dispatched a letter he had written, sending it forth with his familiar raven. Soon, the black envelope and the raven vanished into the darkness, leaving no trace of the events that transpired. As for Dole, she had already ventured out at their leader's summons, and as she departed, Brian marked her with a magical eye in his dark sigil. Typically, circus performances are held at night, while the daytime is reserved for rehearsals and other duties. Naturally, Brian was no exception to this norm, although his current act was a solo endeavor. At present, the troupe was lenient towards new talents. As long as they didn't botch their performances, as long as they didn't overstep, all would be well. Indeed, even at 8 o'clock, aside from the logistical team bustling about preparing props and breakfast, many were still lost in slumber. However, this would not last much longer, for Jack had begun to rouse each tent by lifting their covers. Meanwhile, Brian, opting for an early start, made his way to the dining area to enjoy his breakfast, as he preferred to avoid the impending crowd of diverse personalities. As for Dole, he deemed it best not to disturb her peaceful dreams, considering she had worked tirelessly through the night. As he strolled leisurely, Brian felt a deep sense of reflection regarding these frontline members. A tragic life experience, coupled with the current plight of being deceived, evokes a sense of absurdity. Indeed, the most fearsome entity is not the demon, but humanity itself. The culinary offerings of the circus are undeniably high in calories and rather down to earth. Even breakfast presents a daunting array of meats. Fortunately, there are donuts, coffee, and sandwiches to alleviate the situation. Although the coffee is of poor quality, the donuts are excessively greasy, and the icing leaves much to be desired. The sandwiches are decent, albeit made with somewhat stale bread and subpar condiments. Yet, it remains true that a pleasant atmosphere and occasional shifts in mood and lifestyle can render even the less than ideal quite agreeable. While leisurely enjoying breakfast, I contemplate the forthcoming plans. As for Hogwarts, there is no need for concern. Assignments have already been distributed, and the examination scope was communicated at the beginning of the term. Crafting the exam papers is a task that can be accomplished in less than an hour. Encouragingly, the brick phone I have been promoting is receiving positive feedback, and its premium price has garnered admiration from many students, particularly parents who have expressed their gratitude to Dumbledore regarding the school's curriculum and teacher selections. It is safe to say that this situation brings immense joy to Old B, as he is affectionately nicknamed, primarily because of his fondness for sweets, which he keeps in abundance within his office, and his cunning nature, which further cements this moniker. After breakfast, I headed towards the largest performance tent. The outcome of today's events could very well lead to notifying the police and concluding matters swiftly. However, such a resolution does not appeal to me. In fact, just last night, after Dora returned, I effortlessly obtained the desired information through a memory search while she slept. Utilizing my control over dark powers, I infiltrated Jack's tent, where I discovered various clever tricks set at the entrance. Yet for one skilled in magic, these were mere trifles. Following an exploration of Jack's memories, I finally comprehended the underlying reasons, which included a recollection of a ball held during the time of the late Peter, where I was subjected to the revolting gaze of the Earl of Celtic, a foolish, rotund man with a grave case of pedophilia who unabashedly displayed his possessiveness towards me. Subsequently, I executed a fitting punishment. During one of his visits to remove kidney stones, I had bribed the doctor in advance, resulting in his disfigurement and subsequent paralysis. Yet, it is apparent that sparing this loathsome individual was a grave error. However, had I eliminated him, I would not have uncovered the valuable individuals within this circus who are of great benefit to me. The radiant fire of light concealed within me burns intensely and brightly, impervious to the erosion of countless years of curses. As for the present moment, what Brian truly needed to focus on was how to gather these individuals under his command. Upon entering the grand tent, he settled at a table in the corner and began to fidget with the cards from the previous day, along with some props he had prepared in advance. Brian had always relished the art of showmanship. "Good morning. Have you come so early to practice?" A voice interrupted his thoughts. It was the knife thrower, a fellow named Dag whom Brian recalled. "Ah, are you performing card tricks?" "Indeed, just a little magic to entertain," Brian replied with a grin. "Moreover, card tricks are reputed to be one of the best ways to win the hearts of lovely ladies." Thus, he commenced his display of flair and charm. "Really? Could you teach me?" Ducha's eagerness was palpable. It was rare for a young man to decline such an invitation regarding the pursuit of romance. "Oh, this is quite the endeavor. However, since we are colleagues, let me teach you a simple trick. First, I will perform it for you, and then I shall guide you through the process, Brian explained, picking up a deck of cards. Everything seemed to be proceeding splendidly. Chapter 29, A Tragedy That Cannot Be Recreated. To begin, Brian presented the deck of cards, fanned them out, and invited Dag to inspect them. Their interaction quickly drew the attention of onlookers, and soon a crowd began to gather, curious about the rumored prowess of the new magician. All right, now that you've inspected the cards, I shall assemble them again. Please draw one card, ensuring it remains face down, visible only to you and the audience. Oh, and after selecting, feel free to write or draw something on it with that pen beside you. Once you're done, place it face down into the deck at any position you choose. As he spoke, Brian guided Dag to draw a card and then tidy the deck. Okay, I'll place it right here, Dag announced as he completed the task. Now, all the cards should be facing the same way, correct? Excellent. I will now cover the deck with this cloth. Brian produced a black cloth and draped it over the cards. Now, let me blow on it, he said, exhaling gently onto the fabric before removing it. The cards lay exactly as they had before. Now we arrive at the moment of wonder. I will cause the card you selected to reveal itself, he continued, slowly spreading the deck. As the cards fanned out a single card, the three of spades adorned with a prominent circle emerged face up from the sea of face-down cards, making it unmistakable. This elicited a chorus of applause and gasps from the audience. Now, as promised, I will explain how this trick is executed. But I can only divulge this secret to one person. Come lean inclusive. Amidst the resounding applause, Brian dutifully unveiled the secret behind the magic trick to Dag. What? Is it truly that simple? Clearly, anyone privy to the trick's mechanics would find it exceedingly straightforward. While the methodology is indeed uncomplicated, executing it with finesse and without a trace of flaw is a decidedly more challenging endeavor. The essence of the trick lies in initially placing a card face down atop the deck, subsequently flipping the entire stack over. Next, an audience member selects a card from the myriad of face-down cards and marks it. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, the entire deck is flipped back over again. After the chosen card is returned to the deck, it is once more turned over while everyone remains oblivious, allowing the bottom card to be flipped simultaneously. Finally, the deck is spread out for all to see. Due to the earlier illusion, spectators are led to believe that all cards are face down, when in truth, every card but the first is face up. Thus, when the selected card, placed face down, is revealed, it naturally appears to be the chosen one. One cannot deny that once the secret is known, magic loses much of its allure. Following this revelation, a throng of spectators gathered around Dag, inquiring about the secret of the trick. However, after Brian disclosed the method, he added a caveat that rendered Dag reluctant to divulge it. Brian's remark was that should Dag dare to reveal the method, he would delight in transforming his sister's intimate garments into Dag's own cabinet, then escort her to capture the culprit, a spectacle that would undoubtedly highlight Dag's infatuation with Bestie, a sentiment that had become an open secret among the group. What are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be working? Hurry up and practice. If something goes awry, it will be on you. Just then, Jack entered exclaiming loudly, Brian, there you are. I thought you were still asleep. By the way, I've gathered a few individuals for you to consider as your partner. Upon seeing the handsome gentleman before him, exuding the charm of a refined aristocrat, Jack felt his own role as the attractive companion was in jeopardy. A partner? I believe the individual I shared a tent with yesterday would be quite suitable. They are clever and quick-witted. If possible, please assign them to me, Brian requested politely, hoping to borrow Jack's favor. Oh, right. I should refer to her as Dor, not Dole, as she's indeed a young lady. For a seasoned demon, discerning souls is a quintessential skill, regardless of how one may alter their physical form or appearance. Be it through amnesia or regression in intellect, the essence of the soul remains unchanged, albeit with potential deficiencies. However, concealing one's soul from a demon is a feat even a deity would find arduous. Adore? She might be inconvenient, Jack responded, clearly flustered by Brian's unexpected remark. Thus, the two tacitly decided to move past the matter. Regardless of whether Brian embarks on this endeavor alone or consents to have Dora as his partner, it holds little significance for him. The latter merely serves to enhance his own facade. As for the pertinent information, it was dispatched to the Queen's residence last night, accompanied by a black envelope, with another copy delivered to the nearest police stations. The final arrangement, in truth, is set to unfold this very evening. The hard bed has left Brian utterly disinclined to rest upon it again, having already harbored doubts about his aging body. The discomfort from last night's sleep has only intensified his aches and pains, leaving him to awaken to the crackling of his bones. The amalgamation of human bodies. This concept must never see the light of day again. The tragedies of the past shall not be allowed to repeat themselves in this realm. Fallen angels, I am aware of your involvement. Do not fret, your turn shall soon arrive. Denizens of the sky corridor, gazing upon the towering cross atop the cathedral. Not far from the circus, Brian's inner fury ignites once more. Regarding the amalgamation of human bodies, this represents, aside from the philosopher's stone, Brian's most vehement disdain for a delusion that challenges the world's authority. The harrowing scenes of inhumane experimentation that he once witnessed must not re-emerge in this world. Not in the slightest. Meanwhile, Hogwarts has donned a wintry coat, much like the current London, where snowflakes have begun to fall. The snowfall heralds the imminent arrival of Christmas, which is precisely why Brian is hastening to resolve this ludicrous and tragic case of missing children. Chapter 30, Card Tricks. As the snowflakes drift down, the essence of Christmas grows ever more palpable. After all, isn't Her Majesty also preparing her Christmas pudding? As night falls, the circus swiftly commences its preparations for the evening's performance, while all of London begins to mobilize. Both the underground forces and the police are gathering, and the relevant arrangements are being quietly completed. At this moment, Brian has donned his attire, a finely crafted top hat adorned with exquisite golden trim, meticulously sculpted by a master artisan. His ensemble consists of an elegant tailcoat, adorned with intricate patterns on the sleeves and hem. Upon closer inspection, one might discern subtle variations in the color of the threads, with their interwoven design creating an ethereal and dreamlike hue, shifting in appearance from different angles and even changing color with movement. The cane he wields is crafted from black ironwood, a material whose hardness surpasses that of steel. Known as the hardest wood in the world, enhanced by special processing techniques, its durability escalates significantly. Furthermore, he wears shoes fashioned from the finest crocodile leather, embedded with top-tier blood diamonds. The trousers and coat share the same exquisite craftsmanship and materials, while the inner shirt is made from the finest pure cotton, accented with diamonds and prints at the cuffs and collar, representing the epitome of luxury. However, the cost of this outfit and its design rivals the total worth of a circus akin to Noah's Arkansas. It must be said that nobility possesses wealth, especially when considering the top-tier aristocrats who wield actual power and own vast enterprises. Brian, you truly look dashing. I can already envision the ladies being utterly captivated by your presence when you take the stage. Oh, by the way, you're the final act of the evening, but that moment will arrive shortly. Speaking of which, I am yet unaware of the performance you have prepared for today. Do share the name with me, lest I find myself at a loss when announcing your act. Just as Brian had finished changing into his costume, Captain Jack entered the dressing room. One must rely on appearances. This outfit has become one of my most treasured possessions over the years. Today is a significant occasion, and I believe that dressing elegantly is a mark of respect towards the audience. Brian commenced his playful banter, prompting Jack to awkwardly chuckle and exit the dressing room. Soon enough, upon hearing Jack begin to speak of himself, Brian stepped out from backstage, just as Jack had anticipated. The moment Brian appeared, he was greeted with applause. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests. Welcome to our circus. Let us now witness the miraculous. As Brian's words resonated, ethereal glass-like projections of his image materialized before the audience, eliciting gasps of astonishment. The night had already enveloped the arena, and I felt compelled to share a tale with all present. Firstly, before you lies a deck of cards. Let us draw 4 kings from it. He set aside the remaining cards, and as he uttered the word story, a splendid table emerged seamlessly from the ground of the circus arena, the surface appearing as fluid as water. Upon the table lay an utterly ordinary deck of playing cards, meticulously fanned out before the audience to ensure the integrity of the deck. Once these preliminary matters were settled, Brian commenced his performance. Now let the story unfold. In my hands I hold 4 kings. As he revealed the 4 kings, he proclaimed them to be internationally renowned spies tasked with a formidable mission that necessitated their collective effort to succeed. They arrived at the rooftop of an international technology building, and he placed the 4 kings atop the deck of cards before the audience's watchful eyes. Spy number 1, having received orders, first made his way to the security center at the base of the building, where he needed to disable the main switch of the security system. Meanwhile, spy number 2 received word and promptly arrived at the mid-level monitoring station to incapacitate the entire surveillance system. Spy number 3 reached the critical target location just in time, while spy number 4 remained on the rooftop as a lookout, ready to provide assistance. As each spy reached their designated locations, they commenced their operations, each entering their respective targets. Subsequently, due to meticulous planning, they successfully accomplished their mission objectives. Shortly thereafter, The three spies within the building stealthily ascended to the top floor to rendezvous with their counterpart, the fourth spy. Ultimately, they managed to escape with the mission items in hand. As Brian elucidated the proceedings, he adeptly placed the three kings in different positions within the deck. Yet, at the final moment, the three kings, which should have been interspersed within the stack, remained conspicuously atop the deck, showcased in Brian's hands for all to behold. It could be said that the entire process was broadcasted live by that enchanting, transparent, four-sided mirror, akin to glass. Almost everyone was captivated by the unfolding scene, as it presented the closest view to the magician's hands. However, there were still some who focused on Brian's maneuvers at the table. The outcome, despite slight variations in angles from the screen, remained consistent, with every step and gesture identical. Thus, when the four kings were revealed unchanged before the audience, the astonishment was palpable. Following this, Brian unveiled the deck once more, informing everyone of the sheer incredibility of the situation. Indeed, both the number of cards and their arrangement mirror the earlier display. He wished everyone sweet dreams, expressing gratitude for their attendance. As he bid farewell, the four mirrors transformed into 4 orbs of water, which Brian consumed, eliciting another round of cheers and applause that resonated throughout the tent. With the conclusion of the final act, the performance for the day came to an end. One could assert that Brian had transformed an otherwise unremarkable card trick into something astonishing. Of course, one must also acknowledge the era. If a decade or more were to pass, Brian's prowess would likely render him a mere pedestrian. Especially among his peers, he would be the subject of ridicule, deemed child's play. Nevertheless, Brian believed that even in such a future, his final flourish would remain unmatched, for it was, after all, magic. Chapter 31, The Ambush. Stepping out from behind the stage, Brian changed out of his extravagant costume and took a deep breath, stretching his waist, which produced a series of crackling sounds. "I truly am getting old," he lamented, reflecting on how little he differed from salted fish. It's quite chilly. I wonder how Liz and Hermione have fared these past few days. What gift should I prepare for Christmas?" Exiting the tent, Brian exhaled a cloud of vapor. Rubbing his hands together as he gazed at the snowflakes drifting down from the sky, his yearning for love intensifying. He strolled along, leaning on his cane, taking his time as his polished shoes crunched on the thickening layer of snow beneath him. The biting cold wind met him head-on, and the damp air of London rendered Brian particularly uncomfortable at that moment, longing to return to the warmth of the hearth, where I could indulge in a chocolate milkshake while savoring gingerbread men. I found my stomach in turmoil. Indeed, the sanitation of the communal meals here leaves much to be desired. As I fantasized about the comfortable life I ought to be enjoying in the castle, attended by Thor, I felt my abdomen protesting. It is evident that no matter how robust one's physique or how resilient one's spirit and soul, the digestive system remains the most vulnerable of all. Strangely, despite my ability to consume poison without consequence, foodborne unsanitary conditions could easily lead to my discomfort. Brian incessantly complained within his mind, and what troubled him further was the utter lack of a restroom in the entire circus, let alone a proper toilet. One could only seek out a secluded spot to relieve oneself. The only somewhat better option was a disgusting latrine, which was hardly preferable to an open space. Under different circumstances, this might have been bearable, but winter had settled in, and London's nighttime temperatures could plummet to -8 or 9 degrees. I feared I might end up freezing my backside off. At that moment, Brian recalled a rather unpleasant device known as a poop stick, which sent a chill down his spine. Upon returning to his tent, Brian chose to endure the stomach pain while awaiting the arrival of the midnight hour. Indeed, after nearly 3 hours of waiting, his companion door quietly rose from his slumber. After ensuring Brian was asleep, he tiptoed out of the tent. Moments later. After a brief interval, Brian opened his eyes. It was true. Under the pretense of the cold, Door had snuggled against Brian, wrapping himself around him like an octopus during the night, which only exacerbated Brian's aching back and shoulders. A tangible aura of darkness enveloped him. Soon, the circumstances surrounding the circus encampment came into view. Half an hour later, several lead performers donned their costumes, braving the biting wind as they stepped outside. Among them a tiger. Once Brian confirmed that Jack and the others had departed, he too vanished into the night. How bitterly cold it was. With Christmas approaching, should we consider sending gifts back home? As they darted through the city, Bestie, with her short, dark curls, remarked, after this, let us take a break for the year. We must buy gifts. I am certain they will be delighted, and I shall speak to Father, urging him to permit us a visit. Upon hearing this, Jack gently caressed the red gemstone ring on his prosthetic limb, his tone tinged with resignation and nostalgia. Reflecting on the tasks at hand, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. Why was the street so eerily quiet tonight? Even at this late hour, it was unusually still. Typically, one would expect to encounter drunken revelers. As they continued to search a few more streets, Peter, one of the aerial performers, voiced his concern. This is bad. There must be an ambush. We need to leave quickly. Jack sensed the unease in the air and, fueled by anxiety, prepared to retreat. Bang! At that moment, the gunfire erupted, striking the ground directly in front of Jack's feet. You are surrounded. Quickly, drop your weapons. Place your hands on your heads and slowly approach me. The authoritative voice belonged to a police officer clad in uniform, who emerged from the alley with his weapon drawn. Along the streets, armed officers were positioned on rooftops, peering through windows and lurking in the alleys, creating a formidable presence. Even at both ends of the street, rows of officers wielding large shields enclosed the area. All right, we surrender. Don't shoot. Recognizing that their situation had been compromised, Jack chose not to argue. With his hands raised above his head, he stood still. The others soon followed suit, relinquishing their visible weapons and adopting the same posture. Subsequently, several police officers approached with handcuffs in hand. Just as the last officer reached Jack, several individuals simultaneously drew their weapons, taking the officers hostage. Among them was a man named Jiang Bo, whose excessive growth rendered him both large and grotesque, skillfully capturing an officer with each hand. Let us go, or we will kill them. Get lost. They executed the familiar tactic of taking the officers hostage and managed to escape the encirclement of police officers without incident. This was not due to the officers' fear of death. Rather, they understood that behind them lay formidable reinforcements. It was one of the higher-ups' directives to capture these individuals, but given their dangerous capabilities, it was prudent not to engage recklessly. After all, they were keen to return home unscathed to celebrate the festive season with their families, or at the very least, enjoy a few days at the tavern. Thus, the escape proceeded remarkably smoothly. Returning to seek their father, Jack realized that the circus was undoubtedly lost. And perhaps this time, they would have to leave England for good. The orphanage, too, seemed out of reach. Jack's expression darkened as he grappled with the mixed emotions of joy and sorrow over their failure. Don't you think our escape was a bit too smooth? They'll suddenly remarked, sensing the ominous atmosphere. As if to affirm his apprehension, dozens of icy spikes descended from the sky. Chapter 32. The Demon with a Human Heart in the Darkness. A shadow emerged, accompanied by a grotesque creature that crawled along the ground, resembling thick, tar-like oil. Brian, what are you doing here? And why are you doing this? Jack demanded, helping Bestie to her feet, his face clouded with evident anger. This is, of course, a surprise for you all. As for why, let us just say that if it weren't for your recent actions that prompted Her Majesty to write me a personal letter, disrupting my teaching at school and causing me great displeasure, perhaps I would have been more lenient. Now, I suggest you surrender and return with me peacefully. Get lost. You bastard. Godi. Before Brian could finish speaking, Daig erupted in fury, followed by the flash of 3 silver blades. At that moment, the grotesque, sluggish mass on the ground transformed into a dark wall before Brian, as the 3 flying knives embedded themselves into its inky surface. Almost instantly, the knives melted away like ice plunged into lava, dissipating into the murky substance of the wall amidst a plume of smoke. I advised you to surrender and return with the creature to me, he stated. Given the tragic farce of your lives, I would persuade the Queen to spare you. However, should you choose obstinacy, I would not hesitate to render you utterly incapacitated and escort you back to your dilapidated orphanage for a proper reckoning of your misdeeds. To have mere mortals interrupt his discourse was a provocation against his authority, a discourteous act that was truly irksome. What did you say? You bastard. Beast. If you have the courage, come at us. Why destroy the orphanage? Why? At these words, Jack erupted in rage, and the others were equally aflame with indignation. Foolish creatures. No wonder you have lived in deception for over a decade without awareness. Just a handful of imbeciles, and yet you still remember the children of the orphanage. Mindless dolts. Brian remained unfazed by their insults, but the sheer idiocy of being bought and then returning the favor to others, their cowardice in refusing to accept reality, ignited his fury. Before Brian could utter another word, the giant Jiang Bo charged at him like an armored vehicle. In response, Brian tapped his staff, summoning icy spikes that erupted from the ground, piercing Jiang Bo's foot and pinning him down. At that moment, Jiang Bo retrieved a lighter from his belongings, inhaled deeply, and unleashed a torrent of flames. Instantly, alcohol and other incendiaries ignited upon contact with the small flame, unleashing a fierce inferno that surged toward Brian. Meanwhile, Bestie gritted his teeth against the pain in his leg, coordinating an assault with the fierce tiger to flank Brian. Simultaneously, Daig hurled a dozen knives toward Brian. Jack, seizing the opportunity after Jiangbo and Daig's attacks, drew a sword hidden within his prosthetic limb and, using the cover of the flames, charged at Brian. Wendy and Peter deftly maneuvered through the night, circling behind Brian, each wielding a dagger aimed at his neck and back. Utterly overestimating yourselves, Brian scoffed, as the writhing mass of dark substance around him coalesced into a black dome, enveloping him entirely. The flames initially obscured this transformation, rendering it unseen by the others. As the fire extinguished, what emerged was a spiked black sphere. Not good. Fall back, Jack shouted, urging the others to retreat. Unfortunately, it was too late. The black spiked sphere began to undulate, and sharp, black spikes shot out in dense clusters, akin to a barrage of gunfire from dozens of assailants. Swiftly, the tiger, due to its size and agility, was instantaneously perforated with arrows. Jack was directly struck through his shoulder and left leg, with additional wounds to his right calf and a graze on his waist. Bestie suffered injuries to her shoulder and abdomen, along with damage to her prosthetic left leg. As for the towering Jiangbo, he endured the most severe fate. His large frame rendered him vulnerable, sustaining 2 shots to the chest, 1 to the waist, and a total of 6 impacts across his legs, shoulders, and arms. Meanwhile, Daig was spared thanks to Jiangbo's cover, receiving only a wound to his right hand. Wendy and Peter, owing to their petite and nimble forms, escaped with merely minor abrasions. Remarkably, the weakest among them, Dodo, remained entirely unscathed, having overlooked the past. In the blink of an eye, the group lay injured on the ground, while the black, darting spikes, akin to leeches, wriggled back, ultimately coalescing into a monstrous entity reminiscent of viscous black oil. I have said it before, surrender graciously, and all shall be well. Moreover, do you truly comprehend the reality of the situation? Should you choose to surrender now, I assure you, I will not take your lives. I shall reveal to you the secrets you have yet to uncover, allowing you to grasp the extent of your tragic existence over the years. Surrounded by the black, viscous creature, Brian spoke with an icy countenance, his cold visage appearing even more ruthless and merciless amidst the falling snow. Damn, it's freezing, my face feels numb. Brian internally grumbled. Very well, we surrender, but you must spare Jiangbo and the others. You must let them go. Jack, drenched in blood, struggled to prop himself up and proclaimed, you have now forfeited any leverage to negotiate with me. However, rest assured, none of you shall perish. I will not allow you to die before you confront the truths that will haunt you for a lifetime. Brian has always shown no mercy to those who enable evil and display utter ignorance. After all, were it not for these individuals, those children would not have endured such inhumane treatment and lost their lives. Though Brian is a demon and a dark lord, he once possessed a mortal heart, which is the very essence that enables him to approach invincibility. Of course, that heart has experienced loss, and during that time, he gradually came to understand a profound truth. No matter how vile a demon may be, it cannot surpass the malice of humanity. Likewise, no deity, no matter how benevolent, can match the goodness of mankind. It can be said that humanity is a race of infinite potential. The fragility of both body and spirit may well be the world's limitation on this most powerful and promising race. Chapter 33, The Truth. All right, I would rather you not soil my vehicle, Brian declared, waving his right hand. A vibrant green energy, reminiscent of pollen, drifted towards Jack and the others. As this pollen-like magic descended upon their gruesome wounds, they began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, writhing as they mended. Within just a few minutes, the wounds that had pierced through them were restored to their former state, even stronger than before their injuries. Everyone was utterly astonished, for this was akin to a miracle in their eyes. Previously, they could deceive themselves into thinking it was mere magic. But this was undeniably an extraordinary feat beyond human capability. Get in. Before anyone could utter a word, Brian's icy voice echoed through the air. Upon turning their gaze, they beheld a pitch-black carriage emerging from the vast expanse of snow. However, the onlookers harbored palpable skepticism towards this vehicle. After all, fitting just one person, Jiangbo, into that cramped compartment seemed a daunting task, let alone accommodating so many others. Yet, driven by the determination to board, even if it meant being squashed into a compressed form, they ascended into the carriage one by one. Meanwhile, Brian had already entered, completely unconcerned about the possibility of anyone escaping. In truth, evading the pursuit of the headless horseman and the hellish steed was no small feat, but alas, it was a feat utterly unattainable. Few, aside from the Chaos Knight, one capable of traversing different dimensions, could rival the headless horseman in the hunt for prey. With a sense of resignation, they stepped into the carriage, only to be momentarily stunned at the threshold, questioning whether they had entered another realm. Before them lay not the anticipated dark and narrow compartment, but an expansive room adorned with a crackling fireplace, plush sofas, and even a kitchen and bed. The vaulted ceiling soared 7 to 8 meters high, graced by 2 magnificent crystal chandeliers. The walls were intricately carved, and the soft carpet exuded luxury and warmth. Scattered throughout the room were exquisite porcelain vases, reminiscent of the blue and white porcelain that Elizabeth had previously replaced, now prominently displayed within Brian's carriage. On the wall beside the fireplace hung a large oil painting, depicting none other than a youthful Brian, seemingly around 11 or 12 years old. As they pondered this, their eyes darted around the room, and soon their pupils widened once more. There, seated on the sofa and preparing tea, was none other than the very same Brian from the painting. How could he have transformed from the 18 or 19-year-old they had just seen to this childlike visage? You needn't look any further. Take a seat. There are cups on the table, and the teapot is labeled. Help yourselves to whatever you wish. Just try to relax a bit. Knowing certain truths can be quite overwhelming, and excessive excitement might lead to a heart attack. Now, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Brian Isrian. You may have heard my name from someone. As for the Isrian family, I trust you are not unfamiliar with it. The matter at hand is that your actions have gone too far, alarming Her Majesty the Queen. Fortunately, I have come personally. Otherwise, I assure you, you would remain in the dark until your dying day. Brian lifted the prepared milk tea from the table, inhaling the delightful aroma of premium black tea blended with quality milk, which significantly improved his mood. He then took a sip. You keep insisting that we have been deceived and have lived in a lie. Speaking of the truth, what exactly do you know, oh great Duke Brian? Clearly, Jack's mood towards the youthful figure before him was far from amiable. I find it hard to believe that a child could grasp the truth. It would be far more merciful to end our lives with a swift strike. Ah, have you now begun to take advantage of kindness? You receive goodwill and immediately presume to overstep your bounds? You are utterly oblivious to your own origins, unaware that your existence has merely served as a pawn in someone else's nefarious schemes, a wretched assembly of pitiable fools. You have committed countless atrocities on behalf of others, expressing gratitude to the very person responsible for all your miseries, while remaining blind to the fact that your suffering is a direct result of their machinations. Even the charity that sent you to the orphanage was merely a step in their grand design. Frankly, if your deceased family members knew you had acknowledged a thief as your father, they would surely rise from their graves in fury to strangle you. Clearly, Brian was displeased with Peter's words. He hurled the half-empty cup of milk tea directly at his face, his eyes glinting with icy disdain. In an instant, the glow of the fireplace and chandelier dimmed to a somber azure, the temperature in the room plummeting below freezing, causing the tea in the cup to begin crystallizing. To speak candidly, aside from Jiang Bo and your companion Snake, you all hail from noble lineages, something I suspect you are entirely unaware of. After all, during your days of wandering, you were merely a child. Jack, your original name should have been Jack Brand, and your family resided in a remote town in England, holding the title of Baron, once possessing both a manor and a small castle. However, due to your grandfather's insatiable gambling, much was lost. By the time it reached your father, only a wooden cabin remained, yet it was still a cozy abode. As for what transpired thereafter, it was largely thanks to your now esteemed father. During a local noble's banquet, your father and mother were invited, and an earl, captivated by your mother's beauty, sought to possess her. Alas, your father fought valiantly to protect her, for the event was hosted by a marquis, and it would have been inappropriate to cause a scene. Nonetheless, the earl, harboring resentment, sought revenge, ultimately orchestrating your father's murder and your mother's abduction, leaving you to lose your right arm in the chaos. Should you require proof of my claims, I suspect you possess a gemstone ring. If you turn it over, you may find Abe engraved on the back. Before Peter could respond, Brian calmly prepared a fresh cup of milk tea and spoke leisurely. As for Jack, upon hearing Brian's revelations, he felt no need to inspect the ring. After so many years, it would be impossible not to have discovered its significance. However, his heart was racked with agony. Subsequently, Brian produced a yellow file from seemingly nowhere and pushed it towards Jack. Hastily tearing open the envelope, Jack's eyes reddened as he delved into its contents. With each revelation, tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks, the veins on his hands bulging, a testament to the tumultuous emotions surging within him. Chapter 34. It is time. As for you, Dora, I imagine you harbor deep resentment towards your parents for their actions all those years ago, but do you truly comprehend their motivations? Allow me to enlighten you. Your name should be Miranda Dorstron. You would hardly believe that your family possesses the title of an earl, albeit one without any real power, and for generations. They have been inept at managing their affairs. As a result, during your father's era, the family's plight was considerably worse than that of the Jacks. Coincidentally, the wealthy Baron Celtic became aware of this situation, thanks to some ruffians who, knowing of his peculiar predilections, reported the existence of a sweet and youthful child in your household. Consequently, the familiar figure of father, namely Baron Celtic, took an interest in you. His methods included intimidation and humiliation. And aware of Celtic's inclinations, your parents were ultimately compelled to cruelly mar your beauty for your own safety. Upon learning of this, Celtic did not spare your family. He even set fire to your home, and your parents perished in their sleep amidst the flames while you fortuitously received treatment in a hospital, thus escaping this tragedy. However, I recently received news that may bring you some comfort. Your parents did not perish, but instead became caretakers of a rural church and its gardens. This letter contains detailed records regarding these matters, and I have provided you with the files pertaining to each of you. I shall say no more. You may peruse them at your leisure. As Brian finished his milk tea, he wrapped a blanket around his legs and began to meditate. Meanwhile, the carriage was making its way to the Baron Celtic's eerie abode. Inside the carriage, a tempest of emotions surged as everyone, after reviewing their respective files, wore expressions of anger and sorrow. Now that you are somewhat acquainted with your past, let us discuss the present. How much do you know about your prosthetics? Oh, by the way, Jack, why don't you share what you know? I believe it will come as a surprise. It was not until Brian had finished his 5th cup of milk tea that he set down the cup and looked at the group, finally fixing his gaze upon Jack. The others, upon hearing Brian's words, turned their attention toward him. I actually do not know much. I only know that these prosthetics are made from the bones and flesh of those children, mixed with soil. The creator is the doctor within our group. Jack hesitated, feeling an urge to keep silent, but after a moment's contemplation, he managed to voice his thoughts amid his inner turmoil. What are you saying our prosthetics are made from? Why didn't you tell us? How can you use these things? Upon learning the gruesome truth about the materials used for their so-called premium ceramic prosthetics, Bestie lunged forward, grabbing Jack by the collar and roaring, followed by deep sobs. I would rather crawl for a lifetime than use these cursed things. Why didn't you tell us sooner? Why? At this moment, Dej cast aside his own prosthetic leg and crawled toward Jack. This was a gift bestowed upon you by your father, crafted by Celtic artisans. A token of appreciation for those who have profoundly impacted your lives. Even if it were a nuclear bomb, you would cherish it as a treasure. As the most esteemed and loyal Captain Jack, he naturally refrained from divulging this, sparing you the anguish he bore. Raising his cane, Brian rose and declared, well, we have arrived at the juncture. It is time for you to make your choice, to pledge your loyalty to me or to perish here. The decision rests with you. By choosing to serve me, you may live and I shall assist in restoring your limbs, granting you strength beyond the ordinary. Rest assured, I will not compel you to commit heinous acts. Your survival is meant for atonement. Should you choose death, I shall preserve your souls, tormenting you with the fires of hell until you understand the essence of regret. After this lengthy preamble, he adjusted his collar and wiped his mouth, maintaining an impassive demeanor. I am willing to pledge my allegiance, but I ask for nothing more than the chance to slay that bastard myself. It would serve as our penance. After that, do with us as you will, came the resolute reply from Jiang Bo, who had remained silent until now, dwarfed in stature by Brian. I too am willing, but I wish to return to see my parents, he added. At this juncture, Duo, visibly shaken by recent revelations, managed to rise unsteadily. We all wish to pledge our loyalty to you, but we hope to personally eliminate him as a means of expressing our gratitude for the care we have received over the years, regardless of his plans. Peter and Wendy, the eldest yet youthful in appearance, spoke as representatives of the remaining individuals. I assure you, I shall not kill you. My reputation as a duke remains intact. As for Celtic, I merely intend to greet him and bring back those children who are still alive. Otherwise, I would have difficulty explaining myself to Her Majesty. As for any violence, you are free to handle that as you see fit. I prefer not to suffer nightmares. Very well, let us disembark. It is time for us to become acquainted, he stated, looking at the resolute faces before him. Brian paused momentarily, his grip tightening on the cane, his expression icy. What he truly sought to uncover was why the taboo practice of human fusion, long since eradicated, had resurfaced in this world. Whether to avert a repeat of past tragedies or to fulfill a covenant with the will of the world, Brian would not allow such a terrifying existence, even one forbidden by demons, to resurface. Meanwhile, the circus had been thoroughly sealed off and raided by the police. Although no children had yet been discovered, A remarkable cache of smuggled tobacco had been unearthed, indicating that certain gangs would soon face consequences for their actions. As for Snake and that pivotal figure, the Doctor, they had already been confined in the castle by Brian's house elf, Thor, prior to this moment. Chapter 35. The Countenance of Demons. Upon disembarking from the carriage, everyone except Brian wore expressions of astonishment and bitterness, for they could hardly fathom that the carriage had brought them to this place, the very location they least wished to return to at this moment in their memories. Even more unfathomable was the realization that the time for understanding had come. Not long ago, the figure they revered and to whom they pledged loyalty as a father had, in the span of an hour, transformed into a sworn enemy. No one, it seems, possesses a heart so steadfast as to readily accept such a reality. Yet, amidst this stark contrast, the animosity birthed is equally profound. It is only now, when the flames of hatred burn brightest within, that the moment for vengeance is most opportune. To delay further would allow for the gradual acceptance of this disparity, leading to a growing calmness and the eventual fading of that once ardent hatred. Should this transpire, one might find themselves softening, even entertaining the notion of mercy in a most melodramatic turn of events. Brian, however, had little regard for whether one could accept such a transformation. For a demon, the pursuit of one's objectives by any means necessary is but a fundamental principle. For instance, to fortify the emotional bond between Hermione and himself, Brian infused certain spells developed by the succubus queen into the two tomes of magic. Yet in doing so, he overlooked the almost idyllic atmosphere of Ravenclaw, which had become akin to a blooming garden of lilies, resulting in a plethora of romantic entanglements. Politely rapping on the door, and after waiting for around 10 minutes with no response, Brian, with a courteous flick of his wand, unleashed an arcane missile that shattered the door into a cascade of splinters. Brandishing his staff, he stepped inside, immediately assaulted by the stench of blood and the foul odor of decaying corpses. Casting a glance at the ceiling, he beheld an entire roof adorned with lifelike mannequins. One could only imagine the number of children whose lives were extinguished to create such a grotesque display. Covering his mouth with a handkerchief, Brian ventured further in. "Celtic, why do you not come forth to greet me upon my arrival? Do you disdain me, a duke? Or has your penchant changed?" With an icy demeanor, Brian gazed at the top of the staircase in the center of the hall, his eyes glimmering with a faint crimson-black light, a symbol of the demon's eye. Duke Brian, you have arrived. It feels like a dream that you are so close to me. It is indeed a disservice to meet you in this manner." A figure slowly materialized at the top of the stairs, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing a portly individual seated in a wheelchair, his body swathed in bandages, exposing only one eye and a mouth. The old, bathrobe-like garment he wore emanated a nauseating odor of urine from a distance. Behind him stood two exquisitely beautiful children. Yet at that moment, they appeared as mere puppets, vacant and mechanical, their once innocent eyes now dulled, reminiscent of long-dead corpses. "With all due respect, my lord, I have not come to pay you a visit this time. It is those children you have brought that are the true purpose of my journey. As for other matters, Jack and the others will extend my greetings to you. Alas, I must take my leave. Oh, and Jack, do refrain from taking the lives of those two children. I still have use for them." Dusting off the remnants from his shoulders, Brian suppressed the fury bubbling within him. Upon witnessing those dolls, he felt an urge to cast a heart-piercing curse. Yet clearly, Celtic was not worth his effort, especially when others would do it for him. "Your Grace, you cannot leave." My lord." Brian ignored Celtic's desperate pleas and proceeded toward the corridor leading to the basement. Upon reaching the staircase, he was assailed by an overwhelming stench of decay and blood, a truly abhorrent aroma. The blood, dark red and nearing black, had congealed on the walls and stairs, with fragments of flesh and unidentifiable organs grotesquely adorning the murals. One could only imagine the horror of the atrocities that had transpired here, the sheer inhumanity of the previous events. A shadow of black mist flickered, revealing Brian's demonic form. His silhouette, shrouded in thick black fog, resembled a figure conjured from the depths of night itself. As the darkness began to settle, a black robe enveloped Brian, his once smooth and slightly pale skin now withered and desiccated. Beneath the translucent gray surface, black veins coursed slowly, with bone spurs and scales emerging visibly. The once handsome visage of the youth had transformed into a nightmarish countenance, with sunken eye sockets harboring flickering flames of crimson and ebony. His lips were darkened, and due to the dryness and atrophy, his gums were exposed. His nose had sunken into a hollow resembling that of a skull. while his ears had shriveled to mere remnants beside the stark protrusions of his bony head. His once graceful hands were now painfully parched, the skin tightly adhering to bone, with nails elongated and darkened, their sharpness glinting faintly in the gloom. How far I have fallen! After such a long time, I have merely managed to reassemble all my limbs and tissues. Yet, should anyone behold me now, they would surely mistake me for a lowly undead lich rather than the demon lord of Ur. How laughable! Examining his own body, Brian let out a bitter chuckle, though the desiccated skin could hardly convey such subtle expressions. Transforming into this form had granted him a power far exceeding that of mere mortals. For instance now, one could hardly claim that a nuclear blast would be fatal, while bullets would merely leave white marks upon his skin. Nonetheless, his current state served primarily to prevent him from retching and collapsing before he even reached the basement. Demons possess neither taste nor smell. The only sensations they can truly savor are blood and souls. Chapter 36. Scavenging for Treasures. Blood, shredded flesh, entrails. What purpose could warrant such actions? Such a waste of precious oil paintings. However, once processed and taken to auction, they might fetch a handsome price. As he walked, he murmured to himself, contemplating the grotesque scene before him. Rats, cockroaches, and maggots are occasionally visible, rendering the scene even more repulsive than the oldest sewers of England. As one traverses to the end of the staircase, the seepage of decaying corpses becomes evident, having oozed out beyond the door, with the ground coated in a viscous, yellowish fluid exuding a foul stench, resembling a thick sludge. Countless white maggots writhed within it. Were it not for Brian's prior transformation into his demonic form, he would undoubtedly retch at the sight of any creamy stew upon his return. As for dining, that would be postponed for several weeks. Brian stiffly waved his hand, summoning two flickering flames of hellfire that floated beside him, illuminating the grotesque scene before him. Although demons are largely unaffected by the night and can perceive their surroundings with remarkable clarity, the view is shrouded in shades of gray, akin to the greenish hue of night vision goggles. However, with the emergence of a light source, the details of the surroundings could be discerned without the impediment of colorblindness. After incinerating the worms before him to ashes, Brian proceeded onward. Before him stood a towering stone door 4 meters high. The door, rendered in dark gray stone, was intricately carved with figures of angels and demons, one on each side, showcasing the undeniable skill of the sculptor. Each figure housed a black and white gem in their respective eyes, which, as a fervent collector, Brian unceremoniously pried loose. Yet, regardless of the door's exquisite craftsmanship and artistic essence, the tragedy and filth behind it remained inescapable. As he slowly pulled open the massive door, an overpowering stench assaulted him, accompanied by a gruesome sight of dismembered children's bodies and organs, long since decomposed, some mingling with the mud, while many facial features had long since disintegrated, and numerous skulls lay incomplete. Gazing upon the grotesque, shapeless corpses infested with maggots and cockroaches, even in his demonic eyes, Brian felt a wave of nausea. Fortunately, having grown accustomed to the aftermath of battle, his constitution was somewhat fortified. Uncertain of what vital items lay within, he resorted to encasing the entire scene in ice. Thus, behind a glistening facade of frost, the sight became considerably more bearable. Both the noxious odors and the ground's meaty sludge were significantly muted. Stepping onto the solid ice, Brian ventured inside. Under his command, the hellfire ignited the candles throughout the room, illuminating it thoroughly. Before him appeared an array of assorted tools: pliers, saws, drills, hammers, syringes, axes, and various knives, meticulously arranged along the walls, all stained with remnants of blood and other unspeakable substances. Next, there were several large glass jars affixed to the wall, each containing a yellow formaldehyde preservative. Within these jars floated the remnants of deceased children, including hands, feet, segments of thighs, a pair of kidneys, perhaps a brain, a heart, or even a head. Behold, the expressions of terror that lingered upon their faces before death. How exquisite yet tragic it was for such a young lad. If only he had not perished, how many hearts he could have ensnared in the future. As Brian lightly tapped the glass jar with his fingernail and gazed at the unmistakably handsome visage of the boy's head within, he mused with a hint of mockery. This item is quite remarkable. It is indeed an antique. What a splendid piece to take home as a collectible. Clearly, after everything had been enshrouded in frost, this malevolent basement had transformed into a veritable treasure trove. For instance, those items preserved in formaldehyde within the glass jars were meticulously placed into bags treated with a spell of seamless extension. Such magic, along with spatial folding, required immense power. and utilizing it merely to augment a pocket's capacity would be an utter waste. Thus, the more practical and commonplace seamless extension spell proved to be most advantageous. After thoroughly scouring these sinister artifacts, Brian commenced his examination of the stone bed situated at the center. The bed was encrusted with a thick layer of desiccated blood, rendering it a hue of deep black interspersed with crimson. Brian inserted his fingernail into the viscous substance, revealing that the blood atop the stone bed was nearly half a centimeter thick. One could only fathom the number of children whose lifeblood had congealed to form such a grotesque tableau. He meticulously peeled away the dried clots, gradually unveiling the true nature of the stone bed. It was a slab of obsidian black stone, its surface remarkably smooth, adorned on all sides with ancient inscriptions. These inscriptions hailed from Egypt, as Brian had once glimpsed them in a book he carried during his fishing excursions with Anubis along the river Styx. Unfortunately, he had heard that the book was lost, leading to quite a stir. The appearance of this scripture in such an unexpected locale was indeed surprising. However, it presented an opportunity to transport this stone bed for further study. As for the circumstances surrounding this chamber, they became exceedingly clear. The grotesque figure outside, the morbidly obese man, sought to employ the stone bed and its inscriptions to restore his appearance and lost limbs. Alas, the incantations were effective only for the dead, and they required utterance to wield their power, akin to spells. Without recitation, they bore no effect whatsoever. Subsequently, after scavenging all valuable collectibles, Brian made his way toward the exit. Upon reaching the threshold, he suddenly recalled the purpose of his expedition, to locate the missing children. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and retraced his steps. Utilizing the demon's innate sense for souls, he effortlessly discerned the whereabouts of the children. Under the searing flames of hellfire, Brian directly reduced the walls of the hidden chamber to ashes. Inside, he beheld the children who, overwhelmed by terror and severe torment, had retreated into a state of self-protective isolation. Their eyes, dim and lifeless like those of puppets, mirrored the two children he had encountered earlier. Chapter 37. The Temptation of Magic. For these unfortunate souls, liberating them from their self-imposed protective mechanisms proved to be a formidable challenge, akin to restoring a comatose individual to normalcy, a task daunting even for seasoned psychologists. Furthermore, there remained the unsettling possibility that they might descend into madness or folly post-recovery. However, for Brian, the solution lay in a mere extraction of memories. To ensure a more secure outcome, he could implant new, fabricated memories, akin to what he had previously done with the students of Hogwarts, achieving a flawless result. As for the tragically deceased children, Brian could only send a letter to the underworld, wishing them a favorable rebirth. Having escorted the children out, Brian subsequently set the place ablaze, fully aware that he had removed all valuable artifacts. As for the corpses, he chose not to burden Her Majesty with unnecessary complications, for he knew that any blame directed towards him would be unwelcome. Such matters irked him. After all, being lectured by Her Majesty for several hours was merely the habitual rambling of an elder. Emerging from the staircase, Brian had no intention of concealing his true form. After all, those who pledged their allegiance had implicitly signed a soul contract at that moment. Any oath of fealty taken in Brian's presence would be marked with a soul imprint, a power bestowed by the will of the world. Unless Brian chose to annul it, it remained irrevocable. Unlike other soul contracts, however, should a loyal subject perish, the remaining followers would remain unscathed. At that moment, these individuals became lifelong servants of the demon Lord Brian. You, what manner of monster are you? A group had long awaited at the staircase, and upon witnessing Brian transformed into a demon, they instinctively reached for their weapons. How disloyal. The first question they posed was not concerning the fate of Duke Brian, but rather their immediate impulse to attack. Well, it is what it is. I am Brian, and before you stand my true form. Do not entertain any other thoughts. The moment you chose to pledge your allegiance, you became bound to obey me. It appears that the Celtic one has met his demise. Thus, we should take our leave. Bring the children to the carriage. Brian felt no emotional stirrings towards those before him, who leaned on one another for support. Aside from Dora, the girl imbued with unique power, he harbored little interest in the others. Indeed, if you drink the elixir contained within the bottles, that would suffice. Upon reflection, Brian recalled a matter he had nearly forgotten and retrieved several small vials filled with a resplendent liquid radiating a golden glow from the flowing black robe he wore, tossing them forth. Subsequently, the anticipated cries of anguish and moans ensued. It is essential to understand that reopening the skin regrowing bones and tendons, is an excruciating ordeal. In this regard, Brian held in contempt the so-called comforting sensations, akin to being enveloped in warm water. The agony of loss is one thing. The return of what was lost demands a suffering tenfold or 100-fold in exchange. After half an hour, the wails and moans finally subsided, and all who had imbibed the potion bore tear-streaked faces, though their tears were primarily those of joy for the return of their lost limbs. Yet, the realization that they had irrevocably sold their souls to the devil cast a shadow of melancholy over them. However, there is wisdom in the saying, as long as one can be rescued from this hellish existence, provided with sustenance. I care not whether they are an angel or a devil. Anyone capable of such acts is a deity, deserving of my faith. Before departing, Brian claimed the soul of the unfortunate Celtic baron, for there were many secrets yet to be gleaned from his memories, such as the black stone bed, the inscriptions upon it, and information concerning that wretched doctor. Once all secrets and treasures were extracted, the house was consumed by the beautiful flames of hell. Upon entering the carriage, Brian reverted to his original human form. As for this endeavor, returning these children to their families by tomorrow would signify the completion of his task. Tonight, however, it was certain he would need to work late. Fortunately, the workplace was his own castle, replete with soft, comfortable sofas and a splendid bed, as well as delightful treats crafted by Thor and warm cocoa. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, a group of young ladies diligently studied Brian's spellbook. To their astonishment, many had independently learned general magic through their research. One must admit, these young women are geniuses. It is worth noting that while absorbing and practicing one's inherent magical attributes is straightforward, the process of recalibrating one's elemental magic into formless magic to perform general spells is a formidable challenge. Although the original magic was also formless, its purity and quantity were insufficient, rendering the casting of any respectable spell nearly impossible. Nevertheless, the allure of these far more potent spells, eclipsing those taught in school, is undeniable. Fortunately, these diligent scholars are wise enough to recognize that such magic must remain concealed, even from Professor Brian, as studying without his permission would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. It is important to remember that the spellbook contains at least 3 spells capable of inducing amnesia and altering memories. Losing access to such wondrous knowledge would be an exceedingly painful fate. Thus, the entire magical academy remained oblivious to this matter. As for Brian, the idea of evading the demon was indeed a fanciful thought. One glance at the manner in which his internal magical energy flowed would suffice to reveal the truth. Chapter 38. A Corner of Luncheon. The events reached a conclusion after the last child had been sent away. Jack and his companions were left by Brian to tend to the gardens and clean the castle, which incited a flurry of complaints from Thor. Consequently, Brian issued a new command, instructing him to guard Elizabeth and to appear whenever summoned by Brian. Soon, the typically desolate castle began to buzz with activity. However, prior to this, everyone, including Brian, took a brief respite to visit the orphanage. Though it had been reduced to ashes, they still yearned to see it once more. Following this, Dole planned a journey to the countryside to visit her long-lost parents. Before her departure, Brian assisted her in restoring her appearance and provided her with 2 vials of potions intended for her parents' ailments. Thus, Jack and his companions grew accustomed to the presence of this demon and acknowledged him as their master, developing a fondness for the demon who provided them with a comfortable living environment. Utilizing the teleportation magic circle, Brian returned to his sanctuary within Hogwarts, where wishes are granted. Shedding his robe, he donned a shirt and waistcoat crafted from the finest materials, perfectly complementing his model-like physique, rendering Brian a strikingly handsome young boy. Reclining on the sofa, he lay with his mouth agape, gazing at the ceiling, his body feeling as if it were falling apart. Rubbing his throbbing temples, he made his way to the bathtub filled with viscous crimson liquid. Quickly disrobing, Brian submerged himself in the bath. The liquid was a concoction of various magical beast blood mixed with human blood, containing powers that could easily cause an ordinary person to explode or suffer severe mutations, leading to grotesque transformations into monstrous beings adorned with grotesque tumors. For Brian, however, this was far from sufficient. It is crucial to note that the state of his demonic form, despite possessing impenetrable skin and formidable strength, remained rigid in its movements, akin to the so-called zombies. As for the application of magic, it was nothing short of abysmal. The flow of blood within him was nearly stagnant, rendering the creation of a viable magical circuit utterly impossible. The only form of magic familiar to him was that which Harry Potter and his peers were currently studying, akin to forcing external magical energy into a box and subsequently casting spells, a method that was inefficient and lacked sustainability. In contrast, the approach Brian would later teach involved channeling magical energy according to one's inherent attributes and a naturally developed meridians, thus forming a unique magical circuit. This would allow for direct manipulation of the abundant magical energy coursing through his body via the brain, resulting in a swift, efficient, and voluminous capacity for magic. Not to mention, the transformation from gaseous magic to liquid magic was a significant advancement. During the time of their absence, aside from the ongoing scandal surrounding Ravenclaw, Harry and Ron increasingly perceived Professor Snape as a malevolent figure. First and foremost, his demeanor, reminiscent of an old bat, exuded an unmistakable aura of villainy. Whether it was Snape's leg injury, discovered by Harry after the troll incident, or the perilous Quidditch mishap, such occurrences only intensified this notion. Poor Snape, who strictly guided Harry with the hope that he would emulate the excellence of his mother and father, sought to prevent him from becoming arrogant due to his status as the chosen one. Yet this had devolved into the current perception of him as a nefarious antagonist. Over an hour later, Brian, having thoroughly assimilated a veritable pool of demon's blood, donned his attire and emerged through the grand door. After this latest infusion, his complexion appeared increasingly vibrant. Prior to this, he bore a striking resemblance to a lifeless corpse, pale, devoid of elasticity, and exuding a faint odor of decay, which explained his early endeavors in crafting perfumes and soaps. Descending the staircase, he gazed at the magical portraits along the way, each offering a tranquil solace to his spirit. The two extraordinary children, who had previously been left in the castle, would soon reach the age of 11, and this year, Brian would be able to bestow upon them the gift of magic. The reason for his keen interest in these seemingly unremarkable yet strikingly beautiful children, akin to puppets, lay in their unique existence, creatures straddling the realms of the living and the dead. The origins of their condition remained unclear. Yet Brian was convinced that by instilling them with renewed consciousness and nurturing them with care, they would become his finest masterpieces in millennia. In essence, they were not mere undead. They represented the pinnacle of potential assistance. Hermione, look, that's Professor Brian. He's back. Can we go ask him if we can attend his class tonight? At that moment, a group of bright-eyed young girls spotted Brian, casually leaning on his staff as he made his way into the hall through the teacher's corridor. The speaker, a girl with distinctly Asian features named Qiu Zhang, was Hermione's senior. Of course he yes back, but why don't you all just go and find him yourselves? Hasn't Professor Brian made it clear that he is accommodating to nearly every house? Hermione held considerable admiration for her caring senior. Well, you know, it's quite disheartening when one is filled with enthusiasm for extra lessons, only to find that no one else shows up. I trust you can understand that feeling. Qiu replied. Now, if we suddenly approach him about learning special magic, it might come off as presumptuous, especially since we only want to do so after discovering the benefits. Just then, another girl with golden hair, akin to a specter, interjected. This was Luna Lovegood. And Hermione, you're quite familiar with Professor Brian. He even assisted you with your transfer, so we thought that if you spoke to him, it would yield a far better outcome, Qiu continued. Very well. I shall return to seek him out. But for now, let us hasten to breakfast, as we have yet another of Professor Snape's potions classes looming ahead. A true torment first thing in the morning, Hermione lamented, clutching her book while sipping pumpkin juice and nibbling on gingerbread. In the recent interval since their departure, Harry and Ron had finally summoned the courage to inquire of Hagrid regarding the three-headed dog. They also mentioned Snape's intentions to steal the Philosopher's Stone, which naturally incurred Hagrid's displeasure. Hagrid firmly believed that all the professors at Hogwarts were virtuous, and despite Snape's less than pleasant demeanor, both Hagrid and Dumbledore recognized his worth as a brilliant potioneer. The reason for Snape's persistent antagonism towards Harry can be traced back to the latter's father, who frequently mocked the half-blood prince alongside his friends, thus engendering Snape's long-standing bias against Gryffindor in favor of Slytherin. Moreover, during their quest for information, the boys stumbled upon the name of the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, Nicholas Flamel. Consequently, they found themselves pondering the identity of this enigmatic figure. By sheer coincidence, they came across a chocolate frog card detailing the friendship between Dumbledore and Flamel, alongside the origins of the Philosopher's Stone. Brian, however, disapproved of such obligatory assistance, as he believed that a savior forged in this manner, despite an ostensibly smooth journey, would lack both knowledge and formidable strength. Furthermore, should not fortune be a commendable trait of a protagonist? Since Brian's arrival, the fabric of this world had been irrevocably altered. Beyond the magical realm, He had also cultivated remarkable friendships with various peculiar entities from China and Japan, a consequence of past business ventures alongside old Peter aboard a grand vessel. Merely 2 days ago, Brian received an invitation sealed within an envelope reminiscent of an ancient scroll adorned with 5 diamonds, the central one inscribed with the character for fear. This correspondence originated from the Nura clan of Edo, extending an invitation from their current leader, hoping for his presence as the year drew to a close. As a demon, Brian was indeed a fitting guest. However, it was rather astonishing that this notoriously frugal elder would treat him. Moreover, the prospect of flying all the way to Edo was quite vexing. Though airplanes existed, Brian deemed them less reliable than his own ability to fly, as he perceived them to be akin to sealed coffins in the sky, incapable of escape should misfortune arise. After lunch, Brian took the opportunity to visit Dumbledore's office in search of snacks. Given Dumbledore's penchant for carelessly adding truth serum to his treats, Brian was more than willing to indulge. For truth serum was as innocuous to a demon, adept in deception, as plain water. After raising certain queries regarding the cultivation of Harry Potter-related matters, Brian began assisting Professor Flitwick in adorning the school, as there was a plethora of decorations required for the upcoming Christmas festivities. Fortunately, magic was at their disposal, and Hagrid had already managed to procure the grandest Christmas tree, a testament to his remarkable strength. As for the afternoon, lacking any classes, Brian returned early to his wish-granting chamber to delve into the black stone bed he had previously retrieved. The inscriptions upon it were now unmistakably identified as incantations from the Egyptian Book of the Dead pertaining to the resurrection of the deceased. Naturally, such spells are generally forbidden, and even if one were to perform them, the resurrected individual would need to atone for the curse that accompanies the resurrection spell, typically requiring the death of the one who resurrected them to siphon their life force. Aside from these inscriptions, no significant discoveries were made. To Brian's astonishment, the stone exhibited the ability to negate his magical detection, underscoring its extraordinary value. He subsequently tested the material's conductivity and resistance to magic, discovering that it possessed commendable properties in both aspects. Brian had always held a fondness for such paradoxical, yet tangible materials. Furthermore, the stone's remarkable hardness suggested that, should the need arise, it could be fashioned into magical armor. A rather appealing prospect. For the time being, further investigation into the stone's utility was warranted. After all, a stone bed manifesting out of thin air could not merely be the work of a fool aiming to restore their appearance and corporeal form. There had to be a significant individual behind its creation, someone of great complexity. Consequently, Brian dispatched a letter to Egypt, intending to summon the jackal-headed figure for a thorough discussion on matter. As for the soul of that Celtic individual, acquiring anything of substantial use from it would prove challenging, considering the abhorrent acts he had committed against children. These memories were preserved in vivid detail, akin to witnessing a series of grotesque and disturbing films. A process that would take considerable time to exhaust, eventually reverting to the moment the stone bed appeared. Next, he checked on the 2 children whom he had restored with personalities and memories. They would take several more days to awaken. Once they did, he would instruct them in the most fundamental magical skills to prepare them for their eventual enrollment at Hogwarts, as traversing back and forth could be quite exhausting, even with the aid of a portal. Once all matters were settled, night fell, much to Hermione's dismay, as she had been searching for Brian all day and nearly arrived late to class because of it. It was not until dinner that she finally encountered him. Determined, Hermione approached Brian as he finished his meal, fixing him with an intense gaze, which prompted Brian to cover his mouth, feigning distress. Indeed, little Hermione politely stepped on Brian's foot with her shoe, even giving it a slight stomp. One must understand that the shoes worn by Hogwarts girls are petite. Heeled leather boots and the rigid soles, especially in winter, make such an impact truly excruciating. As a professor renowned for his elegance, Brian could hardly cry out in pain. Thus, in a moment of playful retaliation, he hoisted Hermione onto his shoulder and dashed toward the hall's exit, prompting gasps of astonishment from the gathered students, who internally cheered. Professor Brian is magnificent. Long live Professor Brian. This left Hermione momentarily stunned, her face flushing crimson all the way to her neck. Chapter 40. The construction of the classroom? Let me go. Put me down at once, she exclaimed, indignantly striking her tiny fists against Brian's back while vociferously protesting. Why'd you step on me? That really hurt. It's swollen. It wasn't until they reached the corner of the corridor that Brian finally set Hermione down and inquired, "What's the matter?" However, no sooner had Hermione been released than she charged forward, headfirst, colliding directly with Brian's abdomen, causing him to double over like a shrimp, nearly regurgitating the dinner he had just consumed. Ugh, ugh. He retched twice, one hand clutching his stomach while the other braced against the wall, his complexion paling as he struggled to regain composure. The pain in his foot, compounded by the ache in his belly, rendered Brian visibly shaky. "Are you all right, Brian? I didn't anticipate it would be so severe. Please, are you okay?" Seeing him in such distress, Hermione immediately felt a pang of regret. "I'm fine. I just need a moment to recover," he replied, rubbing his stomach, which had eased somewhat. "By the way, what brings you here? You seem quite agitated. Who has upset you?" "Well, it's because of you. I spent an entire day searching for you, nearly missing Professor Flitwick's charms class because of it. My classmates asked me to inquire if they could learn your ancient magic." Initially, Hermione spoke loudly, but then her shyness overcame her, and she grew bashful, ultimately divulging the recent events leading to this moment. As Brian listened, he began to massage his temples. The mere thought of the spells he had left in the magic book was overwhelming. While the presence of beautiful women is often delightful, terms like battlefield of love and romantic entanglement starkly illustrate the dire consequences of fickleness. Brian recalled a certain renowned figure, known as Chang-Gu, who met a tragic end due to such matters. Additionally, Brian had always found it challenging to indulge in the notion of coveting what he already had. Even now, the company of both Hermione and Liz, two exquisite young ladies, was a rarity to be cherished. Though Brian had traversed countless lifetimes and learned the profound truth that to love but one person throughout a lifetime is an ideal, he pondered, of course, it is possible. From what you've said, they possess remarkable talents, and nurturing a group of such exceptional students must indeed be a gratifying endeavor. This evening, I shall make prior arrangements with the administrator, inviting them to join us. However, testing each attribute individually may prove to be rather time-consuming. I shall return to prepare the necessary items and will await your arrival. Nevertheless, Brian remains predominantly pleased with this matter, for his existence has indeed begun to influence the future. The world itself has amalgamated fragments of various realms he has previously traversed to accommodate him. This implies that, regardless of whether it is Voldemort's return or other occurrences, the situation will no longer be as straightforward as it once was. After a light-hearted tease directed at little Hermione, Brian, under the weight of a reprimanding kick, truly must now rely on his cane to make his way back. Upon returning to his room, he hastily sank into the sofa, removing his shoes, only to discover that his feet were indeed bruised and his little toe's nail had begun to crack. One must admit, while fine, these leather shoes are quite delicate. Coupled with that hard stomp, they are truly unbearable. A green luminescence coalesced in his hand, and soon the bruising and cracked nail began to mend, a warm, tingling sensation enveloping him. In no time, this predicament was resolved. Brian then commenced preparing the items he would require shortly. Before him lay an array of transparent crystal stones, known as source stones, which serve as one of the primary materials for crafting crystal orbs. These exquisite gems, although incapable of directly manifesting the anomalies Hermione had encountered to assess magical potency, possess a multitude of functions. In the era of Brian's birth, many smaller magical academies, constrained by financial limitations, resorted to utilizing high-quality source stones for testing. After all, they typically attracted only average students, rendering the use of crystal orbs a waste. Though these source stones, as mere raw materials, lack the value of the finished crystal orbs, their utility is undeniably formidable. From magical jewelry to wands and magic crystal cannons, source stones are essential for their construction. Naturally, these transparent source crystals are not suitable for immediate use. However, once the students determine their primary magical attribute through the source crystals, they can be processed to create bespoke wands, those measuring at least 1.6 meters and potentially reaching up to 1.8 meters in length. Subsequently, Brian employed a spatial folding technique, followed by consuming 5 or 6 vials of magical potions to recuperate. After all, spatial magic is regarded as one of the 3 most potent magics alongside time and resurrection magic. Successfully casting it demands an immense expenditure of magical energy. Yet, if he can recreate magical tools to aid in casting and restore his original capabilities, performing magic will become as effortless as eating and drinking. Thankfully, the crafting of magical potions is not overly arduous, allowing for a substantial stockpile. Otherwise, he would find himself utterly incapacitated. Brian's demonic essence remains in a severely compromised state, teetering on the brink of dormancy, his body akin to a tattered sack, barely holding together, let alone undertaking more complex endeavors. Gazing at the expansive space that had transformed into an arena as vast as a Quidditch pitch, Brian's heart brimmed with delight. This transformation was made possible by the inherent overlapping and remarkable extensibility of the wish-granting house, making such an enormous expansion quite feasible. Subsequently, he scattered soil throughout the entire area, followed by sowing the herb seeds that had been soaked in potions, utilizing wind magic to disperse them across every inch of the land. Soon, as the mist dissipated, the seeds took root and sprouted swiftly in the moist, fertile soil. In a matter of minutes, an indoor grassy field was established. Following this, Brian summoned Thor to assist him in carving out an indoor river and constructing a virtual sky. It is worth noting that house elves, if not bound by the constraints of their nature, are remarkably adept wizards. Chapter 41. The Future Wizards. Once the grassy field was laid out, the next step involved enhancing the thickness of the soil, which required another application of spatial magic, coupled with earth proliferation spells to directly condense the soil elements from the air. This technique would yield a soil base with excellent magical resistance, and those with higher proficiency could even harness the soil's elements for magical practice. To accomplish these intricate maneuvers, Brian consumed 2 bottles of magical potions. Next, he fashioned a river that wound through the center of the field, providing a substantial source of water elements. For this purpose, he retrieved a bulb resembling a taro from his pocket. Although its appearance was rather unremarkable, it bore the name of the water deity's seed, a plant typically found only in secluded mountain waterfalls. While this bulbous plant might seem ordinary, it consistently emanated moisture, and upon being placed in a specially treated container, it would produce a continuous flow of water. The volume of water generated varied with the age of the bulb. For instance, a bulb over 10,000 years old could produce a torrent akin to a flood. After excavating a small riverbed and constructing the banks, he placed the bulb on an altar fashioned like a stone pavilion. Almost immediately, water began to surge forth from the pavilion's lower aperture, filling the circular river with crystal clear water. The stone pavilion was situated at the center of the entire area, with the streams dividing the space into 4 sections, each connected by white stone bridges. Brian's dwelling was located against the northern wall of the area, enveloped by climbing plants such as ivy, resembling the house where he and old Peter had once lived in the countryside. Indeed, Brian had relocated it, as it housed numerous experimental instruments and tools, making frequent trips back cumbersome. Thus, he decided to bring it along, especially since his previous room had been rendered obsolete by the spatial folding technique. "Professor Brian, may we enter?" At that moment, Hermione's voice echoed from outside the door, indicating that the girls had indeed arrived. Naturally, the peculiar door belonging to Professor Brian was not spared from a round of playful banter. Is Professor Brian not in? Or has he already succumbed to slumber? After a brief wait without a reply from within, Senior Zhang Xiao inquired. "He'd better not. If he dares to stand us up, I'll trample him tomorrow." Hermione remained confident, firmly believing that Brian would not dare to leave her waiting, especially not when it came to her foot. "Oh, certainly, do come in," Brian hastily declared, bringing over a chair to sit in the middle of the pavilion, pretending to read a book, while swiftly instructing Thor to return. Upon hearing the invitation, a group of girls entered. They pushed open Brian's ominous door, only to be greeted not by a dimly lit room warmed by a fireplace, but by a vibrant meadow basking under the sun, with a clear blue sky, striking white bridges and crystalline rivers, not to mention the little fish swimming within. Everyone thought they were dreaming until they pinched themselves and plucked a handful of grass, realizing that everything before them was indeed real. "Professor, did you create all this? It is simply marvelous." "Ha ha. Well, there were some helping hands, including my house elf who assisted me considerably. However, I'm truly delighted to see so many of you here seeking extra lessons when you could be sound asleep." Prior to this gathering, he had heard that they had already self-studied a portion of ancient magic, so he assured them that mastering the subject would not be exceedingly difficult. "Now, let us determine each of your magical elemental attributes. In this cabinet, there are crystals. Each of you should take one. The method of use is simple. Channel your magical power into the crystal as you would with your wand. Remember to relax and attune yourself to the surroundings." Under Brian's guidance, the lovely young ladies began their practice. As for Hermione, she was beckoned aside by Brian, who invited her to enjoy a rich cup of hot cocoa. During this time, he addressed some of her previous inquiries regarding magical studies and assigned her a task to complete before the Christmas break, to craft a wand uniquely suited for ancient magic, with a deadline set for the start of the next term. After about 10 minutes, those with notable talent began to show signs of progress. The source crystals in their hands began to morph and change color. Some of them transformed into a vibrant crimson, even crystalline, symbolizing the power of fire elements, while others became smooth and sea blue, representing the stagnant water element. A few changed to purple or icy blue, corresponding to the powers of lightning and the ice magic akin to Hermione's. However, it was evident that despite both being ice magic, the resulting source crystals emitted a lesser chill and lacked purity, indicating that their achievements were merely those of relatively solid practitioners within the ranks of magicians. In conclusion, on this night, a new cohort of adept female magic tutors was born, undoubtedly among the most formidable students in the annals of magical history. Of course, they were now prohibited by Brian from disclosing their newfound magical prowess. As for those who had been informed, yet chose not to attend, Brian had no intention of imparting these spells to them, for teaching such ancient magic to those who had not diligently studied would be a waste, potentially leading to disastrous results akin to the folly of one trying to walk like another. Once everyone had established their elemental affinities, Brian distributed textbooks tailored to each individual's magical specialty. Aside from the general magic book, the rest varied slightly. For instance, while some were suited to become elemental summoners, others were destined to serve as mobile magical artillery. Consequently, the spells they learned would naturally differ. Subsequently, depending on their alignment with light or darkness, Brian would also impart knowledge and skills regarding various branches of holy light and magical energy within the same elemental categories. As the holiday season drew nearer, Brian began preparing the Christmas gifts he intended to give and arranging his holiday itinerary, as he had plans to visit Her Majesty the Queen, the Elizabeth family, and Hermione's household, as well as a trip to Edo, effectively filling his schedule to the brim. Chapter 42, a discussion on teaching issues. After more than 2 hours, it was past 10 o'clock in the evening. After sending the group of young ladies off to bed, Brian decided to rest. However, prior to this, he took out his dark soulstone wand. Within it, the most prominent presence was a fragment of Voldemort's soul, accompanied by a green light pulsating within, representing the soul of the previous giant. Lastly, a gray, mist-like essence floated within, vaguely revealing the tormented visage of its soul's owner. This gray soul belonged to Baron Celtic. Recently, Brian had managed to sift through a chaotic array of memories filled with heinous acts and unearthed information regarding the stone bed. This stone bed was, in fact, a coffin. It seems rendered invisible due to the unique materials and years of being steeped in blood, requiring specific items for its opening. The inscriptions upon it were indeed transcriptions from the lost necromancer's Black Codex, aimed at resurrecting whatever lay within the coffin. All of this was concealed by Brian's old nemesis among the fallen angels hidden within Her Majesty, the Queen's realm. There is a distinction between fallen angels and those who are merely fallen. Fallen angels refer solely to those celestial beings that, due to the fall of heaven, descend into the mortal realm. Conversely, the term fallen angel implies a corruption by malevolent forces, leading to their degradation. Brian, naturally, had grown accustomed to this grim reality. After all, such brutal and extreme acts were not unprecedented among these avian beings. Throughout history, numerous malevolent deeds have been attributed to them, with even the shadows of these creatures cast over the events of the Second World War. Reclining on his plush bed and gazing at the antique ceiling, Brian gradually drifted into slumber. Yet, within his dreamscape lingered a pervasive darkness, culminating in the haunting image of blood-soaked ground and the eternal absence of his beloved, who had been lost to him forever. The scenes of their past life were once so ordinary and warm, until the arrival of demons heralded the onset of sinister experiments in human fusion. The consequence of such malevolence was the death of the one he cherished most. The next time he beheld her, she had been horrifically divided, her upper body grotesquely sewn onto a loathsome creature, whose gaping maw represented the pinnacle of Brian's fury. Ultimately, he found himself weeping in the torrential rain, cradling the remnants of his beloved's form. It was on that fateful day that he relinquished his humanity, descending into the realm of lesser demons. The death of his love and the agony of the cycle of rebirth jolted Brian awake from his nightmare. A glance at the clock revealed it to be merely 2 in the morning. However, sleep eluded him. He resolved to sit up, enveloped in his blanket, staring vacantly at the heavy snowfall outside. As dawn approached, around 6 o'clock, Brian, with weary eyes, silently donned a black robe and meticulously arranged his attire. He prepared himself a cup of tea and settled by the hearth, sipping thoughtfully while gazing into the flames. It was only when breakfast time arrived that he rose and, in silence, made his way to the dining hall. The atmosphere surrounding Brian felt profoundly quiet and oppressive. Whether at breakfast or during morning classes, it was evident to all that Professor Brian was enveloped in a cloud of melancholy, displaying signs of deep sadness and despondency. During the midday break, while sipping tea in his room, Hermione entered, uninvited yet unperturbed, and took a seat beside him. Faced with this boy, who was of her age yet possessed a maturity reminiscent of Professor Dumbledore, Even the astute Hermione found herself at a loss for words. To her astonishment, the once confident prodigy, who always seemed impenetrable, had succumbed to slumber, resting his head upon her lap, with faint traces of tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. As night fell and dinner approached, Brian awakened, while Hermione, it seemed, had remained steadfastly by his side, having missed a rare half-day of classes. She had drifted off on the sofa beside him. As she gradually stirred, sensing a lightness on her lap, their eyes met, and both felt a flush of warmth upon their cheeks. "Shall we go for dinner? Time is slipping away." Brian broke the slightly awkward silence. At this moment, the fact that Hermione, the studious one, had skipped an entire afternoon of classes had become quite the topic of discussion. It must be said that today's youth seem rather carefree. Otherwise, how could such an issue occupy the entire school as discourse for a whole day? Following this, during the mealtime, Brian and Hermione walked side by side into the dining hall, which became the focal point of conversation throughout the school. Anyone who had attended Brian's class knew that he was a figure of considerable authority, akin to Snape. Thus they remained silent, keeping their thoughts to themselves. Observing Brian in such high spirits, his students felt fortunate. Some even regarded Hermione as a heroine. This was particularly notable since that morning. Brian's foul mood had cast an icy pall over the classroom, making it feel cold and gloomy, compounded by the assignment of an additional heap of homework. With the semester's final examination looming the next day, if Professor Brian maintained that demeanor, it would surely spell disaster. "Professor Brian, do you believe it is appropriate for students to divert their attention from their studies?" Just as Brian was adjusting his napkin and preparing to eat, the formidable Professor Snape, with a stern and brooding expression, posed the question. "Personally, I firmly believe that students should concentrate their energies on their studies. However, a well-rounded education encompasses various areas, including extracurricular knowledge. Furthermore, I do not think children should be deprived of the joys of childhood. They are children, not machines," Brian replied with a smile. It appears that Professor Brian indeed possesses insightful perspectives on teaching. "May I inquire about another matter? What is your stance on students engaging in early romantic relationships?" Snape clearly had no intention of letting Brian's feigned ignorance slide easily. "Ah, that is indeed a question that warrants careful consideration. To be honest, I do not advocate for early romances. Rather, many children do not truly grasp the essence of love, mistaking it for an exaggerated understanding of friendship. Yet, this is a natural occurrence, as many people experience such feelings. I believe even Professor Snape must have had similar experiences in his youth, right? In fact, I think this exploration of friendship and love is understandable and can even be beneficial, fostering maturity and understanding at an earlier age. Of course, this requires proper guidance and education, which is precisely our responsibility as educators," he continued, delicately savoring a small piece of black forest cake, relishing its exquisite flavor. Before leisurely addressing Snape, "Let us hope for a positive outcome, Professor Brian. However, I hope we can continue this discussion in the future." At this, Snape noticeably raised an eyebrow, especially at the mention of his childhood, as a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 43. A Bargain. After an enjoyable discussion with Professor Snape regarding various student educational matters, Brian finally found the opportunity to savor the delectable dessert before him. It is worth noting that sometimes, no amount of these delightful cakes seems sufficient. Were it not for the fear of gaining weight and being unable to fit into his tailored suits, he would indulge even more. As for Hermione and her table, it was evident that they were engrossed in a conversation about the events of the afternoon, particularly what transpired between Hermione and Professor Brian. It must be said that girls have an inherent penchant for gossip, especially when it comes to the notion of student-teacher relationships. Fortunately, last night, Brian had discreetly eliminated any awkward magical effects. Otherwise, the discussion would have been far more spirited than it currently was. After dinner, due to Brian's duty to patrol at night, he had informed Hermione in advance that today's classes would be canceled. With Christmas approaching, it was apparent that the students needed to pack their belongings, making the atmosphere quite busy. Holding a lantern, Brian's black robe billowed in the wind. If not for his youthful appearance, resembling that of a 12 or 13-year-old at a height of merely over 1.60 m, he would undoubtedly evoke more terror than the various ghosts haunting Hogwarts. In truth, with his magical eye surveying every corner of Hogwarts, it was impossible for anyone to elude his watchful gaze. The eye of magic effortlessly pierces through illusions and invisibility spells. Not to mention that Harry Potter had yet to receive his invisibility cloak. At that moment, amidst the multitude of scenes unfolding, a shadow darted from a corner, heading towards the Forbidden Forest. Observing someone daring to outdo him, Brian swiftly followed suit, the figure in question being none other than Professor Quirrell, who was under Voldemort's influence. Judging by the time, this was likely an expedition to hunt unicorns. After all, Quirrell had habitually confined himself within the confines of the school. It was well known that Voldemort's state necessitated the consumption of unicorn blood to sustain itself. Unicorns, being naturally magical beasts, are revered as sacred, yet few are aware that they hail from the magical realm, akin to distant relatives of hellish warhorses. In a magical world, these exquisite unicorns are among the most favored pets of the aristocracy. While unicorns are deemed sacred, they can be transformed through specific means, thus elevating these celestial steeds into dark warhorses. Only Brian, as the Dark King, possesses the knowledge of this transformation method. The Black Reaper, traversing the cosmos, was none other than Brian himself, and the vision of a jet-black steed exuding billowing dark smoke alongside a skeletal figure wielding a cold, pale scythe is a nightmare for many. As for the presence of unicorns, Brian typically rejoiced. However, due to their rarity and the severe scrutiny that would ensue from the loss of even a single one, combined with his need to advance the unfolding narrative, the unicorns must remain untouched. Should Voldemort perish from the lack of blood, it would undoubtedly result in a disastrous predicament for Brian. Ugh, I detest cobwebs. As Brian removed the cobweb clinging to his face, he found himself in a state of discontent. He could not fathom why, regardless of his location, he was perpetually encountering these webs. It was one thing to find them while wandering through a forest, but to have them drape over him while strolling down a bustling street was utterly perplexing. Even in the warehouses, he encountered the same nuisance. It was safe to say that Brian harbored a profound aversion to cobwebs, not to mention the gifts bestowed upon him by Rose, the spider goddess, which often consisted of inexplicable offerings ensnared in webs, reduced to mere puddles of liquid. At that moment, the piercing cry of a unicorn resonated throughout the forbidden forest. The magical eye had long since signaled that Hagrid's house was illuminated, and even Hogwarts seemed to stir with activity, indicating that a throng of individuals would soon be arriving. Consequently, Brian quickened his pace, sensing the grotesque and twisted essence of Voldemort, as well as that of Loki, lurking nearby. As he drew closer, precious unicorn blood began to trickle onto the ground. Before long, Brian navigated through the thicket, discovering a dark figure, exuding an air of superiority, feeding voraciously on the blood of a faintly glowing white horse. It was evident that the unicorn was on the brink of death. In an instant, Brian cast a shadowy spell, which seamlessly penetrated the unicorn's being. Following this act, the unicorn was reduced to a state of near demise, akin to a video game character teetering on the edge of life with but a single drop of health remaining. Yet, it could not succumb to death for the time being. This state would persist for a duration of 12 hours, until the transformation into a dark steed was complete. Consequently, the shadowy figure sensed the unicorn's blood beginning to mutate, rendering it ineffective for sustenance. Naturally, this incited displeasure towards the individual responsible for the act. However, there was an unsettling recognition that this person wielded a magic akin to his own, perhaps even more sinister. Instantly, Voldemort let out a sinister chuckle. As for Brian, he had no intention of engaging in conversation with this entity. Instead, he unleashed a radiant orb of light, which erupted into a blinding brilliance, causing the shadow to howl in anguish before vanishing into the depths of the forbidden forest. Swiftly, Brian concealed the unicorn beneath the earth using earth magic, followed by a sealing spell to ensure that no one would uncover the existence of this creature, soon to transform into its antithesis. What on earth has transpired? I heard the anguished cries of the unicorn. And what is this pool of unicorn blood? My goodness, someone is hunting unicorns. Shortly thereafter, Hagrid, towering nearly 3 meters tall, approached with a massive lantern in hand. Brian, having been spotted by Hagrid long before, understood that someone had arrived before him. Within the confines of the school, the enigmatic eye observed every movement. For instance, Dumbledore had not even had the opportunity to change out his nightcap and robe before arriving, while Professor Snape appeared to be the most impeccably dressed among them. However, given his penchant for late-night potion research, this was entirely understandable. As for Quirrell, he exhibited remarkable resilience, appearing amongst the professors despite his injuries, although his presence was scarcely felt, given his timid and stuttering demeanor. Chapter 44. The Grim Tidings for Students and Teachers. What has transpired? Oh, Professor Brian, what brings you here? As Hagrid bent down to examine the traces on the ground, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall also arrived. I discovered that someone had attacked a unicorn. During my nocturnal patrol, I spotted a shadow drifting towards the forbidden forest, and I followed it here. Although I managed to scare off the shadow, the unicorn was taken away with it, Brian recounted, his face betraying no sign of guilt. In response, Voldemort expressed vehement indignation. "Did you see who that shadow was?" Dumbledore inquired, stroking his beard and gazing at the large pool of unicorn blood before him, his brow furrowing in evident concern. Regrettably, the situation was urgent, and the figure was shrouded in a black mist, making it difficult to discern. However, it was struck by my spell and should have sustained injuries. Voldemort seethed with a desire to rend Brian into pieces. Who would have anticipated that a mere child would act so impulsively, wielding such formidable power? Were it not for the properties of unicorn blood, Voldemort's soul would have already been shattered. The act of hunting unicorns and extracting their blood is an exceedingly grave matter. I shall extend an invitation to the Ministry of Magic to investigate this incident. Contemplating the implications of unicorn blood, Dumbledore was overtaken by a disquieting realization that he wished to deny, deepening his sorrow. He reluctantly prepared to summon the Ministry of Magic. "I intend to place my recollections into the pensieve. I hope the headmaster will acquiesce, as I believe this will significantly aid the ensuing investigation. Although I do not know the identity of the shadow, sharing my memories is the wisest course of action, particularly as a child. After all, the words of youth carry little weight, but it is also a means to ward off potential inquiries from the ministry, especially at critical moments. That would certainly be acceptable. It is indeed the best course of action." Thus, everyone followed Dumbledore back, while Hagrid remained enveloped in sorrow, for these magical creatures were treasures to him. As for Snape, being a fervent potion enthusiast, he was reluctant to squander the unicorn blood strewn across the ground and hurriedly prepared to retrieve a vial. Yet, upon regaining his composure, he discovered that the blood had already vanished, for Brian had acted more swiftly, having secured a small vial of silvery liquid that resembled a watermark. Certainly, this test tube also utilized a seamless extension spell. Upon returning to school, Brian approached Dumbledore's meditation basin, retrieving his wand crafted from a dark soul stone. Naturally, the contents regarding Voldemort's soul were meticulously concealed. With a flick of his wand, Brian drew forth a glimmering white thread from his temple, which then vanished into the depths of the basin. Subsequently, each professor immersed their heads into the liquid, and soon, the events of the night began to unfold in the minds of all present. Initially, Brian, stifling a yawn and rubbing his eyes, appeared quite fatigued. Just then, a shadow drifted from the corridor towards the forbidden area. Brian, jolted awake, hastily set down his lantern and followed closely, which naturally included the incident involving the web that had ensnared his face. What transpired thereafter mirrored exactly Brian's earlier descriptions. The shadow, indeed, was recognizable. It belonged to Severus Snape and Professor Dumbledore, both of whom had once served as Death Eaters. It was evident that their expressions were grave, for they understood that the figure was none other than the Dark Lord Voldemort, a name most dared not utter. His return was undoubtedly a dire omen. While they had anticipated such a day would come, none expected it to arrive so swiftly. However, it was apparent that Voldemort was currently in a weakened state, struggling to maintain his form, reliant on unicorn blood for sustenance. Nevertheless, amidst this troubling news, Dumbledore found himself harboring renewed expectations for Brian's magical prowess. It was noteworthy that he had previously achieved wandless magic, a feat typically reserved for adults and limited to simplistic spells. Furthermore, Dumbledore was particularly intrigued by the brilliantly radiant offensive spell, which required no incantation, an extraordinary milestone in the field of magic. For instance, Professor Flitwick, who taught charms, was eager to discern the nature of that evidently formidable and nearly instantaneous spell, purely from an academic standpoint, especially since it was clearly something he had never encountered before. What should be done about this situation? Though the Ministry of Magic would be involved, it was clear that this shadow lurked within the school. Personally, I questioned the Ministry's ability to effectuate any significant change. Professor McGonagall, deeply concerned for her students, exhibited a level of worry that contrasted with her usual stern demeanor, making her one of the most attentive to student welfare, second only to Dumbledore himself. Let's not be overly anxious. First, we must maintain our composure and ensure the safety of our respective houses. With Christmas approaching, we shall conduct a discreet search once the majority of students have returned home. In the meantime, I urge the professors who patrol the night to exercise caution. As for the remaining matters, we must place our trust in certain officials of the ministry. Dumbledore, seated calmly behind his desk while sipping a cup of fruit-infused tea, appeared far more composed than Brian. After much ado, a group of professors quietly returned to their residences, and everything seemed so tranquil that one could confidently assert that no student was aware of the events that transpired the previous night. As for Brian, he had already retreated to replenish his sleep. Presently, he was in high spirits, for it appeared that the Olby intended to have him teach other subjects. while the study of Muggle studies was to be entrusted to Professor Flitwick on a part-time basis. Brian expressed great delight at the prospect of no longer having to teach this tedious course, and the children were even more jubilant, relieved from the burden of towering piles of homework. However, come the following morning, he unexpectedly received a new appointment, which was to oversee ancient runes. The children, too, received the disheartening news that Professor Flitwick, out of respect for Professor Bryant's pedagogical achievements and to avert complications during the upcoming final assessments, had decided that all of Brian's assignments would remain unchanged until the end of the semester. Chapter 45. The holiday. The previously mentioned unicorn had been concealed beneath the earth of the Forbidden Forest, yet once the transformation began, the ensuing dark elements would undoubtedly attract attention, leading to significant problems. Thus, Brian prudently waited until nightfall. He then transformed into a shadow, utilizing the castle's darkness and crevices to stealthily navigate into the Forbidden Forest. Subsequently, he successfully transported the corrupted unicorn back to his chamber and employed a teleportation array to return himself and the unicorn to his castle. To be honest, had it not been for Voldemort, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Brian to acquire such a unicorn in his current state. After all, as a symbol of purity, a mature unicorn in its prime would pose a terrifying threat to Brian, a being of darkness with its sacred attacks. The dark seeds could not even approach. For the moment they did, they would be incinerated by the holy aura. It is crucial to note that the dark seeds were intrinsically linked to Brian's soul, and any damage inflicted upon them would be catastrophic. Furthermore, should he inadvertently slay a unicorn, the subsequent deluge of curses would be an even greater predicament. Here, it is pertinent to introduce the unicorn. The very essence of a unicorn serves as a poignant counterpoint to the pervasive evil and darkness of the demon realm, birthing these extraordinarily pure and sacred beings. This scenario presents a splendid opportunity to mock those self-proclaimed paragons of justice. Hush, you claim to be just and radiant. Yet why can't you produce unicorns? Why is it that we, from the demon realm, possess them? Such hypocrisy is indeed laughable. This reflection could serve as a catalyst for the divine and demonic realms' interactions. The unicorn's most distinguishing feature lies in its unblemished light and sanctity. However, due to its extreme purity, it is also exceedingly susceptible to corruption, which explains the emergence of powerful, unique hellish steeds known as the chaotic warhorses within the demon realm. Consequently, unicorns typically only draw near to those of pure heart, predominantly children and innocent women. The unicorns, in their essence, are often destined to ascend into the chaotic steeds, serving as the most formidable weapons of the Chaos Knights. These chaotic horses possess the awe-inspiring ability to tear through dimensions and traverse the fabric of time and space, rendering them unparalleled in both pursuit and assault. Yet, it was Brian, the Dark King, who, by a fortunate stroke of fate, came to comprehend the profound truth that extremes inevitably give rise to opposites. Thus, he embarked on a meticulous study, and indeed, through rigorous manipulation and fusion, the once pure unicorn was utterly transformed into a creature imbued with dark elements. The dark steed, akin to its chaotic counterpart in its capacity to rend space and dimensions, also inherited the trait of dark absorption. In summary, the power of the dark steed far surpasses that of any mount. Aside from the most exalted divine beasts and ultimate demonic creatures, as for the unicorn in its current state, the once immaculate coat that radiated a silvery sheen has now morphed into a somber gray, with faint tendrils of darkness beginning to seep through. Most notably, the corruption of dark magic has begun to manifest in the eyes, nostrils, and mouth, as the unicorn's very form starts to undergo a gradual metamorphosis. However, this transformation is not a swift affair. It is commonly said that such a conversion requires several hours, if not days, to reach completion. This is also why the unicorn was not left within the room of requirement at Hogwarts, especially considering that it has become a hub of nightly gatherings for students eager to practice their magic. The progress being made is indeed remarkable, a testament to the brilliance of the Ravenclaw scholars. The necessity for such a steed arises not only from its status as the finest mount in the magical realm, second only to dragons, which would significantly bolster Brian's strength, but also from a need for efficient travel between England and Edo. Simply flying would consume an inordinate amount of time and energy, and as for riding a broomstick, Brian adamantly refuses to tarnish his dignity by doing so, particularly when visiting places inhabited by formidable magical beings. In his own words, "I cannot afford to lose face. Everyone knows how lowly it is to ride a broomstick, and I shall not engage in such a trivial act devoid of grandeur, lest I suffer great embarrassment." having prepared everything meticulously. And after cautioning Jack and the others to avoid the basement, Brian took his leave. Prior to this, he prudently placed a triple-layered seal and established a barrier to prevent any prying muggles from witnessing the dark energies that would soon surge forth. The last thing he needed was for the Ministry of Magic to trouble him, or for Her Majesty the Queen to have a lengthy discussion regarding the matter. Furthermore, there remains an underhanded plan to extricate Hagrid from Dumbledore's watchful gaze, for as long as Hagrid remains within sight. Quirrell will have little opportunity to extract information about the three-headed dog and other related matters. Thus, Brian diligently employed the dark whisper and dream taint once more. Predictably, by the following day, the minds of the students would be swayed to propagate certain rumors, flimsy tales that would collapse with the slightest scrutiny. Yet, public opinion can overshadow all truths. When wielded skillfully, it becomes the most potent weapon. Indeed, by the next morning, a rumor had spread throughout the campus regarding the disappearance of a unicorn from the Forbidden Forest, with claims that Hagrid had devoured it. Even Dumbledore would not suspect himself in this matter, for he had already prepared a scapegoat, Draco, whose father was one of the school governors. As long as the situation did not escalate too far, he was assured of safety. In any realm, the notion that the sovereign is held to the same laws as the common folk is mere folly, often relegated to the stage in theatrical performances. Time passed swiftly. The very next day, under the advice of Brian and Dumbledore, Hagrid was compelled to leave the school to avoid the growing storm. The school was about to break for the holidays, as Christmas was just a few days away. A throng of children, laden with their belongings, began their journey home. Among them was the lovely Hermione, while Potter naturally had no desire to return to his uncle's house. As for Ron, his parents were off to Romania to visit his cousin Charlie. The two were currently seated in the common hall, engaged in a game of wizard's chess, while Brian continued assisting Professor Flitwick in adorning the grand Christmas tree. It was said that Ron's cousin was researching dragons in Romania, a subject that piqued Brian's interest. For capturing a dragon to transform into an icebone dragon would undoubtedly be a remarkable feat, provided, of course, that necromancy was not met with disdain. Chapter 46. The Art of Swordplay and Heartfelt Connection. Christmas had arrived, enveloping the air in a joyous, celebratory atmosphere. Seated within the castle, after ensuring that all his gifts had been sent, Brian began to pack his belongings. Among his gifts was a dress embedded with pink gemstones and adorned with butterfly patterns for Elizabeth, alongside a life-size teddy bear and an assortment of magical snacks and manuals. For Hermione, he had chosen a diadem of Ravenclaw and a necklace featuring a magnificent sapphire known as the Heart of the Ocean. The pendant was a splendid complement to the diadem. First, he needed to visit Her Majesty the Queen in London, and subsequently pay a visit to his two future in-laws. Although gifts had been exchanged, a personal visit was deemed essential. After all, he was of noble birth, and maintaining proper etiquette was a hallmark of genteel upbringing. Just yesterday, Brian had borne a Christmas pudding, a gift from Her Majesty, to the estate of Prince Midford, seizing the opportunity to discuss future matters with him. As two individuals at the apex of the aristocracy, both their futures and that of their nation required careful contemplation and planning. At present, the influence of nobility is waning, with royalty having transformed into a well-known national emblem. However, those who truly comprehend the situation would not express it as such, for this is merely the superficial appearance. The underlying intent is simply to avert accusations of tyranny, which could lead to a fate akin to that of certain national leaders. It is essential to recognize that tyranny, much like nuclear weapons, serves as a prime justification for war. In summary, after dedicating 2 days to visiting 3 families, Brian received numerous affectionate kisses. Upon disembarking from his carriage, a figure draped in pink leapt into his embrace, and without hesitation, under the wide-eyed gaze of her father, she planted a kiss squarely on Brian's lips. Naturally, the young lady's face flushed crimson, which drew a reprimand and displeasure from the prince, as this engagement holds no prospect of resolution for the Prince of Midforth. Should there be a resolution, it would undoubtedly spell his own demise. Nevertheless, this did not deter the childhood friends from spending the entire day in each other's company. During this time, Brian personally offered guidance to Elizabeth regarding swordsmanship. As for what followed, being both his future father-in-law and Elizabeth's initial swordsmanship instructor, the prince felt a compelling urge to engage. Thus, whether motivated by Brian's inadvertent advantage over his daughter or his passion for swordplay, the Prince of Midforth graciously extended an invitation for a duel. "I have heard of your exceptional sword skills. Duke, would you care to spar with me?" he inquired, a smile gracing his features as he caressed the hilt of his sword. "Ah, where would I be to claim such praise? It is merely Elizabeth's flattery. However, it would be an honor to receive your highness's guidance," Brian responded, and both he and the prince drew their swords. Out of respect for his elder, Brian allowed the prince to strike first. In an instant, the prince lunged forward, raising his sword with force. Brian swiftly raised his own sword to parry. Yet the tremendous downward force caused the tip of his blade to bend perilously close to his neck. In that moment, Brian deftly sidestepped to evade the strike. The prince then launched another thrust, to which Brian responded with a sweeping block, pressing the edge of his sword against the prince's blade and attempting to thrust back. As the prince executed a graceful rotation, Brian suddenly changed his approach to a direct stab. The prince, leveraging his longer reach, also thrust forward while adjusting his position. He evaded Brian's attack with a deft pivot. Seizing the moment, Brian stepped forward, deftly evading the prince's incoming strike, and with a flick of his wrist, he thrust again, propelled by the momentum. At that moment, the prince bent low, swiftly twisting to unleash another strike. It must be noted that as a master swordsman, the prince displayed remarkable skill. Unlike Elizabeth's ethereal elegance, the prince's style was characterized by a fierce and aggressive ferocity. For instance, this slender rapier, when wielded with tremendous force, would undoubtedly suffer severe bending even when parried by Brian's sword, potentially leading to a secondary strike. Had Brian not possessed extraordinary attributes beyond humanity, he would have undoubtedly succumbed to numerous hits by now. Moreover, each of his strikes was remarkably swift, precise, and ferocious. Coupled with the prince's incredible flexibility akin to that of a seasoned yogi, his swordplay was executed with astonishing speed and cunning. As the prince was to become his future father-in-law, winning was not an option, yet losing would be a matter of great disgrace. Thus, with utmost precision, they ultimately arrived at a stalemate. Even if victory were to be pursued, it would likely yield no more than a 30% chance without the aid of magic or transformations, whereas achieving a draw had an 80% probability. In his previous battle with the giant, he had merely cast spells such as the giant strength spell to enhance his abilities, similar to his current situation. Although his present form was an alchemical creation endowed with numerous capabilities, physically it bore no distinction from that of an ordinary human. As for the demon blood, it merely served to restore his demonic physique. In light of this outcome, one must admit it was quite favorable. At the very least, in terms of swordsmanship, Brian had earned the recognition of Prince Midafort, who could not help but feel genuine admiration for Brian, a youth barely older than Elizabeth. It is noteworthy that Brian's primary pursuits lay in magic and science, not in swordsmanship. Yet, at such a young age, his profound understanding of both celestial and terrestrial matters, coupled with his formidable prowess, was indeed astonishing, even intimidating. In times of war and chaos, such an individual could undoubtedly alter the course of destiny. Finally, before departing from the prince's castle, Elizabeth bestowed a farewell kiss upon him, and then she darted away like the wind, leaving behind a slightly flushed Brian and a Prince Midafort wearing a wry smile. In essence, this visit served to ascertain a stance, whether to relinquish the betrothal for the sake of power or, conversely, to uphold it. Presently, it appears to be the latter. One could say this journey was hasty, perhaps even somewhat superficial. However, all parties involved were astute, and apart from the innocent Liz, none were unaware of the political murkiness surrounding this engagement. What was ostensibly a duel of swords was, in truth, a meeting of hearts. In the eyes of others, it appeared as a thrilling and intense exhibition of swordsmanship, yet within the arena, the two were revealing their innermost thoughts. The momentum of the swords and the profound essence contained within conveyed a multitude of meanings. Chapter 47, A Visit to the Gunter Manor. Upon leaving the residence of Prince Midafort, Brian proceeded to visit Hermione, who lived near the heart of London. Her parents, both muggles, were skilled dentists, thus placing them in comfortable circumstances. Their practice was situated amidst a row of identical houses, and thankfully, their sign was quite conspicuous. Otherwise, discerning the place would prove challenging. However, on this occasion, fortune was not in his favor, as Hermione was not home. Consequently, Brian decided to visit under the pretext of a dental checkup, allowing him to meet Hermione's parents in advance. Evidently, the Muggle world was far more acquainted with the Grand Duke Brian than the technologically backward magical realm. As soon as he stepped through the door, Hermione's mother was rendered speechless in astonishment. As Brian stepped through the threshold, he was enveloped by the delightful aroma of his own home's air freshener, distinctly reminiscent of jasmine. The arrival of this distinguished nobleman undoubtedly elevated the atmosphere, especially upon learning the reason for his visit, which brought even greater joy. Brian had recently paid a visit to Her Majesty the Queen, and, having indulged a bit too much in sweet treats during the festive season, he found himself in need of a reputable dental clinic due to some discomfort in his teeth. A dear friend had recommended a particularly excellent practice in central London, prompting his visit. However, as Hermione was not present, he did not linger long. His only tangible takeaway was perhaps the dental braces now adorning his teeth. Perhaps it was a stroke of fortune that, in an attempt to alleviate his discontent stemming from the braces, Brian, who held a strong confidence in his appearance, felt quite disheartened upon discovering his teeth were not in the best condition. He encountered the lovely Hermione just as he was about to leave. To express his gratitude for the invaluable Christmas gifts he had bestowed upon her, along with his genuine affection, and under the guise of playful jest, he successfully coaxed a tender kiss from the enchanting girl. In return, he was met with a playful eye roll and the sight of a blushing little sprite who then dashed back to her home. At long last, having concluded several pressing matters, Brian resumed his journey in the carriage towards his next destination. London, with its notorious fog, was further enveloped by snowfall, reducing visibility considerably. Thus, his conspicuous all-black carriage went largely unnoticed as he made his way to the location of another Horcrux, an idea that had only recently resurfaced in his mind. Driven by his collecting obsession, he headed towards Hangleton, the site of Voldemort's ancestral home, which he temporarily referred to as the Gaunt Residence. This location had once been the dwelling of the great Dark Lord's mother. At that time, he was known simply as Tom Riddle. A plethora of melodramatic love stories unfolded here, including his mother's courageous use of a love potion to ensnare his father's affections, only to later render the potion ineffective and face abandonment. In a fit of rage upon discovering this betrayal, Tom Riddle unleashed a curse that claimed the lives of his father, old Tom Riddle, and the Riddle couple, framing Morphin Gaunt, Voldemort's uncle, for the murders while seizing Marvolo Gaunt's heirloom ring to transform it into a Horcrux. Indeed, what a tragically dramatic family it was. And this sentiment marked Brian's sole reflection. Upon alighting from the carriage, night had fallen, yet as a master of darkness, he found clarity amidst the shadows. Before him stood what could no longer be termed a mobile home. Rather, it resembled a dilapidated wooden shack, its entrance adorned with an S-shaped dead serpent, a symbol of the pure-blooded lineage of Salazar Slytherin. The walls were cloaked in moss, and many shingles from the roof had fallen away, revealing the raw timbers beneath. Dense, stinging nettles surrounded the house, towering high enough to reach the small, grimy windows, which were thickly coated with years of accumulated filth. To be frank, Brian had no desire to enter this place. However, compelled by his collecting obsession, he had no choice but to step inside. Alas, more cobwebs. How could there be so many? As he traversed through the nettles, the cobwebs seemed to cling to his face incessantly. I've had enough. It was evidently infuriating. In an instant, a fierce blaze erupted, engulfing the entire house in flames. In the blink of an eye, the nettles vanished, along with the detestable cobwebs, while the fragile structure remained unharmed due to precise control. Upon entering, a cloud of dust rushed towards him, but fortunately, Brian had prepared in advance. He had wrapped himself in protective enchantments, preventing any dust from penetrating his space. Just as he took a step inside, a bolt of azure lightning shot toward him. It halted half a meter from his face, where a green magical shell, resembling an eggshell, unfolded instantaneously, absorbing the attack. Gradually, the magical shell faded away, as though it had never existed. Impressive indeed. After all these years, these magical defenses still functioned flawlessly, truly a testament to genius. He cast a glance at the incantation inscribed on the beam directly above the entrance. Should anyone open the door and step into this old residence, the spell would be triggered, unleashing the infamous killing curse, Avada Kedavra. Those struck by would surely meet their demise. As he wandered across the creaking wooden floorboards, the wind elements swirling around him stirred up ripples of dust. Upon reaching what appeared to be the former living room, 3 more killing curses shot toward Brian from various angles. The magical shell shimmered once again, but given the immense power of the curses, it shattered under the force of 3 consecutive strikes. The final, 4th killing curse was unleashed, aiming straight for Brian's back. In a swift motion, Brian turned and struck out with his palm, unleashing a surge of black waves that met the green curse head-on. The collision erupted with a thunderous sound, creating a shockwave that swept away a significant amount of dust within the room. Subsequently, Brian discovered the famed ring embedded with the Resurrection Stone upon a table in the living room. Chapter 48. The Resurrection Stone and Dinner. The Ring of Marvolo Gaunt. One of the last 2 heirlooms left by Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin House, symbolized the Gaunt family, the sole descendants of Salazar. Unbeknownst to him, this radiant ring had transformed into a malevolent Horcrux, just like the other Slytherin heirloom. The ring in question serves as the final magical trap and mechanism, adorned with a curse akin to the deathly decay familiar to Brian. Those who fall victim to it may perish instantly, even if they survive. They would suffer a significant depletion of vitality. For instance, in the original narrative, Dumbledore would find himself with only about a year left to live due to this very curse. Brian has always regarded such dark magic with disdain. With a mere sweep of his right hand over the ring, he drew forth a dense, black aura, which he absorbed for his own use, rendering the curse ineffective. The golden ring houses a black gem, within which is etched the emblem of the Deathly Hallows. This gem is none other than the legendary Resurrection Stone. However, to Brian, the true name of this stone should be the Obsidian of the Netherworld, one of the two principal materials that constituted his formidable magic sword. This obsidian, found at the riverbed of the Infernal Styx, is a stone that can only be formed after enduring millions of years of relentless purification by the eerie mists of the underworld. It inherits the characteristics of the abyss's chilling essence and the necromantic properties of the dark obsidian, capable of summoning the deceased. Yet, this exceedingly rare and extraordinary obsidian can almost achieve a semblance of resurrection. However, those revived in such a manner would be ensnared in a profound and eternal despair, ultimately succumbing to melancholia, which would also inflict severe harm upon the user. Once this mineral is fused with the Dark Soul Stone, the icy and chilling essence of the Netherworld significantly stabilizes the tumultuous and fiery nature of the Soul Stone, thereby enhancing the durability and resilience of the sword forged from the Soul Stone. Moreover, it allows for the summoning of souls absorbed into the sword, transforming them into semi-physical entities to serve their wielder. This explains why Brian's power has grown increasingly formidable with each passing conflict. The complete magic sword can replicate and summon the likeness of those who have perished by its blade with utmost accuracy. This is precisely why Brian made the journey to this remote and desolate locale. The size of the obsidian is indeed sufficient for his needs. Now, he merely requires to extract the fragment of Voldemort's soul contained within the ring, and everything will be complete. With the ring in hand, Brian exited the wooden cabin and boarded his carriage, setting forth toward the horizon. It was time to return, as he was scheduled to depart for Japan the following day. After all, the winter break lasts just over a month. During this time, Harry received an invisibility cloak from Dumbledore for Christmas, which, incidentally, originally belonged to Harry's family, along with a pair of magical glasses and a Christmas pudding gifted by Brian, procured from the Queen's residence. As for the glasses, they were imbued with a permanent cleansing charm and a restoration spell, accompanied by a fluorescent illumination enchantment. This exquisite pair not only allows for adjustable prescription levels, but is also impervious to damage and dirt, serving even as a spotlight at night. Furthermore, Ron received a set of Muggle chess pieces from Brian, a topic they had discussed during Muggle Studies class. Additionally, Brian intended to recommend Ron for participation in a chess tournament within the Muggle realm. This gesture naturally endeared them to one another, serving to strengthen their budding friendship. Especially after receiving the gift, Harry felt a pang of guilt for previously speaking ill of Brian behind his back. Ron, on the other hand, relished the admiration from others, particularly since it came from someone his mother often referred to as the exemplary child. Upon returning to the ancient castle, a thick blanket of snow adorned both its interior and exterior in a shimmering white. Yet, in the darkness, the castle resembled a slumbering beast, poised to devour any passerby. In truth, this castle was indeed a living entity. Brian had summoned and amalgamated the souls of the deceased within its walls using dark magic. Should a particular switch be activated, the castle would transform into a horrifying slaughterhouse, akin to the mobile mansion of the malevolent spirit in the film A Chinese Ghost Story. As they passed through the grand entrance and entered the courtyard, several uniquely shaped snowmen came into view. Although these snowmen bore an uncanny quality that sent shivers down one's spine, one could not deny that Jack and his companions had infused the castle with a sense of vitality and warmth. "My lord, you have returned. Dinner is prepared for you. Shall we dine now?" Upon entering, Jack, adorned in a tailcoat and exuding an air of elegance, promptly approached to take Brian's coat. Behind the entrance, a mechanism was activated every time someone entered, ringing bells in the butler and servants' quarters. It was customary for at least one person to greet guests or the master upon their return, a fundamental courtesy expected of a noble household staff. "What is for dinner this evening?" Brian inquired, leaning on his cane. He always held high expectations for the daily meals. "Considering your imminent journey to Japan, we have prepared Japanese beef rice bowl, accompanied by miso soup, followed by a dessert of peach and plum pudding paired with keema and black tea. Jack replied respectfully as he accepted the hat. Excellent. By the way, has the luggage been prepared? Brian asked, recalling the itinerary for the following day as they made their way to the dining hall. The two conversed back and forth until they reached the dining area. Before them lay a beautifully caramelized pudding and a generously portioned beef rice bowl, which was enough to whet anyone's appetite. The aroma was irresistible, allowing Brian to savor the moment rather than merely drool over food as he used to while watching culinary shows. As a devoted foodie, Brian had always relished exploring gastronomy, often indulging in food documentaries and reality shows that left him craving more. Thus, he frequently kept snacks and instant noodles at hand, a necessity he could hardly endure without. Chapter 49. The Completion of the Warhorse. As I approached the basement, even before opening the door, the dense aura of darkness seemed poised to burst forth. The tendrils of black mist seeping through the crack in the door were a testament to the high concentration of dark elements. The overwhelming gathering of these dark elements contributed to the deepened shadows surrounding the castle today, although to the untrained eye, this phenomenon might go unnoticed. For those few within the castle, accustomed to the presence of a master who is both a demon and a former Dark Lord, the added darkness of the night and the biting chill of winter felt entirely unremarkable. Regardless of what transpires, this ancient fortress undoubtedly remains the safest refuge. After all, the lair of a Dark Lord could hardly be compared to a humble cottage or villa. For instance, within the castle, there exist countless hidden mechanisms and secret chambers, numbering in the thousands, merely the portions useful to mortals. If one were to consider the magical traps as well, the total would be unfathomable. Without the special emblem provided by Brian and a thorough understanding of the layout of these traps, Jack or anyone else would have long perished without a trace. As I swung open the basement door, the dark aura surged like a ferocious beast, lunging towards Brian. Yet, these all-consuming and corruptive forces of darkness flowed into Brian's being as if returning to the sea, leaving no trace behind. "Ah, what a bountiful harvest!" he exclaimed with glee. "The power of darkness is, after all, my essence. This force far surpasses the restorative qualities of demon blood. Truly, I am favored by fate." As he felt the burgeoning strength within, his body became increasingly acute, imbued with a terrifying vitality and explosive potential. Previously, Brian's demonic form, while possessing commendable defense, resembled a rusted and rigid machine. Now, it had transformed into a well-oiled and maintained apparatus, finally capable of functioning as intended. The black mist coalesced, revealing the form of the Dark Lord. The once emaciated and somewhat decayed body now appeared nearly whole. Both the texture of the skin and its overall condition had regained a semblance of vitality. The most evident change was in the elastic flesh and the semi-translucent skin, beneath which the black blood, akin to tar, exhibited a notable change in flow and viscosity. The light within his demonic eyes glimmered more brightly. The long, slender hands, once gaunt and skeletal, now bore flesh where there had only been bone, skin and armor-like keratin restoring their former glory. The claws, previously gnarled and eagle-like, now gleamed with a deserved darkness. His black robe trailed behind him, brushing against the stone steps with a soft yet resonant sound, a symphony of joints creaking and the contact of his iron-hard skin against the ground. Almost every castle's basement staircase is quite deep, and the ancient Stirling Castle, once the royal palace of Scotland, was no exception. Its basement was anything but small. In the vast expanse, the force of darkness had coalesced into a palpable essence within a mere day or two. The floor of this subterranean chamber was now covered by a layer of liquid darkness, born from the extreme concentration of shadowy elements. Within this pitch-black space, where even the flicker of a candle could not penetrate, lay an individual shrouded in thick black mist, beneath which the swirling liquid dark magic could occasionally be glimpsed, along with the gleaming red eyes that shone through the obscurity. A resounding heartbeat reverberated throughout the underground realm, pulsating with immense vitality, while the emanating magical energy caused cracks to spiderweb across the walls and columns of the basement. As Brian stepped into the subterranean haven, time seemed to freeze, and all came to a standstill. Yet in the next heartbeat, a terrifying force surged forth, erupting toward the surroundings and the heavens above. A thunderous roar echoed, accompanied by the violent tremors of the earth, as the dark power surged forth, obliterating flora and inanimate walls alike. Windows and walls were instantaneously reduced to dust, swept away by the black tempest that shot skyward. This was the spectacle born from the reversal of yin and yang, from white to an all-consuming black, an inversion that defied the natural order, much like the reversal of life and death, which the world does not acknowledge. However, The very fabric of reality was entrapped. Such actions would only hasten the fragility of the world's seal. This was why the heavens did not unleash thunderbolts to strike Brian down. Yet, both Dor and others remained ensconced in their serene slumber. Their dreams, perhaps known only to the nightmares and themselves. The castle stood in profound silence, bathed in moonlight that reflected a silvery glow upon the snow and damp stone walls. Everything appeared so beautiful and tranquil. The flowers in the courtyard remained strikingly vibrant, and the grass was lush and green. All was unchanged, merely because this realm existed apart from the same spatial plane. The entire basement, from a moment the grand door to the staircase was opened, was situated in an alternate dimension. Another castle had long since been reduced to ruins, with only a few remnants of pillars hinting at its former grandeur. The overwhelming darkness began to coalesce, waves of shadowy energy converging toward the center surrounded by the columns, gradually revealing a nightly figure materializing in the void. Within that thick, liquid-like form, a pair of red eyes sparkled, accompanied by another pair of eyes radiating an even more vivid and intense crimson glow. Chapter 50. The Tragedy of Immortality and Power. All returned to silence, as everything succumbed beneath the shroud of darkness. Under the veil of shadow lies my dominion. Wherever the magic sword points, legions shall flow unceasingly. Where the army treads, not a blade of grass shall remain. At this moment, Brian sat astride his ebony steed, his once black robe transformed into a suit of armor, dark as night, emanating a gem-like radiance. Etched upon the breastplate was the emblem of the Demon King, a symbol of darkness and a testament to the king's glory. Adorning his back was the image of a coiling dragon, with a three-dimensional skull nestled between its coils. The skull's eyes flickered with an ethereal fire, barely perceptible. The armor was crafted from the hide of a demon dragon, forged with Saron's evil iron mine from the frigid depths of the underworld, and fragments of dark soul stones left over from the forging of demonic swords, along with various rare minerals, including the essence of the dragon's soul. Dark magic swirled around the armor like mist. Clutching a magical sword, clad in this formidable armor, and mounted upon his dark steed, Brian could finally proclaim to the heavens, "I, the King of Darkness, have returned." Yet, his shout was not filled with bravado, but rather an overwhelming sadness and solitude. Countless millennia had passed, through innumerable cycles of rebirth and ages, and the throngs of existence had swarmed past him, too many to count. Countless loved ones and cherished companions had departed from his life, leaving him powerless to intervene. A century of life is fraught with tribulations and suffering. Yet these trials pale in comparison to the pain of losing those he held dear, one by one, until they turn to dust and vanish from the earth, without even the right to guard their graves. How excruciating that is! Crimson tears streamed down the cheeks of the Black Knight, and the earth groaned with a corrosive echo as they fell, shrouding everything in a foreboding aura. Once, in pursuit of immortality and power, he had sold his soul, becoming a demon, and ultimately ascended to the pinnacle of the demon realm. Yet, he later realized that immortality does not guarantee happiness, nor does wielding supreme power ensure fulfillment. In his human days, Brian had encountered a lich who was also a teacher to him, though he was unaware of the lich's age or origin. He only knew that in his time of desperation, when starvation loomed, this despised and feared undead being had taken him in, provided sustenance, shelter, and taught him the arcane arts. Later, the Holy Crusaders, a band of fools chanting "Long live the Holy Light, may it shine upon us," ambushed the old lich and destroyed its soul container. Brian wept. Indeed, he felt immense gratitude towards this monster, this murderous lich whom all condemned, regardless of the lich's intentions. It had been the only one to show him true kindness. Tears streamed down Brian's face as he mourned the fallen lich, whose skeletal visage bore its first smile in many years, a smile of relief, for just before its demise, the lich had uttered, "Death is truly beautiful. At last, I can leave this world. My love, I come to join you." Brian had never fully comprehended the lich's words, until the moment he ascended to the throne as the Dark Lord. Brian sat upon that seat, gazing at the remains of the entire palace before him. He came to a profound realization and understanding. Thus, once more, Brian wept, laughing maniacally while tears streamed down his face. It dawned on him that mere existence was not a cause for joy. Sometimes, fading away alongside those whom one loves in this world is in fact the most beautiful fate. Immortality did not suit him, at least not for beings capable of emotion. As for power, he had once clawed his way up, driven by the fear of his loved ones suffering harm, hoping to attain greater strength for their protection. Indeed, he had grown increasingly formidable, with power and status rising daily. However, the moments spent with his beloved dwindled to a mere whisper of time. Gradually, his path had strayed. Upon returning home, filled with joy and believing he no longer had to struggle, having acquired the mightiest power, the highest authority, and the most exalted position, he found himself the victim of an immense cosmic jest. The very person he had devoted himself to was now alone in their shared cradle, having peacefully passed away in her old age, clutching a photograph and a letter. The photograph captured a moment from their passionate youth. As he opened the letter, seated in that cradle, he silently read through it, tears cascading down his cheeks as if they were free of cost. A grown man, the strongest Dark Lord in the world, once again wept, his tears filled with guilt and profound regret. It turned out that all she had desired was his companionship, a protector by her side. How laughable it was! Afterward, Brian sealed himself away for 3,000 years, shrouded in darkness atop the mountains, where a presence akin to obsidian stood within a grand hall. There, apart from darkness and desolation, only regret and mockery lingered. Time flowed like an ethereal breeze, and a millennium passed in the blink of an eye. The palace had crumbled to mere ruins, yet that black stone remained steadfast between heaven and earth, enduring the sun's scorching rays, the rain's deluge, and the relentless winds. 3,000 years, a mere heartbeat for a demon. Emerging from the underground, he was accompanied by a magnificent black steed, complementing Brian's reserved and elegant demeanor. This scene would surely captivate countless maidens. Leading the horse to the stable, Brian adjusted his attire, grasped his staff, and made his way to his chamber. After washing his face, grooming his hair, and donning his nightclothes, he slipped into bed and closed his eyes. Tomorrow, he would depart from his home, venturing into a land both strange and familiar, a prospect that filled him with anticipation. As for the past, if it could not be reclaimed, then so be it. Seizing the present was the most pragmatic approach. I do not dwell on the past, nor do I gaze into the future. I focus solely on the present. This was the first proclamation Brian made upon emerging from the Black Stone. Chapter 51. The Barbecue of a Foreign Land. Japan, located in East Asia, translates to Land of the Rising Sun. Its territory comprises the four major islands of Hokkaido, Honshu, Shikoku, and Kyushu, along with over 7,000 smaller islands, covering a total area of 378,000 square kilometers. This must be acknowledged as a small nation. It harbors considerable ambition. For Brian, there exists neither pronounced disdain nor affection towards this country. It simply epitomizes a standard developing nation, characterized by scarce resources yet immense aspirations. At this moment, Brian finds himself wandering through Tokyo, the capital of Japan, previously known as Edo. It must be noted that a 15 or 16-year-old lad, clad in a tailcoat, adorned with a gentleman's hat, and wielding a cane, undoubtedly captures the attention of passers-by. Consequently, Brian decided to don a more commonplace student uniform, known as the Zhongshan suit in this country. As one of the notable cultural artifacts of this nation, the name indeed derives from a great pioneer of another land, a rather sorrowful reflection on this country's identity, yet simultaneously underscoring the strength and undeniable international stature of that other nation. Presently, Brian finds himself in Akihabara, a locale renowned for its array of high-end electronic products, where several establishments belong to the Ezrian family. After all, the Ezrians maintain cordial relations with the nefarious elements of this country, often collaborating in matters of import and export. As he meanders through the streets, he stops at a small eatery to purchase takoyaki and a cup of oolong tea, all the while absorbing the frenetic pace and the pressing reality of life in this nation. Indeed, the toll of the recent war has profoundly impacted the populace. However, it appears that ambition is a far more formidable force than the remnants of that conflict, much like a mechanical beast tirelessly assembling its components. Yet, regrettably, still too diminutive to instigate significant upheaval. Having acquired a newspaper to scrutinize the latest news from this country, despite receiving weekly intelligence summaries at his desk, he felt it prudent to observe the situation firsthand. After savoring the last sip of oolong tea and responsibly disposing of his waste, Brian sought a secluded spot and utilized a shadowy technique to navigate towards his destination. His early visit to Tokyo was primarily to greet a few partners and procure gifts in Akihabara. After all, attending a gathering empty-handed, save for trivial items like air fresheners, would seem rather discourteous. The snow had long been cleared away, leaving only the dark asphalt of the roads, an undeniably dreary sight. Yet, the snowflakes still danced in the air, and the snow accumulating on the walls indicated that winter here does indeed bring its share of snow. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, warming him as he wore dark clothing that absorbed the heat, rendering the winter chill less biting. Frankly, witnessing young girls running about in skirts, with merely a scarf wrapped around them, left Brian utterly astonished. As Brian ambled along the street, clutching his gift, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety about the prospect of arthritis in his later years. He observed a few young ladies sprint past him, vanishing from his sight, while he continued his leisurely stroll, occasionally catching glimpses of a butcher shop and a fishmonger with their family-run restaurant situated nearby. A gentle pat on his belly revealed his evident hunger. Ah, the meat from this establishment seems promising. Is that a barbecue joint? It appears quite enticing. The vibrant and fresh cuts of beef displayed in the shop's window stirred a craving within him, even though he typically refrained from indulging in meat. Welcome. Just one. An elderly woman, clearly surprised by the presence of such a young patron, courteously gestured for him to take a seat. Here is the menu. Once you've made your selection, please call me. As Brian perused the menu, he found himself salivating at the mouth-watering photographs. This moment felt like a departure from his usual self, as he was about to indulge in the most decadent of feasts. He chose a selection of heart, fatty intestines, soft bones, and temporal meat, a tender cut located just behind the eye of the cow, known for its exquisite flavor. Unlike traditional Europeans, Brian had traveled extensively with old Peter and savored a myriad of culinary delights, particularly the delectable organ soups from China, which had acquainted him with the joys of offal. Before him lay a grill adorned with a wire mesh, above which glowed the charred embers. Soon, his order arrived, fresh and raw, imbued with a faint aroma of the grass the cow had grazed upon in its final meal. The act of grilling his own food, watching it transform and release its savory scent, was an unparalleled pleasure. He opted for a simple salt grill, merely sprinkling salt to enhance the meat's natural succulence without the interference of additional seasonings, demanding a high standard from the ingredients. The fatty intestines, being a part of the digestive system, could possess a strong odor if not properly prepared. The proprietor, the same elderly lady, suggested a method: place the skin side down, allowing the fatty layer to crisp up before flipping it to achieve a perfect balance, 8 parts skin to 2 parts fat. The taste was undeniably delightful, the richness of the fat melding beautifully with the umami of the organ meat, creating a truly exquisite experience. However, it was slightly greasy, but fortunately, the establishment provided pickled daikon radish and orange vinegar, offering a refreshing contrast that invigorated the palate and cut through the richness splendidly. The heart is remarkably firm and possesses a delightful chewiness, while the cartilage is both crisp and resilient, prepared in a salt-roasted manner that renders it fragrant. Finally, there is the temporal meat, tender and exquisitely flavorful. In summary, this meal was quite satisfactory, with an essence that was pure and delectable. Chapter 52. At last. We have arrived. As the snowfall intensified, Brian encountered a black umbrella that complemented his dark attire. Strolling through this snow-clad realm was an experience that felt both jarring yet harmonious, as if he were inherently woven into the fabric of this wintry world. Occasionally, a young housewife could be seen leading her child, carrying bags of groceries as they laughed and meandered in the sunlight. The snowflakes danced through the air like petals, devoid of any chill. "Mommy, why isn't that brother in class?" A child suddenly pointed at Brian, having engaged in conversation with his mother moments before. The young woman appeared somewhat taken aback at her child's unexpected question directed at a stranger. "Oh, it's quite all right," Brian replied with a chuckle. "My school is on break, so I'm just wandering around." He crouched slightly, bringing himself to eye level with the child, playfully ruffling the kid's hair with a smile. With laughter echoing in the air, he continued towards the location marked on his map. Observing the snowmen crafted by children in the nearby park, Brian reflected that this is life. Sometimes the simplicity of it is truly wonderful. As he pressed on, the wind and snow intensified, gradually shrouding the surroundings in a light mist, while an ethereal aura wafted through the atmosphere. Brian felt a sense of relief, knowing he had finally stayed on the right path. Indeed, he had previously lost his way, inadvertently heading in the opposite direction for quite some time. If not for the mother and child he had encountered earlier, he might have wandered until dawn without reaching his destination. After navigating through a couple of intersections and alleys, he finally found himself at the entrance of an ancient, charming street. Rather than a street, it resembled a boundary wall belonging to a household. In the center stood an old wooden door, inscribed with the character for fear, invisible to the uninitiated. The aura emanating from the courtyard, even from several streets away, had already reached Brian. At this moment, he beheld an astonishing sight, a purple energy cascading outward like a fountain. Should a wise monk pass by, He would certainly incinerate this place without hesitation. Approaching the door, Brian sensed no one was inside, so he boldly pushed it open. As the door creaked ajar, the dense aura transformed into a thick fog, enveloping him entirely, shrouding the street in a misty haze. With a hand gripping his luggage and gift box, Brian adjusted his hat and, leaning on his cane, stepped inside. Dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, he now donned a long robe and a striking black suit beneath. A white floor-length fur coat draped over him, complemented by a long robe that reached his ankles, adorned with 2 gemstones embedded on either side. The silver-hued skeletal hand, adorned with pure white silk gloves, complemented the impeccably tailored printed suit, exuding an aura of sophistication and elegance. The already graceful figure was further enhanced by a touch of regal allure. Upon arriving at the front yard, he was met with a grand old mansion, steeped in history and ancient glory. The mansion was extraordinarily vast. To be candid, its battlefield area was scarcely less than that of Her Majesty's Windsor Castle. One could only imagine the myriad of supernatural beings that once inhabited its halls. Truly, the Nalayan clan has withstood the test of time, enduring countless storms over the centuries. And even under the hands of formidable generals, it continues to thrive, an admirable feat indeed. Standing before the ancient estate, Brian gazed at the towering residence, expressing his genuine awe. Not all. Compared to you, the Nalayan clan is merely a minor player, he chuckled, with the Dark Lord himself gracing us with his presence. My humble abode is truly illuminated. At that moment, a peculiar little old man, with an especially prominent bald head and an odd appearance, dressed simply, stood at the entrance gazing at Brian. Slippery fellow, have you become so courteous after just a few years apart? He remarked, well, having traveled all the way from England. Don't you have anything to say? As Brian stepped beneath the eaves, brushing off the snowflakes from his shoulders, he smiled at the old man. What is there for me to express? And if you're not bothered by the cold, you may remain outside. I, however, intend to stay indoors, the old man grumbled, walking into the mansion without turning back to extend an invitation. In response, Brian promptly removed his shoes and stepped onto the wooden floor, unperturbed by the custom of shoe removal. He couldn't help but ponder the possibility of anyone inside suffering from athlete's foot, particularly in this small, precious nation where most households do not have the luxury of large homes, some even measuring merely 30 or 40 square meters. Fortunately, the people here generally eschew beds. Otherwise, entering a home would be akin to stepping into a bedroom, resembling a hall of mirrors. One must admit, the presence of demonic and supernatural energies is rather delightful. As Brian found himself enveloped in the rich aura of the supernatural, it felt as though he was basking in the gentle embrace of spring, accelerating the healing of his injuries and invigorating his magical essence. Do you know who that person is? I feel as though I've seen him before. Yet he gives me an unsettling impression, remarked a robust man, his hair resembling hardened horns, clad in monk's robes. With a necklace of skulls adorning his neck and skin of a rough bronze hue, his eyes entirely white. He lurked behind a pillar on the upper floor, observing Brian. Naturally, his imposing frame could not be concealed, and Brian had noticed him long ago. Indeed, the aura he exuded was discomforting even to the young monk, akin to a glimpse into the depths of the underworld. Beside this formidable figure stood another, also clad in monk-esque robes, sporting a conical hat and long black hair, who held a staff of discipline, his brow furrowed in concern as he spoke. I believe we should delve deeper. This enigmatic individual poses a formidable threat. Should the situation turn unfavorable for the young master, a strikingly handsome young man with golden hair emerged from the shadows behind another pillar. Hey, that is a guest invited by the general, who even went out to personally receive him. Is it wise for us to act in this manner? At that moment, a burly man interjected. I care not for the circumstances. Regardless of whether he is a guest or not, it is prudent to ascertain his true nature. The golden-haired youth replied, tightening his grip as he spoke. I, too, am willing to give it a try. Thus, the 3 distinctly peculiar entities were revealed, the Qingtian and Haitian factions of the Neruo group, alongside the Headless Spectre. Chapter 53, Deceit. It seems your subordinates are rather unwelcoming to my presence. To be fair, I am perplexed. Your demon clan has never harbored fondness for our demonic lineage. And considering I am a demon lord, I recall you have a grandson. Are you not apprehensive that I might one day take him into the abyss? Meandering leisurely, he occasionally caressed the surrounding walls. You need not jest with me. Your reputation precedes you, and as the unparalleled Dark King, should you desire to harm my grandson, I doubt anyone could thwart you. The wrinkled elder suddenly halted, turned, and with a smile laced with a hint of mockery, replied, Indeed, He is a wise yet seemingly foolish elder. If only the imbeciles in the demon realm possessed your level of intelligence, they would not have languished in hell for so many years. Well then, speak your mind. You traveled all the way to Tokyo, Japan. I do not presume that you, a miserly old man fond of freeloading, would graciously invite me for a meal. As an ancient proverb states, uninvited kindness often conceals ulterior motives. If I am not mistaken, this has to do with your precious grandson. To this subtle mockery, Brian remained unfazed, maintaining his calm demeanor as he admired a beautiful oil painting in the corridor, savoring the exquisite artistry of the ancient piece. Indeed, you are correct. It is indeed for my grandson. He is still young and, unlike myself or his father, possesses only a quarter demon bloodline, though I believe he will carve a successful path ahead, leading the Nuruo group towards greater prosperity. Especially with the support of our old brethren, I still hope you can lend your guidance. From ancient times to the present, our demon clan has been an integral part of the demon realm. I can sense that the world is gradually changing, and I believe it will not be long before calamities befall us. Gazing upon the looming dark demon, the elder felt a tinge of bitterness. The tide is unstoppable, and such inevitability is always dreadful. Oh, I understand your intention now. You wish for me to act as a safeguard. This, of course, is not an issue. Even should you achieve independence, I shall, for the sake of old Peter, ensure the Nuruo group remains protected. However, I have one stipulation. Should I emerge victorious and you remain unscathed, then the Nuruo group must forever be a vassal of my dark empire. Upon hearing the words, he shifted his gaze towards the elder before him, gently caressing the ring on his hand, and spoke in a tone that was decidedly indifferent, his eyes shimmering with an infernal fire deep within. Shadows of darkness spread from his feet like tendrils, enveloping the already cold corridor, devoid of sunlight, evoking a chilling sensation from the depths of one's soul. Who is this esteemed guest of grandfather? At that moment, a youth, resembling Brian before his transformation and appearing to be around 18 or 19 years of age, approached from the other end of the corridor. His curiosity piqued by the opulent foreign attire of the visitor. "This is a guest I have invited from England, who will be staying with us for a while," replied the elder, his demeanor instantly shifting upon the arrival of his grandson. "Hello, my name is Brian Azrian. You may simply call me Brian. Your grandfather has often spoken of you. I look forward to your guidance." With that, Brian removed his gloves and extended his right hand, graciously shaking hands with the boy before him, who possessed brown hair and eyes and wore spectacles. This boy, despite not being nearsighted, was indeed the grandson of the elder and the next successor of the Nurio clan, Nurio Ruzii. "Oh, by the way, this is a gift I brought for you from Akihabara. I hope you will like it." As he spoke, Brian produced a gift-wrap bag. "Oh, this is the latest MP3 player. Such a precious gift. I feel quite embarrassed," exclaimed Ruzii, his joy palpable as he held the compact, high-tech device. "Just accept it. After all, he is a duke with ample wealth, and even owns several shops in Akihabara," the elder remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the man beside him without hesitation. Thus, a mere MP3 player swiftly bridged the gap between the two adolescents. After traversing several corridors, leaving Brian somewhat dizzy, he finally arrived at his room, located in the courtyard at the back of the mansion. The simplicity of the space was striking. Upon entering, one could see directly into the courtyard. Not far to the right was a pond, and apart from a modest low tea table and a couple of cabinets for clothing and bedding, there was little else to be found. Although a television was present, it was evident that this ancient family of yokai had little use for such modern contrivances. Fortunately, Brian was not particularly fond of television. He preferred to sit beside the corridor in front of his room, sipping tea while gazing at the winter snow. During his exploration of the house, he encountered numerous minor yokai, some of which were astonishingly peculiar. Among them was a little spirit with a head wrapped in a bundle of natto, exuding a distinct natto aroma, which upon seeing him emitted tiny grains of natto. "Am I truly that frightening?" Brian mused to himself. Of course, there were also beautiful figures, including one young lady clad in a white kimono, adorned with a matching scarf, possessing yellow irises and emanating a chilling aura. It was said that she belonged to the realm of yokai, known as the Snow Woman. It must be said that the Snow Maiden clan is indeed renowned for its unparalleled beauty, and this reputation is not unfounded. Under the introduction of Lu Sheng, I learned that the enchanting girl before me is named Bing Li. Fortunately, with Lu Sheng and Hua Piao by my side, otherwise, it seems this stunning Snow Maiden would have unleashed her wrath upon the unfortunate Brian. During this encounter, we also came across a mature beauty with cascading waves of hair, named Mao Changji, who, upon seeing Brian, appeared to be on the verge of losing her composure. Ah, is it not ironic that the demons and spirits cannot coexist? How truly comical it is that a race that once submitted to the might of my demon army centuries ago now dares to raise arms against me. A mere diminutive race of spirits presumes to negotiate terms with me, thinking that my sealed state renders me vulnerable enough to be trampled upon. Seated within the confines of my dwelling, I gaze at the pitch-black night sky, the solitary moon, and the palpable hostility emanating from all directions. Brian's fists clenched tightly, producing a sound akin to cracking knuckles, while the flames of determination in his eyes blazed even brighter. Behind him, illuminated by the moonlight, stood not a mere shadow of a gaunt figure, but a formidable being brimming with fury. Chapter 54. The Fantastical Lotus. Beneath the night sky, the stars twinkled like diamonds, and the bright moon hung high, casting a serene and beautiful ambience over the courtyard. There was even a sense of sanctity in the air. The pond reflected the celestial bodies above, while the towering century-old cherry blossom tree stood as a testament to time, yet pulsated with vitality. A gentle breeze wafted through, devoid of the biting chill, and instead invigorated the spirit. Everything was indeed splendid, save for the pairs of crimson eyes lurking in the shadows, filled with murderous intent, and the overwhelming aura of malevolence thickening the air. Come fort. Do you truly believe others are blind? If you dare to arrive, yet hesitate to strike, you are merely embarrassing your demon realm. Adjusting his luxurious mink coat, Brian stood up, clad in somber hues. He toyed with the ring upon his finger, grasped his staff, surveyed the surroundings, and spoke in a tone as frigid as ice, treating those present as if they were mere cadavers. What an arrogant fellow! Let us see what audacity you possess. As he spoke, a towering figure emerged, Qing Tianfeng, an ally of sorts. Fear not. You are a guest of the general, and shall not be harmed. And I too. And I too. Shortly thereafter, several elite members of the Nuliang group arrived in full force. This is the essence of hospitality. Nonetheless, I shall graciously accept the lavish welcome extended by the Nuliang group. Casting a dismissive glance at the 5 demons before him and a multitude of eyes peering from the shadows, Brian scoffed. With that, he struck his staff against the ground, producing a resonant sound that echoed within the depths of one's soul. In truth, the sound was not loud, yet it reached the very core of being. Immediately, a dark shadow spread from beneath Brian's feet, enveloping the entire courtyard like an eggshell, creating a barrier of steel. In that moment, silence reigned, broken only by a figure charging toward Brian with an iron fist raised high. Rakshas's catastrophe, fantastical lotus. Unbeknownst to anyone, Brian had also arrived at the center of the courtyard, producing a small black box from his coat, imbued with an ominous aura. The material resembled black diamond crystal, within which a substance akin to blood flowed at its core. Accompanied by Brian's utterance, a pale shadow shot into the sky, instantly obstructing a figure. A resounding crash echoed, sending dust swirling. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a colossal form emerged, gasping for breath. Positioned 50 meters away, a structure composed of human heads and pale, elongated arms manifested before the onlookers, resembling a lotus in bloom. At the heart of this grotesque assembly stood a dark figure, expression cold and composed, clutching a black square box in one hand and a staff in the other, hovering in place. At that moment, as the haze cleared and astonishment swept through the crowd, 2 figures burst forth from the dust, one to the left and one to the right, one wielding a staff and the other manipulating a strange red cord. Charged towards Brian. The red cord shot forth, straight as a spear, while the robed figure brandished the staff, launching an assault, simultaneously casting forth a barrage of blades and weapons toward their target. Overreaching came a cold reprimand, as a multitude of pale arms rose like a wall, shielding the figure in the center. Simultaneously, some of these arms transformed into spears, thrusting upward at the 2 airborne assailants. The red cord and the multitude of weapons embedded themselves into the wall of arms, penetrating only partially, unable to advance further. The pale arms, adorned with nails akin to deadly daggers, approached the 2 assailants. In that instant, the massive figure and another white figure charged forward. One delivered a powerful punch, shattering the onslaught, while the other, wielding an ice blade, struck with lethal precision, severing an arm at the root, which then disintegrated into icy shards that scattered through the air. As the wall of arms momentarily relented, dozens of elongated, spiked tendrils surged through the gaps towards Brian. In that moment of pain, the other 4 demons launched themselves once more at the sinister, malevolent figure resembling a human lotus. The icy arms froze, The mighty fist shattered the ice remnants, and the red cord sought to ensnare the revealed figure, while the multitude of blades and spiked tendrils converged upon Brian. Yet, the anticipated scene did not materialize. Instead, a black-purple barrier, resembling an eggshell, shimmered with flowing runes, halting the attacks at its threshold. Upon contact with the barrier, the assaults began to smoke and disintegrate. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of white arms erupted from beneath Brian, reaching out in all directions, sending all assailants sprawling. The dark figure remained eerily indifferent, hardly stirring, merely raising its staff slightly to tap the air, producing a soft, echoing sound, rather than merely being referred to as arms. These appendages more accurately resemble tentacles endowed with human-like hands. They appear to possess joints in their repose, yet when set into motion, they exhibit a boneless flexibility, capable of executing an array of movements in various directions, seemingly extending infinitely. "You have had your turn to attack. Now it is my turn," Brian declared, raising his left hand and striking his staff once more. Suddenly, the earth erupted violently, transforming into a series of spikes that thrust upward. In response, the 5 individuals swiftly leaped back. Then, with another strike of the staff, countless thorny vines erupted from the soil, hurling themselves toward the airborne 5. In no time, the thorns ensnared the legs and waist of the 5. The black thorny vines, sharp and menacing, quickly pierced through their skin, allowing a dark poison to seep rapidly into their bodies. At that moment, 5 beams of white light flashed, severing the vines into segments. However, simultaneously, those tentacle-like arms surged forth once more to assault the group, but another flash of white light appeared. Time seemed to freeze as the sinister, tainted arms fell powerless to the ground, impaled by the sharp spikes. Within the chaotic scene, the resilient black figure stood tall, its elevated head ultimately severed. As the head fell, the entire body gradually succumbed to weakness, and the malevolent lotus platform vanished. Chapter 55, The Eternal Darkness. As the body collapsed, a plume of dark smoke akin to black fire surged forth. Subsequently, a young man with golden-brown eyes adorned with patterns and dual-colored long hair emerged, wielding a white dagger. His hair was golden above the crown and black below, featuring long sideburns tied at the ends. Draped in a white fox fur, he stood not far from Brian. "General, thanks to you, we would have perished there." Although the celebratory shouts were muted by the barrier, they could not prevent the boisterous Qing Tian Fong from limping over, scratching the back of his head. "Who permitted you to engage?" The golden-haired young man turned, his face etched with anger. "Tsh, one might be formidable, yet still." "You beheaded him effortlessly." The headless specter, adorned with numerous minor wounds, struggled to rise and remarked. "You underestimate the situation. Observe the barrier around us. It remains intact. And the poison within you has yet to dissipate. How could that entity possibly be dead?" The golden-haired young man cast an irritated glance at the assembled group. Indeed. I did not anticipate its survival. However, your blade proved remarkably sharp, piercing through my shield. Yet do you truly believe your 5 subordinates can survive without my antidote?" At that moment, a chilling laugh resonated through the air. As the crowd directed their gaze, the shadowy figure stood there, unscathed, wearing a smile as it regarded the few before it. Truly, this was the Demon King. It was unsurprising that he would not succumb so easily. With a slight twist of his neck and a stretch of his legs, the figure, known as Huapiao, spoke with a grin. "Naturally, as a demon, to be defeated by the Beast Clan would be a disgrace. Moreover, I was once a king. If you were to strike me down, those ancient spirits above would surely find themselves out of a job. Nevertheless, those others are out of the game. It's your turn now. If you can best me, I shall assist them in dispelling their poison." As he caressed the beautiful soul stone atop his staff, brushing off the dust from his fall, a flicker of anger crossed his icy visage. This coat had been a gift from Elizabeth, and now it lay sullied, an affront that angered Brian more than the scorn of lesser beasts. "Then allow me to experience your esteemed skills." In response to Brian's disdain, Huapiao, the commander of the Noryang group and heir to its legacy, felt a surge of displeasure. A gentle breeze swept through, and the previous 5 had been dispatched. Within the barrier, only Huapiao and Brian remained. A snowflake descended, and in an instant, a flash of blades left only Brian standing. He then closed his eyes. In the shadows, the sound of clogs echoed, accompanied by the flickering of a blue soul flame that danced in the darkness, gradually approaching Brian. He gripped his staff firmly, raising it before him. Suddenly, the footsteps quickened, charging towards Brian. With a forceful swing, the raised staff came crashing down to the ground. A thunderous sound erupted as the staff struck the earth, and in an instant, A flash of blades illuminated the scene. Then, black flames and demonic mist surged, and Huapiao reappeared before the onlookers, his short blade dripping with a black, tar-like liquid that slid toward the ground. As the viscous liquid touched the earth, it emitted a hissing sound of corrosion. Meanwhile, Brian remained rooted to the spot, his staff long fallen. Beneath him lay a pool of the same tar-like substance. With a sudden sound of blood being coughed, a large stain of crimson spread across Huapiao's waist, and in that moment, he transformed back into the frail old man he once was. His gray skin glistened with sweat, his countenance pale, revealing a profound weakness as he leaned heavily on the short blade, blood dripping from his chin and mouth. At this moment, Brian brushed off his coat, adjusted the hem, and straightened his somewhat askew ring. Leaning on his staff, he began to make his way back to his quarters. Remember your place. Although the demon clan is not what it once was, and I myself am gravely weakened in this mortal realm, let it be known that the beast clan shall never rise above the demons. I am the king of darkness, far too formidable for your ragtag assembly to underestimate. As long as the heavens and the earth endure, my darkness shall never fade. After a brief pause, Brian cast a sidelong glance at the old man behind him, his face still a chilling pallor, devoid of warmth. The sliding door then shut, and the barrier completely vanished, dissolving into shadows and retreating into the confines of the room. Everyone present exhaled deeply, for none could comprehend the events that had just transpired. A dazzling flash of blinding light had stung every eye, followed by a resonant sound that echoed within each heart. When they reopened their eyes, it was evident that the outcome had been determined. Instantly, panic and clamor erupted among the throngs of demons. Only a few figures swiftly leaped into the courtyard, hoisting the old man with care and returning him to the house. Under the weight of an overwhelming presence, all the lesser demons fell silent. Although whispers of trepidation lingered, the atmosphere had somewhat stabilized. Gradually, the courtyard was enveloped in an eerie stillness, the memory of that formidable entity vivid in their minds, having faced 5 adversaries without a scratch. The commander of the duel had effortlessly secured victory, and fear began to permeate the air. Truly, the Mimikiri Maru, a blade specifically forged to combat demons, revealed the fragility of mortal flesh. With a sudden gasp, blood spurted forth. At that moment, Brian was not faring much better. His entire upper body, from left shoulder to right rib, bore the mark of a grievous wound, nearly cleaving him in two. The dark coat and suit concealed the evidence, allowing few to notice. In truth, blood had long since soaked his form. Had he not employed a freezing spell to staunch the bleeding, the truth would have been laid bare. As long as the heavens remain unshattered, darkness shall endure. With every ounce of strength, Brian bellowed, succumbing to a profound weakness and slipping into unconsciousness. Chapter 56. Dream. Alice. You cannot perish. Why? 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 We promised to share eternity. How can you leave me first? Sister, rest assured. I shall find a way to resurrect you, no matter the cost. On a battlefield rife with smoke and corpses, a man donned in a robe stood. Beside him a skeletal wand. In his arms lay a beautiful silver-haired girl in gleaming armor, bloodied and pierced by numerous arrows, yet she wore a serene smile. Lifeless in the mage's embrace. This mage was none other than Brian, many years ago, when he was still human. The girl was his sister, a child he had taken in and raised, the two of them relying on one another in a harsh world, begging for survival in an unknown imperial capital. Years later, by a stroke of fate, they were both selected for military service. The more robust Brian became a mage, while the frail Alice was chosen as a knight. Thus, they endured rigorous training together each day within the barracks. Brian, ruthless and determined, quickly ascended to a position of power, while Alice, endowed with extraordinary talent, was remarkably selected for the royal guard. In the second year, the enchanting Alice caught the attention of the reigning prince, who selected her as his consort. However, Alice resolutely declined, for her heart did not belong to the prince. This situation persisted for a brief period, and it remains unclear what transpired during that time. Merely a month later, Alice unexpectedly announced her consent to marry the prince, leaving many in a state of bewilderment. Shortly thereafter, a week later, the wedding took place, and the nation rejoiced. On the very same day, Brian received orders and was dispatched to the frontier. Alice's ascension to royalty was a cause for celebration among many, considering she was a valiant Valkyrie and he, a handsome and talented prince. Yet, for years passed without Alice conceiving, while others mocked and humiliated her. Only she understood that it was not her inability to bear children, but rather the result of relentless torment that had stripped her of her fertility. The prince was In truth, a perverse individual, as was the entire royal lineage. This was precisely why a woman of extraordinary prowess, a formidable knight, was chosen as the empress. Only such strength could withstand the harrowing trials. After more than 4 years of a hellish existence, Alice had long yearned for death. Yet one solitary presence sustained her, urging her to endure. A year later, the 7 neighboring kingdoms besieged the empire. With the frontier in peril, Alice finally escaped her hell and was dispatched to the front lines. There, she encountered the very pillar of strength she had yearned for. Yet, it was before a tombstone that the fragile thread of hope finally snapped. It turned out that 4 years prior, shortly after Brian had arrived at the frontier, he had met an untimely demise due to an assassination. Soon, the coalition of 7 kingdoms surged forth, capturing the royal capital in a mere 7 days. As for the former Valkyrie, she now resembled a mere puppet. For 5 years, what is owed to me shall be repaid in full. Sister, I have come to rescue you. The coalition surrounded the royal capital, and amidst the throngs of hundreds of thousands, a sorcerer clad in a dark robe, wielding a skeletal wand, whispered as he emerged from the crowd. This sorcerer, adorned with a peculiar mask, was none other than Brian, presumed dead 4 years ago. Alice gasped, and Brian opened his eyes. His unwavering obsession remained unchanged. He sat up, shedding his garments, revealing a long scar across his chest, crimson and still pulsating with life. In a single night, Brian dreamed a dream from an indeterminate time ago. After a brief moment of contemplation, he retrieved a wooden ornate box from his luggage. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained neatly arranged vials of potions in 2 colors, totaling around 30. He extracted 5 red and 3 blue vials, uncorked them one by one, and consumed their contents. Gradually, as the crimson potion coursed through him, his pallid skin appeared to glow as if filled with molten lava, and the veins became vividly pronounced. The heart, nestled within his chest, shone with unparalleled brilliance. The wound, once marred by scars, instantaneously healed to perfection. With the heart's extraordinarily slow yet profoundly powerful rhythm, the pallid skin, reminiscent of the deceased, gradually regained a hint of color. In approximately 10 minutes, the skin restored itself to its previous rosy hue of health. The blood vessels ceased to shimmer. Indeed, it is exceedingly difficult to concoct a superior healing potion from inferior materials. However, it remains somewhat acceptable. I wonder how that old fool is faring after receiving my strike. The memory of that single blow penetrating through the inky, viscous barrier, along with the dark wall and magical shield, still lingers, instilling a sense of trepidation within me. Without transformation, my current mortal form is undeniably inadequate. Had Brian not retreated a couple of steps, I might well have been cleaved in two at this very moment. With a delicate wave of my hand, the entire room reverted to its original state, as the black blood that had soaked into the floor mats was entirely absorbed back. One must understand that a single drop of the demon lord's blood harbors immense malevolent power. Any creature that inadvertently comes into contact with it risks mutation, and in severe cases, may even succumb to catastrophic transformation or explode in demise. Moreover, this blood embodies power. Absorbing it can significantly restore the strength I previously lost. After all, restorative potions can at most mend injuries and replenish vitality, but they cannot restore power, particularly since this diminishes the upper limit of one's strength. Thus, the blue mana potions are rendered ineffective. I meticulously adjusted my shirt, ensuring it bore no creases. Next, I donned a black waistcoat, secured my tie, and slipped on my coat, followed by my overcoat. Brian emerged once more, clad in an elegant and luxurious gentleman's attire, complete with a cane that rarely left my grasp. What time could it possibly be? This manor lacks a clock. How antiquated. Fortunately, I have my pocket watch. I cast a glance at the sun suspended above my head, feeling quite displeased as I retrieved the old timepiece passed down for Peter. Chapter 57, The Time of Culinary Delights. Stepping out of the antiquated room and into the courtyard, I stood beneath the cherry blossom tree, gazing at the pool of black liquid on the ground, surrounded by thorns and brambles that adorned the yard. Brian reminisced about the battle that had transpired. In the darkness, the soul's fire surged toward me. The icy blade from the air tightened my heart. I abruptly opened my eyes, enveloped in a violet barrier. The white gleam of the blade and its shadow materialized from the void. My cane fell to the ground as a black wall surged upward, and a sharp blade descended from above, accompanied by the sound of flesh being torn. The black barrier was swiftly cleaved apart, while the white blade continued its advance, exuding a palpable aura of death, prompting me to instinctively step back. Then, as the sword descended, the violet magical shield shattered as if made of mere paper, while the white blade nearly grazed my face as it swung downward. However, due to a retreat in his movements, the blade, though embedded in flesh, did not penetrate deeply. Nonetheless, it found its mark against the waist of his opponent. Simultaneously, Brian extended his right hand, and his nails darkened, elongating to several centimeters. He then unleashed a powerful strike aimed at the same vulnerable area, sending forth a wave of dark energy that rippled outward, accompanied by a series of forceful impacts. His 5 elongated nails pierced through with alarming precision. In a fleeting moment, the two adversaries separated. Slippery, performing a somersault, landed behind Brian, who remained poised, leaning on his staff. The silver blade glistened, stained with dark crimson blood and a viscous black substance, dripping onto the ground. Brian's blood flowed down his trousers, pooling into a small puddle. In the cover of night, with the soil and stones blending into darkness, this pool of blood went unnoticed, especially as the attention of the onlookers was fixated on Slippery and Brian. The black cloak billowed gracefully in the wind as he walked, enhancing his ethereal presence. As noon approached, following the tumult of the previous day, he did not expect anyone to return to offer him hospitality. Thus, he stepped outside, donning his previous black student attire beneath the veil of smoke, and commenced his quest for sustenance. Given the country's limited land and scarce resources, many streets in Japan resemble narrow alleys, exacerbated by the absence of decorative elements like flower pots, creating a sense of congestion. Yet, it is often in these narrow passages that delightful culinary establishments are concealed. On this occasion, Brian discovered a charming Western restaurant and, en route, purchased a serving of takoyaki. It must be noted that the allure of these dumplings largely derives from the accompanying sauce, as their inherent flavor is somewhat mild. Nevertheless, the octopus meat within boasts a delightful, springy texture, and the more one chews, the more the rich aroma fills the mouth. Regrettably, the quantity was rather insufficient, leaving him yearning for more. However, with the prospect of a proper meal on the horizon, he curbed his impulse to indulge in 5 or 6 additional servings, mindful that an excessive consumption of octopus could lead to digestive discomfort for his mortal stomach, an insight gained from a previous experience of prolonged discomfort due to overeating. Upon entering the restaurant, he greeted the staff courteously and was presented with a menu. Initially, Brian ordered garlic-baked mushrooms paired with bread, followed by a dish of oyster cream gratin and intriguingly named risotto. He concluded his order with a seafood cream chowder. The garlic-baked mushrooms were rich in flavor, their prolonged cooking and judicious seasoning rendering them exceptionally palatable. The mushrooms were tender, and the broth was deliciously robust. Dipping the bread into the sauce was an indulgent experience that could not be fully savored enough. Next came the oyster cream gratin. Brian recalled his mixed feelings towards oysters during his travels in various countries. Due to the presence of many unscrupulous establishments offering stale and unclean seafood, it can be quite nauseating. However, genuine oysters, when properly prepared, are a delight to the palate, tantalizing and irresistible. The dish of oyster gratin features a crispy exterior while the interior is creamy, embodying the Chinese expression of being crispy on the outside and tender within. The preparation begins with sautéing the ingredients, followed by a creamy baking process, and finally garnishing with cheese before being placed in the oven to achieve that delightful crust. This dish pairs exquisitely with bread. The savory richness of the cream melds beautifully with the sweet essence of the oyster, creating an utterly delectable experience. Many are averse to the incorporation of milk in cooking, finding its flavor peculiar. During the meal, Brian indulged in 3 servings of bread, and it must be noted that the combination of these 2 dishes with bread is truly delightful. As he neared the end of the bread, the risotto was presented. Typically, risotto is prepared with raw rice, resulting in a slightly firm texture, but this establishment used pre-cooked rice, referring to it as porridge. Brian found the naming logic perplexing. Why should cooked rice be termed porridge? Nevertheless, it possessed a certain thickness akin to a rich congee. The risotto was seasoned with tomato-like sauces, complemented by shrimp, oysters, and an egg. Brian expressed his fondness for this flavorful, yet not overly intense dish. For instance, during his previous travels to China with old Peter, he relished mixing rice with the broth of braised pork and other dishes. Later, he discovered a dish known as Gai Jiaofan, which he became quite fond of. However, after residing in England for an extended period, and with Thor lacking in culinary skills regarding Chinese cuisine, such delights became scarce. Had the rice arrived any later, Brian might have filled himself solely with bread. Just as the rice was served, the final dish, a rich oyster cream soup, was also presented. The addition of shrimp and various other ingredients imparted a distinct flavor profile, setting it apart from the oyster gratin. In summary, The soup was rich and brimming with the essence of numerous seafood, yet harmoniously blended, showcasing a delightful complexity of flavors. As he glanced at the letter delivered by his familiar, a smile graced his face while he savored the food before him. Sunlight streamed into the white dining establishment, creating a scene of purity and tranquility. Chapter 58, Strolling. Thank you for the hospitality. After settling the bill with a contented demeanor, Brian exited the white restaurant nestled at the corner of the street. The winter sun warmed him, instilling a sense of lazy comfort. Adjusting his attire, Brian continued along the street, absorbing the local culture. He came across a shop dedicated to various gourds. Upon entering, he was greeted by a ceiling adorned with an array of gourds, while the walls displayed an assortment of gourd-crafted items, including water scoops and intricate carvings. Brian purchased 2 gourd carvings, which were rather sizable. Naturally, he requested the proprietor to assist in delivering them to his import-export company before sending them back to England. Speaking of the owner, he bore a striking resemblance to a gourd himself, as his apron cinched tightly around his waist, making his upper and lower body appear considerably broader. Coupled with his short stature, he was a living embodiment of a gourd. Upon exiting and taking a left turn, an enchanting river unfolded before him, flanked by icy banks. The water flowed gracefully amidst the snow and ice, bordered by magnificent cherry blossom trees. One can only imagine the breathtaking beauty that envelopes this place during the cherry blossom season, with petals fluttering like delicate pink snowflakes, cascading into the river and settling upon passers-by. Truly a splendid sight. As he strolled upstream along the river, he encountered a couple of unruly youths, swaggering down the street with their arms draped over each other's shoulders. To an unsuspecting observer, one might think they had overindulged in spirits. Indeed, they had consumed copious amounts of alcohol, as evidenced by the pungent aroma that wafted from them, mingled with the stench of smoke and sweat, which was rather nauseating. Brian could only furrow his brow and choose to ignore them, believing it wise to keep his distance from such societal detritus. Getting too close might leave him sullied as well. "Hey you, come over here." Just as Brian had moved a little further along, one of the raucous youths, sporting a flamboyant yellow mohawk and adorned with earrings, called out to him. "Fools are a dime a dozen, but this year seems particularly abundant," he thought, shrugging his shoulders in resignation, opting to continue on his path as if he had not heard. "Hey, I'm talking to you, jerk." However, ignoring them did not mean they would overlook his presence. The youth, with his evidently unclean hand, slapped Brian's shoulder. "If you wish to keep your hand, I suggest you release it and roll as far away as you can." Brian's face, which was initially pale and cold, now twisted into a menacing grimace, exuding an aura of fury. The very shadow at his feet seemed contorted by his wrath, his blood-red eyes flickering ominously within the shadow. "Ha! Did you hear what he said? I'm going to hit you." The youth's laughter echoed, utterly oblivious to the impending danger. Suddenly, a fist flew toward Brian's face. The rings adorning the youth's hand promised that a strike would be quite painful. Unaware of your own peril, with a cold gaze fixed upon the approaching fist, Brian effortlessly swatted it away, seizing the wrist and delivering a swift blow to the arm. A sharp crack resonated, and the youth's hand bent grotesquely backward. The ensuing scream was akin to the wailing of a slaughtered pig, leaving everyone else in stunned silence, drenched in cold sweat from the intensity of the unexpected confrontation. "Next time you venture out, keep your eyes peeled. This time, I merely broke your hand. Should there be a next time, I assure you, you will learn the true meaning of cruelty. Now be gone." Gazing down at the figure sprawled on the ground, resembling a shrimp in its contorted state, Brian stepped directly over him, treating him as though he were merely an object beneath his feet. He continued along the riverbank, contemplating the waters flowing before him. "What has come over me? Why does even a mere swarm of pests incite such fury within me?" The battle with the millennial faction should not have escalated to this point, yet an internal flame incessantly scorches my patience. Is it the blood of demons that has stirred this unrest, or perhaps the soul within the soul artifact? Standing by the river's edge, Brian gradually became lost in thought. He felt that his recently surging power had inflated his ego, particularly regarding those who were weaker than himself, whom he regarded with disdain. This is undoubtedly perilous. Failing to properly assess the strength of one's adversaries and shunning the truth could lead to grave consequences. This is intolerable, especially now. If the slippery eel were determined from the outset to see me perish, I would be utterly defenseless. The true strength within the millennial faction extends far beyond what I have encountered, and the present version of myself is no longer the indomitable Dark Lord. I possess but one life. A single incantation of the killing curse would seal my fate. Once dead, I would face eternal damnation. with neither enemies nor allies granting me a second chance. After pausing for a moment, Brian arrived at a shrine. In Japan, nearly every city boasts one or two shrines, with numerous small shrines scattered about. Some might argue that a demon visiting a shrine is courting disaster, yet this is far from true. In reality, many deities across the land are allies of the demon clan. The true foes are those hypocritical beings who claim superiority over the light. Heaven and hell are but two sides of the same coin. Once spoken, the phrase, "the demon king and God are brothers," resonated profoundly. Everyone believes that heaven resides above. Yet the lowest depths of hell, the purgatory, serve as the gateway to paradise, signifying that heaven and hell are intrinsically linked. After all, there are no eternally virtuous beings, nor perpetually malevolent ones. Moreover, the intricate web of grievances and entanglements could be elaborated upon for days without end. Furthermore, many deities maintain complex relationships with the demon realm. Currently, Brian's aimless wandering led him to Tokyo's most renowned academic shrine, Yushima Tenmangu. Standing at the foot of the imposing staircase of a shrine, Brian sensed an overwhelming malice emanating from it. It is well known that Brian despises climbing stairs, particularly the ever-shifting staircases of Hogwarts. He recalls nearly losing his way on one occasion while heading to class, only to be saved from tardiness by the intervention of the venerable Dumbledore. Chapter 59. The protagonist's low intelligence. Upon reaching the shrine, he offered his prayers. As he observed the winter sun slowly descending, its rays filtering through the barren trees, casting dappled shadows upon him, the restless turmoil within his heart finally began to settle. Very well, it is time to return. It is indeed necessary to offer an apology. Time has passed, and the demon clan is no longer the unrivaled dominator of the world. Alas, after all these years, I had not perceived this truth earlier. Casting a glance at the shrine, Brian decided it was time to retrace his steps. Meanwhile, on the other side, Harry Potter, prompted by Hermione, was preparing to utilize the invisibility cloak he received for Christmas to venture into the restricted section in search of information about Nicholas Flamel, the creator of the Philosopher's Stone. To be frank, one cannot overlook Dumbledore's peculiar habit of offering pillows to those who wish to slumber, which strikes Brian as excessively rigid and conspicuous. Only the two naive Gryffindors could remain oblivious to the underlying oddity. However, for Harry, wielding the invisibility cloak is akin to divine favor. And if he were to neglect exploring the extraordinarily mysterious restricted section now, it would indeed be an affront to the one who bestowed this cloak upon him. It must be said, the nighttime corridors of Hogwarts are extraordinarily desolate. The vast castle, enhanced by the undetectable extension charm and various other enchantments, is far larger than it appears. Typically, only 2 or 3 professors are on duty to patrol the halls, along with the silent caretaker, Filch, and his cat, Mrs. Norris. Brian's magical eye vigilantly monitored every room within Hogwarts, save for the ladies' restroom and a few other principal places. Any minor disturbance did not escape his scrutiny, including upperclassmen sneaking off to secluded spots for clandestine kisses. Fortunately, most had returned home for the Christmas holiday. Otherwise, the public displays of affection would surely drive Brian to distraction. As Harry Potter traversed the empty corridors, holding a brightly glowing lantern, visible to anyone who wasn't blind, the scene was undeniably bold. In the pitch-black night, a lantern floated in midair, an act that Brian deemed perilously reckless. He could hardly believe such a conspicuous occurrence would go unnoticed. Observing Harry's uninterrupted journey towards the restricted section, it was clear he was enjoying an unfair advantage. One might say that the protagonist's intellect has always been somewhat lacking. Reflecting on this, Brian recalled his own past follies, recognizing that the protagonist's halo sometimes comes with the curse of folly. Regarding protagonists plagued by emotional, intellectual, or capability deficiencies, Brian felt little desire to elaborate. During his reign as the Dark Lord, he had unknowingly vanquished countless heroes of this ilk. Upon arriving at the library, Harry effortlessly penetrated the restricted section. Remarkably, in a place once teeming with magical traps and alarms, nothing transpired. Brian was beyond the point of offering further commentary on this absurdity. Watching Harry stroll into the library without closing the door, Brian felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a sharp reprimand. Where, indeed, was the key to the restricted section? And what of Madame Pants, the librarian who frequently resided within the library? Alas, all were conspicuously absent. Now, Brian is somewhat regretting his trip to Tokyo. Had he not gone, he could have seized the opportunity to acquire numerous collectibles. As the oil lamp illuminated the surroundings, Harry continued to weave through the bookshelves. Observing his aimless state, Brian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Was he truly oblivious to the classification labels affixed to the shelves? It must be said that Harry's current method of searching was indeed laborious, to be frank, with such a vast number of books. If one does not employ a reliable approach, it may well be impossible to locate anything before the next semester. As Harry moved about, Brian's gaze shifted in tandem. In an impulsive move, Harry carelessly tossed aside the invisibility cloak and placed the oil lamp atop his garments. Truly, one who does not heed caution is bound to encounter peril. Not to mention the potential disaster if he were to accidentally knock over the lamp and set the cloak ablaze. At present, Harry remained completely unaware that a particular tome detailing Nicholas Flamel, the comprehensive history of alchemy, lay beneath the cloak. The protagonist's intellect was indeed a cause for concern. Fortunately, with Brian's presence, the protagonist was effectively shielded from peril. Firstly, the souls contained within several Horcruxes had been sealed within the Dark Soul Stone, implying that unless the cursed sword were destroyed, Voldemort was not going to perish anytime soon. Thus, Harry Potter continued his aimless search through the tomes, flipping through countless irrelevant books, only to uncover a volume on summoning seals, which unleashed a ghastly wail that echoed throughout the library. Brian was particularly intrigued by this book, for the sealed soul within promised to be a formidable source of power. He silently noted its location before once more submerging his magical eye into the shadows. However, what Brian truly desired was that invisibility cloak. Nevertheless, this was not a pressing concern. Just because he could not obtain it now did not preclude future opportunities. To be honest, such an item primarily catered to his collector's obsession, as both deities and demons could perceive a soul with remarkable clarity. As for the creator of the invisibility cloak, well, he was merely an amateur, a novice without even the scythe of death. "Who is there? I see you," Filch exclaimed, sweating profusely as he cautiously approached, lamp in hand, attempting to intimidate. Although very few were aware of it, Filch was merely a figurehead. He knew well that should a daring student wield magic in his presence, he would be utterly defenseless. This has always puzzled Brian as to why the school would employ such a muggle as its caretaker. Nonetheless, with Filch's menacing demeanor and his ghostly presence, coupled with the school's backing, he invariably managed to catch wandering students. Thankfully, the Marauder's map was not in his possession, though currently, Brian was contemplating whether to acquire it and present it as a gift to the old fellow. However, upon a moment's reflection, Brian resolved against such an action. After all, Filch was hardly a paragon of virtue. Moreover, the map of the living was still of considerable utility, serving, to some extent, as a substitute for the oversight provided by the magical eye. Chapter 60. Invisibility and the Mirror of Eris. In light of this matter, Harry Potter decisively seized the cloak and made his escape. As for the lantern, well, it was fortuitously shattered, having been inadvertently dropped to the ground by the cloak. Otherwise, Brian would have found it hard to believe that Harry's intellect would lead him to carry it away. Cloaked in invisibility, Harry moved as quietly as possible out of the restricted section. He cautiously observed as Filch passed by, expertly maneuvering around obstacles as he made his way out of the library. Unfortunately, he collided with Mrs. Norris, Filch's feline companion, whose keen sense of smell was surprisingly acute, leaving one quite speechless. The invisibility cloak, while adept at concealing its wearer from detection, failed to mask scents and sounds. Had Hermione, the current paragon of knowledge, been present, she would have merely needed to address a couple of magical considerations. Not to mention, Brian had taught far more effective invisibility spells in his general magic course. Seeing Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, whom Brian believed to possess more prowess than her owner, Harry hastily turned to flee. After navigating 2 corners, he fortuitously encountered Snape, who was menacingly tugging at Quirrell's collar. One could only wonder at the old bat's heightened senses. Even the slightest sound made by Harry's movements did not escape his notice. Snape approached Harry's direction, making a futile gesture as if to grasp at the air, yet he caught nothing. In truth, Harry's father had often used the invisibility cloak for mischief, with Snape as a primary target, which elucidated Snape's heightened vigilance. Feeling an unsettling sensation of being watched from behind, Snape experienced discomfort, yet finding nothing amiss, redirected his focus to the unfortunate Professor Quirrell. One could not help but admire Voldemort's mastery of concealment. As a former Death Eater, Snape was alarmingly close without perceiving any threat. Ultimately, Brian discerned the reason. Quirrell's turban, steeped in the pungent essence of garlic, effectively masked Voldemort's moribund stench, which was why Brian resolutely avoided proximity to Quirrell, especially during meals, making every effort to distance himself as much as possible. "Professors, I found this in the restricted section. A student has trespassed." At that moment, Filch, clutching the shattered lantern, began his lament to the two professors, primarily concerning the unruly students of Hogwarts, who proved to be exceedingly difficult to manage. Indeed, for Filch, these prank-loving students who roamed restlessly at night were a constant source of frustration. However, capturing these miscreants and witnessing the professors reprimanding them was undeniably a source of great satisfaction. In response to this, Snape and Quirrell promptly set off to apprehend the nocturnal student. After the three had departed, the door at the end of the corridor creaked open and shut on its own, demonstrating a modicum of intelligence, at last remembering to close the door. Presently, the two professors and Filch would undoubtedly be stationed along the path to the dormitory, leaving Harry with little hope of returning there anytime soon. Thus, he resolved to find a place to conceal himself for the time being. Harry Potter ventured into an unoccupied room, which struck Brian more as an attic. Within this chamber stood a colossal mirror, an essential magical artifact Brian intended to use to unveil the gates of hell. Upon witnessing Harry carelessly discard the invisibility cloak, one of the fabled Deathly Hallows, on the floor, Brian could not help but curse the reckless extravagance of youth. The Mirror of Arist, crafted through the alchemical techniques of demons and composed of fragments from the abyssal domain, was a remarkable object. These fragments, sourced from the infamous demon prison known as the abyssal domain, held the essence of malevolence, amplifying the torment of its captives through their own wickedness. Every millennium, this living prison would yield byproducts of despair, which were highly coveted in the magical realm for their ability to create lifelike illusions and soul cages. Brian's magical sword also bore a shard from the core of the abyssal domain. Although this mirror could not reveal past or future nor provide wisdom or truth, it projected the deepest desires of one's heart. Under appropriate circumstances, it could offer solace and satisfaction to the viewer. However, those plagued by greed or wavering resolve often succumbed to its allure, some merely wasting away their lives before its surface, while others faced severe mental instability. And in the gravest cases, their souls became irrevocably entwined with the mirror, feeding its power. This mirror was naturally one of the items Brian sought to acquire, and the opportunity would arise after Harry's encounter with the Philosopher's Stone. Brian recalled that even if he did not take the mirror to integrate it into the gates of hell, it would ultimately shatter into fragments, thus making it far more advantageous for him to claim it. Regarding Dumbledore's arrangements, while Brian found little to critique, he still intended to send a letter or two to inform the headmaster of certain plans, including the matter of the Horcruxes. It would be wise to present the truth wrapped in deception rather than allowing the discovery of the truth to unfold later. Brian was certain Dumbledore would be pleased to learn of the destruction of the two Horcruxes. Simultaneously, Brian intended to propose to Dumbledore the necessity of appointing a professor to instruct Harry Potter in fundamental magical training, particularly in spells related to the invisibility cloak. After all, Voldemort is far from being a fool, and his serpent is undoubtedly more formidable than Mrs. Longbottom. Those who have employed an invisibility cloak or utilized concealment magic understand that sound and scent must be meticulously eradicated. Indeed, actions such as opening and closing doors often require the application of illusions for effective masking. Failing to achieve such measures is, frankly speaking, akin to courting disaster. To be candid, the unique power derived from fear that the Slughorn family wields is an unconventional approach within this realm. However, for the Dark Lord and the ancient deities, a soul's probing renders the other party as exposed as if stripped bare, leaving nothing hidden from view. Chapter 61. The Pact and Negotiation. On the very next day following Brian's arrival in Japan, he received gifts and letters from several enchanting ladies. Among them, his delightful fiancée, Elizabeth, gifted him a deep blue gown, a color she typically eschewed, along with a ceremonial sword adorned with numerous precious gems, a present from his father-in-law, Prince Midford. Brian, to some extent, grasped the implications behind such a gift from his father-in-law. As for the letter from Liz Elizabeth, it expressed her longing for him and her fondness for the gifts, as well as an ineffable love for Brian. Next came a meticulously curated dental care set from Hermione, which included a high-quality toothbrush, toothpaste, dental floss, and mouthwash. Naturally, Brian was elated, for any gift from someone he cherished was bound to bring him joy. He recalled a conversation with a Chinese friend who mentioned receiving a striking green hat from his American girlfriend. Although, as a Chinese individual, he understood that a green hat carries a negative connotation, he accepted it with great delight, and Brian couldn't help but admire his friend's open-mindedness. Hermione's letter primarily addressed her relationship with Brian, gently reminding him to stay warm and rest well. She also expressed her gratitude for his guidance and support during their time together, along with a subtle affection woven throughout her words. Truth be told, Brian had always felt that his dual affections would eventually lead to complications. After all, the notion of maintaining a harem was rather unrealistic. He held a disdain for the notion of using love potions or similar clumsy tactics. Following this, he received additional gifts, including a teaching wand from Professor Flitwick and a Chinese chess set from Zhang Qiu. To be honest, Brian preferred Go over chess. Life resembles a game of Go, allowing him to find tranquility with each match, whereas chess carries a more somber tone, drawing inspiration from the clash of armies. Indeed, international chess, Japanese shogi, and wizard chess in the magical realm all share this theme. There are even similar strategic games within the demon realm, which are essential assessments for selecting officers throughout the years. Subsequently, a considerable number of gifts were dispatched directly to Brian's castle, nearly overwhelming his study. Fortunately, Dole frequently assisted Brian in organizing the clutter. The sheer volume of intelligence amassed was truly staggering for the young girl. Strolling along the asphalt road, one cannot help but appreciate Tokyo's rapid pace, though Brian did not share this sentiment at present, as he found himself nearly suffocated amidst the throngs of people. He had to navigate to a side street near the Nura family, having expended nearly half his vitality traversing the previous avenues. Aside from being directionally challenged, Brian also suffered from a severe case of anthropophobia. The approach of crowds and vehicles left him feeling utterly flustered, often leading him to jump anxiously in their midst. Upon returning to the Nura group's residence, he was astonished to find an atmosphere devoid of the anticipated grimness. In fact, he was greeted with a smile by Rizzi, which further deepened his incredulity. It turned out that the events of the previous night had been ordered to remain undisclosed, and the 5 who had been afflicted by Brian's poison were publicly said to have business to attend to. Naturally, given their cooperation, Brian felt inclined to reciprocate. A mutual retreat could foster a more amicable relationship moving forward. After all, whether in the realm of yokai or demons, the prevailing philosophy is that when words fail, a skirmish may ensue, yet as long as it is not a life or death struggle, parties can still emerge as friends. The principle of might reigning supreme has always guided the interactions between the two factions. Rizzi, Brian began, I shall overlook yesterday's events, but there will be no second chances. I believe you have witnessed my strength. Should you push me to my limits, I could easily delay my plans, after all. A century or two is a mere trifle for me. As for you, it will be wise to carefully consider your actions moving forward. Here are 6 vials of potion, the antidote. As for your kind's recuperative abilities, I trust those superficial wounds will not pose a significant problem. Sitting cross-legged on the tatama floor, savoring a cup of oolong tea, Brian regarded the frail old man, who was now shivering beneath a blanket, with a smirk laden with mockery. Ah, you may deceive others, but not me. I can feel the blade slicing through flesh and severing bone. Unlike your previous illusions, that strike was undeniably real. I suspect you have sustained quite a bit of injury. Moreover, when it comes to endurance, it is you who is truly pressed for time. From the moment you entered, I sensed the chaotic and agitated nature of your vital energy, which explains why the likes of Akiyama and his companions could detect your demonic aura. But fear not. As you said, the Nura group cannot afford the consequences of failure. Therefore, I propose we formally establish a pact today. At this, Rizzi opened his eyes and smiled, replying, You certainly have a clever plan. A pact? You should remember that your kind were once our servants. Now, you seek to negotiate terms as equals? Even if I agree, I doubt Lucifer and his associates would concur. As for the injury, I concede, but do not underestimate me. It is worth noting that I sit here unscathed, sipping tea, while you remain ensconced beneath the covers, devoid of my antidote. By tomorrow, you shall dissipate into a cloud of black ash before the eyes of many. Gazing at the figure nestled in the blankets, Brian could not suppress a chuckle. Indeed, it was once true, but what of it? This is not several millennia ago. The demon race now cowers behind the gates of hell, and apart from you, dares not even tread upon the surface. Past glories signify nothing. In this world, only the victors and the vanquished remain. After consuming one of the vials, his once gray and frigid body now pulsed with vitality and warmth. He sat up, retrieved his pipe, tapped it lightly, and spoke with a hint of displeasure. Very well, your courage is commendable. As the commander of the Slavery Alliance, I am willing to sign this pact. However, I expect you to demonstrate your worth on the battlefield. With that, Brian finished his tea, set down the cup, and departed. Chapter 62. Interwoven Parallels. Thus, Brian and the figure under the covers finalized their agreement. Alas, it still lacked something. Yet fortunately, preparations had been made. The dark power would eventually merge with the demonic aura, reaching the very core of the demon's heart, a rather agreeable prospect. After dinner, Returning to his chamber, Brian chuckled to himself. The antidote previously gifted contained only half the truth. The other half was a concoction he had devised, inspired by Voldemort's creation of Horcruxes and the methods employed by liches to forge soul containers. While the former utilized soul tearing, Brian opted for physical disintegration, extracting 6 fragments of flesh from his own heart. As a demon lord, he possessed formidable regenerative capabilities, capable of resurrecting from even a drop of blood or a mere cell. However, the antidote for the dark energy was a potion of holy light, a pristine energy that would severely damage Brian's body, including its tissues. Yet, these cellular structures had contingency measures. When faced with grave threats, they would resort to self-consumption, ultimately transforming into particles akin to dust. Should these minuscule fragments come into contact with dark energy again, they would awaken and subsequently be reborn. In essence, all calculations were meticulously devised to retain a portion of dark energy alongside these cellular remnants, thus paving the way for a retreat if necessary. The desire for revenge among demons is intense. To simply let it go would invite ridicule. Nevertheless, one must admit that Brian remains quite merciful. The ultimate rebirth ceremony does not entail the host's demise. Rather, it results in a reincarnation into this world as an infant. Who could that person be? The scent they exuded previously made me nauseous. What have you done, Sly? Shortly after Brian's departure, a peculiar creature adorned with an unusual mask entered, kneeling beside the gourd, perplexed and inquiring. Old friend, that is no human. It is a veritable demon, a murderous fiend. The current era increasingly drifts away from our kind. Not only are humans growing ever more excessive, but even among our own kin, there is treachery afoot. You must have heard of the inscriptions upon that stone tablet from days of yore. Time is fleeting, and Lu Shang remains youthful and naive, which leaves me uneasy. As for that individual, I suspect you might have surmised something already. Rather than remain neutral and await death or surrender our fates to those duplicitous deities, I would prefer to cast our lot with a demon. After all, we are of the same lineage. He will not harm us. Gazing at his masked companion, Fu Fu, along with the gourd, exhibited a look of resignation, his already aged and hunched form seeming even older in that moment. Alas, let's hope so. With tigers and wolves ahead and vile spirits behind, death is inevitable. Listening to the gourd's resigned words, the elder of the Nuliang group echoed the sentiment. Truth be told, had it not been for being the closest of friends to the gourd, Fu Fu would have been far more trusting of this old companion. After all, the gourd was aptly named. He was indeed a slippery spirit, yet the most cunning and wise among them, never engaging in battles unprepared. Though age may wear the body, the spirit remains undaunted. Brian reflected on the information conveyed through the demon's eyes. Subsequently, the eye hidden in the shadows dissipated into the ether. For Brian, the Nuliang group held little significance. Although the creatures were formidable, especially in a world populated by mundane humans, these powerful beings were undeniably invincible. However, setting aside those Taoists and Yin-Yang masters, even now if Brian were to bide his time for a few more years, obliterating the entire demon clan single-handedly would be a trivial endeavor. Compared to the iron cavalry of the demon realm, these demon clans were only marginally useful in the beginning. When the gods clashed, the upheaval would be nothing short of cataclysmic. Nevertheless, one must admit that the sheer number of people certainly creates a lively atmosphere. And Lu Shang's mother is exceptionally hospitable. During this period, Brian felt himself gaining weight, as several rather ostentatious garments had become ill-fitting. Perhaps it was merely a matter of thermal expansion. Yes, that must be it. Thus, after indulging in a warm soak, Brian donned new attire and ventured out, abandoning the typical Zhongshan uniform for a complete transformation, adjusting his appearance to that of a 17 or 18-year-old. Following numerous rejuvenating experiences in the blood of demons, his body could now freely alter its appearance and height. This time, Brian set forth in a different direction, deliberately choosing to avoid the morning rush hour, opting instead for a midday excursion, allowing him to relish the local delicacies. Currently, Brian was simultaneously honing his magical skills in dark stealth while making his way toward Narima, one of Tokyo's 23 special wards. According to Brian's understanding, the world he has found himself in bears a striking resemblance to the most ordinary human realms. This implies that both its history and the prominent figures within it are remarkably similar to those from a particular dimension he once inhabited. It can be asserted that, aside from a mundane individuals unique to that dimension, there exists little distinction. The sole variance lies in the harmonious amalgamation of elements deemed fantastical, which seamlessly coexist within this world. For instance, The existence of the magical realm of Harry Potter and the presence of beings like the Nura clan serve as compelling evidence of this phenomenon. One cannot help but acknowledge that the intertwining of dimensions often gives rise to wonders beyond comprehension. However, it must be noted that the existence of demons, deities, and the will of the world itself is inherently enigmatic. Were it not for Brian's numerous personal experiences traversing the cycles of existence, he might have deemed himself mad or believed this all to be merely a dream, especially in a world populated solely by mortals, rife with various imaginings of power and science. In that realm, Brian constantly questioned his own existence, nearly convinced that he was an ordinary human like everyone else. Ultimately, it was his unwavering conviction that salvaged him. Without it, he would have been lost in the endless cycles of existence eons ago, his consciousness extinguished. Chapter 63, District 20. To be candid, whether in England or elsewhere, Brian harbors a profound aversion for towering urban landscapes. Cities dominated by steel and concrete genuinely induce visual fatigue. The light pollution generated by one-way glass is particularly vexatious, prompting Brian to fantasize about obliterating such structures. In contrast, the ambience of a harmonious blend between countryside and urban design captivates him. Regardless of his busy schedule, Brian always carves out time to explore the countryside, tending to livestock on ranches. The simple, unrefined charm of rural life, combined with authentic natural ingredients and picturesque landscapes untouched by human intervention, undoubtedly possesses a soul-cleansing effect. Japan comprises 23 special wards, including Ward 1, Chiyoda, Ward 2, Chua, Ward 3, Minato, Ward 4, Shinjuku, Ward 5, Bunkyo, Ward 6, Taito, Ward 7, Sumida, Ward 8, Koto, Ward 9, Shinagawa, Ward 10, Meguro, Ward 11, Oda, Ward 12, Setagaya, Ward 13, Shibuya, Ward 14, Nakano, Ward 16, Sujinami, Ward 18, Tashima, Ward 17, Kita, Ward 18, Arakawa, Ward 19, Itabashi, Ward 20, Narima, Ward 21, Adachi, Ward 22, Katsushika, and Ward 23, Idagawa. Among these, the Nura clan resides in Ward 23, Idagawa, while Brian's destination for today's excursion is Ward 20, Narima. Notably, the beloved anime Doraemon is set in this very area, a detail that aligns seamlessly with multiple dimensions. Recently, during his visit to his commercial partners in the Brian district of Tokyo, regardless of whether they were governmental bodies or those with nefarious influences, he received several reports. They casually mentioned the recent peril in Japan, where a certain kind of cannibalistic monster had emerged. Although relevant response departments were swiftly established, their efforts were merely a drop in the ocean. It was suggested that if Brian were willing to assist or provide some technical support, it would be greatly appreciated. One cannot help but remark on the relentless ambition of the Japanese, which can, at times, be quite distasteful. Among these reports, many contained gruesome records of experiments, far exceeding the norm. Frankly, Brian found these so-called normal individuals to be far more terrifying than the cannibalistic monsters themselves. Thus, Brian maintained a watchful stance regarding any offers of assistance. After all, allowing internal strife to consume them would ultimately serve his interests best. When dealing with a venomous serpent that could strike at any moment, it was prudent to keep it in a state of limbo, ensuring safety and potential negotiations. Furthermore, Brian was intrigued by these suddenly appearing cannibalistic monsters. Areas 1, 2, 3, 4, 13, and 14 were all disaster zones. What a nation adept at concealment. Had I not come here in person, I would have remained oblivious to such occurrences. It seemed the intelligence operatives in Japan were in dire need of a replacement. They were indeed a useless lot. Interestingly, the Nuria group had not commented on this matter either, which added an element of intrigue. A shelter in the 23rd district? It appeared a visit was in order. As he sat on a park bench, perusing a stack of confidential documents, he exhibited no concern for their classified nature. Curiously, this area seemed the most stable, with a noticeably lower incidence of events compared to others. Quite astonishing indeed. The Narima district appeared to harbor intriguing secrets waiting to be uncovered. After reviewing the final few pages of the reports, Brian incinerated the papers, reducing them to ashes. Of course, this was merely a facade. When necessary, he could always conjure them back from the flames. Clad in a suit and tie, with a striking yet slightly pallid visage, one might mistake him for a host. It is true that sometimes good looks can be a double-edged sword. In the Narima district, the buildings were generally low, and the pace of life felt rather unhurried. As mealtime approached, the streets were not particularly crowded. However, a faint scent of blood lingered in the air, which piqued his curiosity. Identifying the source of this subtle aroma was not difficult. Apart from the Grim Reaper, demons are undoubtedly the most astute beings when it comes to death and blood. Following the faint scent of blood, he traversed several alleys and streets, ultimately discovering his target in a secluded passageway. Before him stood a back door of a shop, now closed and locked, from which the indistinct scent of blood emanated. To be candid, were it not for the malevolent presence of Brian, the scent of blood, which could easily be disregarded, would scarcely be detected even by a dog, let alone the odor of pig's blood, which bears an extreme resemblance. Without an innate sensitivity to blood, one would undoubtedly remain oblivious to such nuances. A coffee house, you say? This establishment, indeed, boasts a delightful aroma of coffee. A rather intriguing juxtaposition, a cafe infused with the essence of blood from various human sources. I find myself pondering the purpose of this place. Gazing at the iron door before me, Brian inhaled deeply, savoring the rich scent of premium coffee beans intertwined with the metallic tang of blood. Upon crossing the threshold, I found myself in a quaint cafe named Antique, characterized by traditional Japanese aesthetic. As Brian pushed the door open, a bell chimed, signaling his arrival. "Welcome." A waitress greeted him, a rather cool-looking girl who appeared to be in her high school years, with short hair and bangs that obscured one eye, enhancing her unique beauty. What a serendipitous encounter. It seems I've stumbled upon one of those so-called man-eating creatures. Through the demon's eye, Brian could discern the intricate structure of a person's anatomy. Any deviation from the norm was laid bare before him. He chose a seat at the bar, an ideal vantage point to observe certain peculiarities. Witnessing the barista's meticulous brewing process for freshly made coffee was an exquisite pleasure. "Hello, may I have a mocha coffee, please?" With that request, Brian began to scrutinize the cafe and the elderly gentleman before him. In the realm of the demon's eye, abnormal cellular structures within the body radiated in an array of colors, presenting a stark contrast to the usual hues. For instance, the aforementioned waitress exhibited two colorful, tumor-like formations situated near the spine, behind her lungs. Conversely, the elderly gentleman before him appeared to be entirely enveloped in such uniquely colored tissues. From his hands to his back, waist, and legs, the cellular makeup of his entire being diverged significantly from that of an ordinary person. To be frank, this seemingly aged man, with his wrinkled visage and gray hair, harbored an extraordinary amount of power, at least for the time being. If Brian chose not to revert to his demonic form, this old man's physical strength could potentially surpass his own. Meanwhile, the barista, sporting a suit-like hairstyle and a fair complexion, had a notable presence around his waist. The barista demonstrated commendable skill, executing his craft with remarkable speed. In no time, Brian's mocha coffee was presented before him. Mocha, one of the oldest varieties of coffee, is a harmonious blend of Italian espresso, chocolate sauce, whipped cream, and milk, deriving its name from the renowned port of Mocha. Its unique blend of sweetness, acidity, and bitterness is remarkably elegant, making it a preferred choice among discerning connoisseurs. Typically enjoyed as a single variety, it offers a smooth and delectable experience, with its rich flavor lingering gracefully. When blended into a composite coffee, it becomes an ideal selection. The aroma is delightful, reminiscent of premium Italian espresso, while the taste is equally splendid, with a commendable balance of cream. The aftertaste is exquisite, and savoring a small sip of this coffee, one can close their eyes and fully appreciate its silky texture, where the fragrances of milk and coffee beans intertwine beautifully. The cafe itself is charming, tranquil, with the winter sun illuminating its interior, complemented by the warm smiles of the servers, baristas, and the manager, which invariably uplifts one's spirits. It is indeed an honor to receive such commendations. Is this guest visiting for leisure? While feedback from patrons is generally acknowledged, it does not often warrant extensive conversation. However, the manager, Fonsuin, found himself unusually compelled to inquire about the young man seated at the bar. Indeed, I am here for tourism, primarily to indulge in culinary delights. Recently, a business acquaintance mentioned this place, and since it is conveniently close to where I am staying, I decided to visit. The ambience is delightful, with both the sunlight and the atmosphere being exceptional, Brian replied, taking another sip of coffee while smiling warmly at the elderly gentleman before him. "Thank you for your kind words, sir, from afar. However, I must express that Japan has been rather unsettled lately. One must exercise caution when venturing out alone." The elder found the youth somewhat enigmatic, sensing an air of authority and an intangible pressure that made him uneasy, yet he refrained from further inquiries. "Have you heard? There's been another death recently, and the circumstances are quite gruesome. Internal organs strewn about, with only a hand and half a head left behind." Truly terrifying, a man exclaimed loudly to his companion, brandishing a newspaper. This sudden noise displeased Brian, as it disrupted the serene atmosphere. Indeed, the wretched ghoul. One wonders what the government is doing. They are utterly useless. The second man muttered, his voice considerably softer, yet filled with fear and resignation. The term useless might be more fitting for himself. Continuing to savor his coffee, Brian ordered a slice of black forest cake. Upon finishing his coffee, he opted for another variety, and after enjoying the cake, he selected a different dessert to relish. Thus, he remained seated at the bar, never once departing, occasionally stealing glances at the patrons and staff. As time passed, his curiosity about this establishment only deepened. Dear patron, I regret to inform you that we are about to close, came the voice of the cool, beautiful young woman he had noticed upon entering, as he was savoring the last piece of his tart. Oh, my apologies. Yes, I will settle the bill. By the way, please convey to your manager that your sugar cubes are quite delightful. I am very interested. Leaving behind some inexplicable remarks, Brian settled the bill and departed from the establishment. Though this was merely a temporary exit, he intended to return shortly. For the time being, he decided to contact the Nulian family to inform them that he would be delayed returning home due to some matters that arose. Oh, Dong Xiang, did that customer really say such things? The elderly man, seated on the sofa, exhibited a noticeable unease upon hearing Brian's request for a recount. This was evident from the subtle movements of the wrinkles on his face. Are you referring to that foreign gentleman who spent the entire afternoon at the bar, consuming food and sipping coffee? He gives me an unsettling sensation, particularly when I turn around to fetch coffee beans. It feels as though a venomous serpent is watching me. The previous barista voiced a similar apprehension. You find him peculiar as well? I, too, sense something amiss about that individual. His gaze feels as though he can see right through one's soul, sending chills down my spine. At that moment, a young woman with long black hair entered the room. Could he be associated with the white pigeon? If that is the case, we are in trouble. The beautiful girl named Dong Xiang expressed her discomfort. The notorious reputation of the white pigeon was deeply ingrained in their minds. Unlikely, the elderly man replied. Firstly, he bears no quinqua, and secondly, that aura is distinctly inhuman, ancient, and profound. It is evident that he has discerned something. If he is not connected to the government, we may be fortunate. Otherwise, we could be in grave trouble. In any case, everyone should exercise caution. That individual is formidable. The elderly man felt increasingly powerless regarding the situation at hand. The current state of affairs in the country was indeed grim, and he could only hope that their haven would remain unscathed. With that, the remaining staff members returned to their homes, clearly feeling helpless in the face of the unfolding circumstances. At that moment, the establishment was left with only the elderly man, sitting alone on the sofa in the lounge, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Chapter 65. An encounter in the darkness of the night. The streetlights along the road had illuminated, casting a warm glow that shimmered in the nocturnal world. Tokyo, already somewhat subdued by the burdens of labor, embraced a wild and passionate spirit as night fell. Having not returned to the Nulian residence early, Brian had the opportunity to witness the myriad of hidden aspects that Japan concealed under the cloak of night. For instance, certain professions strictly forbidden in neighboring China were conspicuously visible in the streets, flaunting their existence unabashedly. Moreover, unlike many other countries, Japan acknowledged organized crime as a legitimate profession. Much like in Italy and other nations, it was often the case that, in the face of trouble, the first responders were not the police, but the local mafia. At this, Brian could only mutter in frustration. However, contemporary Britain bore some resemblance to this scenario, as anyone with a semblance of reason knew that the British underworld was largely composed of the Isrian family, whose ruler was none other than Brian himself, loyal servant to the Queen. At this moment, Brian was certainly not foolish enough to linger near the cafe, knowing well that the staff were anything but ordinary. The reports obtained from those unreliable associates had explicitly noted that these subhumans, the ghouls, possessed physical abilities far surpassing those of regular humans, be it in terms of reflexes, coordination, or auditory acuity, all of which were several times greater than that of an ordinary person. Presently, Brian found himself seated in a Chinese restaurant, savoring delectable cuisine, while the task of surveillance was delegated to his magical eyes. However, maintaining vigilance with hundreds of ocular spheres was undeniably a mentally taxing endeavor. Fortunately for Brian, his physical form was merely a vessel. His soul remained independent. At this moment, his essence resided in a vast expanse, surrounded by an array of television screens displaying myriad scenes. Yet, sustaining this state of continuous surveillance, 24 hours a day, consumed a staggering 80 to 90% of his magical energy. This predicament elucidated why his magical shield had proven so fragile during his earlier confrontation with Sorya Hampu, having only cast it twice, alongside a spell of earthen spikes and shadow thorns. Previous spells like the Fantastic Lotus and the subsequent pitch black adhesive merely harnessed the power of objects or living beings. Even so, the culmination of these efforts had depleted his magical reserves. In recent times, he had been relying on his subordinates to assist in sourcing materials for the creation of magical amplifiers, but progress had been excruciatingly slow. On a brighter note, the reforging of his magical sword was progressing remarkably well. His magical eyes lay hidden in various corners, monitoring every subtle movement in the night. Leaving two eyes suspended in midair, fixated on the cafe's exterior, the remaining spheres trailed the earlier employees, observing their every action. This was absurdly mundane. They remained at home, bathing and sleeping, as if attempting to freeze him in the process. After finishing his meal, Brian, standing atop a moving skyscraper, had nearly transformed into a snowman. His upper body completely coated in white snow, so cold that his nasal mucus threatened to freeze into icicles. At that moment, a figure darted to the back door of the cafe, and another shadow emerged from within. "Let us move. Someone has become aware of our presence. Exercise caution." An aged voice emerged from beneath a dark cloak. "Should we eliminate them?" Another voice inquired. "No need. The newcomer's allegiance is uncertain, and they likely possess limited knowledge. Acting rashly could lead to complications. I believe we shall encounter them again. For now, let us attend to tonight's tasks." Clearly, the elder was referring to Brian. "By the way, it seems the glutton has arrived in our vicinity. If we allow her to roam freely, we may find ourselves in peril. Alas, we must temporarily disregard the glutton. We have yet to lay eyes on her, and capturing her will not be easy. Even if we locate her, engaging in conflict would draw the attention of the White Doves. Nonetheless, we should seek clues to ensure she remains within our sight." After a brief discussion, Brian approached the two individuals. The pitch-black night was his domain. He moved through the rooftops with the ease of fish in water, swiftly leaping and darting between buildings. The two shadows continued to sprint through the alley, and after more than half an hour, they halted behind a funeral home. Clearly, they were intrigued by the corpses within. Before long, an individual emerged from the funeral home, and the two figures followed him inside. After approximately 30 minutes, Brian found himself yawning as the duo finally exited, burdened with several oversized bags. Were they carrying dismembered body parts? The bags exuded a pungent metallic odor mixed with a faint scent of decay, and Brian easily deduced their contents. He decided not to pursue further since he had already discerned their intentions and confirmed their identities. "All right, time to head back to bed. It's freezing." He grumbled about the biting cold, making his way through the raucous streets filled with drunkards and wayward girls towards a quieter alley. The snow continued to fall, with the flakes illuminated by the streetlights, blanketing the grimy streets and alleys in a pristine white. Unfortunately, even the faintest trace of blood could not escape Brian's keen sense of smell. The crimson mist in the air was a testament to the nearly imperceptible scent of blood he detected. Following this trail, he ventured in another direction, moving further away from civilization. Before him lay a secluded little park, now completely shrouded in white under the heavy snowfall. Yet, no amount of snow could obscure the vivid scarlet stains on the ground, accompanied by the incessant sounds of flesh being torn and bones being chewed. The crunching noises indicated that someone was indulging in their meal with great satisfaction. Suddenly, a mound of thick, yellow-green, foul-smelling excrement flew past Brian's face, splattering against the tree trunk behind him, still steaming, evidently fresh. "Beautiful lady, how does your meal taste? I see you are so engrossed. I feel a bit hesitant to interrupt you," he remarked. In the midst of the white snow, a figure clad in a thick fur coat, adorned with an exquisite suit beneath, emerged from the swirling snow. He wore a top hat and held a cane with a handle of dark red crystal, stepping gracefully through the blizzard. "It seems fortune smiles upon us today, as yet another culinary delight graces us. Perhaps this week, I may not need to venture outside." Amidst a sea of vibrant crimson, a lovely young maiden with flowing violet hair, clad in a white dress adorned with shades of blue and purple, slowly rose to her feet. As she licked the remnants of flesh and blood from her hands, she turned gracefully to face Brian, revealing an enchanting smile. Of course, one must momentarily overlook her eyes, which bore stark black sclera and blood-red irises, along with the pronounced black veins surrounding them and the blood that stained her form. "Culinary delight? I hardly consider myself delectable, and I do hope your teeth are in good condition." Brian, captivated by the young woman's charm, chose to lower his gaze to admire his staff and the ring upon his finger. I shall let you experience the exquisite sensation of being devoured. With that proclamation, a whoosh of air accompanied the emergence of crimson tendrils from her waist, akin to spears, which shot toward Brian with alarming speed. The sound echoed sharply, and a dark, purple magical shield materialized around Brian, resembling an eggshell. The tendril struck the shield, creating ripples across its surface. With a crisp sound, Brian's staff met the ground, and from beneath the snow, thousands of white bone spikes erupted, launching toward the young woman. "Though I know not who you are, these trivial tricks will not faze me," he declared, as 3 more red tendrils erupted from her waist, twirling like a top, effortlessly swatting the bone spikes aside. Once again, with a sharp sound, Brian's staff struck the ground, unleashing a magical projectile swirl with gray smoke and eerie green flames, resembling a skull, aimed at the whirling crimson figure. Death's embrace. With a muted thud, the magical projectile collided with the vibrant red form, erupting into a cloud of smoke. I will see you dead." From within the black smoke, a white and purple voice emerged. The once flamboyant red tendrils, akin to the glimmering appendages of a deep-sea squid, were now reduced to but one, appearing corroded as if by a potent acid, while the remnants of the other 3 hung limply. The formerly elegant and beautiful young woman now bore wounds in her waist, shoulder, and one arm, pierced by the bone spikes, with blood flowing freely. Yet, those wounds were rapidly mending. After casting spells such as Thousand Bones, Piercing, and Death's Embrace, alongside the magical shield that once thwarted an attack, Brian found his dwindling magical reserves nearly depleted. The figure had closed the distance, and the magical shield ultimately shattered due to insufficient power, leaving Brian vulnerable to the impending strike of the crimson tendril that would surely pierce his brain. In that moment, death loomed imminent. Prepare to witness my true form. At the very moment when the vivid red tendrils pricked mere centimeters from his face, accompanied by yet another thud of the staff upon the ground, a cascade of black, granular magic surged skyward like a flowing stream. The red tentacle, now within reach, was instantly engulfed by the onslaught of black luminescent magic, leaving the white-purple figure no choice but to retreat. The black magic erupted from the depths like a fountain, shooting towards the heavens, cloaking the once bright moon and twinkling stars beneath a thick shroud of darkness. The winds intensified, and the temperature plummeted several degrees. Alongside this upheaval, a resonant and impassioned elegy echoed within the soul. "You should consider yourself fortunate. You are the first to confront my true form directly." A voice, grating like nails scraping glass, emerged from the black beam of light. Gradually, the beam dissipated, leaving only a veil of black mist. From within this murky shroud, pale, wrinkled feet emerged, the thick, elongated toenails indicating that what lay concealed was no mere human, but rather a loathsome monster. As the black mist withdrew, the visage of Brian, that demonic being, was fully revealed against the pristine white snow. Unlike the earlier state of desiccation and decay, his skin now appeared moist and vibrant. Aside from the prominent, grotesque scar on his chest, his form seemed nearly whole. His fingers, once as thin as spider legs, now bore a fuller appearance, their sharp black nails glinting with a faint, chilling luminescence. The lips, which had once withered away due to rot, had regrown, though they remained a pallid and somewhat shriveled veneer against his face, revealing jagged, uneven teeth. The nose, nearly rotten and absent before, had also returned to its original shape, albeit with a gaunt appearance pressed against the skin, save for 2 delicate nostrils that confirmed its presence. In his piercing eyes burned the eternal flame of a demon. "What is this? No, this cannot be Heezy. What manner of monster are you?" Faced with this abomination, the woman, herself a creature of monstrosity, was consumed by sheer terror, a fear that resonated from the deepest recesses of her soul. Brian was not only enveloped in a potent, corrupting dark magic, but also possessed a unique innate ability shared among the higher sentient beings of the demon realm, the aura of dread. This intangible essence could awaken the most primal fears hidden deep within one's heart, causing even the faint-hearted to tremble in its presence. With a sudden swish, 2 tattered, skeletal wings, barely clinging to fragments of flesh, sprouted from Brian's back. His once smooth, bald skull now bore 2 formidable horns, jutting outward at sharp angles. Following this, a long, bony tail dangled from behind him. "I believe my current form renders any further introduction unnecessary, does it not?" The eerie eyes of the beautiful maiden shimmered with hellish flames as she spoke. Chapter 67. The Suitcase, Frostbite. Regardless of what you are, I shall see you dead. Evidently, the excessive panic had devolved into a chaotic frenzy. After a period of time, possessing the rare and formidable self-healing abilities characteristic of ghouls. One can only imagine the terror if such capabilities were to exceed their already remarkable speed by at least a factor of 1 or 2. However, had it not been for Brian's prior injuries from the previous battle, exacerbated by the slick dagger specifically designed to combat demons, any inflicted wounds would have proven exceedingly difficult to mend. Along with the frenzied loss of blood, his own strength was also waning. Today, as he maneuvered through the shadows while commanding the eye of magic to track and monitor those few individuals, he could still endure for a considerable time. Yet, stripped of the support from demonic energy, his abilities would be significantly diminished. Suddenly, a massive red tentacle struck with tremendous force, creating a resounding crash as it impacted the ground, leaving a substantial crater in its wake. Brian, however, seemed to have shifted positions effortlessly. Almost immediately, 3 fleeting red afterimages surged toward him from various directions. Accompanying the assault of the tentacles was a woman whose foot stomped upon the earth, causing a small indentation. She lunged at Brian, aiming for his eyes with her hands. Such trivial techniques, Brian thought, as he swiftly countered with a bizarre twist, managing to grasp 2 of the tentacles while pinning one beneath his foot. With a powerful kick, he sent the woman flying, stirring a flurry of snowflakes in the wintry landscape. The 3 tentacles were severed with ease. Amidst the falling snow, 4 tentacles lunged at Brian, piercing through the air like darts. With a deft sidestep, the sharp tips narrowly missed his armpit and neck. Before Brian could retaliate, the tentacles retracted swiftly. The woman, now furious in the snow, unleashed a barrage of kicks, sending clouds of snow billowing into the air, transforming the entire park into a pristine white expanse. Truly cowardly, Brian scoffed with a disdainful huff. Almost instantaneously, a red tentacle surged through the snowy veil, aiming directly for his eyes. Yet, Brian effortlessly swatted it aside, seizing it in the process, and with a forceful yank, he swung it around. At that moment, 3 more tentacles lunged toward him, targeting his shoulders, chest, and head. The sounds of impact echoed, bang, bang, bang. No matter how fiercely the tentacles struck, they could not penetrate Brian's skin, leaving only faint marks and a flurry of sparks in their wake. Begone, he bellowed, channeling his strength as he spun vigorously in place, eventually releasing his grip. The once obscuring flurry of white snow was now scattered by the force of the wind. Due to centrifugal force, the silhouette of white and purple was hurled through the air, crashing into the park's fountain sculpture with a resounding thud. The sculpture shattered upon impact. Yet the figure did not halt, continuing its forward trajectory. Moments later, it smashed into the public restroom, followed by a series of thunderous crashes. The sound reverberated, shattering the 4 walls of the restroom. Yet the momentum remained unyielding. Bang! Crack! It was not until it collided with a stout ginkgo tree that it finally crashed to the ground. The figure of the demon leapt up, and in the blink of an eye, arrived before the form that had been violently thrown about, now thoroughly broken, bloodied, and barely recognizable. Astonishingly, the woman, almost unrecognizable as human, had not succumbed to her injuries. Her wounds were visibly mending at an extraordinary pace. Alas, it seemed this was the only course of action. Witnessing this scene, flames of hell erupted in Brian's hand, and from the blaze emerged a dark longsword. Interwoven with black metal, it bore an ominous crimson gem, glowing faintly orange beneath the surge of magical energy. The cursed blade exhaled tendrils of black smoke, its surface inscribed with arcane runes. The very essence of the sword whispered, intertwining with the anguished cries of tormented souls. With a swift stroke, the long sword carved through flesh, leaving 4 gaping wounds that rapidly healed under its own miraculous power. Within mere minutes, the woman appeared restored to her former self. Were it not for her blood-soaked and tattered garments, no one would suspect anything amiss. Of course, this was contingent upon ignoring the grotesque remnants of disfigured corpses and the desolate remains of the public restroom, riddled with deep indentations. However, at the sight of the 4 incisions, a slender black line lingered, emanating a faint, enigmatic dark mist upon closer inspection. Flipping the woman onto her back, Brian raised the enchanted sword once more and plunged it into the center of her chest. As her wound healed, a mark resembling a black eye remained in its place. Sighing in frustration, Brian lamented the necessity of bringing her back. He conjured a leather suitcase from the void and, astonishingly, folded the woman as if she were an object, stuffing her into the large case. After a considerable struggle, he straightened up, wiping the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "Goodness, this is truly a laborious task." It's heavier than it looks. What a tragedy. Thus, in the dead of night, a young man clad in black toiled through the snowy landscape, dragging a large suitcase. Fortunately, there was no one around. Otherwise, he would surely have attracted attention. Thank goodness Japan isn't vast, or I'd be in dire straits, he thought. Finally arriving in the Edo district. With a series of stops and changes in grip, he trudged on, becoming a snowman in his own right, until he finally returned to the residence of the Nurera family. At that moment, he deeply regretted not having brought along any magical restorative potions. Otherwise, he would have been home long ago. As dawn approached, Brian couldn't help but regret not having kicked that wretched creature inside the trunk to death right then and there. His hands had long succumbed to frostbite due to the biting cold, and the excruciating, itchy sensation was truly unbearable. Chapter 68. Backaches, Leg Cramps. On the same day, Dumbledore received a letter from Brian. The letter stated, "Esteemed Headmaster, regarding the peculiar gift you have sent to a certain savior, as well as the plans riddled with flaws that you have arranged, I must express my personal dissent. However, I feel compelled to remind you that it is essential to accompany certain items with appropriate instructions, outlining necessary precautions. It is evident to anyone with sight that the lantern floating in the night sky, the footsteps, and the inexplicable door-opening antics are conspicuous. Therefore, I hope you can find a suitable teacher for our little savior to impart the fundamentals of magic." In this manner, Brian filled his letter with numerous grievances, particularly concerning Dumbledore's decision to assign him the responsibility of a course on ancient runes. Though it was somewhat astonishing that Brian, not physically present at the school, was so well informed about its affairs, it was also understandable. After all, Hermione was now Brian's devoted admirer and a proud protege, making it feasible for her to keep him apprised of such matters. Not to mention that the Asrian family had house elves at their disposal, should Brian desire it. He could have them monitor Harry's every move and report back to him without fail. As for the complaints regarding his workload, Dumbledore regarded these as typical childish whims, considering that Brian was merely 11 years old. Our little savior was still a student, yet he was already a renowned prodigy in the magical realm, bearing a first-class Merlin medal, much like Dumbledore himself. This was even evident from the cards found in Chocolate Frogs, which displayed Brian's esteemed position within the magical community. "Dumbledore, I demand a reasonable explanation." "What is it, Snape? What troubles you so?" "I wish for you to explain why Professor Quirrell is exclusively teaching Harry Potter magic. Do you not think you are indulging the savior a bit too much? Teaching a few spells could easily be managed by a senior student, let alone Hermione, who was Harry's former classmate. If teaching is required, do you not think Professor Brian would be more suitable?" Thus, Snape gesticulated passionately, expressing his discontent in a fit of rage. "Calm down, Snape. I believe Professor Quirrell is a commendable choice, although upperclassmen or Hermione are commendable choices. A child's sense of dignity must be taken into account. It is far more beneficial for a professor to instruct, and presently, Professor Quirrell happens to be available. As for Brian, he is still traveling in Japan and will not return for several days." Regarding Snape, Dumbledore finds himself at a loss, as he comprehends Snape's history and his feelings for Harry's mother. Concerning Quirrell, Olby certainly recognizes his shortcomings. However, as Brian aptly pointed out, how can one expect a sheltered flower to shoulder significant responsibilities? Not to mention, Brian has already discovered and even destroyed 3 Horcruxes, and he has witnessed the original pieces himself. This development has relieved Dumbledore of several burdens that had long weighed heavily on his heart. "I sincerely hope that everything proceeds as smoothly as you have described. Should any issues arise, I would not hesitate to engage in a duel with you." Naturally, Snape could not refute Dumbledore's words, yet his inner discontent found an outlet. He left with a sharp retort, his black robes billowing behind him as he strode away. In truth, Brian is not as benevolent as he appears. As a demon, he cares little for Harry's fate. In fact, he would relish the thought of his so-called savior perishing at Voldemort's hands. However, as the head of Slytherin House, Snape frequently checks in, even discreetly marking Harry in some way. Thus, once Dumbledore confirms Quirrell's availability, he arranges for upperclassmen to escort Harry to attend Quirrell's classes. Regardless of whether it is in the Muggle world, Hogwarts, or other magical institutions, professors are invariably busy individuals. They must conduct classes, grade assignments, and some engage in various research endeavors. A number of Muggle professors even traverse mountains to seek rare flora and fauna. As a normal individual, one requires rest and occasionally indulges in mischievous activities, much like Professor Quirrell. At this moment, being entrusted with Harry Potter, a boy whom he or Voldemort would wish to eliminate, yet cannot harm in the slightest, constitutes a profound torment. Even from a great distance, Brian can sense Voldemort's frustration as the Dark Lord grits his teeth in fury. As a demon, Brian revels in such scenarios. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Brian, due to his reckless actions, has just dragged his suitcase to his room and intended to lie down for a good rest, only to find that the accursed sun has already risen above the horizon. Originally, it was quite permissible to continue sleeping through the day. However, whether it was a deliberate act of mischief or a gesture of goodwill from Lu Shang, early in the morning, before breakfast, he approached Brian with the intention of exploring the enchanting essence of Japan together. The affluent Nurak group had graciously reserved a table at the renowned sushi establishment of Jiro Ono, affectionately dubbed the Master of Sushi, as an expression of their regret for not properly hosting their esteemed guest during his stay. Alas, though Brian cherished the exquisite sushi crafted by the master at that moment, he felt that a restful slumber would be far more beneficial. Yet, as a gentleman of considerable refinement, how could he decline the kind hospitality extended by his hosts? Thus, he promptly changed into a fresh outfit and stepped out of his room, feeling utterly exhausted, with aches in his back and legs, and hands uncomfortably cold. He had even developed chilblains. He grimaced at the thought of that mischievous old man mocking him if he found out. With a heavy heart, Brian decided that perhaps a brief respite would be prudent before returning. As he rubbed his aching waist, he shuffled toward the living room like a lump of clay. Chapter 69. One cannot live in a dream. At Hogwarts, Harry sat quietly before the mirror of Ariste. In the dimly lit room, he was alone with the mirror, and in the wintry chill, the atmosphere felt even more desolate. Within the mirror, his parents appeared beside him, though they could neither speak nor engage in physical interaction. Nevertheless, this presence brought Harry a profound sense of warmth amidst the harsh cold of winter. For over a decade, the lonely Harry found solace in merely seeing his parents reflected in the mirror, feeling satisfied by their silent companionship. Not long ago, in a fit of excitement, Harry had summoned his dear friend Ron. When Ron shared the vision of himself as a prefect, the captain of the Quidditch team, and a champion celebrating with trophies and medals, Harry realized the mirror's true purpose. It revealed the deepest desires of one's heart, allowing the viewer to see what they long for most. Yet, all of this was but a deceptive illusion. The mirror could not provide any tangible reality, nor could it resurrect his parents. For the unfortunate Harry, simply glimpsing his parents in the mirror, feeling as though they had never truly left him, was enough to bring him contentment. Initially, Brian had intended to transform the Mirror of Ariste into a different kind of enchanted mirror with enhanced magical powers. This new mirror would not only prophesy, but also answer its master's inquiries and possess a function akin to that of a lich's phylactery, capable of preserving the master's soul for the purpose of resurrection. Of course, the full capabilities of a complete mirror would extend far beyond these functions. However, during his recent journey to Japan, Brian discovered a more suitable material than the Eris mirror. This material is a type of mirror adept at creating illusions, capable of manipulating the world within it to allow for effortless traversal. This mystical entity is known as the Yunwei mirror. This particular creature possesses the ability to perceive distant scenes and, under conditions of sufficiently potent supernatural power, can even reveal glimpses of other realms. Moreover, this mirror can reflect a person's past lives, among other revelations. Thus, in his pursuit of the finest materials, Brian naturally opted for the Yunwei mirror. As for the Eris mirror, while it is commendable in terms of its composition, one must recognize the distinction between a sentient artifact and one devoid of any significant essence or purpose. Different entities naturally require the most fitting materials. Why would one choose to court disaster? Have you returned once more, Harry? Albus Dumbledore stood not far behind Harry, bathed in moonlight, observing the boy seated alone before the mirror, filled with a mixture of resignation and compassion. You, like some before you, have discovered the allure of the Eris mirror. I trust you are now aware of its capabilities. Here, essay hint. Only the happiest individuals can perceive their truest selves within its depths. As he spoke, he approached Harry's side. Does the mirror reflect our desires? All desires? Harry inquired. Yes and no. The mirror reflects our innermost longings. Harry, you have not seen your family, and now you behold them standing beside you. Yet, remember, Harry, this mirror does not impart knowledge or truth. Humanity wastes away before its surface, and some even descend into madness. Clearly, Dumbledore's words were met with skepticism and perhaps a hint of exaggeration. Yet, it was evident that he was about to utter what he least wished to convey. Thus, tomorrow I shall relocate the mirror to another place. I implore you, do not seek it again. One cannot dwell in dreams while neglecting the reality of life. Harry, Dumbledore said earnestly. Though Harry Potter was most reluctant about this. He understood that this venerable figure, the great Dumbledore, harbored no ill will toward him. His counsel must surely hold merit. Consequently, despite his reluctance, Harry could only watch helplessly as Dumbledore dealt with the enchanted mirror. Time, it seems, passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Brian had already spent a week in Japan, during which he visited a ghoul shelter concealed underground in the Idagawa district, the territory of the Nurerahayan group. Technically, as they termed it, it should be referred to as a ghoul prison. For those subhuman entities, the designation given was ghoul, while their peculiar predatory organs were labeled as kagun and kaku. Among the ghouls, the most formidable were referred to as kakuja. Additionally, it was during this time that Brian encountered several genuine confidential documents, revealing that the previous stack he had received contained mere trivial news and incident reports. To be honest, he felt an urge to rid himself of these insufferable individuals. However, it cannot be said that there were no gains. At the very least, Brian has formally established a collaboration agreement with his partners. Firstly, the first clause states that they must not recklessly disturb the 20th district, nor should they attempt to sneak in, for if Brian were to discover such actions, he would not hesitate to initiate a thorough reshuffle. The second clause mandates that all research findings obtained must be submitted to Brian. The third clause stipulates that any S rank or higher ghouls captured alive must be sold to Brian. Correspondingly, Brian is not without his contributions. He will ensure the protection of the ghoul containment facility and residents within the 20th district through his subordinates. Furthermore, he will provide state-of-the-art technological instruments, researchers, and related expertise. Lastly, for each S-rank ghoul, the purchase price is set at £500,000, while an SS rank is valued at £1 million, and an SSS rank escalates to a staggering £10 million, with the stipulation that these entities must arrive alive in the UK, where Brian will dispatch personnel to receive the shipment on the high seas. After finalizing this transaction, Brian made another visit to the cafe in the Training Horse District. However, this time he was there to confront the situation, not for a gamble, but rather to negotiate amicably. After all, it is wise to leave something for the next encounter to avoid any undue awkwardness. Following this, he and his companion, Sliding Spoon, indulged in some casual dining. Although Brian found little success in this endeavor due to his gentlemanly principles, which forbade such behavior. Consequently, he regrettably ended up covering a significant portion of the bill, effectively negating the expense of the previous extravagant sushi meal, living up to his reputation as one of the stingiest creatures in history. Despite Sliding Spoon's seemingly frail appearance, his vitality was remarkable, proving him to be a true scoundrel. Chapter 70, Return. With the assistance of the Dark Warhorse, Brian swiftly returned to his base in England. The sensation of being home was delightful. Lying in the warm embrace of a large fishing pond, soaking in the soothing waters, all fatigue was washed away. Moreover, having a beautiful woman to provide a massage was akin to living in a paradise. Initially, Brian had been reluctant to accept Dole's insistence on giving him a massage, feeling quite embarrassed and inexplicably guilty. After all, both Hermione and Elizabeth were fiercely independent women, embodying the essence of strong female figures. If either of them were to discover his discomfort, he would surely become the second Chang'e. Brian swore that should that happen, his fate would be even more lamentable than Chang'e's. At least Chang'e had retained some dignity, while he might find himself reduced to mere minced meat. Although he may not be a virtuous person, being scum was something he could never stoop to. However, Brian had underestimated the gradually emerging maid, and after witnessing Jack's murderous gaze, he dutifully indulged in the rare service provided. It must be said that during this period, although Brian did not return often, those he brought back had completely lowered their guard against this demon lord. They were acutely aware that this perpetually cold-faced young master was, in fact, warm-hearted, treating them with the same affection as family. Through their daily interactions, they gradually came to understand this seemingly frigid youth, this merciless demon. To be candid, rather than labeling Brian as a demon, it would be more accurate to say he was better than those angels, at least during their times of dire need. It was Brian who brought them back, providing them with work and identity. During this time, it was unclear whether Brian was truly fatigued or simply entranced by Dole's exceptional culinary skills, for he soon fell asleep in the bath. In the following days, Harry would often be summoned in the dead of night or at other odd hours by his senior to visit Chilo's office, where he would learn the 3 primary spells from Professor Chilo. Given the desired effects had already been established, the spells were modified from their original forms. After all, unlike Brian, who could precisely manipulate magic without uttering any incantations, Harry had to rely on these revised spells. Truth be told, upon returning to Hogwarts, Brian's consumption of magical energy diminished rapidly. as a location rich in magical elements and in close proximity to his own arts. The maintenance and control of his magical eye required significantly less energy, especially in light of the recent breakthroughs he achieved with the enchanting Miss Kamishiro Rise. Initially, Brian discovered that transplanting a portion of those cells into his own body resulted in an almost perfect fusion, and astonishingly, these peculiar cellular structures facilitated the repair of his demonic physique. This was the rationale behind his considerable expenditure on those ghouls. As for the study of the 3 spells, Confundus, Silencio, and Scourgify, Harry Potter was exceedingly diligent, as losing substantial play and rest time was indeed unfortunate. However, the true source of discontent was the looming presence of Voldemort behind Professor Chilo. It was well known that Voldemort, who initially intended to engage in private mischief, was constantly monitored by Snape, who resembled a black bat, popping in frequently to check on matters. This was undoubtedly a form of psychological torment. Under the high-pressure scrutiny of Snape's intermittent inspections, both Harry and Chilo exerted considerable effort to master the 3 spells. It should be noted that due to Brian's previous appearance, which resulted in the theft of a unicorn, Voldemort was now gravely weakened, desperately needing unicorn blood to restore a portion of his power. With Hermione's departure, the absence of a brilliant strategist left Harry Potter's small group consisting solely of Ron, the adorably dim-witted Neville, and the explosive Seamus. It could be said that the 4 of them together genuinely lacked any substantial intellectual advancement. However, upon reflecting on this matter, Brian recalled a phrase once uttered by Satan. What use are cunning strategies when faced with overwhelming power? Remember, Brian, as long as you act boldly, there are no adversaries you cannot topple, no problems you cannot resolve. It must be said, when the conversation turned to Satan, Brian was nearly left agape. Wasn't he the supposed king of demons, the lord of hell? Shouldn't he embody malevolence and cunning? Instead, he seemed little more than a mindless minotaur clad in a new guise. How absurd that such a being could rout those hypocritical deities. On the very day Hermione returned, the young girl eagerly sought out Brian. Despite his inner lecherous demeanor, was genuinely pleased to see the charming beauty. After a Christmas filled with shared moments, whether due to Brian's magical influence or other reasons, it was clear that Hermione had completely accepted Brian as her boyfriend. One cannot help but observe the precocity of Western children, a trait attributed to the openness of educational philosophies. Had this been in Japan or China, parents would have surely dragged their children out for a thorough lesson. While Hermione rested against Brian's shoulder, basking in the warmth of the fireplace and savoring the exquisite Kimon black tea, she delved into the written introduction that Brian had previously mentioned regarding Nicholas Flamel, to ensure that his involvement did not disrupt the unfolding events of the Harry Potter magical world. Brian had thoughtfully included details about the alchemist in his letter to Hermione during the Christmas break. The opportunity to showcase his abilities before Harry and Ron was one that Hermione would not let slip by, and completing Brian's tasks brought her immense joy. To be candid, Brian had previously contemplated using Hermione as a conduit to relay what he knew. However, he hesitated, considering whether the 2 young lions would truly believe his unsubstantiated claims. Furthermore, he took into account the growth of the 3 protagonists. If he resolved matters for them directly, it would be far too simplistic, and he doubted Dumbledore would be grateful for his meddling. Chapter 71, Nicholas Flamel. Everything unfolded as Brian had envisioned. Yet he harbored a concern regarding another matter, whether Hagrid's secretly acquired dragon egg was, as per the original narrative, on the verge of hatching. After all, in the film he had once viewed, the pivotal moment was marked by Harry releasing his owl, Hedwig, signaling the transition from winter to spring. Subsequently, Hermione, clutching a hefty tome of ancient texts, found Harry and Ron in the library and shared with them the documented accounts of Nicholas Flamel. Following this, Hagrid's dragon egg, obtained from a certain someone, finally hatched thanks to his diligent efforts. Brian harbored a profound interest in that little dragon. When it comes to soaring through the skies with the utmost prestige, there is nothing quite like riding a dragon. Although this young dragon, in terms of lineage and power, pales in comparison to the ancient 5 dragon kings, with the right magical interventions and supplementary materials, it could undoubtedly be transformed into an immensely powerful netherbone dragon. Among the pinnacle of necromantic sorcery lies the art of stitching and the summoning of frostbone dragons using the skeletal remains of mighty dragons. As an adept in dark and necromantic magic, Brian has independently developed a new undead creation known as the netherbone dragon. This creature not only possesses the formidable ability to manipulate ice, akin to that of the frostbone dragon, but also inherits numerous traits from shadow beings. such as the capacity to meld into shadows and unleash a variety of malevolent curses. However, given that only these lesser dragon breeds are available at present, the efficacy of the creation would undoubtedly fall short of expectations. Brian even harbored doubts about whether it could withstand the magnitude of magical reinforcement required. After all, if the disparity were too great, the skeletal remains might shatter under the magical strain, rendering the transformation impossible. Not long ago, I borrowed a hefty tome from Professor Brian for leisure. Holding that substantial book, Hermione slammed it down before Harry and Ron, almost startling them, had she not spoken first. Should any undue noise arise, Madame Pants, the librarian, would certainly expel Harry and Ron once more. Madame Pants was a thin, somewhat elderly woman, resembling a malnourished vulture. She was also a quick-tempered witch, particularly when she discovered anyone attempting to harm her beloved books. Despite her age, she possessed a remarkable vigor, especially when reprimanding students who did not treat books with care. Madame Pants served as the librarian of Hogwarts, and under her supervision, the magical library resembled a totalitarian regime rather than a place of learning. Although she had never displayed any magical prowess, she possessed a unique talent for swiftly identifying and punishing students who damaged books. She was strict and meticulous, holding an extraordinary affection for the tomes in her charge, and enforced discipline within the library with an iron fist, perpetually wearing an expression of indignation without a trace of warmth. Nevertheless, Brian held a certain fondness for this fiercely protective librarian. To him, the library was a sacred sanctuary, a boundless ocean of knowledge deserving of reverence. Moreover, the collection at Hogwarts comprised invaluable texts, with some ancient volumes boasting a legacy that spanned millennia. Had Brian, an insatiably curious demon, been the librarian, he might have been even more stringent than Madame Pants. "Is this truly your idea of leisure?" Ron asked, gazing at the enormous, thick tome, swallowing hard as he felt somewhat powerless to offer a retort. Naturally, this earned him an eye roll from Hermione, her expression clearly conveying the sentiment of, "Could you be any more foolish? Behold, Nicholas Flamel is the sole individual in the world capable of creating the Philosopher's Stone." Glancing at Harry and Ron, Hermione opened her book, pointing at the text, and read aloud, word by word. "Create what?" Clearly, the two were utterly ignorant of the Philosopher's Stone. "Honestly, don't you ever read?" Hermione expressed her exasperation towards the two, who were devoid of both brawn and brains. Why, she pondered, must Professor Quirrell be so exceptionally gifted when they were all merely children? In response to Hermione's lament, Harry and Ron chose silence. Hermione continued, "The Philosopher's Stone is a legendary stone imbued with astonishing magical powers, capable of transforming metal into gold and producing the elixir of life, granting immortality to those who consume it." "Immortality?" Ron exclaimed, clearly astonished. "You mean never dying?" Hermione kindly clarified, assuming Ron did not grasp the concept. "Of course I know that," Ron retorted, evidently displeased by Hermione's well-meaning explanation. Ahem. At this juncture, Madame Pants had clearly taken note of the three restless youngsters. Previously, she had been observing Harry Potter, who had been diligently searching for information regarding Nicholas Flamel. His treatment of books was not at all rude. Yet when he failed to provide her with a satisfactory answer, she shooed him out of the library with her feather duster. Coincidentally, Brian had witnessed the entire episode. As for this little savior facing setbacks, Brian found a certain delight in it. After all, if one were to inquire about the type of individual most despised by Dark Lords, it would undoubtedly be that insufferable protagonist, often referred to as a hero, champion, or savior. In this regard, Harry hastily signaled Hermione to lower her voice. Subsequently, Hermione continued to read softly. "The only Philosopher's Stone in existence belongs to Mr. Nicholas Flamel, a renowned alchemist who celebrated his 665th birthday last year. This is the treasure being guarded on the 3rd floor by the monstrous dog. Beneath the trapdoor lies the Philosopher's Stone." Regarding Nicholas Flamel, Brian had a more detailed account. Nicholas Flamel, a Frenchman, was a celebrated alchemist of the 14th century. His most renowned contribution is said to be the creation of the Philosopher's Stone, which purportedly enabled him to transmute mercury into gold. Thus, he is regarded as the progenitor of European alchemy. Furthermore, it is said that he utilized the Philosopher's Stone to concoct the elixir of life, allowing him and his wife to attain eternal youth. Consequently, legends have emerged claiming sightings of him throughout the centuries, as he is believed to possess immortality. In contemporary Paris, streets are named in honor of him and his wife, Perenelle. Chapter 72. Poor Snape. Fortunately, Madame Pants was in a good mood that day, allowing Hermione, Harry, and Ron to attend their classes unscathed. However, The impending potions class with Snape was certainly the last news Harry and Ron wished to hear on their first day of lessons. As for Hermione, her current private tutor is none other than Brian, a veritable prodigy in potion making, rivaling even Snape himself. Given Hermione's innate academic prowess, she adeptly navigates Snape's potion classes with ease, especially under Brian's guidance. Furthermore, while Snape may possess a somewhat stern and acerbic demeanor, Brian is a figure of considerable stature within the Ministry of Magic and holds the noble title of Duke. This status compels Snape to extend a modicum of respect towards Brian, thus resulting in a more favorable treatment of Hermione, unlike his usual harshness towards Harry and his friends. After a particularly stifling afternoon of potion lessons, the much-anticipated dinner hour finally arrived. To the surprise of many, both Hermione and Brian were conspicuously absent from the dining hall. Only a few, notably the inquisitive ladies of Ravenclaw, sensed something amiss, for the secret share between Brian and Hermione had quickly become common knowledge among the gossiping girls. Meanwhile, Brian and Hermione were indulging in a candlelit dinner beneath the night sky within the miniature realm constructed by Brian. At this moment, the space expanded significantly, courtesy of the Room of Requirement. What was once merely a gazebo surrounded by a meandering brook had transformed into Brian's enchanting garden. Surrounding this garden, he had meticulously crafted new areas for study, employing magical barriers to create a realm that perfectly corresponded to various elemental spells, far surpassing the previous setup in efficacy. Classes were now held within a gazebo that was at least 3 or 4 times larger than before. Each day, Brian would commence lessons by inviting each student to showcase their recent magical endeavors, allowing them to present their learnings. Following these demonstrations, he would introduce the next spell to be mastered, accompanied by a brief explanation. For those who struggled or encountered difficulties, Brian had a rather unique method of correction, an exquisite ruler crafted from a century-old agarwood, a gift from a Chinese friend who had jested about his new teaching role during Christmas. Any student who failed to meet expectations would receive a gentle rap on the palm, a consequence softened by the existence of healing magic to prevent any lasting discomfort. Subsequently, Brian would provide comprehensive explanations addressing any questions that arose. This cycle culminated in a focus on sharing insights regarding the application of magic and refining one's ability to control magical energy with precision. Thus, Brian garnered immense praise for his teaching methods, although many wished the ruler could be omitted from the process, as the delicate hands of the young ladies were particularly sensitive, and a single strike could leave a vivid mark, especially on the tender skin of someone like Luna Lovegood. However, they naturally understood that Brian's actions were for their own good. It is essential to recognize that these formidable ancient spells are not as easily manipulated as the incantations of the present day. A moment's neglect could lead to a perilous loss of control over one's magical prowess, with potentially fatal consequences. Whether it be Brian, Snape, or any other prodigy, each possesses an acute awareness of the true nature of resurrection. As for the upcoming candlelit dinner, aside from the fact that the two had not seen each other for over a week and were yearning to deepen their bond, Brian was also reluctant to allow Hermione, Harry, and Ron to sneak out to find Hagrid after the lights went out. While this matter alone may seem trivial, Brian, well aware of the repercussions, did not wish for the charming Hermione to be punished by patrolling the Forbidden Forest. In summary, Hermione's involvement could indeed complicate the implementation of some of Brian's plans. Nonetheless, it was evident that Hermione was eager for a bit of adventure. After dinner, Hermione, Harry, and Ron hurried towards Hagrid's stone hut, driven by their desire to validate their hypothesis regarding the Philosopher's Stone. One must admit that the dark Hogwarts robes served as effective camouflage in the night, provided they removed their conspicuous scarves. Hagrid's abode was constructed from a plethora of stones, both large and small. Thanks to the undetectable extension charm, what appeared to be a diminutive dwelling actually harbored ample space within. Hagrid, after all, required oversized furnishings. A standard-sized home would be inadequate for him, as even the sofas, chairs, and beds were specially crafted to accommodate his considerable stature. Upon knocking on Hagrid's door, the children were greeted by his towering figure, which nearly filled the doorway. One couldn't help but admire the doorframe structure, which managed to remain intact and unwarped under such pressure. "Children, I cannot play with you tonight. You must go back," Hagrid urged, attempting to close the door as though shooing away little chicks. "We know about the Philosopher's Stone," the trio exclaimed in unison. At this, Hagrid's demeanor shifted, and he stepped aside, permitting the children to enter. All of this transpired under the watchful gaze of Brian's magical eye. In truth, Brian, well versed in the unfolding events, could have recited their dialogue verbatim. Snape is attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Well, the naive protagonist Harry still believes Snape to be the villain. Suffering from a severe case of paranoia, Brian felt a moment of pity for poor Snape. Snape, you are still discussing him? My goodness. Evidently, even Hagrid could no longer tolerate Harry's remarks, thinking to himself, though Snape may not be a likable person, has he truly been that harsh? Why must you perceive him in such a negative light? Yet, in front of him stood Harry, merely a child, and Hagrid often found his own thoughts rather muddled as well. Did he not? It must be that Snape intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone, though we remain unaware of his motives. Chapter 73. Robert? After all, Snape is one of the professors tasked with safeguarding the stone. He would not dare to pilfer it. Well, I am rather occupied today. Hagrid, standing before the fireplace, was preparing to usher the three children away when he turned around to find Harry and Ron lounging on the sofa, while Hermione, due to the oversized nature of the sofa, had simply sprawled out atop it. Clearly, it was impossible to evict them now. Wait a moment. Did you say he is one of the professors? Hearing such news from Hagrid's rather loquacious mouth left Harry feeling somewhat befuddled. In fact, Brian had long wished to ask Harry, is your brain made of tofu? Was Snape not always antagonizing him? Who else could it be? Harry's mind was in a state of confusion. Indeed, there must be other means to protect the Philosopher's Stone, right? Such as spells, magical plants. Goodness. The four house heads. As expected, Hermione, with just these few fragmented clues, accurately deduced the truth. It was the four house heads who devised the mechanisms. Delighted by her discovery, Hermione could hardly contain her excitement. A clever guess, but I believe it is merely a waste of time. No one can surpass Fluffy's challenge. Hagrid clearly had great confidence in his pet. With that size, those three formidable mouths filled with fangs served as the best assurance, especially with that keen sense of smell, making it an excellent guardian. However, this was a gross oversimplification. A small music box could easily subdue that three-headed dog. Not to mention, as a descendant of the Hellhound, it would be fortunate if the creature didn't collapse in fear upon seeing Brian. With pride, Hagrid continued, only I and Dumbledore can handle Fluffy. Oh, I seem to have let something slip. Every time Hagrid's big mouth divulged secrets, Brian pondered whether Hagrid was truly that foolish or if it was simply part of Dumbledore's grand design. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed from the fireplace, where Hagrid had been blocking the view. Suspended above was his enormous cauldron, and within, something spherical was visibly bouncing. Instantly, all four of their attentions were drawn to it. Hagrid hurriedly donned his thick gloves and, with a puffing breath, lifted the object from the cauldron and placed it on the table. Hagrid, what is this? Harry inquired, gazing at the somewhat charred, ostrich egg-like object. This is, Hagrid clearly seemed to want to gloss over the matter, for he himself appeared uncertain. A brief glance was all it took for Ron to recognize what it was, staring at Hagrid in astonishment as he asked, I know what this is, but how did you acquire it? I won it from a stranger at the pub. It seems like a hot potato. As he looked at the egg, which was still emitting a sound reminiscent of a woodpecker pecking at wood, Hagrid spoke with a hint of uncertainty. In that moment, everyone present fixed their gaze upon the egg, and Brian, lurking in the shadows, felt an acute sense of tension. Suddenly, with a resounding pop, the entire egg shattered under the force of steam explosion. Fragments of the shell propelled outward with great vigor, one piece striking the window and startling Draco Malfoy outside. Though fortunately, he remained unnoticed for the time being. Damn it, why is my luck so abysmal? Brian complained, rubbing his head, for he was decidedly worse off than the startled Draco. The largest shard of the eggshell had directly hit him on the head. Nevertheless, there was work to be done. At the very instant the shell cracked, Brian unleashed his magic, swiftly imprinting his soul upon the hatchling within. Due to the explosion of the eggshell, everyone instinctively recoiled, and the steam obscured their vision, allowing Brian's actions to go unnoticed. Soon after, a delightful little green creature, adorned with wings, emerged before them, curiously surveying each person present. Hagrid let out a sigh of relief at the successful hatching. Is that a dragon? Hermione exclaimed, astonished by the adorable creature before them. Not just any dragon, but a Norwegian ridgeback. My brother studies dragons in Romania. Ron finally contributed, identifying the magnificent beast. Isn't it beautiful? Oh, remarkable. It recognizes its mother. Hagrid exclaimed with a smile, clearly enamored with the little one as it gazed at him. Hello, Robert, Hagrid said, playfully teasing the creature with a finger. Harry found the name peculiar and exchanged glances with Ron, both feeling that it was rather odd. We ought to give it a name, right? Hagrid remarked, while looking at the hatchling, his face lit with joy. He gently prodded the little creature's chin with his finger, only for it to suddenly cough, and, with a resounding pop, unleash a burst of flame that singed Hagrid's thick beard. In an instant, Hagrid was patting his beard, now crackling with sparks and emitting a charred odor, as he exhaled in surprise. Harry and the others were taken aback, their eyes wide with astonishment. "It needs some training first," Hagrid said, brushing off the embers as he spoke. The little creature then sneezed, producing another tiny spark. Chapter 74. The Consequences of Gloating. "Who is that?" Just as Hagrid was tending to his beard, he glanced outside and caught sight of a white figure. Hearing this, Harry and Ron turned to look out the window, and upon realizing he had been spotted, Malfoy quickly vanished, sprinting back toward Hogwarts. Malfoy. It is evident that Harry unmistakably recognized the individual, for the strikingly white blonde slicked back hair was a hallmark solely belonging to Draco Malfoy within the entire academy. "Oh dear," Hagrid lamented, clearly sensing that trouble was brewing. After offering some words of reassurance to Hagrid, assuring him that everything would be all right, the three children hurried back to the school. Malfoy had always been a source of disdain for the trio, and even Hermione, now distanced from Gryffindor, could not bear to see that uncouth fellow who incessantly referred to her as a mudblood. Surely it must be Malfoy. Why did he always seem to materialize at the most inconvenient times? "I fear we are in for a rough time," Harry remarked as he and Ron strode confidently into Hogwarts, once again reshaping Brian's perception of their intelligence and awareness. Was being out after hours now considered a commendable and entirely justifiable act? They were not students from Ravenclaw who had been pre-approved by Brian. Their loud and raucous behavior was a blatant disregard for the patrolling staff. This continued unabated until Professor McGonagall, lantern in hand and her expression far from pleasant, appeared. It was at this moment that the two unfortunate boys realized Hermione was absent, leaving only the two of them. In their hearts, Harry and Ron mentally marked Hermione as disloyal, for even if she had been caught, Professor McGonagall would not have punished her but merely urged her to return to her classes. For these specially approved students, venturing out at night had become a commonplace affair. "Good night," Professor McGonagall said, tilting her head slightly, her tone laced with dissatisfaction and incredulity. At that moment, they spotted Draco Malfoy emerging from behind Professor McGonagall, his expression exuding a smugness that made one wish to strike him. "Let me reiterate, under no circumstances should students be wandering about at such an hour. I must penalize your behavior, deducting 50 points from each of you, and as a further measure to ensure you do not repeat this mistake, I am assigning you 3 to detention." Upon hearing this, Malfoy, who had been reveling in their misfortune, wore an incredulous expression. "Excuse me, Professor, I must have misheard you. Did you say 3? You heard correctly, Mr. Malfoy, although your intentions may have been good. You two sneaked out of bed after lights out and must face the same consequences." Professor McGonagall, donning a nightcap and tasked with the first half of the night as patrol, had just descended from the upper floors to check if anyone had ventured outside when she fortuitously encountered Malfoy. Before she could voice her thoughts, she was met with the last thing she wished to hear, that there were also Gryffindor students involved. At that moment, Professor McGonagall sincerely wished she were dreaming or that she had never appeared in this situation at all. However, that was clearly impossible. I find it truly perplexing why the students at my academy seem to be such a source of constant vexation. Naturally, as a small act of retribution, I cannot help but include that Slytherin, particularly with his insufferable air of triumph, which invariably evokes my disdain, almost as if he were mocking Gryffindor. As for Hermione, I shan't dwell on her absence. Even when she is present, I have already greeted Brian, and Dumbledore has granted certain privileges. Thus there is no reason to speak of her. For now, I shall simply disregard her. At that moment, as Hermione, Harry, and Ron approached the gates of Hogwarts, Brian's shadowy figure emerged from outside, covering Hermione's mouth with his hand. With a flick of his wand, dark thorns erupted from the ground, enveloping the two and whisking them away from the entrance. When Hermione opened her eyes, she found herself back in Brian's room of wishes. Meanwhile, Harry and the others were dutifully following Professor McGonagall to the Great Hall, preparing to face their punishment. "Brian, you startled me," exclaimed Hermione. Her cheeks flushed as she stepped on his foot. Brian, wincing in pain, curled up like a shrimp, contemplating, "I must inform Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic to ban hard-soled shoes for students. Guess what I saw tonight? A dragon egg. Hagrid has long desired to raise a dragon, and he told me so on our first encounter." Without pausing for Brian to respond, Hermione continued to speak rapidly. "In truth, I witnessed it all. I was right beside you. Hogwarts is not safe at present, as I'm sure you are aware. Therefore, when I learned you were going out, I followed you. However, raising dragons is illegal, and I suspect that Dumbledore would send the dragon to a breeding facility in Romania if he finds out. What? Hagrid would be heartbroken. I adore that little creature. Do you have any ideas, Brian? Oh, certainly, as long as I speak up. It should not pose much of a problem, for even the ministry must afford me some respect. Brian was confident in this regard, not only for the sake of the charming creature, but also for his own plans. He was determined to prevent Dumbledore from sending the dragon away. After all, the transformation of the Inferi into a bone dragon would require numerous steps and procedures, and as a significant bargaining chip, Brian did not wish for the dragon, named Robert, to leave his sight. Furthermore, offering Hagrid a favor was certainly a mutually beneficial arrangement. Brian also felt it was time to pay a visit to the Ministry of Magic. He recalled that his last visit was a year ago, and recently, there was an unmistakable sense that the Ministry was beginning to overlook him. The reports sent his way had grown increasingly lackluster and insipid, much to the Queen's displeasure, which only served to heighten Brian's ire. Chapter 75, Mischief. It must be said that Brian's words brought great joy to Hermione. Moreover, the bond between the two has grown profoundly deep. After all, Brian's magic is undeniably useful. With just a little guidance, there should be no issue at all. However, this is merely theoretical. The former Brian, as the Demon King, would not hesitate to wreak havoc. Yet, the Brian of today has undergone a transformation. After countless cycles of rebirth, he has reclaimed the humanity and emotions that had faded over the long ages. This, of course, poses a grave danger, especially amidst the ruthless war between gods and demons, where any excess compassion can be a lethal poison. One must remember that at that time, with a mere wave of a hand, entire planets could be extinguished. Now, to feel reluctance for the sake of one or two individuals to harbor benevolence, how could one continue to fight after that? The former Brian once thought similarly, only to later realize his error. Indeed, everyone was mistaken. The reason the voice of the world proclaimed humanity as the mightiest race, endowed with limitless potential, is precisely because they possess emotions. Witnessing the brave souls who fearlessly faced him, one after another, only to fall before him. Such a notion would have been scoffed at by anyone. Only now, as he has found peace within himself, does Brian suddenly recognize a truth. Those once regarded as mere ants, the brave souls, are drawing ever closer. His subordinates can no longer hold him back, and even Satan, another demon king, was felled not once but twice by a single mortal charging into hell. It is worth noting that even the gods, those lofty beings, could do little more than imprison Satan's form in the frozen lake at the depths of hell. The underlying reason is a concept known as hope, a nebulous yet powerful force. It is hope that drives these individuals to fearlessly march toward their demise. Their strength derives from enduring emotions, the rage at the demon's atrocities, the sorrow and hatred born from the loss of loved ones. These have become their driving force. Ultimately, through trust and unity, the heroes have grown increasingly formidable, and the gates of hell can no longer contain these fearless souls. Recently, I have achieved what you described, transforming ice into flowers. Thus, Hermione sits beside Brian, leaning against his shoulder, conjuring an exquisitely crafted ice flower in her hands. A gentle chill wafts from it. Just before Christmas, Brian set Hermione 2 learning objectives. The first was to simultaneously unleash 30 ice swords, and the second was to use her ice magic to create a beautifully intricate ice flower from thin air. Naturally, the more complex the flower, the better. Presently before Brian is a magnificent peony, a flower whose seeds he procured from China and cultivated himself, now flourishing in the garden of the wishful chamber. Observing the exquisite flower before him, Brian feels a deep sense of satisfaction. This truly took me by surprise. You are indeed my little genius. Now that you have demonstrated such precise control, I may teach you the next spell. With that, Brian drew forth a parchment scroll from his sleeve, inscribed with the spells of ice armor and the embrace of frost. Accompanying this was a small booklet detailing the functions and nuances of these magical skills. The previous 2 tasks were aimed at honing the brightness of one's magical energy and the precision of magical manipulation. After all, both ice armor and the embrace of frost are protective spells that, if mishandled, could inadvertently harm one's allies, as well as the caster. This is a notable flaw of ancient magic. Unlike the incantations taught by Hogwarts professors, which are straightforward, these spells rely solely on a profound understanding of magic, making them susceptible to mishaps. Yet, it is precisely these unexpected outcomes that have led to the diverse forms and applications of ancient magic. Take ice armor as an example. A sorceress of yore, having failed to master it, inadvertently created the now infamous offensive spell, the Frozen Bind, transforming a protective enchantment into a lethal incantation akin to the Killing Curse. Upon receiving the scroll, Hermione eagerly began to read, while Brian took the opportunity to embrace her, allowing the young girl to lean against him. He cradled her, resting his chin atop her head, inhaling the delicate fragrance of her wavy hair, reminiscent of gentle shampoo. The night passed swiftly, and by morning, they found themselves asleep on the sofa, Hermione nestled against Brian. Observing the girl who resembled a tiny octopus, Brian tenderly stroked her hair. The fluttering of her eyelashes revealed that she was, in fact, awake, merely pretending to sleep. Unfazed, Brian raised his left hand, his fingers lightly brushing her cheek as he tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, causing her face to flush a deep crimson. Noticing that Hermione had yet to open her eyes, Brian's mischievous spirit surged, and he leaned down, drawing close to her smiling visage. The rush of her breath brushed against his face, inducing a ticklish sensation. Just as his lips nearly touched her cheek, the little girl suddenly opened her eyes wide, and they found themselves locked in a gaze. Upon seeing the hint of a smile on Brian's lips, Hermione realized her ruse had been discovered, and it was evident he was intentionally teasing her. However, what transpired next would be an unforgettable moment for the young girl, for Brian did not relent upon her awakening. Unexpectedly, he pressed his lips against hers. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the two of them, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Afterward, it was only known that a layer of ointment had been applied to Brian's lips, while Hermione, upon catching sight of him, would flush crimson, unable to muster the courage to gaze upon his face. Whenever Brian's eyes turned in her direction, Hermione wished fervently to transform into an ostrich, burying her head in the sand. Chapter 76, The Passage of Time and the Ministry of Magic. Following the conclusion of the Christmas holidays, Brian officially embarked on his new responsibility, a course on ancient runes. One must admit that attending this class was rather stifling, considering the scarcity of preserved ancient runes within the wizarding world. These peculiar symbols bore no magical properties, and to put it bluntly, they were merely a collection of superfluous characters. Unlike other languages, which facilitate communication, the utility of these runes seemed minimal. With a limited number of symbols, how could they possibly hold any value? Furthermore, if one were to teach other scripts, such as the legendary language of the orcs or the dialects of the underworld, how would one explain their significance when questions arose? To be honest, nothing is more disheartening than possessing the ability, yet being compelled to suppress it. However, after his previous engagement with the Muggle Studies course, Brian realized that for children devoid of enthusiasm for learning, perhaps it was sufficient to merely drift through the days together. As for the instruction of ancient magic, the Ravenclaw girls were more than capable of managing that. It is essential to acknowledge that every wizard must possess their own wand, which is not merely a short stick, but a genuine wand measuring between 1.6 to 2 meters in length. These wands are crafted from various precious magical gems and exceedingly rare natural minerals, employing intricate ancient techniques. They could be likened to superweapons for muggles, akin to firearms. Hogwarts wands primarily serve to channel magical energy and function as aiming devices, while a select few enhance the effects of spells. To speak frankly, one could easily manage with a simple weapon. At that point, it would be akin to a moving target. The batch of wands that Brian planned to create, in addition to the aforementioned functions, would possess the capability to automatically gather and store elemental magical energy from the atmosphere, subsequently replenishing the user's expended magic. Moreover, depending on the materials and craftsmanship employed, it could even lead to the creation of artifacts or magical devices. For instance, one of Brian's former instructors owned 2 such magical items. The first, named the Frigid Abyssal Ice Crystal Staff, could directly rend the earth and establish a connection with the icy depths of the underworld, manipulating the forces that emerge to crush adversaries. Additionally, it could summon frost death knights and conjure blizzards, among other formidable abilities. As for the second item, it is a magical artifact known as the Frost Guardian, which possesses a curse in the form of an aura called the Extreme Cold Domain. Any entity within a kilometer radius will be ensnared by the frigid air, resulting in a significant reduction in their mobility. Additionally, this magical armor can unleash a frosty shockwave, reaching a distance of 1,500 meters, freezing everything within its circular range into solid ice, ultimately leading to death by freezing or asphyxiation. In any case, Brian has chosen to take a leisurely approach. Aside from his evening magic lessons, he intends to let this magical script pass without much effort, as it is not a compulsory course. After completing his morning classes, Brian utilized a teleportation magic circle to return to London, England. Previously, during Christmas, he established his teleportation circles at Windsor Castle, under Her Majesty the Queen, and at the residence of the Nura clan in Japan, to avoid wasting considerable magical energy on travel. The Ministry of Magic governs all affairs of the magical community in Britain. Each country has its own magical government responsible for managing magical administration, judiciary, and legislation. The ministry originated from the Wizarding Council, with its highest authority being the Speaker. After its reformation into the Ministry of Magic, the position of Minister of Magic was established, overseeing 8 departments, primarily aimed at maintaining the balance between the magical and Muggle societies, as well as protecting all witches, wizards, and magical creatures from Muggle discovery. In 1692, the International Confederation of Wizards enacted the Statute of Secrecy, deciding to completely isolate the Muggle world from the magical realm, with each country's magical government bearing the responsibility of ensuring the secrecy of magic, striving to prevent non-magical populations from discovering the existence of the magical world. The headquarters of the British Ministry of Magic is situated in the heart of London, located underground. Yet magical windows display the weather selected by the Magical Maintenance Department for the day. One can enter by dialing 62442 from the telephone booth at the entrance, providing a valid reason. The current minister is Cornelius Fudge. To be frank, Brian harbors little fondness for this elderly gentleman, who lacks the capability and charisma of his predecessor. Millicent Bagnold. "Oh, your grace, what brings you here? I thought you were attending classes at Hogwarts," Fudge remarked with a smile, his aged face betraying a hint of mockery that could be discerned even by the most oblivious. "How fortunate you remember I am a duke, and, moreover, your superior. I simply wish to inquire, is the ministry on the verge of closure within the next year or two? What have you handed over to me? And spare me the frivolous smiles. I assure you, I am looking out for your best interests. Her Majesty has lost patience with you, and the Prime Minister is also quite displeased. Should you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, I would be more than willing to recommend a new minister to Her Majesty." Regarding this feeble-minded individual, who is excessively fond of money and captivated by status and power, Brian felt no obligation to show respect. He promptly withdrew a thick stack of documents from his coat and flung it onto Fudge's face, even knocking his cup of coffee askew, splattering it all over him. "You." In response, Fudge was momentarily taken aback, standing frozen for nearly half a second. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, drawing his wand and directing it toward Brian. Alas! As he did so, he noticed that the only fireball floating ominously close to him was merely a meter away, aiming directly at him. Instantly, his courage faltered, and he forgot everything he intended to say. "What do you think you are doing? Do you truly believe that wielding a wand makes you my equal? Let me remind you that respect must be earned. Should you choose to disregard me, I can effortlessly strip you of everything and cast you out to beg upon the streets. I demand a complete rewrite of the previous reports. I refuse to see this drivel masquerading as work again. And let me be clear, there will be no second chances." With a cold smile, Brian stepped forward, seizing Fudge by the collar and yanking him closer. Gazing into Fudge's ashen, terrified face, Brian coldly declared, his eyes glinting with palpable menace. Chapter 77. The Dragon Ownership License. To be blunt, Brian held the entire Ministry of Magic in utter disdain, regarding them as a gaggle of incompetent fools. They naively believed that merely being a child granted them the power to manipulate. The previous threats were not mere jest. If Fudge failed to grasp the gravity of the situation, Brian would not hesitate to seek a replacement. After all, even a group of performers he had brought back from the circus could accomplish the task of eliminating an aging Minister of Magic who was woefully inadequate in his magical capabilities. Not to mention, the underbelly of Britain's criminal world was rife with exceptionally skilled assassins. Hagrid, accompanied by his beloved Robert, entered Dumbledore's office. Truth be told, Brian was perpetually astonished by how this behemoth managed to squeeze through that door. Hagrid had an immense fondness for animals of all kinds, and nurturing a dragon was undoubtedly his greatest aspiration, one that he hoped would earn Dumbledore's approval, though he feared the odds were slim. "Ah, you've arrived, Hagrid," Dumbledore said as he spotted Hagrid entering his office from behind his desk. Regarding Hagrid's desire to raise a dragon, Dumbledore was, to be frank, rather displeased, especially after receiving a warning from the Ministry of Magic that very morning. Dumbledore pondered, goodness, when did the Ministry's intelligence network become so formidable? As for Dumbledore's decision, Hagrid was understandably incensed. He was genuinely fond of Robert. "Yes, I am here, Dumbledore. Must Robert really be sent away? Raising a dragon is illegal. I will have to transfer it to a dragon sanctuary in Romania, where it can live amongst its kind," Dumbledore stated, pulling out a licorice wand and nibbling on it, clearly attempting to ease the tension in the room. But what if he doesn't tea like Romania? What if the other dragons are unkind to him? After all, he's still just a baby, Hagrid exclaimed, his voice trembling with emotion. At that moment, Brian entered the principal's office, unlocking the door with today's access code, and immediately spotted Hagrid, whose towering figure resembled a small mountain. To be honest, standing beside him, Brian barely reached his thigh. "Pardon the intrusion, Hagrid. I was actually planning to seek you out, but since you're here, it's fortuitous that I can share some good news." Of course, Hagrid's whereabouts had never escaped Brian's vigilant watch. Every whisper and rustle within the academy remained under the keen scrutiny of his magical eye. "Brian, what brings you here? I thought you were at the Ministry of Magic. Finish your work so soon?" Hagrid inquired, clearly surprised by Brian's presence. "Indeed. My primary purpose was to issue a warning to them not to slack off on their duties," Brian replied. "Oh, by the way, Hagrid, this is for you." He glanced at the old bee, who was munching on a licorice wand, and with a smile, produced an envelope marked confidential from within his robe. "Oh my goodness. This is the dragon keeping license. I cannot thank you enough, Brian," Hagrid exclaimed, momentarily bewildered. He carefully broke the wax seal and pulled out the document, which prominently displayed the words dragon keeping license, along with his name and details regarding the dragon he was to care for, including its breed, size, and age. "No need for thanks, Hagrid. To begin with, I was entrusted with this task, and moreover, I have a great fondness for Robert. I believe it is a tremendous honor for the school to possess a dragon." As he spoke, Brian approached Robert's enclosure. The young dragon, eager to emerge, rubbed its head against Brian's fingers. Brian opened the cage, and the little creature leapt onto his shoulder, nuzzling against his head and affectionately rubbing its face against his. It squinted its eyes in pure bliss. "Oh, Brian, how did you manage this? The little one seems more affectionate towards you than a child towards its own parents," Hagrid remarked, astonished, with a hint of jealousy. "Well, I have friends who are druids, renowned for their unique ability to communicate with animals. They currently reside deep within the jungles of Australia. If you're interested, I could introduce you to them. Their profound connection with nature is truly astonishing," Brian explained casually while stroking the little creature's head. "As for the druids, they are technically a branch of the elven lineage, predominantly male, with very few females present. These druids possess the ability to transform into great bears and majestic eagles, a feat akin to the animagus transformation, but far superior, as it incurs no side effects. Unlike animagus transformations, which gradually affect the wizard's own appearance, habits, and even thought processes, the druid's transformations are entirely devoid of such repercussions." After that, Hagrid naturally felt immense gratitude towards Brian and inquired if it was indeed possible to visit the druids in Australia. Brian, of course, welcomed the idea wholeheartedly, especially with the long expanse of summer vacation ahead. He believed that the druids would be quite fond of Hagrid. As for Robert, with a reluctant gaze, he returned with Hagrid, though Brian could visit him any time he wished. Stepping out of Dumbledore's office, evening had already descended, and the last class of the afternoon had concluded. Consequently, Brian sought out Hermione, informing her that there would be no lessons that evening, but those wishing to practice magic were welcome to join him. After dinner, Filch escorted 3 students who had received disciplinary action to find Hagrid. Unfortunately, the punishments had softened over the years. In the past, offenders would have their thumbs bound and be suspended in the dungeons. Ah, how nostalgic he felt for the anguished cries of that era. As Filch walked, he reminisced about the brutal and bloody methods of punishment from the medieval times, lamenting that the current penalties were far too lenient, which contributed to the rise of mischievous and unruly students. If Dumbledore or the Ministry of Magic were to revive the old ways, it would certainly be a welcome change, for it would surely teach these children the reason behind the beauty of flowers. Arriving at Hagrid's hut, Hagrid was already equipped with hunting gear, including a crossbow nearly the length of Harry. Standing beside Hagrid was Brian, who sat by the fire, toasting marshmallows and sipping rich hot cocoa, seemingly indifferent to the happenings around him. Chapter 78, Labor Task. This evening, you will engage in community service with Hagrid, who has some matters to attend to in the Forbidden Forest. On the way, Filch had already briefed the 3 children on their tasks for the night. "Hagrid, I have brought your students," Filch announced. "You can perk up tonight. I've heard the Forbidden Forest has been rather unsettled lately. Professor Brian, you're here too. Are you going to the Forbidden Forest this evening? That certainly leaves the students with nothing to do." Ha ha ha. Filch had always been particularly warm towards Brian. The nobleman, and the gestures Brian had extended towards him made it clear that he appreciated such camaraderie. For instance, during Christmas, Brian had his familiar deliver a splendid gift to the mute caretaker, consisting of 3 items: a heart-protecting mirror crafted from magical crystals, which bore an enchantment capable of withstanding 3 spells, replenishing its defenses once daily, a complete ensemble of garments designed by a renowned fashion designer from Paris, including both formal attire and casual wear, and an entire set of aromatic fragrances accompanied by 2 specially crafted soaps. Upon Brian's return, It became evident that his classroom was meticulously arranged by Filch before each lesson. Furthermore, Filch's eagerness to flatter Brian was increasingly apparent. At times, he would hasten to assist with tasks such as holding an umbrella. Filch's satisfaction with his service was palpable. Although his appearance left much to be desired and his character was somewhat lacking, his diligence in his duties was commendable. It seems there's a reason this old fellow has managed to align himself with Mrs. Norris. The Forbidden Forest? I thought it was a jest. It is a no-go zone, forbidden to students, for it is home to werewolves. Draco Malfoy was clearly aware of the rumors surrounding the Forbidden Forest, and, just then, a howl reverberated through the air, seemingly affirming his claims. Oh, the forest harbors more than just werewolves, that much is certain. Alas, Filch was far from impressed, and the prospect of frightening these unruly youngsters was quite appealing to him. With his eyes wide as ping-pong balls, he declared, as the firelight illuminated his face, that instead of warmth, it rendered him even more sinister. I shall inform my father. He is a governor, and you shall regret this. Draco's complexion turned ashen with fright, and Ron shared his trepidation. As for Harry, one could not discern what had stirred within him, as he appeared somewhat excited. In any case, Draco's threats were met with indifference. As for Lucius, perhaps he could have instilled fear before Brian commenced his teaching at Hogwarts. But now, the true authority within the school lay with Brian, who was currently savoring a donut and sipping hot cocoa while playfully teasing Robert. What you are to do today is accompany me into the Forbidden Forest. A unicorn perished there a few weeks ago, and I have heard reports of further attacks on unicorns, so we must investigate. Let us proceed. Hagrid seemed rather nonchalant about the situation. And Professor Brian? Harry inquired, observing Brian, who was brushing off his sleeves. Me? My task is to identify the perpetrator behind the unicorn attacks, Brian replied, casting a glance at the young boy before retrieving his transformed crystal wand. He rotated his neck as he spoke. The dark crystal wand, which would be more aptly named a magical sword, had undergone a transformation due to the influence of materials such as the ethereal obsidian. The wand was no longer a bare, dark red crystal emanating an orange glow. Instead, it now featured a diamond-shaped black stone embedded approximately 5 or 6 centimeters from the grip. The souls that once swirled within the crystal had congregated around the black stone, rotating in a rhythmic pattern centered on it. Additionally, black tendrils, resembling roots, enveloped the wand, stemming from the black stone. However, aside from its eerily sinister appearance, the wand posed no issues, as the ethereal obsidian effectively masked the malevolent magic that once radiated from it. Professor, please exercise caution. I find the Forbidden Forest at night to be quite unsettling, even from the periphery. I shall prepare a late-night meal for you. Upon hearing this, Fawkes hastily responded, I am most grateful, yet the Forbidden Forest, using a friend's words, reflects the attitude with which one approaches nature, and nature shall reciprocate in kind. I maintain confidence in my abilities, but I appreciate your concern nonetheless. Farewell, Fawkes. As for Fawkes, Brian considered him to be the most peculiar individual, for he was one of the only 2 people at Hogwarts who spoke with a smile and a gentle tone. Thus, a party of 5, accompanied by a dog, ventured toward the Forbidden Forest. Upon reaching a massive fallen tree, Hagrid discovered a pool of silvery blood on the ground. He approached, lantern in hand, and dipped his finger into the evidently fresh blood, examining it closely and rolling it between his fingertips. Meanwhile, the concealed Severus Snape was tempted to draw his wand and cast the killing curse. After all, unicorn blood is a highly coveted potion and alchemical ingredient. Brian too wished to silence the giant, for unicorns were among the finest choices for transforming into demon's blood. Hagrid, what is that? This is the purpose of our visit. Do you see? This is unicorn blood. It is evident that this unicorn is gravely injured. At that moment, Harry glanced toward the distant woods and perceived a shadowy figure cloaked in black. Brian could assert with certainty that the figure was indeed Snape, as he had thoroughly searched the entire school and knew Snape preferred wearing long black robes. Moreover, Snape had been assigned by Dumbledore to ensure that this patrol of the Forbidden Forest proceeded without incident, primarily to protect Harry, though the safety of the other students, particularly young Draco, was equally paramount. Should anything happen to him, who could guarantee that Brian would refrain from uprooting the very roof of Hogwarts? This arrangement by Dumbledore spoke volumes of his profound distrust in Brian's abilities, which displeased him greatly. For Hagrid, this task did not entail any belief in the children's potential contributions. Rather, it primarily served to keep these restless youths in check to prevent further mischief. Chapter 79. The task commences. Very well, we need to divide into 3 groups. Ron and I will go together, while Malfoy and Harry will pair up. Professor Brian, You should manage alone without issue, correct? Hagrid inquired, gazing at the four before him. The boys' faces turned noticeably pale at Hagrid's insistence on splitting up. Meanwhile, Brian was actively utilizing his magical eye to scour the jungle. He had summoned all the magical eyes from the school, thereby enveloping the entire forbidden forest under his watchful gaze. Of course, he felt a shiver at the sight of the foxes huddled together, trembling. All right, Harry readily agreed. However, Draco clearly lacked such audacity. Nevertheless, I must accompany Fong. Be cautious, he is rather timid. To this request, Hagrid had no objections, but as he had mentioned, Fong may not necessarily be of much help. Upon hearing Hagrid's words, both Draco and Harry glanced at Fong, who, with a mournful expression, emitted soft whimpers as he observed the two. Although Fong bore a resemblance to a Shar-Pei, his expression was perhaps simply innate, leading to an increasing sense of uncertainty. Let us part ways here. I wish you success, Brian declared, conjuring two orbs of ghostly fire to illuminate their path, while also putting on a show. He then dashed into the depths of the forest, having not forgotten to collect the precious, beautiful silver blood in a container beforehand. Brian produced a delicate porcelain vial, removed the stopper, and watched as the blood flowed drop by drop into the bottle, devoid of any impurities. In truth, as long as one followed Hagrid in the Forbidden Forest, it was rather safe. After all, Hagrid could be regarded as a living encyclopedia of magical creatures. Moreover, neither intelligent nor unintelligent magical beings would dare to attack him, for Hagrid was among the few wizards with exceptional abilities in magic. Those creatures that could pose a threat were seldom encountered here. They had long been sent to special containment facilities by the Ministry of Magic. Hagrid initially believed this task would be quite secure, but upon witnessing the pool of mercury-like unicorn blood, his heart sank. It is well known that unicorns are extraordinarily rare magical creatures, equipped with numerous means of defense. Their horns emit a blinding light, coupled with their agility, making them formidable adversaries for most wizards. A single strike from a unicorn could lead to disaster. With the groups established, Hagrid led Ron, carrying the large lantern, to patrol another area, while Draco could only grumble as he held the lantern, accompanied by Fong and Harry, continuing deeper into the Forbidden Forest. If my father finds out, Hagrid is doomed. Patrolling the forest at midnight is a task for the servants, Draco remarked with a sneer while holding the lantern. If I'm not mistaken, you are clearly frightened, Harry retorted with a disdainful laugh. I'm not afraid, Potter. But suddenly, a strange noise startled Draco, causing his legs to weaken as he quickly turned to look back. Did you hear that sound? Draco asked, but Harry ignored him. Come on, Fong, he urged, continuing forward. In reality, Draco had considered turning back, but he had already lost a significant 50 points. If he were to retreat now, he would undoubtedly become a laughingstock among all of Slytherin, bringing shame upon his family. Moreover, as a proper proud noble, he understood that while nobility might risk their lives, they must never tarnish their family's honor. Perhaps this was the only redeeming quality that Brian currently found in him. At least in terms of arrogance and his actions, he did not bring shame upon his father, even though he was almost always on the losing side. To be frank, had it not been for the many who covertly aided and watched over Harry, he might not have gained any advantage at all. Not long after, Hagrid's massive black dog came to a halt. Draco sensed something was amiss and raised his lantern to illuminate the scene ahead more clearly. What's wrong, Fong? It was evident that Harry had yet to witness the horrifying spectacle before them. However, as Draco's gaze followed, he saw a dark figure crouched over the lifeless body of a unicorn, drinking its blood in great gulps. At that moment, a sharp pain began to throb on Harry's forehead. The shadowy figure also sensed the arrival of another presence and lifted its head, the silver blood starkly visible against the night. Brian, observing this, retracted his earlier statement. Clearly, there were others clad in dark robes. Draco let out a terrified scream and promptly turned to flee, with Fong scampering right alongside him. As for Harry, it appeared that courage and bewilderment could indeed be synonymous, as evidenced by the dazed expression on his face. He was utterly oblivious to the unfolding events, only aware that the scar on his forehead began to throb. The dark figure then fixed its gaze upon Harry Potter and began to glide toward him like a snake. In that moment, Harry realized he had lost any chance of escape, stumbling backward in a panic. Unable to even utter a cry for help or grasp his wand, he was left to await his doom. Severus Snape clearly heard Draco's cry. The volume was such that even a deaf person could not miss it. He immediately rushed toward the source of the sound, oblivious to the branches that scraped against his legs. Soon, he spotted the frantic Draco, yet Harry was nowhere to be seen. Panic surged within Snape. It was genuine fear. He knew that the Forbidden Forest was home not only to werewolves, but also to far more terrifying creatures, including dens teeming with countless spiders. The safety of Lily's child took precedence over his own student, so Snape swiftly bypassed the unfortunate Draco and pressed onward, guided by the enchantment that ensured he would not stray off course. Brian, it could be said, had never left Draco and Harry's side throughout the ordeal. The noise that Draco had heard earlier was merely Brian accidentally stepping on a branch. When Brian finally revealed himself, the shadowy figure stood directly in front of Harry Potter. In rapid succession, spells such as the Stunning Spell, Fireball, Lightning Arrow, Earth Spike, and Wind Blade surged forth like a torrential downpour of magic. The colorful magical assaults struck the shadow, which deftly maneuvered to evade them. However, these spells were not easily dodged. Precise magical control allowed for motion to follow intention, making tracking the target a trivial matter. As the shadow rolled and twisted, it unleashed a spell, and in the blink of an eye, a translucent barrier materialized before him. The magical assaults dissipated into nothingness, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Yet, Brian had never entertained the notion of easily vanquishing Voldemort. This array of ostentatious, low-tier magic was merely a tactic to deter the Dark Wizard, preventing Harry from meeting an untimely demise. The thought of such a fate would surely drive Dumbledore to despair. And as for Snape, he would undoubtedly reduce Brian to fragments, using them as potion ingredients. Then, with a flick of his wand, a blade of black light shot forth, effortlessly shattering the barrier. In response, a bolt of green lightning surged towards him, the infamous killing curse. The two spells collided, unleashing a wave of dark green energy, sending Harry careening backward. Without hesitation, Brian conjured a magical shield, for it would be an egregious injustice to survive Voldemort's wrath only to perish from collateral damage. Simultaneously, another green bolt struck forth, and Brian extended his left palm toward it. In an instant, a black and purple magical sigil manifested before him. Much like his earlier low-tier spells, this one vanished without a trace. However, it held an additional power. It rebounded. From the sigil, the killing curse, now entwined with violet lightning, surged toward Voldemort. The speed of the spell was comparable to that of a bullet, striking the dark figure in an instant. "Damn you, Brian. I will make you regret this." A flash of white light erupted, leaving only ashes in its wake. Yet, it was evident that the nearly indomitable Voldemort still lived, albeit gravely wounded. Perhaps the effects of the unicorn blood would necessitate a full repayment. Indeed, deeper within the forest, Professor Quirrell's figure emerged, his smooth scalp nearly obscured by a misty visage. "Cursed be it. Twice now, my plans have been thwarted. I must see him dead. That accursed wretch." The ghastly, fog-like face momentarily solidified, yet the fury only rendered it more terrifying. "Master, what shall we do next? After this, Dumbledore and the others will surely enforce a lockdown throughout the school, leaving us with no opportunity." Removing his black robe, it became apparent that Quirrell's waist had transformed to a grayish clay-like state, a testament to the destructive power of the enhanced killing curse. Had he not evaded swiftly, he might have been severed in two. Fortunately, the curse of the unicorn blood had spared his heart, allowing him to cling to life. However, Professor Quirrell was never the robust figure like Hagrid. Coupled with his role as the vessel for Voldemort, he was perpetually required to expend his life force and vitality. At this moment, suffering such severe injuries, he was already so weakened that he could barely support himself against a tree, struggling to return. Fortunately, the blood of unicorns possesses remarkably potent healing properties for wounds. As for the curse, it pales in comparison to the matter of saving one's life. There is no rush. His magic is rather peculiar. Although one observes him casting spells, he utters no incantations, and, as you witnessed at the end, he executed magic purely with his hands. Furthermore, do you not find it strange? Harry's mother rebounded my curse at the cost of her life. Yet look at what he has accomplished. He must have some hidden issues. I refuse to believe that such a diminutive child could be so extraordinarily gifted. By the way, I recall that this Brian is an alchemical being. Indeed, many have heard of this, but there is no evidence to substantiate the claim, and during the identity checks, no issues were uncovered. Moreover, the individual in question is a duke, making it quite challenging to manipulate the situation. In this matter, Quirrell is not timid. Rather, he possesses a clear understanding of the circumstances. The opposing party is influential and prominent in this era, while he himself is left with a mere remnant of a soul. How could he possibly contend with them? You need not worry about this. The Death Eaters are all of noble lineage. At my command, I shall ensure he loses everything. It is evident that the pitiable Voldemort, perhaps due to an incomplete soul, has lost his faculties. Now, after so many years, if those Death Eaters still find him useful and remain loyal, there would have been numerous searches for his whereabouts long ago. There's no way he could have spent all those years possessed by a bat in the tropical jungle. As for Lucius, once Voldemort's most trusted subordinate, he has long believed this wretched creature to be dead. Even some of the relics that were once cherished like family heirlooms have been sold off. The rest of his followers have long since settled into domestic bliss. And Voldemort? Please, he has been dead for so many years. It is likely that he has severed all ties and would not dare to resurface. Regarding this matter, Brian must admit that the protagonist's folly is astonishing, as the ultimate villain is portrayed as a fool, culminating in the age-old tale of a brave warrior triumphing over the Dark Lord, earning the adoration of masses. After a brief respite, Professor Quirrell seized the opportunity while Dumbledore and the others ventured into the Forbidden Forest to sneak back into Hogwarts. To be frank, only these two simpletons would believe that everything would be resolved once the potion was brewed. Brian, having erred once, shall not make the same mistake twice. Thus, while this cowardly duo engages in their conspiratorial discussions in the Forbidden Forest, Brian's magical eye remains fixed upon them. As for his voice, aside from later learning Parseltongue for show, he has diligently studied French, German, Chinese, Japanese, Mongolian, Italian, English, American English, and recently, during the Christmas season, he undertook the study of lip reading and Russian. Regarding the schemes of those two fools, Brian dismissed them entirely, for he had contemplated this matter long before. Not only did he ensure that each pivotal joint had his own people in place, but he also underwent a forced disintegration of his own body. This is why, even when not transformed into a demon, his physique bore little resemblance to that of an ordinary person. Were it not for the subsequent enhancement through magical incantations and demonic blood, he would have struggled even against Elizabeth. In Chapter 81, The Unicorn, Brian found himself crouched before a unicorn on the brink of death. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely chose to save it. He removed his gloves and summoned another series of spells, invoking the sacred light. This purest essence of light, akin to Brian's profound darkness, belonged to the realm of extreme forces. Initially, Brian could never have been mistaken for a priest of sacred light. It was a gift from a former rival, the fallen Lord of Heaven, during the Divine War of Yore. Although it was termed a gift, the intention was to use the clash of polarities to eliminate Brian. However, fortune favored him. His early studies in the Eastern philosophy of Tai Chi allowed him to inadvertently merge these opposing forces within himself, achieving a remarkable equilibrium. Nevertheless, as a demonic entity, there was no way to wield this power without paying a price. At present, as the sacred light converged in his palm, he felt the searing pain. His hand began to burn, the skin reddening and blistering. As the purity of the power intensified, his palm was soon thoroughly charred. Had it not been for the blinding radiance obscuring the view, Harry would have surely noticed the smoke and the oily droplets that began to form. With his palm aglow in white light, he swept it over the unicorn's substantial wounds, and the injuries were instantly healed. Moreover, the unicorn's life force gradually revived under the influence of the sacred light. Slowly, the unicorn began to open its eyes and, instead of fleeing from the dark-clad figure before it, gazed at Brian with a gentle, almost emotional expression. In contrast, Brian was far less fortunate. His right hand had been reduced to carbon, with only the skeletal structure remaining. His already pallid complexion turned ghostly white, devoid of any color. Sweat poured down his face like a stream, trickling along his neck and behind his ears, and he began to feel a sense of disorientation. Recognizing his plight, Brian hastily retrieved two small vials, one red and one blue, from his clothing with his left hand. He uncorked them with his mouth and gulped them down. Instantly, color returned to his face, and his charred hand began to regenerate. Yet, the rebirth of his previously numb hand brought forth an agonizing duality of pain from the regeneration and the scorching of the sacred light, nearly causing Brian to lose consciousness. Brian bit his lip, resolutely pushing through the pain to complete the treatment of his injuries. His veins had already burst from the agony, the dark blood beneath his pale skin standing out starkly. As for the reason he endured such torment to revive the unicorn, Brian was by no means a benevolent savior. Firstly, as an obviously juvenile unicorn, it could not transform into a dark warhorse, especially since the unicorn was on the brink of death. The transformation process would be unable to withstand such a strain, resulting instead in its annihilation amidst the clash of powers. Secondly, acquiring the unicorn was undoubtedly of greater value. Given his current state of power was far from ideal, if he hoped to fully integrate and harness the strength of the sacred light, Brian could launch a counter-offensive decades or even centuries ahead of schedule. To achieve this, the unicorn, being the most closely aligned to the power within him, served as an invaluable subject for study. It is well known that the older the unicorn, the stronger its power. Thus, a mightier unicorn is also the most challenging to slay. Moreover, killing or hunting a unicorn would invoke severe curses. Consequently, the unicorn materials collected from places like the Ministry of Magic were sourced from those that had died of natural causes or by unfortunate accidents. To Brian, a deceased unicorn offered little beyond its hide for crafting exquisite women's coats, its eyes for alchemical lenses, and its horn to be ground into powder for wand making. The entirety of a unicorn bore no distinction from an ordinary dead horse. Perhaps by coincidence, this unicorn shared a lineage with the one that had previously been transformed into a dark warhorse. It might also be due to Brian having completely integrated that unicorn into himself, which made this unicorn regard him affectionately, mistaking him for the one that had gone missing. Additionally, the power of the sacred light was undoubtedly a familiar and comforting presence for this adorable little unicorn. At that moment, a centaur, under Brian's deliberate distraction, arrived later than planned. It was not until Brian had completed a treatment process he wished never to repeat that the muscular centaur galloped towards him, intent on charging at the now upright Brian, thinking that a figure cloaked in black at night could not be anything but nefarious. Meanwhile, a certain Severus Snape, hiding behind a tree, chuckled to himself. After all, he had never been fond of that overly gifted child, especially now that the entire academy seemed to look up to him like a leader. How could this not irritate him? Snape had always been wary of this enigmatic child, whose origins were obscure, who was exceptionally talented yet favored by fate, and who, at this moment, willingly endeavored to become a professor, preparing lessons with unclear intentions. Regarding Brian's unauthorized intrusion before Christmas, it has utterly disrupted the splendid arrangement meticulously crafted by himself and Dumbledore. A pairing of the Savior Prince with a valiant and loyal knight alongside a sagacious advisor. This has incited Snape's ire even further. As for the subsequent scandal, it was simply a matter of turning a blind eye. What one does not see, one does not fret over. Now, witnessing Brian's humiliation is undoubtedly a delightful spectacle. Perhaps even Voldemort and Professor Quirrell would applaud this scene. Just as the weakened Brian turned around, he beheld the centaur that was about to collide with him. "Halt!" A commanding shout echoed through the forest. Yet the centaur could not halt its momentum in time, and in that critical moment before impact, a silver figure sprang forth, sweeping Brian aside. Although Brian landed awkwardly, it was far preferable to being struck by the centaur. The white figure had conjured a thin shield of light, managing to halt the charging centaur, leaving deep imprints in the earth. Chapter 82. The Unexpected Terror. The centaur, known as Firenze, possessed the upper body of a man and the lower body of a horse, adorned with tousled mid-length hair and a beard. In a magical realm, centaurs exist as one of the mightiest cavalry forces in warfare. There are primarily 5 knightly factions in this realm: Death Knights, Headless Horsemen, Chaotic Knights, Centaur War Knights, and Spectral Knights. Among these, the Centaur Knights stand as the most formidable vanguard, their prowess amplified by powerful magical heavy armor and their colossal battle axes exceeding a meter in length, making them veritable mobile slaughterhouses. It is said that wherever the Centaur Knights tread, the ground is littered with corpses. These creatures, inhabiting the vast northern plains of the magical realm, are brutish and simple-minded. They possess a language, but no written form. Their culture lacks pictorial records, established music, or formal religion. Nonetheless, centaurs believe that combat is the ultimate expression of thought and the highest manifestation of personal strength. Slaughter is regarded as an art within their tribes. In contrast to the other 4 knightly factions renowned for their curses and magic, the Centaur War Knights rely purely on their formidable physiques, standing between 3 and 4 meters tall, and their fearsome charges, making them a nightmare for any knightly army. However, this particular centaur seemed oblivious to Brian, whom it had nearly trampled, as well as the unicorn that had suddenly come to life. Instead, it disregarded both human and horse as mere air, exemplifying the brutish nature of its kind. Yet, just because the centaur ignored Brian did not mean that he was without attention. For instance, the unicorn was currently nudging Brian's backside with its head, leaving him in a state of utter bemusement. "Harry Potter, you must leave the Forbidden Forest. Many creatures here recognize you, and the nighttime forest is perilous. You're especially at risk here. How do you know me? With Professor Brian here, I feel quite safe. He saved me before." Harry regarded the centaur's well-meaning warning with a degree of skepticism, and indeed, Brian's previous performance had instilled in him a remarkable sense of trust, at least regarding magical prowess. Until now, This young savior had perceived Brian merely as an individual who gained notoriety through fragrances and soaps, subsequently entering Hogwarts. However, when it came to spellcasting, it seemed that Brian's skills were perhaps on par with his own, which explained why he was tasked with teaching obscure subjects. Ah, Avi, your name is known throughout the magical realm. That professor you just met? He hardly appears older than you. Though the centaur felt a distinct sense of danger emanating from Brian, he remained dismissive of this child who seemed to share Harry's age. He is a genius named Brian, currently responsible for our ancient runes course. By the way, what was that creature that attacked me? Why did it seek to drink unicorn blood? And how did that unicorn come back to life? Evidently, as a Gryffindor, Harry was indeed a curious soul. Regrettably, curiosity, as the saying goes, can lead one into peril, particularly fitting for Harry, as lions too belong to the feline family. Merely a monster, killing a unicorn is an unforgivable crime. Consuming unicorn blood can preserve one's life, even reviving the dying, but at a grievous cost. For unicorns are embodiments of purity. From the moment their blood touches your lips, you become a wretched half-life, cursed to exist in a state of torment. Who would wish for such a fate? As for the final question, perhaps that professor of yours could provide the answer. But heed my warning. I sense a dangerous aura surrounding him, a fear that resonates deep within my soul. I implore you to keep your distance from him. Remain vigilant. The centaur, Firenze, gradually elucidated some of the queries, ultimately guiding Harry's thoughts back to the initial conspiracy devised by the prominent figures in the shadows. Yet this individual, lacking in intellect, had not contemplated the credibility of a suddenly appeared half-breed against that of a professor he had known intimately. Moreover, although Professor Brian occasionally exuded a chilling demeanor, Harry believed that it was a mere trifle compared to the presence of Professor Snape. Can you not discern who it is? That monster. Fortunately, the centaur was not entirely devoid of wisdom and recognized the importance of the matter at hand, noting that Harry appeared unconvinced of his words. Thus, he chose to bypass the topic regarding Brian. Are you suggesting that the creature that attacked the unicorn and drank its blood is Voldemort? Thank goodness. Harry's intellect is still intact. Do you have any idea of the secrets concealed within the school at this moment? Continue to guide. The Philosopher's Stone. At last, Providence has smiled upon us. Harry does possess some intelligence. Greetings, Firenze. It seems you've already met young Potter. Are you well, Harry? At that moment, Hagrid arrived with Ron, Draco, whom he had located under Snape's guidance, and the timid large black dog, Fawn. Oh, previously, Professor Brian had saved me and chased away the assailant of the unicorn. By the way, the unicorn was also revived by Professor Brian. As for Harry, he was naturally eager to recount the events that had transpired. Harry Potter, let us bid farewell. You are safe now. I wish you well. And do not forget my words. What needed to be said had been spoken. Firenze had fulfilled his duty, and the matters that followed were no longer his concern. They were for Harry Potter to ponder. As for Brian, he seemed to have been forgotten, wandering alone through the dark forbidden forest with only the unicorn at his side. The eerie, shadowy figure, resembling a ghost, alongside the renownedly pure unicorn, presented a strikingly incongruous sight. After taking a few steps, the unicorn playfully nudged him with its rear, and then with its hooves. For this perpetually innocent young unicorn, Brian found himself somewhat perplexed, uncertain whether it was the consequence of wielding a power that did not belong to him or the remnants of merging with a unicorn that had been transformed into a dark warhorse. The sensation was indeed peculiar. Previously, when he had dissected the unicorn, studying it thoroughly without so much as a flicker of emotion, Brian now felt an inexplicable bond, even a protective instinct towards it, which filled him with trepidation. Chapter 83. All is well. As he walked, observing the flicker of sorrow and longing in the young unicorn's eyes, Brian found himself at a loss for words. Hey, Hagrid, look! That's Professor Brian, along with the revived unicorn. Though their paths diverged, their destination remained the same, so encountering Brian again was entirely reasonable. However, the unicorn's apparent affinity for Brian was indeed surprising. The nature of the unicorn starkly contrasted with its gentle exterior. It could contend with formidable creatures such as elephants and dragons. Generally, it shunned human contact, preferring the company of witches over wizards, and it was incredibly swift, making it difficult to capture. Typically, only maidens could approach a unicorn, and now, one couldn't help but entertain certain thoughts. After all, with Brian's pale, handsome visage, one could only imagine that, were he to don feminine attire, he would rival many a beautiful maiden. As for the rascally individuals in the distance, it would be a challenge for Brian to remain oblivious to their thoughts. As a former Dark Lord, failing to discern their intentions would indeed be a source of mockery. It is worth noting that even contemporary mortal wizards found it rather straightforward to accomplish such feats. Faced with this situation, Brian could only frown and set his expression as he made his way towards Hogwarts. Meanwhile, after all was deemed well, Snape returned to his office in the basement, feeling quite unsettled by Brian's tempestuous magical onslaught. The magic employed was entirely unfamiliar, especially the last spell, which was truly unprecedented. Just as the centaur Firenze remarked, an aura of danger enveloped the atmosphere. Recently, Severus Snape encountered Brian atop the Western Tower, where he found Brian alone, clad in a flowing black robe, gazing at the tempestuous sky with eyes aflame with madness and fury. A fierce wind surged, and torrential rain began to pour from the heavens. The gusts, accompanied by the downpour, rushed toward Brian, causing his silk robe to billow dramatically. Rain lashed against his face, washing away what appeared to be traces of blood tears. The black veins beneath his pallid skin were starkly visible, rendering his complexion a ghastly shade of gray. I want you all to perish," he bellowed, his voice resonating with rage and desolation. "Everything that has transpired will be repaid 1,000-fold." As lightning cleaved the sky, his anguished cries echoed in the storm. Severus, of course, relayed this incident to Albus Dumbledore, even sharing this segment of his memory through the pensive. In contrast to his usual nonchalance, Dumbledore appeared visibly troubled by this revelation. The matter could only be attributed to the assassination of old Peter, and considering that Brian was an alchemical being, his peculiarities were not entirely surprising. While others might find it difficult to ascertain whether Brian was indeed an alchemical creation, Severus, as a close associate of Peter, could vouch for this fact. The means by which this child managed to conceal his identity from the Wisingamot, the Ministry of Magic, and indeed all of Britain remained a mystery. Breathing in the somewhat acrid scent of potions filling the room, Severus finally felt a semblance of relaxation. He was certain that the ominous figure he had witnessed was none other than Voldemort, a realization that tightened his grip on his wrist. After consuming a potion intended to calm his nerves, Severus turned his attention to tending to the wounds on his leg. Fortunately, such minor ailments were insignificant challenges for a potion master of his caliber. Leaning back in his chair, he reflected on the previous events, which flickered through his mind like a series of lantern slides. The fluid and powerful magical attacks culminated in the final move of absorption and reinforcement, which did not strike him as particularly astonishing. However, the sight of the nearly lifeless unicorn being restored to full health was remarkable. Though he did not understand why Brian's hand had been scorched to the bone, this incident piqued Severus's curiosity. Ultimately, the thought of Voldemort succumbing to his own killing curse brought Severus an unexpected sense of joy. Contemplating Lily, he reassured himself that Harry was safe for the night, and he would continue to protect him in the future. This evening would undoubtedly leave a lasting impression on Harry Potter, Ron, and Draco. After this lesson, he trusted that Harry and Ron would be more inclined to remain in bed for the foreseeable future. "Are you saying that the Dark Lord is right there, in the Forbidden Forest?" Ron never anticipated that a routine labor service, merely a patrol in the Forbidden Forest, would lead him to encounter the legendary Dark Lord, the mysterious figure known as Voldemort. This occurrence surpassed even the most improbable luck of winning the lottery. Although it was Harry who had the encounter, not Ron himself, the thrill remained palpable, did it not? Indeed, if not for the timely intervention of Professor Brian, Ron could have faced dire consequences. However, Voldemort was in a weakened state, subsisting solely on unicorn blood. It appeared we had all misjudged the situation. It was not Severus Snape who sought to steal the Philosopher's Stone for himself, but rather to present it to Voldemort. With the elixir of immortality in his grasp, Voldemort could regain his strength and would undoubtedly return to seek vengeance. Harry Potter, still haunted by the chilling, damp sensation of that encounter, felt a shiver run down his spine. If Voldemort were to return, might he not aim to kill Harry? As Harry's loyal friend, the valiant knight, Ron understood that the danger lay solely with Harry, irrespective of whether Voldemort returned. It was a matter that, in reality, did not concern him. By maintaining a safe distance from Harry, he could remain unaffected. Yet, the honest Ron found himself unable to do so. If he were to be presented with an opportunity, perhaps this very night could spell his demise. However, with Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Brian present, surely all would be well. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of danger, Harry effortlessly cast aside his burdens and worries. One could only wonder how Dumbledore and Brian felt knowing the immense expectations placed upon them. Yet, the most unfortunate of all was undoubtedly Severus Snape, who, having been reminded and criticized by Hagrid and subtly prompted by Brian, found himself caught in a convoluted predicament. This most innocent of guardians for Harry had inadvertently become a figure of considerable malevolence, his threat level rivaling that of Voldemort, and perhaps even surpassing it. Chapter 84. The Devil's Smile. Clearly, had it not been for Brian's presence, Harry would likely have spent the remainder of the term engulfed in anxiety and fear. To be honest, if possible, Brian wished to unravel why these two were so firmly convinced that Snape was the quintessential villain. After all, despite Snape's perpetually greasy hair and his long, dark robes earning him the nickname the Black Bat, even Brian felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Was it truly Snape's fault for possessing a serious demeanor and an unsmiling countenance? Rigor in academia is not a personal affront, is it? Indeed, it seems that for contemporary educators, teaching students has become increasingly challenging. If one adopts a strict approach, they are labeled a harsh instructor. A moderate stance may be interpreted as targeting the student, and a more severe critique could even label them as perverse. Conversely, should one choose leniency, while all seems well at first, and they may be praised for their compassion, come examination time, when students find themselves ill-prepared, they will inevitably curse the teacher for their lack of diligence and care. As the times progress and living conditions improve, it appears that individuals have grown increasingly precious. At present, this group remains, and to speak frankly, they are beyond reproach and untouchable. According to their assertions, the tuition we pay essentially funds the salaries of your educators. Thus, what right do you have to treat us in such a manner? One could argue that such statements reflect a profound ignorance or perhaps even a staggering foolishness. When confronted with certain parents, the situation becomes even more alarming. If their children do not perform well, they readily blame the teachers for inadequate instruction, without pausing to reflect on whether their child is putting forth the necessary effort. When children lament the pressures of excessive homework, they vilify the teachers as lacking compassion, accusing them of being overly mechanical. Even during phases of rebellion, when tempers flare and familial disputes arise, the teachers are unjustly held responsible for their lack of guidance. Alas, those who have never undertaken such a profession often view it through a lens of naivety. Fortunately, while the students at Hogwarts may be mischievous and diverse in temperament, the majority are quite commendable. Even Draco Malfoy, with his somewhat abrasive demeanor, possesses a fundamentally decent nature. As two young Gryffindors wrestled with sleeplessness, Brian found himself for the first time in Severus Snape's office. Contrary to his expectations of a dim, damp, subterranean chamber, the reality was quite different. The office was filled with an orderly array of potion ingredients collected from various sources, alongside a vibrant assortment of completed potions. Presently, Brian sat across from Snape, sipping the calming tea prepared by him, adopting a serene demeanor akin to that of a meditative monk. Before them lay the unicorn blood that Brian had previously collected using his tools, alongside a cauldron bubbling with a dark, steamy concoction. Truth be told, had it not been for witnessing Severus Snape personally concoct this soothing brew, Brian would have been hesitant to partake, for he was not yet immune to all poisons. Despite the stark visual differences, the flavor was not vastly dissimilar to some renowned teas he had tasted. Admittedly, Brian lacked a refined palate, often believing that all teas were relatively alike. A blend of calming and euphoric potions? It was no wonder that Snape was regarded as a genius in the realm of potion making. Wouldn't you agree? The esteemed Half-Blood Prince, the great undercover agent among the Death Eaters? He did not take into account Snape's current expression, resembling that of a grave countenance, as he exhaled over the steam rising from his tea and, after a sip, divulged a little-known secret. Where did you acquire this knowledge? I expect a clear explanation. I cannot guarantee your safety. Snape, visibly agitated, struck his teacup against the table with a resounding thud that was undeniably startling. Ha ha! I am a duke of considerable standing. Across all of Britain, in both the Muggle and magical realms, be it the Ministry of Magic or any other department, I have my spies everywhere. Moreover, while Harry may be unaware, do you truly believe this is a secret? The Wizengamot still has records pertaining to you, even if Dumbledore has concealed your past admirably. And few at Hogwarts are privy to your history. You are far from eluding my scrutiny. In response to Snape's demeanor, Brian maintained a calm composure, smiling as he relished another sip of his tea. It appears I have underestimated you. I cannot help but ponder whether you are an old soul cloaked in the guise of a child. I dare say, even during the era of Duke Peter, his grasp on intelligence could not rival yours. From the moment you arrived, I sensed your inherent danger. To be candid, I now find Voldemort to be far less intimidating than you. Upon hearing this, Snape recognized that he could not underestimate this little rascal. Based on his previous encounter with Voldemort, he did not believe he could easily triumph in a duel of spells against him. Thus, he reclined back on the sofa, maintaining a facade of tranquility though the chilling glint in his eyes betrayed a latent hostility that even the blind Brian could perceive. Underestimating you is one thing, but overestimating is another. However, I can only assert that this is the inherent duty of our Ezrian family. As for danger, may I interpret that as a form of praise directed toward me? Regardless of the storms that may arise, I remain unfazed. I must admit, such an indifference in the face of peril is somewhat vexing. In truth, after the previous confrontation and the revival of that unicorn, Brian had become quite vulnerable. Should Snape truly wish to make a move, he might find himself compelled to flee in desperation. I shall set aside other matters, but should any misfortune befall Harry, I would not hesitate to take your life. Yet, like most, I find Brian's complete nonchalance towards serious matters exceedingly infuriating. As a quintessentially unpredictable and perilous guardian of England, Brian is certainly not someone to be taken lightly. As for the present, Snape rose abruptly, seizing Brian by the collar and pulling him closer. I do not deem this action to be wise. Can I perceive your behavior as a provocation? As the head of Slytherin, you should understand what your actions signify to the nobility at this moment. Rest assured, our objectives align. We both seek Voldemort's demise, with the ultimate aim of protecting and aiding Harry, do we not? Therefore, it will be prudent for us to coexist amicably, for we are, after all, colleagues. Brian's faint smile was unervingly charming. It exuded an aura of a formidable beast bearing its fangs. Chapter 85, The Blood Research Report. Others may regard your status with reverence, but I do not. Should anything happen to Harry, or should you act inappropriately, I will not spare you. As the saying goes, the barefoot are unafraid of the shot. For the solitary Snape, apart from Harry Potter, he harbors no attachments. If I were to name another, it would perhaps be the desire to avenge his beloved Lily by slaying Voldemort. I am at a loss whether to call your devotion foolishness or infatuation. Is it not absurd that you have loved her your entire life simply because Harry's mother was your only childhood friend, the sole person who did not ostracize or bully you, but instead played with you? Even now, Harry perceives you as a villain, a diminutive figure intent on stealing the Philosopher's Stone to present to Voldemort, yet you continue to protect him so fervently. Why endure such torment? You are well aware that Harry's mother, Lily Evans, favored James Potter over you. It is indeed a profound and unrequited love. Gazing at Severus Snape, whose visage twisted with fury as the secrets of his heart were laid bare, one could see the abyss of his dark eyes, as if they were capable of devouring all who dared to approach. I warn you, it is best not to mention this matter again. My affairs are none of your concern. Monster, you, who are hardly human, have no right to mock others here. Snape had now leveled his wand directly at Brian's head. I equally caution you, Snape. You may speak of me as you wish, but I will not permit you to declare me inhuman. Moreover, all beings are born equal. Do not presume that humanity is the favored child of the world, while others are mere insects, evading reality, hiding in the shadows to nurse one's wounds. Does not make you a hero. A fallen hero is worth less than a living villain. This truth has endured for millennia. Suddenly rising, disregarding the wand pressed against his chest, Brian's eyes blazed with fury. His anger surged, causing his veins to stand out, dark and grotesque against his pale skin. In truth, Brian understood Snape's infatuation all too well. During the loneliest and darkest times in life, any glimmer of light or betrayal from those close can become the most cherished presence in one's existence. To truly love someone does not necessitate possessing them. To love is to find joy in their company. To love is to derive happiness from a distance. To love is to find contentment in their happiness. Snape is a man of deep passion, yet one who struggles to articulate his feelings. Even until the end, he wishes all his emotions to reside within a single tear. He loved Lily, willing to do anything for her, even though she ultimately chose Harry's father, James. Yet his love for Lily remained steadfast, for it was the only love he knew, pure and exalted. The love of devotion and protection is the most precious treasure in the world. For a demon, the most valuable possession is undoubtedly the purest of souls, followed closely by the desires of humanity. Above all, however, is the love of selfless devotion and guardianship. Brian would not seize this love, for he understood it and had once possessed it, though he regrettably failed to cherish it. Yet through this realization, Brian gained insight. Thus, he came to revere and respect this foolish yet supreme, selfless love. Subsequently, Brian left half of the unicorn's blood for Snape and disclosed a secret. He could resurrect Lily, with the price being his own soul. If Snape were willing, Brian would, at the appropriate moment, inform him to fulfill a demonic pact. Before departing, Snape posed his inquiry regarding how Brian had managed to revive the dying unicorn and the nature of the magic involved. In response, Brian delivered a rather infuriating remark. Would you like to learn? I shall teach you. Fortunately, before Snape could hurl the teacup at him, Brian vanished at the threshold. Having already undergone the transformation through the blood of the unicorn, Brian was now prepared to embark on a bold experiment. Should it succeed, all would be well. However, if it were to fail, one could only speculate whether Voldemort's fragment of soul would escape. But it was certain that the painstakingly acquired Dark Soul Stone Sword would be rendered useless. This inspiration stemmed from a report Brian had received from the depths of hell the previous week. In the most recent findings, the researchers of the magical realm had formulated a hypothesis about the unicorn. As the epitome of purity and innocence, could this purity indeed be capable of encompassing all things? As for the light magic, it was merely a power derived from external sources, suggesting that the mechanism by which unicorns wield light magic is akin to the manner in which humans, demons, and deities acquire their magical abilities. The blood, rich in vibrant life force, also bore a dreadful curse, one that was a form of necromantic curse synonymous with the undying magic of the magical realm. It is well understood that necromancy and life force, along with holy light, are inherently incompatible. Yet, the flawless amalgamation of these elements served as a compelling testament to the potential of unicorn blood as posited in the report. Thus, as a renowned master of forging and scientific inquiry within the magical realm, Brian, the most peculiar Dark Lord in history, commenced his solitary experiment. He intended to infuse unicorn blood into the magic sword, harnessing its unique properties of fusion and inclusivity to inject vitality into the blade, thereby animating it. In doing so, the already indestructible magic sword would ascend to an unparalleled level of resilience. Chapter 86, The Forging of the Magic Sword. In the dead of night, the young women had returned home, leaving Brian alone in the House of Wishes. He made his way to the central pavilion of the garden. Retrieving the sapling of the water tree that had originally occupied the altar center, he then rotated the entire altar, causing the runes inscribed within it to reconfigure with the motion. As the runes shifted, the water in the canal began to boil, steam enveloping the entire space. Upon the completion of the final incantation, the once tranquil runes stirred. The black lettering blazed crimson, and the water in the canal transformed into lava. Everything was reversed, and the garden itself succumbed to the terrifying heat, engulfed in fierce flames. Fortunately, Brian's dwelling was safeguarded by magical wards, protecting it from the searing temperatures. The once verdant earth has transformed into a desolate wasteland, with flickering embers dancing upon its surface. The parched ground has once again been filled with molten lava, casting an orange-red glow throughout the Chamber of Wishes. The temperature within this space soars to nearly 100,000 degrees and continues to rise at an alarming rate. Meanwhile, Brian has reverted to his true demonic form. The Chamber of Wishes, endowed with the capabilities of the gates of hell, can effortlessly withstand such frigid conditions, with internal temperatures exceeding 1 million degrees without issue. Otherwise, even a multitude of protective enchantments would prove futile. After all, within a 10-meter radius of the altar, the temperature has reached an astonishing 6 to 700,000 degrees. The pavilion, constructed from unique magical materials from the fiery hell, has been completely scorched to a brilliant red. The entire atmosphere is saturated with an unbearable heat. If Lucifer were present, he might find this environment to his liking, as the maximum temperature in his dominion of fiery hell can reach over 1,300,000 degrees. While life is non-existent there, and few demons dare to tread, it remains a paradise for fire elementals, with one of the elemental lords, the Lord of Fire, residing in the most searing volcano. This terrifyingly hot realm is universally acknowledged as a sacred forge. Only in the fiery hell can one craft superior magical artifacts. Weapons forged with the aid of the Lord of Fire's legendary hammer, the Sephiroth Flame Demon Hammer, can truly be regarded as belonging to the Supreme Demon King. Brian's magical sword was crafted after his victory over the Fire Elemental Lord. The elemental artifact, the Sephiroth Flame Demon Hammer, remains firmly in Brian's possession, for no emperor would permit another to forge a weapon of equal might. This is not a matter of insecurity, but rather a necessity for vigilance, as the demon realm is no sanctuary. The magical sword hovers at the center of the altar, glowing incandescently under the intense heat. The anguished cries of the trapped soul within resonate louder than ever, a haunting melody of torment that would drive any ordinary person to madness, even causing their heads to explode. The vessel containing the unicorn's blood has been replaced with a more heat-resistant one. As the magical sword reaches a fiery red, its obsidian surface begins to melt, and the dark soul stone transforms into a blazing ruby. At that moment, silvery blood, resembling liquid mercury, spills forth from the obsidian vial. Remarkably, even as the most chilling obsidian begins to liquefy, this unicorn blood remains entirely unboiled. The silver fluid cascades onto the magical sword, and upon contact, is swiftly absorbed, leading Brian to wonder if it had been vaporized had not other phenomena remained absent. As the blood of the unicorn continued to drip, the metals and ores on the enchanted sword began to writhe, as if imbued with life. The soul stone blade, once characterized by its jagged edges, gradually transformed into a smooth, rounded form. Unexpectedly, the previously distinct strands of soul within began to coalesce, with hues of black, azure, and violet converging toward the center before dispersing harmoniously. As the souls expanded, the entire blade underwent a melting and undulating transformation. The soul stone itself morphed into a searing liquid, radiating a brilliant white light. After nearly 3 hours, this molten essence suspended before Brian suddenly began to bulge and contract, reminiscent of a being struggling within a taut membrane. The intensity of the movement suggested an imminent breach, as if something were on the verge of emerging. This spectacle persisted for over 2 hours, prompting Brian to exclaim in exasperation, "What on earth is so restless? Will allow me no respite? If this continues for another hour, the sun will rise." Alas, he could only wait, for there were no classes scheduled for the day, and even if there were, nothing could surpass the significance of forging the magic sword. 7 or 8 hours later, as dinner approached, Brian finally appeared in the great hall, his hunger palpable as he eagerly took his seat to indulge in a lavish feast. The once dark red crystal head of his staff had now transformed into an exquisite silver skull. Coupled with his ravenous demeanor reminiscent of a ghoul, his pale visage, and the flowing black robes akin Snape's, one might say that Brian bore a striking resemblance to the enigmatic figure described by Ron and Harry. Indeed, the loquacious Ron had indiscreetly shared the tale with his fellow companions surrounding Harry. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Professor Dumbledore and others in the know, the rumor might have spiraled into a full-blown campus panic. Such a scenario would have led to complaints from parents, reprimands from a board, and invitations and warnings from the Ministry of Magic. As for Ron, the instigator, he would likely have faced expulsion. Regrettably, despite the containment, many students from Gryffindor were aware of the incident, and a few from the other houses had caught wind of it as well. Chapter 87, The Sword Spirit. Today, Brian devoured 3 ham sandwiches, 2 colossal beef burgers, a serving of lasagna, and washed it down with 2 large cups of Blue Mountain coffee and a sizable mug of hot milk. Still feeling unsatisfied, he proceeded to enjoy a serving of lamb chops with mashed potatoes and a ham and vegetable salad. To be honest, the quantity of food was enough to conceal Brian entirely. Hogwarts is renowned for its generous portions, a standard that permeates the entire magical realm. A ham sandwich weighs over half a pound, while a colossal beef burger comprises 3 thick patties, each a centimeter in thickness, accompanied by 2 slices of cheese in each layer, supplemented with an assortment of other ingredients, culminating in a burger that approaches a pound in weight. The Italian lasagna, a thick 5 centimeters, is a substantial block measuring 10 by 10, with each layer laden with rich tomato sauce, primarily filled with beef, onions, and tomatoes, further enriched with cheese for depth of flavor, resulting in a hefty 1.5 pounds. 2 cups of coffee, each weigh half a pound, while hot milk is served at a full pound per cup. It was during this feast that Brian first realized the extent of his appetite, feeling as though he could hardly move, necessitating support from the walls as he made his way back, almost like a frail patient. He anticipated requiring assistance for the upcoming class. Thus, Brian leaned against the wall, using his cane to navigate the stairs, moving laboriously upward. Previously, he had consumed over 300 mana restoration potions to complete the forging of the magic sword, depleting his hard-earned stock. However, he was exceedingly pleased with the final product. Though this new magic sword could not compare to the previous one in destructive power, its capabilities far surpassed those of its predecessor. The former sword merely absorbed the souls of those slain by its edge for strength, lacking any substantial inherent abilities. In contrast, this new sword can transform into various weapon forms, including a bow, a long whip, and a massive scythe. Additionally, while the original magic sword was merely an inanimate object that would break if damaged, this new weapon not only converts the blood of enemies into energy for healing its wielder, but can also utilize that blood, along with life and soul, to self-repair. Even in a natural state, it gradually mends itself, A sword with durability akin to eternity and the ability to self-repair is undoubtedly formidable. Moreover, this sword has acquired a spirit of its own, akin to what is known in the Eastern celestial realms as a sword spirit. However, what troubles Brian the most is that this sword has transcended its mere status as a weapon and has become a being with long black hair cascading gracefully down her back. Her delicate limbs seemingly fragile enough to break with the slightest pressure. A waterfall of bangs obscures half of her stunningly beautiful face, while her other side reveals a right eye as deep as a black hole and lips as tender as cherry blossoms, exuding a devilish charm capable of ensnaring men with just a single glance. Her skin shines with the smoothness of pearls, embodying the essence of a breathtakingly beautiful young woman. If one were to ask Brian what currently vexes him the most in this world, he would undoubtedly respond without hesitation: girls, particularly beautiful ones. To comprehend the current situation, one must acknowledge that Brian is already engaged to Elizabeth while simultaneously pursuing Hermione. Had they not been devoid of any interaction, a confrontation would undoubtedly ensue, with Brian on the receiving end of the blows. Moreover, the mere thought of either woman suffering heartache would be an exquisite torment for the emotionally fickle Brian. While others may easily forget one love to embrace another, Brian, as a principal demon, belongs to the category of those who love and collect each one he encounters. This can be viewed as a malady stemming from the loss of his former beloved. "Have you returned, my master?" What an amusingly frail demon. The soft, melodious voice was almost excessively tender, capable of melting hearts. "Please assist me over there. I require a moment of rest." Gazing at the strikingly demure young woman before him, Brian could not regard her gentleness as her defining trait. After all, having consumed the soul of Voldemort stored within the Horcruxes, how could anything about her be virtuous? Not to mention that the Dark Soul Stone is inherently malevolent. If the resulting creation were to be benevolent, Brian would gladly write his name backward. "At your service, my master. Do you have any further commands?" Addressing you as master has truly gone to your head. Her tone remains sweetly soothing, akin to a spring breeze. "No more. Allow me to rest. By the way, what a unicorn." He spoke coldly, his gaze fixed on the young woman before him. "Oh, I placed it in the garden outside. How peculiar that a creature like that would express concern. I wonder if it harbors some peculiar fondness. Such a beast should never be kept indoors. It was expelled long ago." The young woman replied with a smile. "Very well, let it be for now. Kindly awaken me at lunchtime. Have you not yet had breakfast? Aren't you hungry?" Brian's voice grew increasingly icy as he spoke, his eyes twitching slightly. "Thank you for your concern, my master, but I am not hungry. What does it matter to you if I am or not? Do you expect me to feast upon humans? Speak the truth. Let me remind you, I cannot be deceived. Also, cease your duplicitous demeanor. I am fully aware of your true thoughts. It is utterly revolting." With a sudden crash, Brian slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet, a flash of crimson in his gaze. "My master, what troubles you? Have I done something to displease you? If I have faltered in any way, please punish me. What do you think you are? A half-dead wretch, daring to speak to me in such a manner? Do you believe I wouldn't strike you down?" The young woman appeared fragile, her expression one of profound distress. Yet her acting skills were only capable of fooling the naive. It remains a mystery why such a malevolent sword spirit would emerge. Chapter 88. The Duel Between the Swordbearer and the Sword. Others might show compassion and pretend to overlook your transgressions, but alas, I am not inclined to such leniency. Without further ado, Brian struck with his swift palm. To him, no matter how exquisite a woman's beauty might be, it had long since lost its allure. Year after year, he had accompanied valiant heroes to confront countless breathtaking women, and those who perished at his hands numbered in the tens of thousands. Reflecting on a friend from China who spoke of his breathtakingly beautiful wife, Brian mused that he found her beauty elusive. Truth be told, he could hardly discern her charm. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a lesson. However, Brian had grown accustomed to the spectacle of beauty, so aside from those he cherished, he harbored no emotional burdens regarding their fates. Truly, not to be trifled with. "Let me incinerate you." A flash of crimson light illuminated the scene as a blade of light sliced through Brian's palm, severing half of it in an instant. While the dark ripples were obliterated by the sword's energy, blood erupted like a fountain, and the black-haired maiden, once clad in a maid's attire, transformed into a vision of Gothic elegance, adorned in a black and sanguine ensemble. Her long hair cascaded into twin ponytails, and her blood-red eyes, coupled with a face twisted by frenzy and bloodlust, were truly horrifying. The sky outside darkened ominously. "I shall make you regret this." Black smoke writhed as a powerful demonic form surged forth from the haze, claws gleaming coldly. Another flash of red light followed, and the newly forged crimson sword clashed against the razor-like claws, sparks flying in every direction. The tremendous downward force caused the sturdy ground to crack. Brian unleashed another palm strike, mirrored by the girl's own attack. One was black, the other scarlet, their colors intertwining as the air erupted with deafening booms due to their immense power. Yet, in terms of strength, Brian's demonic form held a significant advantage. The girl was sent hurtling backward, crashing through the wall and out into the open air. Even so, Brian found himself retreating 5 steps before coming to a halt. At that moment, 3 beams of scarlet sword light shot toward him from outside. Unfortunately, the entire structure was protected by a barrier, allowing damage only from within. Thus, the 3 sword lights, each over 10 meters long, were thwarted by a green protective shield, merely causing ripples to form. Immediately, Brian's demonic form unfurled its skeletal wings, shrouded in black smoke, and burst forth from the confines of the building. As his colossal silhouette emerged, waves of crimson sword energy shot skyward from the ground. Though only one struck true, it was swiftly obliterated by Brian's formidable fist. 5 streaks of black light flashed by, carving deep trenches into the ground. As the dust settled, the girl's figure vanished from Brian's sight, only for a red silhouette to charge from the opposite direction, sword light flickering. With a deft maneuver, Brian narrowly evaded the trio of lethal strikes aimed at him. The crimson sword light descended upon the distant ground, leaving behind profound scars, approximately half a meter wide. To ensure the stability of the entire space, and to protect the earth from being ravaged by the magic unleashed by those charming young girls, Brian opted for the nether soil. This dark, fertile soil, akin to ordinary earth and suitable for planting, boasts a resilience over 3,000 times that of chrome. The principle behind the firmness of nether soil resembles that of thick cornstarch. It remains pliable under normal circumstances, but becomes indestructible when subjected to immense force. This principle has even been harnessed by the demon realm to create various forms of protective armor. One can only imagine the magnitude of destruction wielded by the two. If your abilities are limited to this, I hardly believe you can triumph over me. The red figure paused mid-air, gazing down at Brian. Ha ha ha, such audacity. As if you have already bested me, Brian exclaimed, launching himself into the air, with dark smoke swirling around him. His form materialized, and the flash of his sword sliced through the air, narrowly grazing Brian's neck. With a swift arch of his back, Brian evaded the strike and immediately retaliated with a powerful palm strike, his claws glistening with a chilling light, slicing through the dark mist. Clash! The sound of their weapons colliding sent shockwaves through the air. Regrettably, while the sword could parry the claws, it could not withstand the sinister poison. In an instant, the young girl's hand became tainted by the darkness, black spots emerging and spreading across her skin. Damn it, she exclaimed, kicking out in frustration. However, the demonic figure before her dissipated into a cloud of black mist, enveloping her entirely. In response, the girl could only swing her sword in agony, the blade dancing through the air, causing the space to erupt with deafening sounds as walls and ground alike were carved into deep ravines. Meanwhile, the unicorn remained unharmed, blissfully asleep in the garden pavilion. Previously, Brian had appeared on the ground to ensure the unicorn's safety, and upon noticing it curiously gazing at the sapling of the water tree in the altar, he cast a slumber spell upon it. Given the unique materials of the entire garden, there was no concern for the adorably daft unicorn. The black spots rapidly spread across the girl's snow-white skin. Within mere seconds, she was engulfed in darkness, her form trailing wisps of smoke as she plummeted downwards. With a soft thud, the black mist began to coalesce, revealing Brian once more. However, he was now adorned with numerous wounds, black blood oozing forth like thick paint, rendering his entire body a shadowy hue. Approaching the fallen girl, he callously spat a glob of bloodied saliva, devoid of any semblance of compassion. Then, limping without a glance back, she made her way towards the house. Crack! In the very next moment Brian turned, the crimson blade pierced through his chest. I had warned you that your meager abilities could not harm me. Chapter 89. Lunch and the Garden. The girl, gripping her sword, struggled forward towards the building. As for Brian, his lifeless body dissolved into black smoke, vanishing upon the earth. Suddenly, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, dark as night. I believe that phrase suits you better. I cannot fathom why defeating my illusion is so commendable. If I were to perish so easily beneath my own forged blade, it would indeed be a source of great ridicule. Moreover, had you sought my mercy earlier, perhaps I would have spared you. Now, however, savor the gifts of shadowy poison. Aha! At that moment, a familiar, elegant figure emerged from the shadows. unscathed and devoid of even a speck of dust. This was merely a lifelike illusion, a puppet created to deceive. Brian had the capability to conjure a dark phantom possessing approximately 70% of his own strength, a skill he had recently regained due to his burgeoning power. Soon, the anguished cries echoed through the air. The previous girl, now curled up like a shrimp, drenched in sweat from the excruciating pain. Her face stripped of confidence and disdain, leaving only a pitiful visage, tears, and snot smearing her delicate features. To be honest for Brian, this level of punishment was remarkably lenient. The beautiful purple-haired ghoul he had brought back from Japan had undergone thorough examination under his various instruments and tools, subjected to extensive study from within to without. In particular, concerning the bizarre organ known as the Kagun, Brian discovered its effects closely resembled those of a certain soft-bodied creature from the depths of hell, a mutated octopus inhabiting the underworld. The cells and functions of its tentacles bore striking similarities to those within the Kagun. Perhaps the mutation of these octopus cells played a role. According to Brian's understanding, numerous organisms appear to be infected by these cells, resulting in various mutations, especially in America, as relayed by a friend in the CIA. They were currently researching a virus dubbed X, whose original cellular template bore an uncanny resemblance to the cells found within the tentacles of the octopus. Ultimately, the human species seems to be its own worst enemy, often leading to its own demise. For instance, under the guise of improving waterways, they constructed massive dams, which resulted in seismic disturbances that destabilized the Earth's crust, leading to soil erosion due to the dam's throttling. Consequently, various earthquakes and landslides ensued. As for nuclear weapons, they need no further elaboration. A week has elapsed since that incident. At present, Brian is indulging in his lunch. The morning's ancient magic class, as usual, was rather soporific. Fortunately, no one dared to truly succumb to slumber during the lecture. While losing points would be troublesome, the thought of involuntarily uttering worms would be both repulsive and torturous. Moreover, since Brian's spellcasting does not require incantations, there are no clues to ascertain who's responsible for such antics. Today's lunch features roasted wild boar ribs. And when it comes to more conventional options like lamb or beef, Brian has a distinct preference for pork. The pungent odor of lamb is utterly intolerable to him. And as for cumin, one bite leaves his tongue numb, rendering him unable to savor any flavors. Beef, while more palatable than lamb, poses digestive challenges and is often served undercooked, leading to the frequent risk of gastrointestinal distress. At this moment, Brian skillfully wields a silver knife to carve the boar ribs, meticulously removing the bones. The tender meat, with its delicate membrane, is exquisite, infused with a subtle nutty aroma thanks to the boar's diet of nuts. With impeccable culinary technique, the pork is succulent, enhanced by a sprinkle of imported white sesame seeds and a dash of spicy soy sauce, creating a truly enchanting flavor. Each piece of wild boar meat, slightly wider than a fork, is perfectly sized to pop into his mouth, releasing a burst of juices mingled with sesame and soy, providing immense satisfaction. Occasionally, he complements the boar with a bite of potato salad, which is refreshing and balances the richness of the meat. The potato salad is a delightful mix of diced luncheon meat, carrots, and cucumbers, seasoned with white onions, black pepper, and salad dressing. Then chilled in the refrigerator for a delightful half hour. After indulging, it proves to be an exquisite palate cleanser. The soup served is a vibrant borscht. Simmered for hours with beef and tomatoes, its bright red hue is appetizing, and its tangy flavor is invigorating. For dessert, there are 3 egg tarts and a small slice of blueberry pie. Sweets are undoubtedly the finest sustenance for optimal brain function. Truth be told, observing Brian dine is a visually appetizing experience, his sheer satisfaction infectious to all who watch him eat. Many patrons even order the same dishes as him, believing that his enjoyment must indicate their deliciousness. However, each person's palate is unique, and it is one's mindset and attitude towards food that largely determine its appeal. Having finished his meal, Brian merrily returns to his residence, for he has tasks yet to attend to. Recently, the wish room has expanded significantly, and Brian has begun cultivating fruit trees and flowers within. He has also introduced various butterflies and small insects, including a colony of leafcutter ants and 2 large boxes of beehives, along with some ladybugs, to maintain ecological balance. He has added aphids as a food source for the ladybugs. Subsequently, a considerable number of creatures were introduced gradually, including mantises, lizards, and spiders alongside sparrows, owls, and field mice. As for Brian, he often took his unicorn for a stroll. Although this chamber was nearly akin to the wilderness, the artificiality of the surroundings was palpable, as the air outside was distinctly different. Each time Brian ventured out with the unicorn, he invariably attracted the attention of girls and the envy of boys. Yet none dared to challenge him, not even the more audacious upperclassmen. This rendered campus life somewhat regrettable and mundane. Chapter 90. The Girl in Love with Brian. To be honest, Brian was perpetually puzzled as to why this unicorn chose to accompany him to Hogwarts. For unicorns are notoriously wary of humans and harbor an aversion towards them. Such creatures, often tainted with various desires, are instinctively repelled by humanity. Fortunately, the school was populated with many students, and they were well aware of the unicorn's concealed ferocity that lay beneath its charming exterior. Furthermore, Professor Brian was undoubtedly a formidable presence. There was an incident where a student, in a misguided attempt at mischief, concealed a cup under a bed, filled it with a concoction of indescribable substances, and allowed it to ferment for an entire week before pouring the foul mixture into the professor's top hat. Just as the unfortunate lad approached to pour the contents, he accidentally consumed the grotesque blend, entirely beyond his control. Moreover, 2 other reckless students attempted to smear glue on Professor Brian's chair. The outcome was that the 2 culprits found themselves embarrassingly stuck together for an entire afternoon, their mouths and noses glued in an unfortunate embrace. From that day onward, all students attended Professor Brian's classes with utmost decorum. However, some still dared to test their luck. For instance, during one of his restroom breaks, a group attempted to pour a bucket of wastewater over the stall's partition. The result was disastrous, as the deluge splashed back onto them, leaving them drenched and reeking, ultimately succumbing to colds that lasted a week. In total, Brian had endured no fewer than 30 pranks since his tenure at Hogwarts. At present, he demonstrated through his prowess that he was not to be trifled with. While he did not resort to extreme measures, he ensured that mischief makers would not emerge unscathed. Consequently, his fearsome reputation eclipsed even that of Snape, securing him the top position. Meanwhile, within Brian's castle, a maid, adorned in a dignified dress, had transitioned from short hair to long, and the freckles on her face had vanished. This was Dor, who was currently sweeping the floor, lost in thought, entirely oblivious to the elegantly attired gentleman in a tailcoat who approached her on tiptoe. Dor, what has captured your attention? As Jack observed the girl before him lost in thought, he mischievously decided to give her a playful tap. Startled, the girl sprang up, prompting him to voice his inquiry. Gasping for breath from the earlier fright, Dor glanced down, placing a hand over her chest, attempting to calm her fragile heart. You startle me, Captain Jack." Upon hearing this, Jack chuckled at the sight of the little maid, who appeared somewhat embarrassed, as if her secret had been uncovered. "You still call me Captain? It has been quite some time since the circus disbanded, hasn't it? Are you perhaps reminiscing about Lord Brian?" As Jack gazed upon Dor, who was blossoming into a striking young woman, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. "Not at all," she replied, her cheeks flushing crimson, her voice barely a whisper akin to that of a mosquito. At that moment, Dag, clad in a coarse linen outfit and sporting a straw hat, approached. Observing the once boisterous woman, now shyly bowing her head and fiddling with the hem of her clothing. Finding it amusing, he exclaimed, "Ha, your little feelings are evident. Do you think you could deceive Captain Jack? Why, you mustn't say such things." Dor's head sank even lower at Dag's teasing. "What is there to be ashamed of? If you truly fancy him, we could assist you," Dag continued. Just then, Bist, adorned in a black and white lace-made outfit, arrived with a bucket and a cloth, evidently having been cleaning the marble tables and chairs in the yard. "Have you forgotten who Duke Brian is? Are you not pushing Dor into the fire pit? How can you say that? If it weren't for Brian, we would have long been captured and sentenced to death. We wouldn't even have the chance to converse here. And what's wrong with demons? I hardly believe we are any better off," Dag retorted. At that moment, Peter, the eldest member of the circus, leaped down from a tree, wielding a large pair of scissors, his face grave as he addressed the group. The weight of his words resonated deeply, casting a pall over everyone. Their heads bowed in silence. Fortunately, Wendy, who was responsible for afternoon tea and various pastries at Brian's castle, wheeled over a cart, breaking the awkward tension. "All right, enough of this. Come and enjoy some snacks. I may not understand much else, but I do know that I genuinely care for him." Initially, it was out of gratitude, but I later realized it was more profound than that. Every glance and smile from the Duke makes my heart flutter. Moreover, he never regards us as inferior. He has always treated us as friends. I recall when Captain Jack accidentally burned himself, the Duke specifically had me deliver a precious burn ointment to him. That small box I'd seen once cost over £1,000. As Dag, while tending to the weeds, inadvertently cut himself with a sickle, he harbored concerns about infection and personally came to treat his wounds. Consider the extent of his care for us. We are but servants, while he stands as our master. A lofty duke. Whether it is Lord Brian visiting Her Majesty the Queen or accepting invitations to Japan for leisure, he always returns with gifts, each of which we cherish. This reflects how profoundly he values us. Yet what have we done in return? I am indifferent to whether he is a demon or a devil. All I know is that I am drawn to him. I love him. However, as several sought to dismiss the situation, the shy and silent Door, her voice strained, spoke out, tears streaming down her face. She was acutely aware that both Jack and Dag, along with Sister Bister, harbored a deep-seated fear of Brian, instinctively distancing themselves from him. Being the youngest in the circus, Door understood this all too well. Whenever she gazed at Brian, sitting alone on the balcony, illuminated by the cold moonlight, tears glistening as he savored his wine and stared into the distance, her heart ached profoundly. Chapter 91, Guilt. As for the scene that unfolded within Stirling Castle, Brian was, of course, aware. He had never fully trusted the capricious and fickle nature of humanity. Throughout the endless years, Brian recognized that the most fearsome aspect was not the temptations of demons or the cruelty of devils, but rather the hearts of men, filled with the 7 deadly sins. Brian remained oblivious to the origins of humanity and had no desire to uncover them. The tales of Nuwa creating humans or the accounts of Adam and Eve only evoked a sense of amusement in him. The legendary Nuwa, in truth, is akin to a sister of Medusa, possessing opposite attributes. One molds clay to create life, while the other reduces life back to mere clay. As for Adam and Eve, Brian found himself puzzled by who deemed the forbidden love between angels and succubi as the genesis of humankind. However, from various hints, he could ascertain that whether divine or demonic, the primitive template was always humanity, and initially, all were but single-celled organisms. This reiterates the boundless potential of humanity. After all, Brian himself ascended to the throne of the Demon King as a human, and numerous examples exist of mortals transforming into gods or demons. As for the present, Brian was unwilling to dwell on such matters, knowing that ultimately, one might fall into the age-old debate of which came first, the chicken or the egg. Instead, he preferred to leisurely ride horses and practice flying on the Quidditch pitch, which seemed rather pleasant. Speaking of flight, it must be noted that the depictions in films and so-called animations are deceiving. One must realize that even a slight breeze can make one's eyes difficult to open, let alone achieving speeds of sound or several Mach at altitudes of thousands of meters. In places like Australia or Inner Mongolia, where pollution is almost negligible, it is manageable. But in London, with its numerous heavy industries years ago and poor air quality filled with dust, flying would surely blind one amidst such impurities. I recall my initial wanderings in the capital of China, where I encountered a sandstorm that I fancied would allow me to soar through the air, only to be met with the harsh reality of the sand cutting into my face. Alas, it was due to my reckless speed that the damage was so severe. As for my recent escapades, filled with various flights and frolics, it is because unicorns are, in fact, capable of flight. This sacred unicorn, belonging to the Pegasus lineage, would surely plummet from the skies if it could not take to the air. In summary, regarding the whimsical antics of these unicorns during this period, if they cannot even serve as mounts, one must wonder what purpose they truly serve. I am left perplexed, for I find myself devoid of the desire to engage in hands-on research. Hovering in midair, I awaited the unicorn to tire itself with its frolicking before descending from the heavens. Recently, I have been training to regain my ability to fly with wings, for demons, after all, are adorned with wings. To possess them without utilizing them would be a farce. On a related note, I have been pondering whether unicorns consume sustenance. It appears they do not eat, as I have never raised horses and remain utterly oblivious to their dietary habits. Throughout this time, I have not witnessed this creature partake in any nourishment, not even a nibble of the lush grass surrounding us. Typically, it simply lounges nearby, playfully nudging my ankle with its head, and on occasion, I wake in the dead of night to find that pointed equine visage staring back at me, which is undoubtedly a psychologically unsettling experience. However, the mystery of what unicorns eat was finally unraveled this evening when I stumbled upon the creature standing beside a deer that had succumbed to the toxic venom derived from a peculiar organism known as the corrupting fly, which I have been using for my latest research. The unicorn, with its head lowered, was prodding the carcass of the animal, which had swollen grotesquely due to poisoning, resembling a large pustule. Intrigued by this behavior, I approached and soon observed a faint brown-orange essence wafting from the decaying body, which was subsequently inhaled by the unicorn. Remarkably, the carcass began to decompose rapidly, and the previously bloated pustule, which ought to have burst from the poison, swiftly shriveled, leaving behind nothing but stark white bones. So the little creature's sustenance is indeed highly toxic. It is no wonder that I had been baffled by the rapid consumption of the numerous poisonous concoctions I had stored in my study, often suspecting that the girl conjured by my magic sword was attempting to poison me. This has led to restless nights without the solace of warm cocoa or milk. Curiously, the unicorn exhibited an unexpectedly anthropomorphic shyness in response to my presence, tilting its head and retreating a few steps, as if to say, "This has nothing to do with me. You must have been dreaming." Truthfully, I believe it can comprehend my words. While I do not claim omniscience, I possess a confidence that assures me my speech is entirely understandable. Why then does it choose to follow me? The world is fraught with peril, and even I struggle to safeguard my own existence. It would be best for you to return to your forbidden forest. Although it is teeming with a myriad of creatures, it remains a sanctuary of purity. Indeed, while Brian does not claim omniscience, the ability to communicate with beasts and connect with the essence of nature is a fundamental lesson for every Dark Lord. Particularly, Brian, in his human days, spent 7 years in the realms of the Druids under the tutelage of his master, absorbing their ancient wisdom. Confronted by this young unicorn, Brian cannot shake a profound sense of guilt, for he has taken away one of its companions. Whether it be the creature's father or some other connection, an innate remorse resides within him. It seems my heart has softened. After enduring the trials of the world, the once unyielding heart of iron has melted away. I cannot discern if this transformation is a blessing or a curse. And then there are the entanglements of romantic debts. How did I become so entangled in matters of the heart? Each encounter leaves me enamored, and I find myself ensnared. Chapter 92, Trials and Brother? Compassion and sentimentality are the gravest transgressions for a king and a villain alike. I shall not dwell on this. If my heart is tender, so be it. I shall embrace my sincerity, for at least it grants me peace of mind, liberating me from the torment of sleepless nights. Whether I am overly affectionate or indulgent, I choose to be a passionate and amorous soul. What of it? I have never claimed to be virtuous. To ponder endlessly and dwell in the past is a source of ridicule for myself. In those fleeting seconds, Brian's tumultuous emotions surged and wrestled within him multiple times. Yet, he found clarity in his thoughts. It is indeed true that taking a step back reveals vast horizons, while advancing further brings enlightenment. Yet, the weight of guilt remains, and honesty must prevail. Having committed transgressions, failing to voice them would haunt Brian for eternity. Regarding your kin, though I know not the nature of your bond, it has perished. I could have saved it, yet I did not. Instead, I transformed it through magic and subsequently consumed it. Do you not harbor hatred towards me? I am aware that you can sense this truth, that you comprehend the entirety of it. Why then do you choose to remain by my side? Unafraid that I may devour you as well? Gazing at the unicorn before him, Brian, once a devil stained with blood, uttered these confessions, perhaps seeking solace. Perhaps it is the influence of the light, or perhaps it is the lingering vestige of a unicorn's spirit embedded deep within his soul. Regardless, Brian has changed. Upon hearing his words, the unicorn's eyes reflected a complex tapestry of emotions. It too was bewildered by the figure before it. As one of the purest races, it recognized the stark distinctions between purity and malevolence, and Brian's secrets were not lost on it. The unicorn began to paw at the ground, but in the next moment, it resolutely approached Brian, gently touching his forehead with its spiraled horn. I am gratified that you have spoken the truth and faced what lies ahead with courage. You have made your choice, Brian, and I have not misjudged you. Before this, your actions were indeed wicked, and you were a malevolent being stained with blood. However, you have since repented. I can sense the emergence of the luminous aspect within your heart. By confronting your inner self, you have successfully liberated yourself from past shackles. I am grateful that I chose you, Brian, the wise mortal. You have gained my acknowledgement, and our pact shall endure. For I see in you a future deserving of my blessings, O mortal. That ancient, sacred voice echoed in Brian's mind. It was the voice of the world's will, the response of the mother of all beings. Thank you for helping me reclaim my true self. As these words were spoken, a single tear cascaded down from his eye. In that instant, a radiant and dark light surged forth from Brian's being, soaring towards the heavens. Fortunately, this spectacle went unnoticed, as it unfolded in the secluded space of the wish room. Indeed, all that had transpired was a test set forth by the world's will, the mother of all existence, to ascertain the fruits of countless cycles of rebirth. This trial commenced the very day Brian was born, and today, it culminated in his acknowledgement of guilt toward the unicorn and the compassion shown to all living beings he had previously released. At last, Brian fulfilled this trial. The forces of light and darkness began to intertwine. Once pure-hearted, Brian had forsaken his conscience and benevolence for obsession, transforming into a demon. Yet after such a long time, he has finally reclaimed his essence. The extremes of good and evil. That is the essence of the trial. As for that expression of gratitude, truth be told, I had long harbored 1,000 curses for that damned, feathered will. You could have simply rescued a unicorn and uttered an apology. Instead, you subjected me to over 1,000,000 years of torment and a cycle of rebirth. Oh, for the sake of complete power, countless innocent lives had to serve as the foundation of my trials. You are the true antagonist, the so-called will of the world. But this can only be muttered in the depths of my heart. Do not presume that this is the end. Regardless of any changes, one thing remains constant about Brian. A gentleman's revenge is never late. Smiling amicably now does not mean it is settled. In the end, we shall all assess the outcome. So let us wait and see. However, the good news is that after enduring that inexplicable damned trial, I have finally unlocked the use of the light power, which brings some semblance of completeness. Yet, I can only muster a slight joy. To claim invincibility from now on would be sheer nonsense. To be blunt, even those two fallen angels could easily perish alongside me in a desperate struggle. Upon opening his eyes, a large eye, as round as a brass bell, stared intently at him, startling Brian considerably. "Brother, I want candy." Glancing around, he found no one present. "Who is speaking?" "Brother, what are you looking at?" "I'm right in front of you." "Hurry, I want candy." The owner of that large eye, a unicorn, was now fixated on Brian. Could it possibly be this little creature? "Brother, what on earth?" Chapter 93. The Trafficking of Young Maidens? Gazing at the diminutive unicorn before him, Brian was momentarily taken aback. "Brother, do you not recognize me? It is I, Little White." "Oh, woe is me. Brother does not want me anymore." Upon witnessing Brian's face, which was devoid of warmth, the little unicorn's eyes welled with tears, and its hooves scraped the ground in distress. "Oh, please do not weep. I had not said I do not recognize you. I am merely overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing you." Rendering me momentarily speechless, he chuckled. Brian's greatest weakness was, without a doubt, the sight of a girl in tears. Regardless of the time or circumstance, he invariably softened upon witnessing such sorrow. Naturally, those who sought to exploit this vulnerability would understand why Brian had garnered the prestigious title of the foremost innovator and practitioner in the realm of demonic punishment for 3 consecutive years. In the demon realm, much like human society, there existed various accolades and skill competitions, including culinary contests of dark cuisine, floral gardening contests, body art competitions, and organ painting contests, among others. Among these was the exclusive competition for demon lords, held once every millennium, focusing on the methods and severity of a demon lord's torment. The Whipping Queen, the Shadow Maiden, and the Succubus Queen were among the elite participants. Indeed, it was amidst a fierce competition among these formidable women that Brian emerged victorious. "Well, I shall not cry, but you must promise not to leave me again, and I want candy." At this, the little unicorn ceased its tears and instead cheerfully whinnied twice in celebration. "Very well. As long as you do not cry, I shall grant your wishes." "Coolme, let us return. I shall take you to have some candy. By the way, how did you come to know of candy?" "There is none in the Forbidden Forest," Brian remarked, feeling exasperated by the sudden emergence of this sister. Managing girls was already a challenge. Now, this one, resembling a little girl, was undeniably a formidable adversary. "Well, I heard those girls talking about it. They always have candy with them and frequently share it with me when they see me. The taste is truly delightful." The little unicorn, in a surprisingly human-like gesture, tilted its head shyly. "By the way, dear sister, can you transform into a human form like me? This current appearance feels rather peculiar. It would make our communication much more convenient." Scratching his head, he also removed his scarf, having worked up a sweat after their flight. "I can, but why must I become human? Don't you think we are splendid as we are?" The unicorn tilted its head, clearly puzzled by Brian's query. "Well, you mentioned wanting candy, yet our hooves cannot unwrap it. Moreover, humans have many delightful foods and games that our hooves cannot partake in. So it is necessary to transform into a human." Strangely, the more he explained, the more Brian felt an unsettling sense of guilt akin to child trafficking. "Oh, then I shall transform. Brother, turn around and do not peek." With that, the little unicorn playfully nudged Brian with its horn, urging him to turn away. Unbeknownst to him, Brian found himself recalling a certain magical girl who often proclaimed, "The moon shall eradicate you," alongside the grotesque imagery of a parallel world where a toxic entity known as the Bala La Little Sorceress transformed. Such visions were almost unbearable to contemplate. Fortunately, The transformation of the little girl, Xiao Bai, was quite ordinary. A gust of wind swept through, followed by a flash of white light, revealing a petite figure adorned with a splendid white dress and a striking pair of spiraled horns atop her head. She possessed enchanting eyes, reminiscent of sapphires, and features so exquisite they seemed to have stepped out from a painting. Standing at approximately 1.4 meters, she was relatively tall for her age, reaching the height of Brian's chest. With a timid gaze from her large, glistening eyes, she turned and shyly inquired, "Am I pretty, brother?" "Of course, my dear sister. You are as beautiful as an angel," he replied. Despite his aversion to angels, an adversarial faction from his past, one could not deny their ethereal beauty, particularly that of their female counterparts. In stark contrast stood the male angels, often brutish and muscular, whom he would gladly vanquish at first sight. The only exception among them was either a perverse entity or a rabbit-like figure, with the latter being represented by the fallen angels scattered across the realm. A prime example of such fallen angels, who had long been lurking near the queen, was a pair, one male and one female, who were, in truth, a singular hermaphroditic monstrosity. Furthermore, these two perverse beings had a penchant for crafting grotesque dolls from the remains of beautiful mortals. In the year following old Peter's demise, on Brian's birthday, they gifted him a particularly macabre creation, an effigy stitched together from the remains of two noble girls, his childhood friends. This was merely the beginning. Each subsequent birthday, they sent him these abhorrent gifts, evoking a desire to obliterate the grotesque creations. Recently, however, as Brian's powers began to surge, the fallen angels, realizing they had underestimated his resolve, found themselves hesitant and lacking a target. As for Elizabeth, these two wretches had no inkling of the lengths to which he would go to protect her. Brian had constructed a barrier using half of his own heart, completely severing any potential connection. On the other hand, another type of angel, often referred to as the angels of love, had become renowned in later generations, with Cupid being the most recognized representative among them. Few were aware that this celebrated figure of romantic tales actually harbored affections for men. Yet, one truth that approached this secret was that only love between the same sex could be deemed true love. Setting aside these avian beings, Brian was currently escorting the little girl to Hogwarts, intending to treat her to some sweets. Thankfully, Hogwarts did not house any goldfish. Chapter 94. The Adorable Little Girl. Just as Brian returned to Hogwarts, barely having settled into his seat, he received a letter. Moreover, it is a missive directly from royalty, penned by Her Majesty, the Queen herself. Gently unsealing the waxed envelope, the letter reads, "Duke, how have you fared since our last encounter? I have not had the pleasure of your company for some time, and I find myself quite bereft of laughter. We had promised a vacation together in Hawaii this summer, and I trust we shall not miss that rendezvous. However, prior to that, new developments have arisen domestically. This matter, similarly concerning children, has recently come to my attention. The United States Department of State has discreetly informed me of a troubling situation. A number of children, totaling over 30, have gone missing. Allegedly, they were smuggled into our country for an underground auction. As this also pertains to the magical community, the Americans hope to keep this under wraps. And I believe you are the most suitable individual to ensure the safety of these children, as lives are at stake. Once again, it is children. What a curious time we live in. There are no arms traffickers nor drug dealers, yet I find myself tasked with locating missing children. Perhaps I have stepped in misfortune, indeed." With regard to this matter, Brian could muster no other response but to curse. Previously, he had faced the Queen's long admonishment regarding the deceased children. Although he understood that their demise had no direct connection to him, he still bore the brunt of criticism for lax oversight and questions about his activities. Naturally, the petty-minded Brian resolved that if he could not find peace, neither should those beneath him. Thus, he undertook a rigorous crackdown on all underground factions within the country, resulting in the obliteration of over 1,000 individuals in this purge. Yet, scarcely a month had passed before these wretched scoundrels began to resurface. It is astonishing what lengths individuals will go to for money. Upon reading the letter, Brian felt an overwhelming urge to vent his frustrations and reassert his authority over these miscreants. However, the Queen's words lingered in his mind. This situation must remain undisclosed. Should the Americans discover that their domestic disgrace had become the subject of ridicule within the British underworld, the repercussions would fall solely upon him. At that point, the two twisted fallen angels would no longer be bound by their covenant with the crown and would feel free to exact their vengeance upon Brian. Observing Brian, who sat on the sofa with a furrowed brow, the adorable little wight nuzzled into his embrace, extending her delicate hand to caress his forehead. "Brother, do not frown. Mother says it will make you age quickly." Her innocent words were akin to a ray of sunshine in the frigid winter, warming his heart. "Very well, dear sister. I shall not frown. Come, let us indulge in some delightful treats." With that, Brian, momentarily forgetting the pressing matters at hand, joyfully led Little White to the Hogwarts dining hall. The entrance of the charming young lady was undeniably breathtaking. While Hogwarts was not lacking in beauty, none could compare to Little White. Her exquisite features resembled those of the fabled flower fairies. Had Brian been aware of this, he would have certainly offered a sardonic remark. Firstly, the so-called flower fairies are far from the epitome of beauty. In fact, the vast majority of the rudimentary flower fairies possess green skin, with some even exhibiting shades of brown. Their faces are often wrinkled, resembling the bark of trees, appearing more like sentient, four-limbed flying grasses. As for those fortunate enough to receive the favor of nature and transform into human forms, most are merely average. The quality of their appearance is often contingent upon the flowers they are associated with the most unappealing being the corpse flower, while the most exquisite emerge from blossoms such as peach, cherry, osmanthus, and plum, resulting in truly remarkable beauty. Clad in purest white, they epitomize the so-called snow fairy. Due to the limited number of chairs at the teacher's table and the full occupancy of student seats, along with the unpredictable antics of the children, Little Bi found herself seated on Brian's lap. Fortunately, Brian's height allowed her to perch comfortably, her head just peeking above. As for tonight's dinner, it consisted of foie gras paired with wheat bread, peach pudding, chocolate mousse cake, 2 cups of caramel pudding, 2 cups of milk tea, and 2 strawberry sundae ice creams. Brian's enthusiasm for these desserts undoubtedly surpassed Hagrid's love for his hearty meats. Each time Brian witnessed Hagrid devouring a massive roast chicken or a steak nearly the size of his own head, he couldn't help but quip about Hagrid's supposed passion for animals, assuming he would prefer a non-violent approach. However, it seemed that livestock was simply livestock, and food was merely food. This distinction did not diminish Hagrid's fervent dedication to the protection of magical creatures. "Oh, Brian, who is this?" a voice interrupted, questioning the presence of a child at the teacher's table, especially one who appeared too young for enrollment. "I don't recall seeing her before. Such an extraordinary child shines like the moon in the night, so radiant." It was Professor Flitwick sitting beside Brian, who finally noticed the unexpected little guest. Meanwhile, Professor Quirrell, who had originally occupied the seat next to Brian, had already slipped away, overwhelmed by the sight of the girl perched on Brian's lap. "That is the unicorn. I can feel it," he thought, utterly astounded. How on earth did Brian manage this? Clearly, that wretched unicorn has transformed into a human. Along the way, Voldemort's furious roars nearly shattered poor Quirrell's sanity. "Are you referring to her, Professor Flitwick?" "She is my sister. In fact, I believe you have met her before," Brian said, casting a discreet glance at the spiraled horn atop Little Bi's head. "Oh, my God, how did you accomplish this? This is undoubtedly the most magnificent event in the entire magical realm. A unicorn has transformed into a person? This is simply beyond belief," Professor Flitwick exclaimed, his astonishment drawing the attention of everyone who had already noticed the little girl, leading to a flurry of whispers among the crowd. "Brother, I felt an overwhelming urge to weep under the scrutiny of countless gazes. The intensity of those stares was truly terrifying." In that moment, the young girl instinctively burrowed deeper into Brian's embrace. "Fear not, dear sister. With your brother by your side, none shall dare to bully you. Should anyone attempt, I shall turn them into mere fertilizer," Brian tenderly reassured, gently stroking her beautiful silver locks while softly patting the little one's back, whispering sweetly in her ear. Chapter 95. Brian's vulnerability. As Professor Brian offered his gentle consolation to the little girl, the Gryffindor seating area erupted in a flurry of excitement. One girl poked Hermione, who was fervently scribbling notes, and exclaimed, "Hey, Hermione, do you know who that is sitting with Professor Brian? I've never seen this side of him before." This reaction was entirely predictable. After all, Hermione, who shared a close bond with Professor Brian, could hardly remain uninvolved in such matters. "Did you not hear Professor Flitwick's earlier remark? That was a unicorn we often treat with sweets." Feeling somewhat disgruntled at having her desire to remain oblivious punctured, Hermione retorted, "Oh dear, our lovely Hermione is feeling a tinge of jealousy. Just look at her blush." At that moment, an older student chimed in, catching Hermione off guard. Upon hearing this, Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson, and she indignantly replied, "Humph, how could I possibly be jealous? Whatever he does is of no concern to me, especially since they refer to each other as brother and sister. You should all put such thoughts away and focus on the magical assignments that were assigned recently." While speaking, Hermione patted a stack of parchment beside her, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. In truth, everyone could sense Hermione's inner turmoil and vexation. The sensitivities of a woman's heart are often intricate, and a girl's emotions can be even more delicate and fragile. Observing the unfolding drama surrounding the proud little beauty, Brian was quick to notice. To be honest, from the moment he descended the stairs into the hall, his attention had scarcely wavered from Hermione. His ears remained attuned to her. However, it was evident that he could not extricate himself from the situation at present, and would need to remedy it later. Brian felt reassured by Hermione's character. Although she possessed a fierce determination and an innate pride, she was not narrow-minded or unreasonable. With a proper explanation, she would surely understand. Nonetheless, a little sulking was entirely inevitable. Speaking of Hermione, she was undeniably gifted in the realm of magic, complemented by her extraordinary diligence and unwavering commitment to her studies. Were it not for her currently low levels of magical power, mastering a snowstorm spell capable of enveloping the entire Hogwarts castle would be well within her reach. In terms of mastery over magical prowess, he surpasses the vast majority of individuals. Astonishingly, he mastered the most challenging healing spell within ice magic, the Embrace of Extreme Cold, in just a day and a half, minimizing its side effects to an impressive degree. It is worth noting that the Embrace of Extreme Cold is one of the few ice spells that teeters on the edge of transforming into a lethal ice sealing constraint. Even the slightest deviation can yield drastically different results. Given the current progress, Brian has resolved to commence imparting a portion of the Lich's magical skills to her in the upcoming semester. Although time is plentiful, this is merely the first university term within the Harry Potter timeline. Brian is acutely aware from his earlier travels with old Peter across various nations that this undertaking is far more complex than merely entering the magical realm of Harry Potter. In China, there are cultivators. In Japan, one encounters yokai and onmyoji alongside the recently discovered subhumans. While in America, numerous blood clans, vampires, exist, and in regions of Thailand, one can find practitioners of hoodoo. Moreover, countless fallen angels remain hidden across the globe. In truth, Voldemort's threat pales in comparison to these diverse forces. Should darkness seek to shroud the world once more and rise again, it faces a multitude of formidable challenges. As for subsequent matters, they seem to pose little concern. Thus, Brian prudently requested a leave of absence from Dumbledore. In contrast to the tedious and meaningless lectures on ancient runes, he deemed it far more worthwhile to venture out and rescue those children, while also indulging in a bit of flamboyance. Upon returning to his room, Brian began packing his belongings, primarily an array of magical potions. Given his current capabilities, they would suffice to contend with those incomplete lineage sorcerers. Reflecting on his recent journey to Japan, it was evident that the members of the Nururhayon clan had not revealed their true prowess. Their initial intent was merely to provoke and test Brian's strength. Ultimately, they met with failure, their powers sealed by the encroaching darkness, leaving perhaps only the Yukiana capable of posing a challenge among them. As for the elderly slippery one, he was a guest and could not overly exert himself. Brian was acutely aware of his own abilities. Thus, for him, that Philosopher's Stone was as indispensable as Voldemort himself. As the pinnacle of alchemical taboos and the highest achievement of human transmutation, the Philosopher's Stone, crafted from the lives of countless individuals, remains the ultimate supplement. "Brother, where are you going?" Seeing Brian packing, the little girl, lollipop in hand, tilted her head and inquired. "I have received a job and must be away for a while. When I return, I shall bring you something delicious," Brian replied, pausing momentarily to bend down to her level. "I'm afraid to stay here alone, especially with that sister. She is quite intimidating. I don't want to be left behind. I wish to accompany you. Please take me with you, dear brother." That sweet, tender voice truly softens one's heart. Those big, glistening eyes make it exceedingly difficult to refuse. "However, brother, you're going to confront the villains this time, which is perilous. Please stay here and wait for my return, all right?" As Brian gently pulled the little girl into his embrace, he spoke softly. If any of his former subordinates were to witness this scene, his illustrious reputation would surely be tarnished. "Oh, brother, please don't leave me," she whimpered. And without a moment's hesitation, the little girl burst into tears, her large teardrops cascading down her cheeks. Indeed, Brian's greatest vulnerability lay in this. He immediately softened and reluctantly agreed. "All right, I will take you with me. How about that?" Upon hearing this, the little girl instantly transformed her tears into laughter, joyfully bouncing around. "Yay, I get to go out with brother." Brian found himself speechless, pondering how swiftly children could change their moods. Had it been a former conspiracy theorist, they would surely suspect this was all an act. In any case, when it came to this adorable little creature, Brian had no way to resist. He could only adopt a serious demeanor and say, "Don't be too happy just yet. We must establish some ground rules first." First, you're not allowed to run around once we are outside, and second, you must listen to me. Chapter 96, Preparing to Depart. Since he was bringing along little Bai, the sister of the unicorn, Brian, who originally only needed a briefcase, found himself preparing a large suitcase. Although he could return to Stirling Castle, his current residence, to retrieve more items later, time was of the essence. Voldemort would soon commence his actions, and the Philosopher's Stone would soon make its appearance. Due to Brian's abrupt involvement, Hermione had already diverged from the original storyline with the Golden Trio. The subsequent events were uncertain. Thus, to ensure everything proceeded smoothly, it was imperative to expedite this endeavor. In summary, Brian was determined to make those who disrupted his plans deeply regret their actions. For instance, the doctor captured after the circus incident had succumbed to madness within just 4 days of Brian's relentless torment. Brian resided beneath Stirling Castle, which housed a vast underground space. This area connected to the cemetery behind Stirling Castle and served as a hidden location for gathering his clandestine army. In one corner of this underground space lay a chamber ominously named the Chamber of Pain. Within it existed a particularly interesting and grotesque method of torture, confining individuals in a 30-square-meter pitch-black room, filled with small holes. In the darkness, Brian would unleash thousands of ravenous cockroaches through these holes, which would continuously gnaw at the person inside. Simultaneously, every so often, a rapid healing spell would activate, swiftly mending previous injuries, creating a torturous cycle of suffering and recovery. The boundless agony and terror that afflict any individual are bound to lead to collapse. It is merely a matter of time. Regarding the so-called methods of torment, they pale in comparison to the true horrors. There were instances of mercury being injected between a person's skin and flesh, a torment that, due to mercury's weight and density, could effortlessly separate the skin from the meat. This internal flaying, initiated from within, undoubtedly inflicted unimaginable pain. Additionally, there existed a potion known as sensory limit enhancement, which rendered even the gentlest touch akin to a resounding slap, followed by a deluge of syrup covering the body, inviting countless ants to climb and feast upon the flesh. In essence, regardless of the variety of torturous antics, anyone who entered Brian's chamber of pain emerged irreversibly altered. This chamber also has its counterpart in the demon realm, concealed beneath the depths of a dungeon. Before departing, Brian ensured he took with him the reforged magic sword he had meticulously crafted. After several days of torment, the sword, which he had named Olivia, exhibited a remarkable transformation. It spoke with a sincerity that matched its demeanor, no longer displaying the previous arrogance that had led it to believe it could vanquish him. The irony of having crafted a sword that could potentially end his own life was not lost on him. Some might suggest that reason and emotion should guide communication, leading to a harmonious union of sword and wielder, creating an invincible force. However, such notions, when directed towards a dark magic sword infused with a multitude of malevolent and frenzied souls, would undoubtedly provoke laughter at their absurdity. Furthermore, this sword was inherently a masochist. After enduring those days, one might be astonished to hear the first words exchanged. How delightful! How exhilarating! Master, please grant me such pleasures more often. I adore you. I shall obey any command, as long as I may continue to experience this ecstasy. Upon hearing those words, Brian gazed upon the flushed visage, clearly having just undergone an experience of utmost bliss, adorned with an entrancing expression. How maddeningly captivating it was. Inwardly, Brian scoffed. What the hell? Is this a joke? Why is this sort of masochist? A super perverse masochist? My heavens, this is not how it was supposed to play out. A flurry of expletives raced through his mind. Fortunately, the sword had settled down, yet Olivia's eyes, sparkling with hearts and occasionally exhibiting fits of wild desire, sent chills down Brian's spine. He couldn't help but question whether he had perhaps gone too far, inadvertently breaking it. Such occurrences were not entirely unfamiliar. The female subdemon lords under the whip-wielding queen often displayed similar behaviors, with most fervent followers exhibiting such traits. Of course, there were also many devotees of the spider goddess, Rose, who were similarly inclined. Nevertheless, witnessing the spectacle still sent shivers through Brian's being. Certainly, for this seemingly broken young girl, Xiaobai was even more alarmed. Had it not been for her brother Brian, who consistently held her close, the little unicorn girl would have long since vanished into the unknown. Time, it must be said, passes swiftly, with only a month or two remaining until the final examinations at Hogwarts. The vast array of subjects to be mastered and the extensive content to be assessed loomed large. Although ample time remained, the atmosphere at Hogwarts had noticeably shifted to one of tension. Among the 7th-year graduates, anxiety was palpable. During this period, Due to Professor Brian's recent leave and the absence of Hermione, the intellectual linchpin of the original trio, Harry Potter's gaze towards Snape grew increasingly frantic. The impending, unfathomable exams only heightened his trepidation. Overall, Harry's demeanor only served to exacerbate Snape's dissatisfaction, particularly as he resented seeing James's shadow in Harry. It was perplexing that such an outstanding figure as Lily had given birth to a son who was, in his eyes, deeply disappointing. Snape's disdain for Dumbledore's unwarranted praise and the ignorance of those idiots who blindly lauded Harry was boundless. Yet, despite Snape's fearsome reputation, one cannot deny his role as an effective shepherd. His incisive criticism and rigorously harsh teaching methods resembled the actions of a mad shepherd wielding a whip, ensuring that these wayward lambs did not succumb to complacency within the comforting confines of the school. Frankly, Brian found it peculiar that there had been no uproar regarding the potion he had previously given to Professor Flitwick, a potion that promised rejuvenation. Neither the Ministry of Magic nor the affluent, self-proclaimed pure-blood wizarding families had disseminated any information about it, leaving Brian astonished. Could it be that, in this day and age, some could resist the allure of youth and longevity? Chapter 97, Conversations. However, such trivial matters were not worthy of concern at present. After all, it merely represented a lost opportunity to swiftly dominate the magical realm. Moreover, the blood of demons was notoriously unstable. Any deviation could lead to the transformation of a user, and the corruption of demons was irreversible. To become the target of scorn over such a matter would indeed be a futile loss. Nevertheless, this did not preclude the existence of other avenues for advancement. If one were to inquire about the most humiliating and troublesome predicament for a wizarding family, it would undoubtedly be the birth of a squib, an individual from a magical lineage devoid of any magical ability. Such a fate would surely become the subject of ridicule. Thus, potions capable of rectifying this deficiency would be fiercely sought after by those families. With one hand holding the little girl and flanked by a beautiful young woman, Brian, now transformed into an adult, was indeed a figure to evoke envy. As for the present moment, Brian was strolling through the bustling streets of London alongside Xiao Bai and Olivia. After meandering for approximately 10 minutes, they entered an independent cafe named Monmouth. Established in 1978, this cafe sources all its coffee from small independent plantations located in the world's prime coffee-growing regions. They began with a second-hand Italian roasting machine and have continuously sought intriguing varieties of coffee beans, encouraging patrons to sample before making a purchase. In the narrow, elongated space of the original Monmouth shop on Monmouth Street, one side of the counter was filled with boxes of coffee beans, ceramic filters, and an assortment of pastries, while the other side was lined with customers waiting in line. Inside, there were merely 4 tables placed back to back, leaving no room for anything else. Strangers were packed together, exchanging greetings, sipping their coffee, and occasionally engaging in brief conversations before hastily departing. This was undeniably London's premier cafe. If one enjoys brewing coffee at home, selecting beans here is truly a delightful experience. The air was suffused with the rich aroma of coffee, and the staff expertly guided customers in choosing and tasting. The coffee beans, nestled in brown paper bags, emanated an intoxicating fragrance. Of course, aside from the pleasure of tasting coffee, the primary purpose of this visit was to gather vital information. This was, after all, Brian's arrangement. Taking time off work to stroll with lovely ladies and savor exquisite coffee was undoubtedly a blissful endeavor. Just as Brian absent-mindedly stirred his coffee while gazing out at the pedestrians on the street, a young man clad in a green traditional Chinese robe, after casting a brief glance around, approached him directly and said, "Duke, it has been a long time. Here is what you requested." "Ah, you've come. It's been ages, Lee. Why did you make this trip personally?" Upon hearing the voice, Brian recognized the visitor. A gentleman before him, possessing striking features and perpetually squinting eyes, donned a style that seemed to belong to another era. He was Mr. Lee, one of Brian's several cooperative partners in China, who held the position of leader within the Shanghai gang, known as the Qin Gang. "It is an honor to meet you in person, Your Grace, the formidable sorcerer. By the way, I thought you were teaching. Have you brought back 2 enchanting ladies without fear of Lady Elizabeth castrating you?" Mr. Lee, well accustomed to Brian's somewhat bland remarks, smiled as he spoke. Moreover, despite the establishment's no-smoking policy, he casually smoked his pipe, seemingly unbothered by any repercussions. "That is impossible. For the one asleep is my sister, and the one beside me is my servant. Do you think that is feasible?" He continued. "By the way, regarding the assistance you provided last time, Her Majesty was quite pleased. I am now authorizing you a drug trafficking permit for the Liverpool area. As for the regulations, I trust you understand the importance of both quantity and influence. I need not elaborate further. Casting a glance at the almost perpetually smiling figure before him, Brian found himself at a loss for words. After taking a deep drag from his cigarette and miraculously exhaling a butterfly, he grinned and remarked, I was not aware that you had a sister, and isn't it true that your family never employs servants? I recall you have a house elf, do you not? Have you dismissed it? You need not express your ignorance so openly. The condition for a house elf to gain its freedom is for its master to present it with a piece of clothing. However, in the eyes of the house elf, that act signifies expulsion from the home, a matter of great shame. Furthermore, I would never part with such an exceptionally capable steward for no reason. Speaking of which, what of your foster sister? I haven't seen her this time. I distinctly remember you two are inseparable. Is there discord between you? In response to Lee's jest, Brian gave his coffee cup a gentle swirl, then smiled nonchalantly. Your Grace, you truly are relentless. My sister is merely unwell, suffering from fever, which is why she has remained at home to recuperate. As he spoke, a trace of unshakable sorrow flickered across his smile. It was no wonder he did not seem particularly elated about gaining control over the drug trade in the Liverpool area. Indeed, one must be cautious, especially in spring, which is notoriously precarious, particularly for young ladies. I happen to know a physician. Should you require assistance, feel free to use the number above and simply mention you're a friend of mine. He will attend to her. Brian was well aware of the bond between Lee and his foster sister, and as a friend, it was only natural to offer his support. Chapter 98. The Fears of Two Boys. Mr. Lee, whose full name is Li Shunsheng, has a foster sister named Lanyu. Both were brought together after their families were shattered due to a certain sport. Through a decade of turmoil, they relied on one another, forging an unbreakable bond. The depth of their connection, to Brian, was no less profound than the love he once shared with his beloved. It is said that Li Shunsheng and Lanyu survived thanks to the aid of old Peter, who also arranged for their training in martial arts and academics. With old Peter's support, they ascended to the leadership of the Shanghai Green Gang within a mere 3 years, all while posing as young outsiders. The specifics of their early struggles have since lost significance, especially for Brian in the present moment. However, it is indeed a fortuitous event that their friendship blossomed. Within the entirety of the British Isles, there are no fewer than 1,000 leaders from both the underworld and the grey market. Yet the one most loyal and closely bonded to Brian remains Li Shunsheng. Conversely, should anyone else dare to jest about his foster sister, they would find their head unceremoniously crushed beneath a boot the very next moment. Having finished his coffee, Brian mounted the carriage with Xiao Bai and Olivia, setting off towards the hotel they had arranged to stay at. Along the way, Brian opened the thick yellow dossier. Inside were 11 files. The architects of this transnational child trafficking incident. Emile Henry, the perpetrator of the explosion at the Termini Café in Paris, concealed a bomb within a metal lunchbox and hurled it into the midst of a performing symphony orchestra. This heinous attack resulted in the deaths of over 50 individuals and left many more grievously injured. Prior to this accountant had also targeted a police station with a bomb, resulting in the demise of 5 officers. Richard Laveramirez, a shadowy figure, relished the thrill of stealthily infiltrating homes at night, where he would ruthlessly gun down or strangle adult males, subsequently subjecting women and children to violent sexual assaults, followed by murder and dismemberment. After his gruesome acts, he would leave his signature, a reversed pentagram, painted on walls, mirrors, or even on the bodies of his victims. Unlike other serial killers, he lacked a specific modus operandi, having experimented with shooting, bludgeoning, slitting throats, and even barehanded strangulation, and did not target a particular demographic. His victims ranged in age from mere children to 70-year-olds, encompassing all walks of life, rendering law enforcement utterly helpless against this indiscriminate murderer. Some citizens even speculated that he possessed demonic superpowers. Ted Bundy, a notorious figure, successfully escaped from county jail on 2 occasions. Upon his capture, he vehemently denied his crimes until over a decade later, when he confessed to more than 30 murders. However, the true number of his victims remains elusive, estimated to range from 26 to 100, with a general consensus of 35. Typically, Bundy would incapacitate his victims with a blunt object before strangling them. He was also known to have committed acts of rape and necrophilia. It must be said that this gathering of criminals was indeed remarkable. However, these individuals were merely the operatives. The true mastermind behind this event was MacDonald, a notorious terrorist specializing in the hijacking of luxury cruise liners. To be frank, MacDonald had crossed paths with Brian on 3 separate maritime heists, each time resulting in dire consequences for him. Were it not for his desire to conceal his secrets, he would not have survived to this day. This time, however, it was within his own domain, and the upcoming auction, as per subsequent intelligence, was a specialized event exclusively for the aristocrats of the magical realm. The children, in particular, would primarily be auctioned off under the pretext of ritual offerings. In any case, this time, Brian felt free to act, confident that even without transforming, dealing with such despicable humans would pose little challenge. As for how these individuals had allied themselves with the dark magical families, Brian was at a loss. A question that even Li Shunsheng could not unravel. The other unscrupulous individuals, oblivious to their impending doom, would certainly not provide any useful intelligence. Regardless, if they failed to comprehend the gravity of the situation today, it would merely be a matter of time before he replaced them with a new batch. With this mindset, Brian was always prepared to reveal his sharp blade. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, Harry Potter found himself trembling with fear. I thought Snape would kill me right there in the classroom. After a long day of classes, which had already proven to be exhausting, Harry, who had been unable to sleep and lacked an appetite since Brian's absence, felt particularly drained. Indeed, for reasons unknown, Professor Snape had inexplicably taken up his wand during today's lesson. Each time he waved it ominously in front of me, I was gripped by fear, convinced that I would be the next victim of his curses. I must admit, the two boys possessed an extraordinary imagination. However, it was undeniable that Ron and Harry were exceptionally unfortunate today. Perhaps they had stepped in something unlucky before leaving, as Ron was called upon by Snape not once, but twice, to answer questions with his wand pointed at him. As for Harry, being the protagonist he is, he was summoned approximately 10 times. Of course, out of the numerous questions posed, he answered "I don't know" 9 times, with the solitary correct response still being a blunder. My heavens, why is he so far removed from Lily? Surely, Snape's inner thoughts were echoing such sentiments. Leaning against the staircase, Harry clutched his books in one arm, his legs feeling weak as he trudged towards the dormitory upstairs. He was utterly exhausted and uncertain of when Professor Brian would return. In his absence, even sleep felt elusive, as if someone were watching him throughout the night. Do you feel that too? He asked. I do as well. It feels as though a pair of eyes are perpetually fixed upon me, sending chills down my spine. As they conversed, Ron abruptly turned to glance back at the corner of the staircase behind him, only to find nothing amiss. Yet, the eerie sensation lingered, as if a specter were clinging to his back. In an instant, Ron shivered with fright and hurried up the stairs. Meanwhile, Harry felt a similar chill run down his spine, reluctantly dragging his reluctant legs to catch up with Ron. Thus, the two boys spent the day enveloped in fear. And much like the previous night, Harry found himself once again sleepless. As for Ron, it was uncertain whether he was truly fatigued or simply carefree, for he fell into a deep slumber, undisturbed even by the commotion next door. Chapter 99. The Royal Wager, Part 1. In England, gambling and betting are deemed legal by the government, resulting in the proliferation of various casinos and bookmakers throughout London. The British themselves are not particularly drawn to casinos. Rather, they typically channel their energies into betting on sports, such as football and horse racing, leaving the casinos as a haven for foreign visitors. The West End of London, adorned with opulent hotels and exclusive clubs, primarily features luxurious, members-only casinos. A mere 10-minute walk south from the shopping haven of Oxford Street leads one to the Mayfair district, replete with 5-star accommodations. Here lies the prestigious Hentain Casino London, a high-end establishment formed by a coalition of clubs, among which the Crockfords Club stands as the oldest private members' casino in the world, originally established to host royalty, dignitaries, and elite members of high society. This venerable members-only casino club is, of course, one of the private assets belonging to the Ezrian family. Upon learning that those reckless individuals had chosen this venue for their auction, Brian found himself at a loss for words, save for a sardonic remark about how heaven had a path untraveled while hell had opened its gates. Of course, heaven had long been cleaved in twain by a single sword strike. The exquisite crystal chandeliers, coupled with the unique wall finishes, conspired to create an effect wherein the entire hall shimmered as if coated in gold. The deep red Persian carpet, alongside the ancient oil paintings, exuded a rich cultural aura, harmonizing splendidly with the nobility's essence, opulent and refined. As Brian traversed the grand entrance adorned with thick gilded paint, security personnel commenced rigorous checks on each guest entering the premises with electronic devices. Initially, this practice left many nobles quite disgruntled, but upon receiving Brian's assurances in the name of the Ezrian family, even the most haughty among them complied with the security protocols. Of course, some remarked that if one were displeased, they need not attend. Yet, with all the casinos in England under the Ezrian family's dominion, such an act would indeed be a grave affront, fraught with dire consequences. In this age, surveillance was omnipresent, leaving no room for evasion. The gaming hall was expansive, measuring at least 400 to 500 square meters, yet it featured merely an oval gaming table at its center. Along the walls, several clusters of sofas and tables laden with delectable delicacies were arranged. Among these nobles, servers glided gracefully, bearing an array of beverages. At that moment, a considerable throng had gathered around the table. Truth be told, it was only in casinos and bars that one might witness the debauched essence of these otherwise refined aristocrats. By the time Brian arrived at the casino, it was already 8 in the evening. Meanwhile, Littleby had been left in her room upstairs, fast asleep after a day of exhaustive play. As Brian gazed upon the contented smile of the sweet young girl, warmth enveloped his heart. Indeed, a wonderful life was epitomized by such moments. He could never regard this adorable little girl as a burden. With the merging of two forces, his affections for those around him had deepened significantly. It could be said that the once unyielding Brian had finally softened. "Who is that lady?" One whispered. "Hey, don't point recklessly. Can't you see that is a member of the Ezrian family standing nearby?" "The Ezrian family? The ducal lineage? What brings them here? Are they here to partake in the gaming?" As Brian and his companions entered the gaming hall, a stir erupted among the gathered nobles. Originally, aside from the black market auction that commenced after 10 o'clock, a grand gambling event was also underway at the casino today, spearheaded by the British side, with the organizer being the casino's manager, who is also its proprietor. The reasons behind why a mere royal casino from Britain could attract such illustrious gamblers and why the event was precisely scheduled at this astonishing venue remained shrouded in mystery. This gathering of spectators encircling the gaming table is a testament to the allure of the unfolding game. Brian, leveraging his influence over the casino, had naturally pre-registered, as he has always held a fondness for activities that benefit both mind and body while allowing for legitimate financial gain. "Sir, this way, please," announced an elderly gentleman with a full head of white hair, nearly 70 years of age, dressed impeccably in a tailored black suit. He bowed respectfully and guided Brian through the crowd to a plush leather chair at one of the two round tables. A total of 12 participants were competing, hailing from various nations including mainland China, Australia, the United States, France, Japan, Germany, South Korea, Thailand, Africa, Macau, Taiwan, and representing Britain, Brian himself. To be candid, the remaining 11 contenders were exceedingly curious about Brian's identity, given that they were all renowned gambling titans, while Brian was merely recognized as a member of a duke's family. They were at a loss as to what qualifications he possessed to partake in such a competition. These gambling luminaries were not mere amateurs. They had all achieved their status through relentless victories. Without sufficient skill, relying solely on luck was a futile endeavor. It was not merely a matter of low odds. Each contender was exceptionally talented, making it nearly impossible to secure a favorable hand. As the clock struck 8:15 in the evening, Brian ordered a rainbow cocktail, savoring the exquisite drink while tapping his fingers on the table. Compared to the others, he appeared surprisingly unconcerned. It is worth noting that the entry fee for this game alone was a staggering 10 million. Chapter 100, The Royal Gambit, Part 2. Good evening, everyone. I am Charlie, the proprietor of the Crockfords Club and the initiator of this gambling event. Now that everyone has arrived, there is no need for me to elaborate on the rules. According to the agreement we established earlier, the last 3 standing will each receive a coveted gambling license from the British Royal Authority. Charlie was a young man, likely in his late 20s, with golden hair and clad in the attire of a medieval noble. It is indeed remarkable to manage such a royal establishment at such a tender age. Following Charlie's brief address, he passed the microphone to the aforementioned elderly gentleman. Meanwhile, 8 dealers rose from their seats on the adjacent sofa, approaching to stand at the center of the 2 grand gaming tables. Please welcome Mr. Jack Triss to draw the lots. Mr. Triss is the champion of the 1989 World Poker Series, and I believe everyone is familiar with him. Please allow Mr. Kleiman to draw the lots. Mr. Kleiman is the champion of the 1987 World Series of Poker. Let Mr. Yuichi Miyamoto also take the stage for the draw. He is the dual champion of the 1983 Tokyo Gambling Championship and the 1986 Tokyo Poker Tournament. Although the elderly gentleman has reached the advanced age of 70 or 80, his voice resonates with remarkable clarity and precision, each word articulated with exquisite enunciation. As he introduces each illustrious gambling figure, Brian finds himself languidly sipping a cocktail. Burdened by ennui, being of noble descent, he cannot afford the indiscretion of yawning, which only compounds his discomfort. It is perplexing, for this is not the World Boxing Championship. and there is no fervent audience to warrant such extensive introductions. Among these aristocrats, aside from their exceptional gambling prowess, there exists little genuine interest in the proceedings. Yet, the protocol dictates this tedious ritual. Each individual must make a circuit of the stage, retrieving a golden ball marked with a number from a box. This also serves as a reminder to those present to refrain from engaging these formidable players unless one possesses a surplus of wealth to squander. Should one choose to do so, it is only fair to say, enjoy yourself, but do not blame us for any losses incurred. Within the box, there are 12 numbers, divided into odd and even participants, with 6 players at each table. The game at hand is none other than the exceedingly popular Texas Hold'em poker. Texas Hold'em is a community card game where a minimum of 2 players and a maximum of 22 can compete, typically involving around 10 players. The game utilizes a standard deck of 52 cards with no jokers. Each player receives 2 whole cards, while 5 community cards are dealt face-up by the dealer. Initially, each participant is dealt 2 cards face-down. After all betting rounds, if a winner is not determined, the game proceeds to the showdown phase, where remaining players reveal their whole cards to determine the victor, with the holder of the highest-ranking hand prevailing. Given the time-consuming nature of Texas Hold'em, which can take upwards of 10 minutes just to deal the cards, this particular match spans several days. The auction follows a similar schedule, commencing daily at 10 o'clock, with certain items designated for sale on the first and last days, extending the event over several days. Fortunately, Brian remains unperturbed, leisurely accompanying the young girl as they meander about, while Olivia has been dispatched by Brian to track down certain criminals and monitor their movements and plans. Please, Mr. Brian, step forward to draw the lots. Mr. Brian is the head of the Azrian family in London, overseeing all underground dealings and both black and gray market activities throughout the city. The elderly gentleman nearly divulged Brian's name directly, but fortunately, despite his advanced years, his mind remains sharp. However, introducing Brian remains an exceedingly perplexing task. Just then, a small note materialized in the old man's hand, and while wiping his brow, he quickly discerned the most appropriate way to present him. The note, undoubtedly a masterpiece of Brian, contained meticulously crafted words that could simply be recited without issue. Naturally, none of the attendees laughed at Brian for his inexperience in gambling. Instead, they collectively bowed respectfully towards him. For this ancient and illustrious noble, steeped in legends of the incredible and the sinister, both its members and slaves were extraordinary, with any possibility being feasible. The number 6, how delightful, the exquisite hexagram. Congratulations. May you triumph in your endeavors. The elder performed a respectful bow and then placed the numbered ball within the designated column. Approximately 5 minutes later, after confirming that no one had exited or needed a restroom break, the gambling session officially commenced. The hierarchy of Texas Hold'em hands is akin to the moment when thousands of chips are recklessly wagered, with a single hand determining victory in a game of all-in. The only distinction being the presence of 2 whole cards and the ability for multiple players to reveal their cards simultaneously, which posed no challenge for Brian. If the eye of the demon could indeed perceive the truth and dispel illusions and obstacles, it was no trifling matter. Once all were seated, the casino staff wheeled in several carts filled with money, namely, chips, and behind them followed a dozen muscular men, each as robust as Arnold Schwarzenegger, armed with shotguns, submachine guns, and grenades as security personnel. Upon the carts rested leather cases brimming with chips. Without waiting for Brian to speak, Olivia brought the case over and placed it before him, while the other attendants did the same for the others. Upon opening the exquisitely crafted leather case, it was indeed filled with neatly arranged chips. Chapter 101, The Royal Gamble, Part 3. Just as is customary in the arrangement of gambling sessions in most large casinos, the chips used at Crockford's Club were specially crafted. These were not mere plastic tokens. They were carved from natural crystal and embedded with specialized chips, allowing for exchange at any time with the bank. In essence, these crystal chips served as genuine currency. The rationale behind this was twofold. Firstly, for anti-counterfeiting measures, and secondly, to facilitate ease of use for casino patrons. In the United Kingdom, such specially crafted chips are recognized as a legitimate means of payment. This is also why the casino treats them with such care. In truth, no one would be foolish enough to rob the assets under the protection of the Azrian family. Otherwise, even if they fled to the ends of the earth, they could be unearthed, even in the farthest reaches of the poles. Brian retrieved a single chip from the pile and gazed at it in astonishment. Good heavens! This tiny piece represented a staggering 1 million pounds. Each chip signified over 10 million, and even the casino's counting method rounded down to the nearest whole number. Yet it unmistakably amounted to a full 10 million, an amount that would be beyond the reach of an average family for an entire lifetime. This was indeed the realm of the affluent, a grand spectacle of high-stakes gambling. Gentlemen, this round of play adopts an unlimited betting format, with a blind bet of £1 million for each hand. May fortune favor you all. The seasoned butler elucidated the rules before the game officially commenced. In this variant of no-limit Texas Hold'em, the betting amounts bore no restrictions. However, should one wish to raise, the minimum increase must be at least double the previous player's bet. For instance, if a player wagers 10, one could raise to 50, and any subsequent player wishing to raise must bet no less than 100, although they could opt for 200 or 500. Hence, no-limit Texas Hold'em presents a greater risk, yet offers a more exhilarating challenge compared to its fixed-limit counterpart. This format was particularly appealing to both the audience and, most notably, to Brian. The thrill of tossing around billions was undeniably exhilarating. For Brian, this approach expedited the game, allowing for the rapid accumulation of wealth, an undeniably splendid prospect. Subsequently, the dealer produced a brand-new, unopened deck of cards for inspection. However, the necessity of scrutiny was negligible, as these dealers were among the most esteemed in the world's casinos, renowned for their integrity and fairness. After the inspection, they began shuffling the cards in a mesmerizing display of skill, a testament to their expertise. Each player was then dealt 2 whole cards. The uncertainty introduced by this method heightened the stakes, making it even more challenging to deduce the opponent's concealed cards. With a discerning eye, it was apparent that the game was rigged in Brian's favor, an advantage that would effortlessly lead him to victory. He discreetly glanced at the undealt cards, calculating the sequence, a fleeting smile gracing his lips, unnoticed by anyone, including Olivia, seated beside him. As all attention was riveted on the table, taking a sip of his rainbow cocktail, he noted that the 3rd card was being dealt. At that moment, Jack Triss boldly declared a £1 million bet, prompting Brian, as the next player, to respond without a hint of anxiety. "I call, raising you another £1 million," he stated confidently, tossing in 2 chips before returning to his cocktail, casually toying with the enchanting Olivia by his side. The combination of fine wine and beautiful company was nothing short of divine. Thus, the already envious gaze of the surrounding men fixated on Brian intensified, as he effortlessly captured the attention of all present. After all, only 3 cards have been dealt, and typically, one would merely follow in sequence. Yet, to my astonishment, a direct raise was made. I am left pondering whether this was a display of excessive wealth or sheer foolishness, or perhaps an indication of genuine confidence. Why do you all gaze at me? I am merely indulging in some casual play. Feel free to enjoy yourselves and have fun, haha. Brian tilted his head slightly, speaking as if under the influence, though it is improbable that anyone would become inebriated after merely sipping half a cocktail. I fold. How could such a person participate in this competition? I too choose to fold. Consequently, both players opted to discard their hands, prompting a twitch at the corner of Brian's mouth. Why was I so foolish? These 2 imbeciles have chosen to fold, but does this not alter the subsequent order? How infuriating! Brian's mind was rife with self-reproach. 2 million. I shall not let those I despise have a last laugh. At this moment, Mr. Miyamoto, the 5th player in sequence, spoke up. Little did he know that, regardless of whether in Britain or Japan, he would soon find himself in quite the predicament. As this was the first round after the initiation of the game, the 6 players present were exceedingly cautious. Following the abandonment of this round by 2 players, Brian's subsequent challenger was naturally Yuichi Miyamoto. This foolish gambler, oblivious to the formidable reputation of the Ace Ryan family, was entirely unaware that even the Yakuza in Japan held them in immense respect. In any case, should word of today's events circulate, one could foresee dire consequences for this Japanese gambling deity. I shall call. At this moment, as Miyamoto's next challenger, Mr. Kleinman, unblinkingly pushed forward 3 million in chips. Mr. Jack Triss, do you wish to call? I call. Jack Triss did not utter much else, simply producing 2 million in chips to cast into the pot, combined with the previous 1 million, totaling precisely 3 million. As for Brian, he did not even spare a glance, carelessly tossing 1 million into the mix. For those capable of reading cards and altering hands, this game felt akin to a giant overpowering a child in kindergarten. Utterly predictable. I call. I also call. 1 million, I call. I fold. Such is the nature of card games. Luck ebbs and flows, much like Mr. Jack Triss's 3 face-up cards, which were indeed woefully inadequate, rendering it unnecessary to squander any further funds.